Are you ready for the Red Sox second half, Keith?
Oh, my God. I've been counting down the seconds, Jones. I never wanted this break to begin with. I mean, they're on a 9-game heater. This is gonna impact it, right? This is, I mean,
it is a little unfair once you put it that way. I hadn't really thought about that.
It's not fair, but I'm going to count the AL win as a win as well. So they've really contrarian. I mean, they've won 10 straight.
It's a great
Rafael,
point.
These guys have won 10 in a row.
Add that to the standing.
Yes, and now they're gonna keep cooking with gas tomorrow. Doubleheader at least.
Yes.
So that makes me feel better. We've waited all this time to get the red-hot Red Sox back on the field. At least they're going to play 2.
Well, I was going to say, if you are ready for the Red Sox second half, too bad you got to wait another day. It's not here yet.
No, I know,
but
it's
it will
close.
be here tomorrow. It is close.
It's real close.
And it's a good day to break it all down.
26 hours from now.
Yeah,
26.5 hours.
They'll be out there on the field.
27.5 hours.
Yuck.
I was counting down the pregame, not the actual game.
You were counting down, hanging out with the Wild thing.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I see what you were doing. Yeah, he'll be back in our lives.
Yeah.
I don't know where they've kept him penned here these last handful of days.
They had to trank him. They had to trank him after the last game, so he's probably just laying in a cage somewhere. But Wild Thing will be ready to go.
They'll wake him up.
Yeah.
They'll get him awake for the second half and get him going.
He'll be back.
So that'll be happening here tomorrow on WEEI. We will get to all your phone calls today here on Jones and Keefe, 617-779-7937. That's how you get in touch. You can interact on Twitter and on Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along, twitch.tv/BostonWEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. You can do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. We'll get to Lionel Messi in Argentina yesterday.
Whew.
We'll get to Jason Tatum on the red carpet at the ESPYs. Not exactly sounding broken up about trading Jaylen Brown.
Not at all.
No,
I would. I don't even have to do much reading between the lines on that, really.
No, you really don't. Plus, everybody's got a quarterback list, so we're going to give you our top 10 quarterbacks.
Why not us?
Not a tier.
No, these are separate lists.
My list.
If you want to say power ranking, fine. If you want to say list, you would be accurate this time.
My list versus your list.
Yeah, my 10 versus your 10.
It's a versus thing.
And
we
then
know who it's against.
There are no ties for Billy to break.
No, Billy, you sit this one out.
Yeah.
We're going to give our list coming up. Plus, Brad Foe going to join us at 11:30. We'll go on the clock at high noon with some second half Red Sox predictions, plus a Keefe for Madness at 12:45. Jam-packed Keefe, as always, here on WEEI. What is at stake for the Red Sox starting with this Tampa series?
Well, I think you have 17 games between now and the trade deadline. You are obviously on this great heater. There are some that are probably still a little reluctant to say they are a buyer or should be a buyer / are a contender. And Tampa Bay, somehow, some way, is the real measuring stick in the American League. You and I don't believe in them, but they have the best record. And also the Red Sox have been bad at home. So opening up a 10-game homestand and 4 of them against Tampa Bay, I think as long as you go 2-2, that's got to make people on our side of the street where we're like, all right, they should be a buyer, they should be a contender. I think you'll feel a lot better about it. And then from the rest of the way, if they go 6-4 at home, because they've been so bad at Fenway Park this year, I'll take that as a huge positive. 6-4 also after this 10-game stretch would put them at 500, which I know is nothing to really celebrate, but the overall regular season record would be 500.
500 at the end of the homestand.
And I assume probably a playoff spot the way the American League has gone.
If you're 6-4 on the trip, that probably means you won 2 series in there, right? I think you kind of have to have.
Yeah.
Well, depending on how that math works out. Whatever. You'll have won 2 series in there.
One of them you could split, then you win one, you lose one, and then you're 6-4, I think.
I mean, look, I think that would be ideal.
No, I think you have to win 2.
Whatever. I think it would be ideal to be 6-4 and at 500. And really, while there are 17 games before the deadline, I think at the end of the homestand, they're going to have to make their call. By July 26th, there's a week till the deadline. Are you still going to play it out at that point? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, after the Toronto game, that's an afternoon ball game on a Sunday, and then they head out to the West Coast to play the A's in Vegas and then the Dodgers after that. Don't you have to know by that trip? I mean, I think you have to know by that trip. If you're still like, geez, let's see how this A's series goes, then like you're too wishy-washy.
Yeah.
For my taste. They might be. But I think by the end of the homestand, we're going to know what we want them to do. And I want them to buy. You got to go at least 5-5. I think you'd be roughly in the same spot if you're 5-5 on the homestand. And that does start with Tampa, who I've maintained for a while. I don't think it's that good. They're like 2 players.
Yeah.
Cabanero's great. Hits a home run every night. Although
I was going to hit the hand pretty hard there in the All-Star game.
I don't know how that hand/wrist is doing. So keep an eye on that. If he wants to take, I would never wish an injury on someone.
No, we're not monsters.
But just take a few days to get yourself right. We're just looking out for Junior Caminero.
Yeah.
Get yourself right.
The Rice method: rest, ice, compression, and exercise. Elevate.
That sounds more like it.
The Rice.
So, take that time for you. Get yourself right, Junior. But it's like him and Yandy Diaz, and that's it. So I don't even think they're that good. They don't scare me.
No.
Baltimore and Toronto sneaky stink. And you're better than as of today. You're ahead of them in the standings. You should win those series.
And I know the Red Sox are bad at home, but those 3 teams are also bad road teams. Even the Rays are way better at home than they are on the road.
They're all bad. Between the Rays and the Jays, the Sox are 2-10 against them this year.
They're all bad road teams.
Thanks, Drop God.
Sounds like they're due. Drop God. That's what it sounds like.
How much of that was under Cora?
Actually, I think it was pretty even.
Okay.
I'm going to have to guess.
Well,
either way.
Why don't you do that research and then get back to us?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll get back to you in about 2 hours.
Whoops.
So they are bad road teams. All I would say, too, is the Red Sox last homestand, I think is pretty good, at least when you look at winning 5 out of 7, although you could just say all they did was sweep the Yankees and then lose the series to the Nats. So I guess that's eye of the beholder. No, that's what's at stake. You have to at least get out of this homestand within shouting distance of a playoff spot. 2 games out, 3 games out at most.
They didn't play either of those teams with Cora, by the way.
They didn't play the Blue Jays or the Rays with Cora?
Nope.
Is that true?
Oh, well, whoops for us. I know they played Baltimore.
Actually, the next series was the first Blue Jays series.
I know they played Baltimore with Cora. That's where they decided to fire him right
so
in
they
the middle
didn't
of the series.
play any division games with Cora. Oh, besides the last 2 with Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it now. All right, well, point for you, Drop God.
Drop God scores 1.
Although they got swept by Houston, which right now, when you're looking at the standings, that wasn't ideal.
No.
That could have been better.
No, that could have been a big one for him. So that's what's at stake these next 10 games. Do you think Breslow can get this done? Meaning, add to this team, survive this stretch, get into next year. Like, where are you feeling about, or how are you feeling rather about his job security today?
So I think if he makes the playoffs, he keeps his job. I think if they are like 1 or 2 out at the end of the season and it's really close, I think he might still keep his job. Because this whole time I've kind of maintained John Henry really doesn't want to fire him. John Henry has fired all these chief baseball officers after 3-4 seasons, some of which have won the World Series, and he moves on from them really quick. And this last search was insane. Like they had so many people just turning down interviews. So I don't think he wants to go back there again. And Breslow does have, for as many criticisms as people throw his way, he's had 2 really successful off seasons. Some of the best players, or the best players on the team, he picked up either via free agency or trade.
It's hard to argue he's a bad executive. And this is the whole reason I got, well, there's 2 reasons I got on his side last year. One was just anti-Cora.
Yeah, well.
But 2 was I started looking at his baseball moves and I'm like,
oh, that guy's good. That guy's good. That
for
guy's
as
good.
much as we rip this guy, and I was in the camp of ripping him, I'm like, his moves are kind of working out.
I know.
And it's the second offseason in a row. I have heard a lot of people come to this realization. It's like, oh, well, his Contreras trade was pretty good. And, geez, that Gray trade was pretty good. And,
I mean, the fact that Gray and Suarez have been so good, yeah.
Wow, they might have something in this Jake Bennett. I'm like, yeah, this is what I started thinking last year. I'm like,
I know.
It's hard to make a case he's a bad executive. I get that he might not be a people person.
Does not appear to be.
And I get that he might be too in love with the modeling and advanced analytics and, not great directly interacting with people. I understand that. But if you just evaluate his baseball moves, okay, they're really not that bad. Even the Kyle Harrison one that was looking like an all-time bad trade, not looking so bad these days with him on the IL and some of the guys from the Brewers starting to help you turn this around. Even the Devers trade, you look back at it, and I didn't want Devers on the team.
Yeah.
But I wasn't talking up what he got back.
Yeah.
Turns out, no, he got some pretty good items back. Kyle Harrison, who people are crying about. Tibbs is another one. So all his trades haven't been perfect.
And even Alex Bregman being bad this year, that also just like another added thing because people are screaming about that. Why don't you have Bregman? Like, well, Durbin's doing the same thing Bregman is.
I still think he needs to make the playoffs to save his job. It's interesting you think he could maybe
I
be
wonder
close
if you're
and
like,
survive.
If you're right in it and you're being led by all the guys he picked up, I think Henry could be like, that was close, and maybe had we moved on from Cora sooner, maybe because 10-17 is a pretty big hole that was dug. And so if you miss by a game or 2, you could look back at that at the beginning of the year.
The Chad Sox, a.k.a. Breslow's roster, has been the 3rd best in the AL since they fired Cora. So make of that what you
But
will.
you also asked, like, how do I feel about the deadline? Like, I think he's going to have to make moves, and I'm just really leery of that because all the moves he's made the last 2 years when the team was also really competitive were bad.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. We're going to illustrate why he needs to make moves because we're going to go through and give you what we think is the best Red Sox lineup.
Based on what they have right now.
Slim pickings.
Yeah.
Which I think illustrates
smoke and mirrors.
the dire need for Breslow at the trade deadline. Plus, we have some second-half predictions for the Red Sox when we go on the clock at high noon. We'll ask Bradfo about all of it when he joins us at 11:30. Busy day here on Jones and Keefe. Let's get to that ideal, let's not call it ideal, best Red Sox lineup in just 2 minutes.
Lobster Lovers Weekend is back.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Getting a lot of feedback on
Positive?
our guy, my guy,
Is it positive feedback?
Craig Breslow. Well,
you can have him.
depends on how you view it.
Yeah.
Our guy Chuck in New Hampshire says he is not a real person.
Okay.
A separate texter actually said the exact same thing. He's not a real person. No, I mean, he's not.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay, and he's too into his advanced analytics, and he's not a people person.
Let me
to
ask
put it
you this.
mildly, he might be a robot.
In the great film Short Circuit
Yep.
and the even greater film Short Circuit 2, was Johnny Five a human? No.
No, he was not.
But was he a hero? Yes.
I didn't see 2, but in the first one,
Oh,
yeah.
2's unbelievable.
Okay.
2 I love too.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah.
I think somewhat problematic in some parts, but it was
Oh.
made a long time ago.
It was the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Johnny Five, fantastic. Not a person at all, but could get stuff done, right? Problem solver, that kind of thing. And I think kind of had some compassion despite
Well,
not being a real human.
And I think, all the blowback on Breslow and his personal interactions.
Yeah.
I mean, this is some of where he's like the opposite of Cora. The reason people never really looked at the job Cora did, they just were like, I like him.
Yeah.
And people don't really look at the job Breslow's done. They're just like, I don't like him. And I think there's some element to that with all these guys. And when I say that, I don't just mean here in Boston. I think when we talk about athletes and coaches and GMs, there is a likability factor. Cora's a human.
Yeah.
Cora answers questions. Breslow can't do that. You can't relate to him. But if you just evaluate the baseball, one guy was 10-17, and the other guy makes a bunch of good moves.
Yeah. Like, and I also think being, and this is somewhat of a compliment to Cora, believe it or not, but like Cora, Doc Rivers, it's probably more, it's much more important to be able to relate to humans
As
in
a
that
manager.
role.
Yeah.
Like when you're up there, like, yeah, sure, it's ideal. And like, you'd like that. That'd be nice. But like, you're not interacting with the players every single day. And your real job is to get the best roster possible and like maximize all the talent within the organization. So yeah, as a bonus, you'd like to be able to have human conversations with that guy. But if he's sitting there and he's going beep boop beep boop, Wilson Contreras beep boop beep boop, Sonny
Right.
Gray, you're like, all right, those are good players.
Yeah,
Thank you.
maybe-
Thanks for bringing those guys in.
Maybe his advanced analytics, his modeling isn't quite as terrible as some would lead you to believe.
Right.
And so I also would tell you I don't like Tampa, but for people who are talking up Tampa, we're getting texts about this. Dumb Jones keeps saying the Rays aren't good. They have the best record in the AL by far.
Okay.
No, I get that.
All right.
I look at their roster. I'm like, they suck.
Do you think the Rays are going to make the World Series?
No.
Neither do I.
So, but look, not to compare Boston to Tampa. I understand that's already flawed because the Red Sox should act
it
a lot
should
different
be
than the
way
Rays.
different, but it's not.
But I would just say there are some organizations who use the advanced analytics in their modeling and they're superior, and that's how they're in the mix every year. And like, I don't know, maybe Breslow's closer to that than people want to give him credit for. But you don't like him because what? You don't like John Henry, which I get.
Yeah.
You don't like advanced analytics. You don't like the human robots, cyborgs.
So
That Breslow is. I get all that,
Yeah.
but if you just evaluate the baseball, it's actually been pretty good. And I do have faith in him at this trade deadline. 'Cause
okay.
I think he's acting out of urgency for the first time in his life.
Yeah, you might be right. And it's squarely in the I'll believe it when I see it type of thing with Breslow, just because this particular time of the year it hasn't happened. But, trying to figure out why people really don't like him, and I guess it's probably a few different buckets. There are those, some in the media, some fans that just really liked Alex Cora and thought Alex Cora was sort of a scapegoat for a bad team. And everybody sort of points to the roster construction, right? And so they're mad about that.
Well, he did.
Yeah, but also I feel like they're probably, they didn't replace all of the Rafael Devers money, and so people are upset about that, as they should be, right? You don't go from Devers to Bregman to really nobody. But is that Breslow or is that Henry? Like, could any other chief baseball officer have done spent money a whole lot differently? You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably would have had a similar budget.
Yeah.
And you could argue, I'd rather have Pete Alonso. You and me were screaming about Pete Alonso. But, like, Wilson Contreras has turned out to be pretty great. And Ranger Suarez, even though you're like, all right, that's already a strength, you're adding another pitcher, has been pretty great.
Yeah, right. Would I have rather they use the Suarez money on a bat? Yeah.
You could have moved it around a little bit.
But the overall budget, I'm with
Yeah.
you. No, he's spending probably what he's allowed to spend.
And you also should have traded Jaron Duran a long time ago, and turns out the former manager blocked that trade.
Right. And then complained about a logjam in the outfield.
Yep.
So I don't know. When you get some of that dysfunction,
Yep.
I'm not saying the Red Sox are totally functional, but I'm saying when you get rid of some of
They're
that,
getting there.
some of that
They're getting there.
dysfunction,
Yeah.
I think that goes a long way. You're getting some pushback on
I am?
Johnny Five. Johnny Five was alive, is what people are texting. Was that like his catchphrase in the film?
Oh,
Johnny Five is
maybe,
alive.
yeah.
I don't recall.
I mean, he was
multiple texts about that.
He was for sure a robot, but he was like great. He felt more human than most, I would say.
Okay.
It was almost as though he had feeling.
Uh,
And when some of the battery acid was like going out of his body, you're like, oh, that looks like blood, but it wasn't.
it was
He
battery
doesn't have
acid.
blood. He doesn't have an actual heart, even though when you talk to him, it felt like he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's programmed
I love Johnny Five.
probably quite well.
He's a great guy.
Let's illustrate why Breslow does, in fact, have work to do at the trade deadline.
Yes, he
Keith,
does. Yeah.
by coming up with, I said, the ideal Red Sox lineup.
Yeah.
That's not the right way to refer to it.
All right, so let's go.
The best of what they got.
Yes. So before we go like 1 through 9, you go, all right, whatever the pitcher is, so far it's been pretty good. They got a lot of injuries, but you're like, there's your pitcher. Catcher. Who's been the best catcher? Who should be the catcher?
Who's been the best? Wong.
Wong.
Who should be the catcher? Narvaez.
Should be, but like this season's been pretty bad for him. So like, but this is also like we had a caller yesterday bring up Hunter Goodman, and like I don't know if he's available or not. But
you
like,
can, are you asking me? Can I upgrade that?
oh
spot?
no, you absolutely
Yeah.
can upgrade. See, I think Connor Wong, I would probably just roll with him a little bit more, and it's a catcher, so not one guy's going to play the rest of the season. But I'd probably go Wong at this point.
You'd lean in a catching platoon. You'd lean to his side.
Yeah, like 3 out of 5, I'd
Okay.
go Wong.
I think I'd go Narvaez.
All right,
there.
first base is obvious.
Wilson.
Yeah.
When he doesn't have himself suspended. Yep.
What do you do at second base?
I'm going Tony Seagulls right now.
I think you probably have to go Tony Seagulls.
I'm
I
playing-
think Anthony Siegler has sort of like taken that job.
Now, look, a lefty's on the hill, maybe Romy's there, but I for these purposes, I plugged in Romy as a DH. But yeah, you're going to play around with that. But I think Tony Seagull, shut out Section 10.
Yeah.
Anthony Siegler's your second baseman. Yeah.
he's hitting 257 with a 752 OPS, but you
Which
can put him in
sounds-
the leadoff. It doesn't sound all that impressive.
But it's one of the best on the Red Sox.
when you compare it to what Meyer was doing or some of the other guys were doing there,
if you did that
yeah,
over a
yeah.
year, you're actually pretty happy with it. Yeah.
Third base, you have Durbin. He's at
Yep.
least proven that he's the third baseman.
Correct.
All right, who is your shortstop?
My shortstop, I went with Cheng. I actually
Okay.
so honestly, the same reason I went with Narvaez. I am leaning in on pitching and defense at this point with what they got.
Yeah.
I'm playing Cheng at shortstop. You can play Monasterio there if you want. Who'd you go with?
So this is cheating, but I think you platoon the two, right? You go lefty righty kind of thing, and
Okay.
not that Chang's like smoking the ball against righties, but just maybe you go with like a splits thing.
I would lean Cheng again in that.
But that is the most
platoon.
obvious upgrade spot, and I wouldn't rely on Meyer coming back, and I also wouldn't rely on Trevor Story coming back. So that's one that they need to improve. But I think right now it's Chang or Monasterio. All right, left field,
I mean, you got to go Duran.
Yoshida.
No,
Yes,
no,
I don't want Duran playing.
I get it.
I'm sick of Duran. I want to trade Duran.
With what they have now, Duran should be in the lineup in left field. Center and right are obvious.
Center and right are obvious, and then DH.
DH is a Massa Romy platoon.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
Okay. So Romy's going to play against every lefty, but I would also wonder, like, he might have to play against some of these righties, too.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I mean,
So-
he can get out there against some righties.
So that's why I kind of want Duran out of there, and I'd more likely put Yoshida in left, which tells you that's another obvious upgrade spot, right? Like, I think the two obvious
Yeah,
upgrade
left
spots
and
are
short.
Yeah.
And catcher.
Yeah.
I think most teams need a catcher, so like I can
Yeah.
look the other way on
Yeah.
that. But yeah, left and short are where you got to focus if you're Craig
I
Breslow.
think Duran's like a net negative, though, for me.
So you don't even have Duran in your lineup.
No. I think their best lineup does not have him in it.
I have him batting fifth against righties.
He's hitting a $190.
But that's
I
ano-
don't want him anywhere.
that's
His
another
OPS
way-
Yeah, go ahead.
It's another way to just illustrate what they need to do.
Yeah,
I
they have
look,
a bunch of needs.
I said this months ago. I think they're an easy team to fix. You just got to fix it. And
A
then,
bat.
like, yes.
You get a righty bat, you get a lefty bat, you can get an infielder, outfielder, a DH. It doesn't
Catcher.
matter. Catcher,
Like,
we'll take any
You've been
spot.
saying they've been an easy team to fix for months.
Yeah.
And they still haven't done
Okay,
it.
Yeah,
they
but
haven't-
now's the time, Drop God. Now's the time
Now
they're
we're
going to
at
start
the
making moves.
deadline. It's like, but
Moves are going to be made.
no, they might not fix it, Drop God. Like,
Probably not.
my guy Brez may not actually fix it.
I don't think he
The
will.
argument that it's an easy team to fix, I stand by.
Okay.
The pitching and defense is great, and you can upgrade anywhere with a bat. Go get a stick or two. It's actually an easy team to fix. I've felt that way basically since the start of the year,
Yeah.
but he's still got to fix it.
I feel like they are more likely to trade away Chapman and try to do like the Drop God thing where you're like, all right, we're
Buy
gonna
and sell.
buy and sell. But they're more likely to deal Chapman than they are acquire like Buxton, Goodman, or Lindor.
Oh, I disagree on that.
Okay.
But we can get into it, especially when we go on the clock at high noon.
Oh, yeah.
With our second half Red Sox predictions here on Jones and Keefe. We'll talk to Bradfo at 11:30. We'll get to the Pats in the 11 o'clock hour. Let's get to a little World Cup football.
Football.
Lionel Messi and Argentina do it again. They continue to pull rabbits out of the hat and advance to the final. Let's get to that next.
Saturday with Spain, Sunday in New Jersey in the World Cup final.
Jones and Keith here on WEEI. We are live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. How much of the football you watched yesterday, Keith?
Good amount, especially the exciting finish. I think I watched, pretty much most of the second half. Just a little pieces of the first half. But there's been so many really good games in this tournament.
It's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like the amount of, and maybe it's just because Argentina seemingly does it every single game, but the amount of, this team's down 1-0, and you're watching it, you're like, there's only 30 minutes left. Like, all right, hey, Lucas, we'll go shoot some baskets or something outside in like a half an hour. And then you're like, it's going to go to extra time. This thing's ticketed for PKs. And then you're like, oh, no, it just ended.
No,
so it's like
that
happens all the time. You go from, this team's just going to cruise to a win to, they're even, get ready for PKs. I'm going to sit here for another hour. And then you're like, Argentina just scored again. They completely.
I think it's 4 games in a row Argentina has scored in the 90th minute.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Ridiculous. And so, I mean, look, it's so funny. Before Messi won the World Cup, he's going for 2 straight World Cups.
Yeah.
And before he won the last one, it was, a lot of soccer people are like, he's the GOAT. And a lot of people who parachute in every 4 years like me are like, he's never won a World Cup.
Right.
So how good can this guy really be? And there were questions about his greatness. And I think that's fair and healthy. And like we do that with
it's a good debate.
Quarterbacks, and we do that with star NBA players. It should be no different with an athlete like Messi. It's like, if you can't win the big one, how good are you really? I think that's fair. But now it's like, not only has he won it, that was like this weight off his shoulders where now he's absolutely dominant in clutch time. Like that.
It was insane.
Second cross. The first one was nice.
The second one was ridiculous.
That second cross was absurd.
Well, and so I know it's apples to oranges when you're talking about like World Cup versus MLS, but just take, for example, like the 2 times he's come to Gillette Stadium to play against the Revolution. And so like all eyes are on him. Stadium is banged out. And you're like, like all the attention, not only from the fans, but like from the Revs would be on Messi. And then he just like toys with them. And I know soccer fans are saying that's a different level of competition. I get it. But still, it was like clockwork. Like you just get the ball, dribble past everybody, shoot and score. Or set up a teammate, and then they would score. And as somebody that obviously heard the name but don't follow it super closely, I wasn't watching FC Barcelona play all their games. I'd maybe catch like a Champions League game or whatever else. But so you know how they do the best player in the world award every year? Was it the Ballon d'Or or whatever?
Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, so they do that every single year, and this is for
I'm
any
happy
league
you
year.
said it. I was unconfident to say
I'm
it.
not really sure. I probably butchered
confident.
it.
Yeah.
I butchered the name, but I know what the award is. And so every year they vote on it, and they have the best soccer players. So you could play in the Bundesliga, you could play in La Liga, you could play in the MLS, doesn't matter. It's the best soccer player in the world, second best, third best. For 14 years, he was one of the 3 best players in the world. 8 times he was voted as the best player in the world.
Yeah.
And he's still really, really good. And people are probably thinking like, he's not playing in Europe anymore, so he's not as good. Wrong. He came over here, got a bag of money. He's got like a deal with Apple. He's like helped turn around like the MLS or the popularity of it. And then now he's dominating on the biggest stage. And now he's 1 win away from winning a World Cup. So like
Back-to-back World Cups.
What?
Messi?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
He's 1 win away from winning a World Cup.
He won the last World Cup.
I thought Mbappe won. No?
No.
Oh,
Am I wrong?
Oh no! Did Mbappe ever win?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm
anyway,
out of the loop.
but keep going with your point on Messi.
But I'm just saying, like, he is still playing at the highest level despite playing his regular season games in the MLS. And
Argentina beat France last year.
they beat
time.
France.
There it is.
Whatever.
You were right around it.
And then France won in 18.
Oh, see, I'm stuck in 18.
There it is.
So France won in 18, then
Pre-COVID doesn't count.
France won in 18, Argentina won in 22, and
There it
now it'll be Argentina, Spain. All right, very good. So he was probably already going into this tournament viewed as the best player of all time, right? I'm not as confident arguing this as I am like NBA or NFL.
No.
But I'm just saying, like, based on all these different numbers, based on what he did in his international career, his club career, all that stuff, he's the best. He's kind of adding to it. So, and I know a lot of people have made this comparison, but it is kind of similar to Brady, whereas like Tom Brady was viewed as the best when he left New England, and then he just like kept adding to it, and then winning a Super Bowl with another team. You're like, oh my God, like, all right, case closed.
So, no, and this is what I want to get into. And Twitch chat is like, these guys don't know anything about soccer. No, I don't pretend to. That's why.
I'm an expert.
That's why I'm so flabbergasted.
Educate us. What do we need to know?
Well, that's why I'm so flabbergasted that he takes over in clutch time, because I do follow it enough World Cup to World Cup once every 4 years where I go, oh, well, he was vilified for a long time for not winning. And he was vilified for not being clutch in the World Cup. Oh, he does it at Barcelona. Oh, he does it at club. I don't care. I don't watch that. So I remember that narrative. And then he wins the last one, and now he's maybe going to win a second one, and it seems like the weight's off his shoulders. And what you just said about Brady, that's what I'm curious about now with him, where you're watching him and you're like, oh, he's MJ. Oh, he's Brady, where you're just waiting for him to take over in a clutch moment. I think those would be the two big ones to compare him to. But is there somebody else you'd put on that list?
No. Gretzky? Like, I don't know.
Like Tiger in his prime?
Oh, yeah, I guess you want to do like a non-team sport.
Right, but that is really different, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah,
you know, like
sure.
Don't bring in tennis and golf into it.
I think that's different. I think it is definitely different. And he's 39 years old, so you're like, how many more cracks? You know, like Ronaldo already said he's done with Portugal. This is his last World Cup, I mean. And that's a guy that even this year and 4 years ago, remember there was a lot of talk like maybe he shouldn't even be doing this anymore. And that's sort of like one of Messi's like main rivals throughout this time. But Messi's still playing at the top end. And I think win or lose, most people will point to him as the best. If he wins, it's like you're just adding to it.
Are you rooting for him?
No.
I'm not either. It's funny.
No.
I wasn't rooting for him yesterday.
Not really. Well, that was a tough one because I wasn't really rooting for England either. But I was like, you were rooting for England.
It's fun to see England lose.
I agree, but I was rooting for England in that specific match. But I wanted either of these teams to lose to Spain.
Yeah, no,
and I would have wanted either of these two teams to lose to France.
Yeah. Oh, I would take France. I would take Spain. I would take our Scots, our Scottish friends. I would take all these guys.
I do not want England winning the World Cup. That would be insufferable. Right. But I did want them to beat Argentina yesterday, just as I was rooting. But I can still respect the show that Messi put on at the end of that game yesterday, which was absurd. But yeah, no, I'm still not rooting for him. I don't know what that says about me or anything else. I don't know what that is, but I don't root for him.
But, you know, conversely, like I never rooted for Michael Jordan except for when he was on Team USA.
Good point.
And I only rooted for Brady because he's on the Patriots.
Yeah, even like half the time I was like, not even fully in.
But I was saying, like, I think he's obviously especially a lot of kids' favorite player, and I get it. That's fine. But I never really picked out like the best player in the sport. Me personally, like I was always like, all right, everybody likes that player. I'll find somebody else. I'll root for Gary Payton and Sean Kemp.
All right, without looking, Twitch chat is quizzing us on our knowledge. Spain's won a World Cup. I do know that.
Okay,
what year?
Spain won the World Cup
2010.
Well, you got to do the math on this.
It wasn't 2018.
Jones, you got it.
2010.
Yep.
2010. Spain won it.
Soccer Jones.
Was 2014 the Netherlands?
No.
Did the Netherlands win one?
They were the runner-up.
They lost.
Wait, I know. Wait, hang on.
See, I'm getting all these losers right.
I know it wasn't the U.S.
No, U.S. didn't win it, and it wasn't England.
So Spain won in 2010.
Yeah.
France was 2018.
Yeah, and then Argentina, you said was 22.
2022.
This team, I think, demolished Brazil that year.
Nope. I was about to guess Brazil.
Oh, it was not Brazil. They beat Brazil. Were they a European team?
They were.
Okay. Ooh, so Uruguay's out. Okay.
It wasn't Italy, was it?
No.
Okay, because like they don't even qualify anymore. Yeah, but they've won it before.
Germany?
Was this the year Germany beat Brazil like 8-1? In the
is that right?
final?
Was it Classe?
Who's
the guy that
we don't know soccer. Look at you, Twitch chat embarrassed. Oh, we don't know soccer.
We're good at trivia. Bar trivia soccer style.
Besides 2018 and 2020.
Didn't get anyone. I've picked all the runners up correctly.
They beat Argentina that year.
2 World Cups. There it is. In your face.
The Argentine.
In your face, Messi.
All right.
617-779-7937. You can jump in on this. James is in Boston on our Red Sox conversation. Hello, James.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Hey.
You got a T-Rex behind you? What was that noise?
Just bear with me. This is not a core defense, and this is not a core defense. I want to start by saying that. But I've been listening to you guys for months. I listen to you guys forever. I love you. But I have been debating on calling in. I don't understand anyone's problem with the ownership, Breslow, everyone talking about everyone else except the players. I don't know how now you're talking about Chad Tracy and how good he's been doing. And I just do not understand how you can see how it's a completely different roster. Bayo gone, Anthony gone, Crochet gone. how Durbin is a completely different player, story gone, a whole different roster, and now they're winning games. They're professional athletes getting paid, and everyone is blaming everyone else, John Henry, the coach, the GM, instead of the people on the field.
All right, you know what, James? Fair. Like we
No,
should
it's fair.
blame the players. I think we put plenty on Bayo and Story and Duran and some of the other bums they've had.
I mean, you can't listen all the time,
Yeah.
which is fair. But like we've done tiers of the players, and we've had tiers every time that is just get off the team.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've blamed Duran since game one, Story since game one. We hated Durbin for 2 months. Then he
Yep.
turned it around. So
Yep.
credit to him. So I think the moment Cora got fired, I remember saying, first of all, could be a good move. Second, blame Duran, Story, and Durbin. Like those three guys were three of the worst
Right.
players in baseball.
When Story was so mad and
Yeah.
like confused about how he got fired, it's like, you, dude,
You probably because of you,
Look in the-
specifically because of you.
look in the mirror.
And I'm not letting John Henry off the hook.
No,
They're
me
the Boston
either.
Red Sox. They should spend more money. So they should spend more money. Maybe he's taking a little bit of your side of the street, talking about Breslow and some of the moves that he's brought in, and those guys have done well. And so maybe the players should get more blame overall than Breslow, I guess. But yeah, I feel like we've tossed that out there a few times, and I agree with them. Like the
No, I
three
mean-
worst players on the team, one got hurt, so that it was addition by subtraction. One turned it around in Durbin, and then you're still stuck with Durant.
Yeah, look, maybe we've gone too easy on the players. Maybe that's a fair criticism. I just think the players is a pretty self-evident debate. I don't think there's usually much of a friction point. It's like, no, right, Trevor Story's bad.
Yeah.
Right, Bayo's been terrible. What's
Are you
the
gonna fire him?
what's
You
the
can't really-
debate point?
Yeah, you can't fire him.
So
really.
maybe that's probably why on talk radio we skew away from that. I tend to think that's self-evident. But we have beat up on some of the players, I think, pretty well. 617-779-7937. You can jump in on our Red Sox conversation, or, of course, on the World Cup, which we're so knowledgeable about.
We know it all.
By the way, you can run with the 10% fan cash on your bets, win or lose, with the Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here at the Fanatic Sportsbook. We'll get into the Pats in the 11 o'clock hour. Bradfo joins us at 11:30. We go on the clock at high noon with some second-half predictions for the Red Sox and a Kiefer Madness at 12:45. Busy, 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 even on a slow sports time on the calendar, which is why the ESPYs were last night.
They sure were.
You know who was on the red carpet?
Jason Tatum
Doesn't seem to miss Jaylen Brown
does not.
all that much. Let's get to
No.
it next.
you understand throughout, the course of a career that the NBA is a business and people change teams and change coaches and front office, but it doesn't make it any easier.
That was Jason Tatum on the ESPYs red carpet last night. What'd you think of his attire? Did you catch his attire?
I actually
last
didn't
night?
even see it. I'll tell you what, I didn't watch a drip of the ESPYs.
In fairness,
Yeah.
I've
heard the cut. Or the little interview there on the red carpet. I did not catch any of it, believe it or not.
I didn't see it either. He just kind of went with a tank top and a couple of chains.
What's wrong with the tank?
Yeah, it's kind of the Sandler approach.
Showing off the guns a little bit.
Oh, big time.
Nice.
Shoulders are popping. I mean, he's no Missoula.
No, God, no.
But
if you got it, flaunt it.
Well, I would
I've
just
always
say,
said.
look, if I was going to go to an award show and you could dress like that, it's the Sandler approach. Like,
Do it.
that's cool.
Yeah.
So I'll give Tatum that.
Was he nominated for any ESPYs?
But what?
Comeback player.
Comeback player?
I don't know if you heard this. He had a torn Achilles. He had a documentary about it.
No athletes ever come back from that.
The first one
maybe
ever?
Maybe his little docuseries.
Yeah.
Maybe that was up for an award.
Could have been.
I didn't see all the ESPYs.
Quickest docuseries of all time. Each episode was like 4 minutes.
Most unnecessary documentary of all time. Didn't need to be made.
Like, we have 10 good minutes. Oh, documentary. Let's make it a documentary.
Didn't exactly sound broken up about the Jaylen Brown trade. He spoke for 19 seconds.
Yeah. And then even at the end, I think we cut it off there. Even at the end, he's like, yeah, we got to, we're excited about the new guys. Like, the question was about Jaylen Brown, and he's like, well, we got new guys coming in, too.
Has anybody sounded broken up about Jaylen leaving on the team?
No.
No.
Look,
I bet he was a lot to deal with.
I'm sure he was. It's just
he's also a really good player.
But I have to scratch the itch. For 9 years with the two of them together, really from the start, you're like, I wonder how friendly these two are. And I wonder if they're close. It's like, you don't know. They're buddies. They say over and over again. They root for each other. They love playing with one another.
Yeah.
Jaylen has babysat Deuce before.
That's cool.
Plus, Tatum's a father. And, how much can they really hang out all the time?
Yeah.
When Tatum has a young child at home, actually a couple, and Jaylen doesn't. They live in it, but they're very of course, they're very friendly. They like each other. They love each other.
Yeah.
And you hear that for 9 years. And then they separate, and Tatum can reflect on their tenure together and the trade that went down, and he gives you 19 seconds on the red carpet.
It's just more
and he's like, yeah, it's weird.
Stiz unearthed this. Stiz is the one that found the old shout-outs that Tatum had to former teammates like Time Lord and Marcus Smart, and they were so different than Jaylen Brown, a guy who he didn't even play with as long, right? Or he played with Jaylen Brown longer than those other guys. And that kind of said all you needed to know about it. I still maintain that the working relationship was fine enough. I mean, they were never going to be best friends. But it is funny, how quickly he's kind of moved on.
I think it was good enough to win.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe it's gone too far now, but you're right. At one point it was, and I would have run it back with those two.
Yeah.
I just never believed they were close, and I never believed they were all that friendly, and maybe that doesn't matter.
Do you think that
if your stance is it doesn't matter, fine. But people were like, no, they're close, they're friends, and you guys are making something out of nothing. Wrong.
Do you think any part of Brad Stevens moving on from Jaylen Brown, and not the return he got, put that to the side, 'cause it was trash, and I'm not trying to talk that up, but do you think any part of Brad Stevens' thinking was maybe there's going to be too much friction here this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe. Because I still blame Chisholm, and you and I blame Chisholm, but I wonder if Brad's like, you know what?
Secondary factor.
Yeah.
The main factor is the cheap-ass owner who said, get this contract out of here.
Yep.
And it's not just about they're only saving $4 million. Right, but they're also saving 58 or whatever it is in 3 years, plus they're saving on the 2 years of the extension.
Yeah.
They're actually saving quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And those savings are probably going to keep them out of the luxury tax, which is even more unseen savings. It's way more than the $4 million difference in salary between Jaylen and Paul George after George waived his trade kicker, which, of course, he did for this owner. So that's the driver. But I think the relationship between Tatum and Brown was next on the list.
Yeah.
And I don't think Brad came up with that on his own. I don't think Brad was just like, geez, I don't know if it's going to work between Tatum and Brown this year. I don't think that. I bet Tatum made it clear it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, well, and
Tatum, that's a guess, that's a bet.
Yeah.
That's how I would bet it.
Yeah, and it probably goes back to like those tweets that Brown was like, no, I'm just hyping up these guys, and it's like you can't say it's your favorite season and then also compare stats from last season when Jason Tatum was on the team. Now, then this also is fascinating to me because Jaylen Brown is now on Philly, and automatically I think he already has a worse relationship with Joel Embiid than he ever did with Jason Tatum.
So look, I will say this for the millionth time.
Yeah.
Just because the Celtics made an all-time historically bad trade, and they did, it does not mean it's going to work out in Philly.
It doesn't.
And if Jaylen goes there and can't get along with their, let's call him quote-unquote best player or most established player in Embiid, because I don't think Embiid's their best player anymore, and he might not be their second best. But if you can't put your ego aside there, and that gets in the way, and they're like not just on the basketball court, figuring out sharing the basketball. Like, to me, that's one thing that's going to take some time. That even took time with LeBron and Wade. Like, it's going to take time to figure out the basketball part of it. Yes.
Yeah, LeBron James.
But if it's a constant sideshow and, like, real, true, out in the open infighting between Embiid and Jaylen, well, then that is going to follow Jaylen there. And I think a lot of us are going to look at it and say it was a ticking time bomb here.
Does this team, because we've seen a lot of different versions of quote-unquote super teams ever since Pierce, Garnett, and Allen, right? LeBron's been on a bunch of them himself. Durant's been on a bunch of them. They all don't have a lot of success. It sounds great. I get why teams want to do it. And I don't know, like, this one's interesting, and
well, that's interesting that you would say that because you don't give LeBron a lot of credit for the people he teams up with, but he's won with all those super teams.
He won 2 out of 4 with Miami. He won. I still don't give him credit for the Lakers one, but I guess he did win fake title
and Cleveland.
Yeah. But like not as much as he probably should have based on who he was with and how he was manipulating
it.
That's
fine,
but Durant only won on the super team in Golden State. He never won in any of these other places where he's playing with Harden. He's playing with Kyrie. Play with Devin Booker. Like, he's never won any of those places.
No, I would say
this one, though, to me,
they tend to not work out. It's true.
I'm kind of like in a pretzel because I want to root for Jaylen Brown because I hated this trade, but I can't root for Philly. I certainly can't root for Joel Embiid. But the more I think about it, I wonder if it's going to be a little bit like, remember when Kobe, Dwight Howard, Steve Nash.
Oh, and it went really bad.
They got swept in the first round.
Oh, did they even? I didn't remember they made it. Okay.
I think they made the playoffs, but it was like, I remember at the time, and believe it or not, and not to throw him under the bus, but I remember doing a show with Jermaine Wiggins at the time, all the way back then, and he loved that team. He thought that team was like never going to lose a game.
Look, Wiggy, I was with you then. I
thought that was
I thought that was going to be a very good
But I remember
team.
he was like, case closed, and he'd even tell you this next time you see him. He was like, case closed, this Lakers team's going to win everything. So I think people are a little bit more hesitant to just like crown the 76ers because you know that, and you know that Maxey, Brown, Joel Embiid, and maybe LeBron is going to be great on paper. Like, you're going to have the best rating in NBA 2K, but not sure how all those pieces are going to fit together.
Yeah, that Lakers team won 45 games and got swept by the Spurs.
Swept. Swept. They won 45 games. And, Kobe
was third in the division.
And Kobe was like in his prime. That was like a good Steve Nash was obviously not in his prime, but like Kobe was.
And we overrated Dwight at the time.
Yeah,
I thought that was going to be a big, big difference. Who else? You said another name. Who
Pau
else?
Gasol.
Oh, and Gasol.
And they still had Ron Artest or Metta World Peace. They still had him. So like that team was viewed as like they should be really, really good, and they were not.
No. Tatum probably won't be broken up about that. He's certainly not broken up about Jaylen Brown at the ESPYs last night on the red carpet. You can jump in with your thoughts on the Celtics, how Jaylen will do with Philly this year, and the relationship between Tatum and Brown. 617-779-7937. It sure sounds like it was a factor, maybe not the driving force, but a factor in the trade that went down last month. You guys, again, can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. We will get back into the Patriots. Everybody's got a list, Keefe. Jerry Fowler's got his quarterbacks list.
Oh, yeah.
Pro Football Focus. Cowherd. I heard Shime saying, I guess Cam Newton has one as well.
Sure.
So we figured it's a good time to actually put pen to paper and give our top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. This is not a tier. This is not negotiated between the two of us.
No, these are
eyes are broken with Billy.
I can't blame you for how bad the tiers end up.
Billy, you can sit this one out.
No tiebreaker necessary.
Because we are going to rank our top 10 quarterbacks. Where does Drake May fit in? Find out in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Sports Original.
Everywhere you go.
Hour 2, Jones and Keefe, WEEI. Rob Bradford on the way 1/2 hour from now. We'll get all the latest on the Red Sox heading into the second half, heading into the trade deadline. He joins us at 11:30 every Thursday. In 1 hour, Keefe, we will go on the clock at high noon.
Really?
And give you our Red Sox second half predictions for the upcoming second half of the season, plus Kiefer Madness for you at 12:45, so stay tuned. But we thought it'd be a good day to get in there and give you our top 10 quarterbacks. It's been a while since we ranked them. Brian, running Twitch, actually tracked down our old top 10 quarterback list. I guess we've done this before, probably last offseason. He was able to track that down. It's been a little bit since we've done it. Everybody's got a list going on. We, of course, were way ahead of the curve and tiered off quarterbacks months ago.
Of course.
But you and I have not individually ranked these QBs in some time.
And this is important because I think it's easy during the course of a season to be, whether it's the Patriots themselves or their opponent, to be like, oh, he's a top 10 quarterback. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can't have like 15 top 10 quarterbacks. You got to put yourself on the line here.
I felt pretty strong about like 6 or 7. And then I was like, by the end of the top 10, I'm like, I don't really like any of these guys.
There is an argument. Like, I have a handful of honorable mentions, obviously. And we did this when we were looking at other people, or actually even when we did the tiers. I feel like there's probably 6 that have to be on everybody's list.
Correct.
And then 7, 8, 9, 10 is kind of a choose your own adventure.
I mean, I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
When you get to the back end of the top 10. Well, why don't Keefe, you take first ups here on your top 10 QBs?
And do you think to build the suspense, we should actually go 1 to 10?
I think there's less suspense at the top.
Right, because waiting, everybody already knows.
Yep.
So, all right, number 1 for me is Josh Allen. I think he has not been given a lot. Obviously, I know there's no Super Bowl. There's not even a Super Bowl appearance for Josh Allen. I also don't think he has a great team around him. And yet, every time the Patriots play him, you're like, all right, he's the best player on the field, and he's gonna win a lot of games. Ultimately, he's gonna have to win the Super Bowl. But I still have him as the best player, best quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, number 2. I think he'll bounce back this year, even with the injury. I think he'll be back. I'm not ready to move him too far below that. I have Lamar Jackson 3. I didn't realize how polarizing Lamar Jackson was based on some of these lists already in the offseason.
It's wild.
People are forgetting about Lamar Jackson. And
it's
how he's
wild
like,
how much people hold Lamar's injuries last year against him in a down season and don't hold it against Burrow at all. Like, that is wild.
Yeah.
The contrast in how those two are talked about. Burrow's always hurt.
Yeah.
Lamar got hurt last year, had one down season, and all of a sudden he's dropping like a stone on all these lists. So that is crazy.
He's a 2-time MVP, and the year that he was a runner-up for the MVP, I actually thought he should have gotten it. As we were working together.
He lost to Josh Allen.
You had Josh Allen, I had Lamar. But either way, he's had 3 of like the best quarterback seasons over the last 5 years. Number 4, Drake May. I'm going with Drake May. We argued a lot about Drake May versus Stafford last season. We even talked about Drake May versus Joe Burrow last season. I'm going with Drake May. Maybe it's a slightly homer take, but he's coming off a great season, and I think he's going to be better this year. Even if he doesn't finish as high in the MVP ranking, I just think having A.J. Brown, having Romeo Doubs, all the things that we've talked about before, I think he's going to have a monster year. So I got him 4. These next 2 guys, I think, are both arrowed down for me, but I couldn't drop them too far in the ranking. So I am going to have Stafford 5.
Okay.
And I'm going to have Joe Burrow 6.
Okay.
They're not as good as I think other people think that they are, but they're better than the rest of the guys on my list. Number 7, I'm going with Baker Mayfield. A lot of people might scoff at Baker Mayfield. Ew. Thank you, Drop God.
The Bucs don't even like him.
The Bucs do like him. They love him.
What do you mean the Bucs don't like him? Because
They're
they don't
not
want to give
giving
him a
him a contract
contract?
extension.
Yeah. Do the Cowboys like Dak? They didn't do it.
He's a
They
grinder.
eventually gave him a contract extension.
He was a little bit banged up last year, so it wasn't his best football, but I still think like going into the year fresh, give me Baker Mayfield at 7. I am going Caleb Williams at 8.
Ugh.
I've always liked Caleb Williams. I think having Ben Johnson is a real help, but guess what? That's what he's got.
Thank you, Drop God.
All right, Drop God.
You whiffed on Baker Mayfield,
All right,
but
keep
this,
that
this
same
one you got
energy
right.
for Jones's list. All right, Caleb
I
Williams.
will. Don't worry about that.
I'm
I know
going-
he's not going to have Caleb Williams, though.
Yep,
He will not.
you can see the
He
future.
will not. I'll be honest. I tried to shoehorn Bo Nix into this. Couldn't do it. Tried my best. Couldn't do it. All right, number 9, I have Jalen Hurts. I think he's one of the more underrated, disrespected quarterbacks in the league. Guy has a Super Bowl. He wins 1 million games. He has a winning record in the playoffs. I know the tush push is not aesthetically pleasing, but when you factor in his running ability with that and the winning, I got Jalen Hurts at 9. And then at 10, I'm going Dak Prescott. I know sometimes the Dallas Cowboy players as a whole get sort of elevated higher than they should be, but Dak a couple of years ago was runner-up in the MVP, and he's good. Like, when he's healthy, he's good. He's a productive quarterback, so I'll have him at number 10.
So we have the same first 7, almost in the exact order.
Jesus.
Almost in the exact order. I did give Stafford the benefit of the doubt at 4 over Drake May.
Okay.
I have no problem with you putting May over Stafford. I think that one's a coin flip. We both have him ahead of Burrow.
We're having an orgasm over Drake May.
I flip Mahomes and Allen at the top. I still defer to Mahomes 1 over Allen, but again, I have no problem. You have Allen 1, Mahomes 2. Those are the top 2 on our list. We each have Lamar 3. I flip Stafford and May. Stafford over May 4-5. You had May over Stafford. We both have Burrow 6. We both have.
Oh boy.
Cue up the drop. Baker Mayfield 7.
Overrated as hell.
Okay. Well, just on our list. I think he's actually underrated.
We're team
just
Baker
on
over
our
here.
list. But then 8, 9, 10, we had, I don't believe, what were yours again? 8, 9, 10?
Caleb Williams, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott.
So I couldn't argue a way to get Hurts in there. I also like
Fine.
Hurts. He'd
That's
probably
fine.
be 11, 12, whatever on my list. He did not make the top 10. I went Jaden Daniels 8.
That's fine.
I went Herbert, even though I'm down on him.
Yeah.
Even though I'm down on him.
I get it.
He's got to be I think, a top 10 quarterback. I have him 9th.
I argued myself. You should have seen it. I was arguing with myself. I was arguing Prescott and Herbert.
Taxi driver.
At 10.
Okay.
Yeah, I was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so Herbert almost made my top 10, but
Gollum shouting at himself in a puddle. Yeah.
I ended up going with Dak.
Okay. Look, I don't want Herbert in the top 10, but I found it really difficult to keep him out of the top 10. I'm giving Sam Darnold the benefit of the doubt by winning a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. He's been great 2 years in a row. He was awesome in the postseason.
Yeah. Didn't he lead the league in turnovers last year?
He might have.
I'm giving Darnold the benefit of the doubt. Did he win a Super Bowl?
Okay, not
last year's Super Bowl?
Nick Foles isn't a great
No, I think
quarterback.
Mbappe won last year's Super Bowl.
Okay, but
Might have been messy.
Okay, but you still have Hurts on your list. Like, Hurts had a horrible season, and Hurts has won a Super Bowl. So I think on some level, I'm going to give Darnold the benefit of the doubt. He might never be in my top 10 again.
Yeah.
But I put Sam Darnold in the 10th spot. So I do not have Caleb Williams in there. You were trying to shoehorn Bo Nix in there.
I think for me, the closest guys were Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. Jaden Daniels, I don't hate that one. He'd be in my top 15.
Closest for me was Hurts, who missed out. I'm surprised he didn't figure out a way to get Purdy in there.
Purdy, another one, good one. I'm glad you brought him up. Another one I did actually consider, but ultimately left him out. But that wave of guys would be in my top half. Nix, Purdy, Herbert, Jaden Daniels.
I bet we'll get some. Neither of us at Goff. Doesn't sound like either of us even considered Goff.
No, I think we're locked in on Goff and Love. I think around the league.
Oh, and Love. That's
People
another
seem to like
one
Jordan
people will
Love.
probably hate. I didn't even think about those two for my top 10.
Same with like Stroud. I didn't really consider CJ Stroud.
Trevor Lawrence got a lot of love last year.
Yeah,
Who?
I mean,
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, yeah, he had a good season.
I would take Lawrence over Goff, Love, Caleb.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd put Lawrence over all those guys, and I don't love Trevor Lawrence.
Purdy.
Say it again.
I thought Keith was going to have
That's what
Purdy.
I just said.
I know.
I thought Keith would figure out a way to get Purdy in there.
I thought about it. I thought
Okay.
about it. But then I was looking at like some of the numbers and like, because on the one hand, you don't want to go overboard for or penalize the guy for having such good teammates because some of those guys on that list, like Burrow has two of the best receivers. Stafford has two of the best receivers, right? So I don't want to go too far.
Yeah,
overboard
I would
there,
say
but-
too with Darnold, just to defend that for a minute. I mean, JSN didn't break out till he got. I mean, JSN is one of our no doubt, no brainer top receivers. He broke out with Darnold, who did not turn it over in the postseason. He was 5 touchdowns against no picks in the postseason. So to me, maybe it's a captive prisoner of the moment, but I would put Darnold in the top 10 over some of those other names. So we'll get those up shortly. At Jones and Keefe, you can seek them out, yell about them. Our top 10
Please
quarterbacks
do.
here in the NFL. We do, though, agree on the top 7. And that's where I really had the line. After Mayfield, I'm like, I don't feel real strong about 8, 9, or 10. I guess there's a mishmash of names you could have in there. That's how I would prioritize them. But I think after those, definitely 6, and you and I are higher on Mayfield the most. After those 7, if you have different names in 8, 9, 10, I don't think you're crazy. We just probably value different things in the position.
I was on TV last night, Bragg.
Oh,
and
nice. Good for you.
We were kicking around some of these quarterback lists.
Holly and
right?
Giles.
Holly said.
Some say it's superior to.
Some have said that.
Felger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, both those guys were tremendous last night. And so, as we were discussing quarterbacks, Holly just sort of threw out as a statement. Well, there's the big four. Right, so he was like, "There's the big four of Allen, Mahomes, Jackson, and Burrow," and
Burrow's,
I stopped him. I'm like, "I don't think you can do that."
Burrow's not in it.
I don't think he's in it. And if you were going to include him, you have to include Stafford and May. I would flip that order, but you know what I'm saying? I think it's either a big three.
That's what I think. I think there's a big three,
or I guess a big six. If
I
you
think
want to go
there's
that far.
a big three.
Yeah.
I think there's a tier break. Maybe not a significant one, but there's a big three. We actually, when we did tiers, had two. I argued to keep Lamar on the top tier with Allen and Mahomes, but whatever. It's those two, then it's Lamar, and then a tier break. However you want to say it.
I mean, Joe Burrow sounded
you.
so sad last year. He wanted to quit, and it was it was another you played half the games, whatever it was. So, some of it's injury or whatever. But you've brought this up before. I mean, a guy that is just really cruising by on that, Super Bowl appearance, not even Super Bowl win. We're giving him so much credit. It's weird because usually players get penalized for losing the Super Bowl. He's getting propped up to the Hall of Fame.
He's still living off making a Super Bowl in 2021.
Right.
Still.
And he has the best wide receiver duo in the league, and he's had it pretty much his whole career.
And he barely plays. And again, so it's like Mahomes has one injury. Patriots fans are like, drop Mahomes.
Yeah.
Lamar missed some games last year. Drop Lamar. He's not a top-tier player anymore. Burrow plays half a season.
Yeah.
He's
missed a full season of games, right? Because he missed 7 in 23, and then he missed 9 last year.
Burrow's played 6 years in the NFL. He's missed at least half the season, or right around half the season, 3 different times. The guy never plays. And, he gets the benefit. I think he's overrated. It doesn't make him bad. I would still have him somewhere in the top 6 in the NFL, but I agree. He's not in the Lamar, Mahomes, Allen group. He's with Drake May, who's knocking on the door of that group. At least when we evaluate it, Keith had him 4th. I had him 5th. 617-779-7937. What'd you think of our top 10 QB list? You can weigh in there, Twitch chat, text line, or on the phones. Plus, on the way next, Keith, just 2 minutes away.
2 minutes.
Do the Patriots have enough high-end talent? I find myself asking that with all the lists that come out. Jeremy Fowler's among them.
Yep.
Bill Barnwell had one today. Do the Patriots have enough high-end talent to get back to a Super Bowl? We'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith. Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We got Brad Foe on the way about 15 minutes from now. He joins us every Thursday at 11:30. Jeremy Fowler has concluded, Keefe, his positional ranks, where executives, coaches, and scouts rank the top players at various positions. Today, the safeties came out. Kevin Byard was one of the others receiving votes. So that would place him 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There were 5 honorable mentions.
Okay.
16, 17, roughly 18th.
Yeah, it's kind of low.
Safety
I thought he'd be higher based on the season he had last year.
in the NFL.
Okay.
So the Patriots, I think, had 3 guys on the honorable mention list. Travion Henderson, Hunter Henry, and now Byard. And I say honorable mention, also receiving votes, rather.
Okay.
The honorable mentions were usually like the first 3, 4, 5 that missed out.
Right.
And then inside the top 10, they had Milton Williams, number 9.
Big Milt.
They had A.J. Brown, number 9. They had Drake May, 8, famously, and Gonzo, 3. So they have 4 players in the top 10. They had 3 others that received votes. And if you want to use this as a jumping off point, and we can get to Bill Barnwell's trades list that came out today, essentially like a trade value list that he came out with, which I think is interesting. But we can use this as a jumping off point. Do they have enough high-end talent? Because I thought they would do better in this exercise. You made the point when we were talking about this earlier in the week. They're way better than they were a year ago, and they have leapfrogged from where they were a year ago.
Right.
I still thought they'd do better in this.
I thought they might too. It's kind of a consistent theme, though, that the expectation isn't too high across the league for the Patriots. They certainly don't expect them back in the Super Bowl, and they don't expect them to win the division again, right? Like they've already like, oh, that was a fluke. Josh Allen and the Bills are going to win again. Even though when you stack up the rosters side by side, you stack up the head coaches side by side, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too swept up in what the Patriots did a year ago, I guess. But I feel like they're the better team. But to answer your question, I think the answer is yes because of the positions those guys play. So you only have 4 in the top 10.
Good point.
But the most important positions in all of football are quarterback,
QB, wide receiver, corner, edge, tackle.
Yep.
And they have
3 of those
5
covered.
Yeah.
3 of those covered, and we all and they all ranked like 8th, 9th, and then 3rd in the case of Gonzo. But you and I just went over Drake May. We both think Drake May is top 5. Mm-hmm. I think A.J. Brown's probably like 7, just for the sake of argument.
A few spots higher.
Yeah, like I think that's pretty good. And then even Milton Williams, not as valuable as like a true pass rusher on the outside, but can impact that area obviously. So. Yeah, I think so. And it's also not like there's this huge drop-off from other players, right? Like they have, in my opinion, an average to above average tight end. They have an average to above average backfield. They have an average to above average second receiver. They have the best secondary in the league, in my humble opinion. And so, yeah, like you need an edge rusher to step up and maybe a middle linebacker or so. But other than that, like I do think they have enough talent.
So players who didn't get love on this list, we mentioned Henry, Henderson, and Byard were in the others receiving votes. Fowler did have a note in a separate tweet. He said Byard deserves better, but age is often a big factor in the voting.
Okay.
And he says these aren't career accomplishment awards. So he did explain that away.
Okay.
While making a note of a few other players, including Bullock and Imanwari. Byard was one of the ones he broke out and highlighted. So players who didn't get love on the list: Will Campbell, Christian Barmore, Carlton Davis, Craig Woodson, Robert Spillane. Did I say Ramondre?
Onwenu, maybe?
Good one.
Yeah.
Onwenu, no Romeo Dobbs anywhere near the list. So,
I don't expect that.
Those are like some other names that, I don't know, maybe we think more highly of because we're here and we see them every day, or we have high hopes for some of these new names. But those are guys who didn't get any love from the league.
You know what? Also, yeah, that's true. And so, okay, that's fine. But I think out of half those guys you named, I think they all could have potentially big years. And then in this sport where the head coach is even more important than the other sports, top 10 coach.
True.
And then when you go one step further, like the coach quarterback combination and how important that has been, especially over the last 20 years. And, maybe you're going to still give Reed and Mahomes sort of the nod there because of their longevity, and that's fine.
I probably would. But
after
Allen,
that?
not Allen.
Not Allen or Lamar right now.
Not Lamar.
Right.
So
not Burrow.
Well, so Stafford and McVay you got to give it to.
Yeah, I think NFC, there's a couple. I think even McDonald, just because of the head-to-head, McDonald we give a lot of credit to.
That's true, but maybe the Chargers, maybe the Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm down on Harbaugh and Herbert.
So I am too, but if you're talking about the combo, that's probably still one of the better combos.
Maybe.
Seahawks,
you got to feel pretty confident
Rams,
in
Chiefs. Yeah, you're certainly a top
Vrabel and
5
May. Yeah.
coach quarterback combo for sure.
So that's another one of these important positions,
Good
right?
point.
So if you have the quarterback, you have a wideout, you have a corner, and a coach. I'm like, okay, like that's a pretty good baseline.
Good building blocks.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Do the Patriots have enough high-end talent? You can discuss 617-779-7937. Bill Barnwell also came out with NFL trade tiers. How many first-round picks players are worth?
Oh, interesting.
So he wrote, this isn't the price to pry anyone away at any cost. You can stack up all the draft picks in the world. The Bills aren't going to trade Josh Allen, for instance.
Yeah.
He says, consider what it would cost if a team decided it was willing to trade a player at a given position, okay? So in theory, if the Pats were like dangling Drake May out there or Gonzalez,
well,
what would it take?
Okay.
He says, this is an attempt to reflect how the league views players as opposed to my personal opinion. I don't know how plugged in of a guy he is. So I wonder if, and I don't mean that as a shot at Barnwell. I'm just saying, like, so is he talking to executives, or is this just what he's trying to figure out as how the league would view it? I'm not sure. He says, although my thoughts are naturally going to be a part of the conversation.
Great.
So he says six first-round picks for Drake May is what it would take.
Are you even allowed to do that?
He says, we can make the case Drake May is more valuable than Josh Allen and should command more first-rounders given his age, et cetera, et cetera. They're not trading Drake May, but I just thought that was an interesting note.
Got it. All right, but if that's sort of the top of the scale.
Yeah, and,
right.
and he's basically saying Drake May is arguably the most valuable player in the league, the most difficult to pry away from their team.
Yeah, like Bill Simmons used to do his like trade value. So it's not necessarily ranking the players, but he would do like top 100 NBA trade value. And so a guy like Wembanyama, even if you would argue Jokic is better, Wemby would have more trade value.
Correct.
So easy.
The interesting name, or most interesting name anyway, we can get into all of it eventually. He says 2 first-round picks for Gonzo. He says the Sauce Gardner trade pegged the going rate for elite young corners as 2 first-rounders. Gonzalez is a better player than Sauce, combining outstanding man coverage ability with excellent tackling and a better work against the run. That's interesting because that's the knock on him.
Excellent tackling?
Yeah.
Where'd Barnwell get that? That's not what I've heard.
CC Bedard on that one,
Yeah.
Barnwell. The only weakness you can point to from Belichick's final first-round pick is health. Gonzalez missed 17 games over his first 3 seasons with various injuries. So he does say 2 first-rounders is what it would take to get Gonzalez. Does that interest you at all as a Patriots fan?
It does not interest me at all, but it does slightly concern me because if they don't get a deal done, I think this is what we're talking about. I think right now we're still in a position where they have some time. They could get a deal done before week 1, and maybe he's extended. He's here for a while. He's your number 1 corner. Or it continues to sort of bleed over, and then you're like, you can actually get something. So rather than getting Paul George and 2 first-round picks, you get 2 first-round picks. Like that's probably as good as you could get for any kind of like elite player. Like when we've seen Sauce, when we've seen some of these top-end wide receivers that get dealt in their prime, that's kind of what they go for. And so Gonzo, I'm not surprised to be in that conversation. I just hope the Patriots aren't like,
2 first-rounders.
2 first-rounders is good.
Great for this soft-ass player who, by the way, won't take hard coaching.
Yeah.
According to the Patriots via Bedard.
That I don't love.
Other names on the list, we can circle back to this later. 1 first-rounder for Will Campbell. Fat chance.
What? I don't think they're getting that.
1 first-rounder for A.J. Brown and Milton Williams, which is interesting just because the Pats just gave up a first-rounder for A.J. Brown, and people around here didn't like it.
Milton Williams first-rounder, though. That's interesting. That is interesting if that's true.
And he says missing out is Christian Barmore. He says Barmore was on the track to stardom after a breakout 2023, but that's no longer the case. So we'll circle back to that with all your phone calls, 617-779-7937. Plus, let's get back to the Red Sox. Rob Bradford, Baseball Isn't Boring, and WEEI joins us next.
Let me tell you something. When he
You hear the music, you know what time it is. It is time for Rob Bradford. Baseball Isn't Boring and WEEI. He joins us every Thursday at 11:30. Brought to you by McFarland Energy, the heating, cooling, and bioheat delivery pros that Eastern Mass and all of Cape Cod depend on at McFarlandEnergy.com. Bradfo, what's going on?
Oh, I'm so happy to be home. I'm so happy to talk to you, McFarland, to you all. Yay, baseball. What an unbelievable all-star game, right? 4-0 shutout.
It was very exciting.
Edge of your seat stuff.
You were there. Yep. All of baseball was there. So I imagine a lot of buzz, a lot of talk. What does the baseball world expect the Red Sox to do?
Oh, right to it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Not messing around.
New clock here, Bradfo. We got to get to it. Yeah.
Let's go.
I know. And by the way, I got in the car, and the first thing I heard was Keith say, "I'm not a big fan of the tush push," so I didn't know what you were talking about. But it spiced things up, and I will say that the Red Sox have spiced things up around the world of baseball. Everybody expects them to buy. Now, I will say what I told you guys the other day, like, okay, yeah, that's all well and good, but we'll see how they land after this homestand against teams that they have not beaten before. They still have to prove some things. And if they come out of this homestand and head to the great city of Sacramento in the same situation they are now, then absolutely. But then, they do not have benefit of the doubt at the trade deadline. Everybody can talk about big things and big names and getting everybody the way this world is right now in the world of front offices, including the Red Sox, is that, yeah, there's a lot of deals made, but how many of our deals are the kind of uncomfortable deals where you say we are getting the superstar and we're paying a crap load of guys for it, and we don't care if we might look bad? And that's the one thing the Red Sox have to do this time around.
When you look at the guys that are out right now for them, they have so many big-name players. They got a bunch of pitchers and Garrett Crochet and Connolly Early and even Ranger Suarez and then Roman Anthony, Marcelo Meyer, Trevor Story. How many of those guys do you think are going to be helping the team in the next month and a half or so?
Well, I think Story will be back. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back before the end of the month. And I know that he wasn't good for the first couple months there. But I do think that you probably chalk it up at least a little bit to he was dealing with that injury throughout that entire time. I don't think that's the one position where you can say, all right, you can get an upgrade. You can definitively say that you can go out and Trevor Story might be an upgrade at, say, shortstop. Because right now at second base, until Anthony Siegler shows otherwise or Romy Gonzalez shows otherwise, that's not a bad combination. That's not a bad situation. But shortstop, absolutely. And so Trevor Story would be the guy at the top of the list. As I said the other day, Roman Anthony, the fact that they send him to Fort Myers tells me that I don't know if they expect him back anytime soon. And Crochet, I know I'm supposed to talk to Crochet later today, and it'll be interesting to see if he's thrown at all. I would not be shocked at all for Garrett Crochet if we get to the end of the year here and they say, well, is it worth it for him to push through this long term, because you're dealing with a shoulder thing, which obviously is much more serious than they thought it was.
Going back to Story real quick, if he comes back, and like you said, they've had a few different players playing shortstop right now, including Meyer, who's also not available, but is Story just put him in there and let him go unless they add somebody else, or is it how long of a leash would he get because he was so bad to start the year?
Yeah, again, this isn't making an excuse, but the fact is that you had the sports hernia thing, and you could see where he couldn't do certain things, certainly in the field, which normally he might be able to do. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be able to immediately be an impactful guy, but I do know this, is that probably it's a good move to say, Trevor Story, let's see if we can get the guy that we saw for the second half last year out of him instead of riding some of these guys who are being called up like Cheng or whoever it is. Because the upside for a good Trevor Story, it's still significant. So, yeah, I think they put him in there unless you talk about a trade deadline, which incorporates the shock and awe of a Jeremy Pena, a Zach Neto, or someone like that.
All right, I guess that was my follow-up. Was if Trevor Story comes back and is healthy, let's say he's fine, right? He's not hitting 100, but he's also not hitting 300. He's just fine. would they still be in the market for a shortstop and then have that conversation with Story like, hey, you're either a platoon guy, a second baseman, or something else, but we went out and got somebody that's going to be our everyday shortstop?
The problem with that is that you don't have the time to figure that out. Like, you don't have the time. If
Right.
Trevor Story comes back, you have what, a week, maybe, to figure, hey,
Also,
are you the
yeah.
good version of Trevor Story? You have to really identify, and you could make, okay, let's play this out. If you want to do the Neto thing, the Pena thing, whatever, you want to go that route, which I wouldn't be averse to because you need a right-handed bat. Those are good bats, and they're good shortstops, and they're under control. So you want to do that, and you say, Trevor, I'm sorry, we know you want to play shortstop, but we're going to move you to second. Okay, that's fine. But I can't see a scenario where they don't, when Trevor Story's ready, that they're like, Trevor, yeah, you just hang out here. You're not going to play. They've run out of times to evaluate. They just have to take this leap of faith with him.
Okay, Rob Bradford, Baseball Isn't Boring, joining us here on Jones and Keefe. Bradfo, time for a little game.
Oh,
Yay.
If we
I like
can.
games.
How about yes or no? I want short answers on this. Yes or no, you expect these players to be moved at the trade deadline, Bradfo? You understand the parameters?
Yeah, you say yes or no.
Okay, let's go.
Can I play?
Yeah. Jeremy Pena.
Yes.
Yes.
Zach Neto.
Yes.
Yes.
Francisco Lindor.
No.
Yes.
Corey Seager.
No.
No.
Byron Buxton.
No.
Yes.
Damn it. Matt Olson.
No.
No. Matt Olson?
Matt Olson? Why would they trade Matt Olson?
You mean Matt Chapman?
That is what I meant. I'm sorry. Matt Chapman is what I
I
meant.
don't think
Sorry.
Olson's going
Sorry.
anywhere.
Matt Chapman is what I meant. Sorry. Get my Matt Chapman.
He's trying to stump us, Bradford.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
job
yeah.
not going for it. Nice job.
Matt Stairs.
Oh,
No.
it's Billy's guy.
All right.
Good game.
Matt Chapman.
Yes.
Yes.
Bo Bichette.
Yes.
No.
Hunter Goodman.
Oh, I like how you emphasize the accent ain't goo on good man.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
Luis Ariz.
Probably.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm interested in
There's
some of
some
those
names moving
I'm interested
around.
in some of those names for the Red Sox. Yeah.
Not to steal your game idea.
Go for it.
But can I ask Bradford a similar question?
Yes.
Aroldis Chapman.
No.
Okay. Good.
No. I'm going to do the Sonny Gray
Sonny
question.
Gray.
Sonny Gray?
I like the question mark. No, but they should absolutely entertain it because there is no pitcher other than Tarek Skubal is going to bring you back more. And by the way, that introduces the no trade clause, which Sonny Gray has that. Wilson Contreras has that. That complicates things. But I still say, like, if they said to Sonny Gray, we want to trade you with Atlanta, I don't think he would say no.
Okay.
By the way, good interview with Wilson Contreras.
I was just going to ask this. Yeah.
That big story that came out, it's like, oh, he said he wouldn't waive his no trade. And then you asked him about it. He's like, kinda.
Yeah,
What was your read on that?
Yeah.
That was more lukewarm.
Somebody whose name rhymes with Shamillo totally misrepresented that. Which I say that I'm going on this podcast so I can say him in person. But here's the thing: in defense of Chris, like this was very complicated the way he said it, and that's how you took it. But if you listen back to what he said, I think what he said. Now I do not know this for a fact. I think what he was saying was he went to the Red Sox and probably said something along the lines, if you activate the club option in 2028 for $20 million, I will not. I promise I will not. I will not get in your way, or something like that. So something I don't know. But, yeah.
Okay.
Right. But luckily, it doesn't look like that's even going to come up anyway because they should keep him. They should add to the team.
How do you trade that guy?
Yeah, you can't.
How do you trade him
now?
Like,
I agree.
No.
Well, how you fall out of it and then there's a lockout next year. I mean that's how. But I'm with you. Sitting here today, I wouldn't trade him. I'm with you.
Yeah, but even then, like he's not going to be as good as this for the next couple of years. But still, he represents everything that you need, including a guy who was going to put his hand to his ear, walking into a boxing ring in Philadelphia, and say, "Bring it on," and then hit the 490-foot bombs. Like you need more of that in Boston. You need more of that in baseball.
My contention, Bradfo, before we let you go, is that Craig Breslow, who has inarguably failed at the trade deadline the last couple of years, if you want to be glass half full, and you know me, that's me, if you want to be glass half full and expect different out of Breslow this year, my argument would be there's a real sense of urgency, or I would hope there's a sense of urgency over his job security. Is that a reason to believe Breslow will act differently at the deadline this year compared to the last two?
I don't know if you could say job security, but you could definitely say, because you have to go back to what he was saying in the offseason. World Series, World Series, World Series, World Series. Like everything. And maybe that is job security. Maybe it's one and the same. But when you have proclaimed that this is your goal, and now you put yourself in position to actually achieve something like that, then you can't go halfway. You can't do the Dustin May thing. And that's what sort of scares me, is that, like, don't do the – I understand you like to get guys and fix them, and that's how baseball is now. But go out and get uncomfortable. Get the guy, get the foundation guy, the shock and awe guy, because this is what you proclaim. You know what you need. You need a bat in the middle of the order that you can say, good luck getting past that and Wilson Contreras. That's what you need. So go out and get it. You're going to have to pay 3 times what you wanted to pay for him. You might look bad, whatever it is. But to come back to your point, yeah, I mean, I do think that more so than the last couple of years, there is we have to do something big.
Okay. He is Rob Bradford, WEEI. Baseball Isn't Boring. You can check him out on the Odyssey app. He joins us every Thursday at 11:30. Bradford, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Rob Bradford, second time in a week.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
Good stuff out of Bradford. I like the trade deadline game there. Maybe we should
Great game.
We should bring that back with him.
Me and Bradford disagreed on a couple. We did.
Which
Yeah.
we can get into.
And
Let's
he
get
tried
into
to
that
stump
game.
us with that
It'd be
also.
something if Matt Olson got traded.
Yeah, he's trying to stump
The
us.
second best team in the NL selling off pieces.
Whatever. When you come up with a game in the middle of the segment, man, you can't always fact check yourself and double check yourself. So we'll circle back to his answers on some of those, because actually he's got some real interesting names moving. Not Matt Olson,
It
but
could
a
be
lot
a
of
good
other
deadline.
interesting names moving.
Could be
yeah.
a pretty good deadline.
So let's get to that. And John Henry has spoken about why he doesn't speak to the media. Let's get to that with some phone calls coming up next.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner.
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We just spoke to Rob Bradford. The old trade deadline game. People are going nuts for it. We'll get into that.
People love it.
In just a moment. I technically had 10 names on there.
Did.
I only meant to ask him 9 of those 10.
Not to ever bring up a woman's age, Jones.
Oh?
How old do you think Gwen Stefani is now?
Oh. I mean, how old does she look? 28.
She looks
how old is she?
She has looked forever
60.
20. Yeah, she's 56 years old. She's for always has looked 20.
Yeah.
I don't know how she does it.
That's cool.
As TMZ would say, good genes or good docs?
Yeah.
Or both.
Whatever.
Yeah, who's to say?
Yeah, a little bit of both, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Salma Hayek's in that boat. Never mind. It's a whole other list.
Salma Hayek. Yep. Sorry. We're getting distracted here.
You have a buddy with a good claim to fame with Salma Hayek, I believe.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I loved it.
He didn't hook up with her, if that's what you're thinking. It's not that good of a story.
That's pretty close.
Oh, yeah,
I
kinda.
did pretty close.
Yeah.
There was a base involved.
She brushed up against his arm at an airport. We'll leave it at that.
What did Nick say? Nick said there was a base involved.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
true. There was a base involved.
Pretty good.
That is true. Our guy Jason Keefe on Twitter
Yes.
has weighed in on our top 10 quarterback list. There was a faulty QB list out there. Mine had Jaden Daniels on it twice.
Don't believe that one.
And no Drake May.
Toss that one out.
He has Drake May third
Oh, he has Drake May 3.
on his list. So you can jump in
His
on
list
this
is also
as well.
really good. I actually really like his list. And he has a really nice graphic.
He does.
Top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL right now, and he ranks them 1 to 10. He's got little photos of them. I like it. Pretty good. I think he has like 7
So
or 8 of the same players I have. He has them in a different order.
The top 6, I really think have to be the top 6.
Yeah.
After that, we
Feel free to
can debate.
Yeah.
We're higher on Baker Mayfield the most. You're higher on Caleb Williams than I am.
Yep.
I'm higher on Jaden Daniels than you are.
That's right.
Especially according to that one list. So that's up at Jones and Keefe. You can go seek those
Good
out.
stuff.
Our top 10 QBs. We ranked those earlier today. We also just asked Bradford to play a game about which players could move at the trade deadline. And
Do you think he won the game?
I wanted to use this. I think you won,
Thank
quite
you.
frankly, Keith.
Thank you.
But here are the players he expects to move at the trade deadline. Not necessarily to the Red Sox, but here's a good short list.
Yeah.
Jeremy Pena.
Yep.
Zach Neto. So right there, when we talk about upgrading shortstop, boom. 2 names.
You can do that.
2 shortstops who I expected him to say no on both, to be honest. He said yes on both. Matt Chapman, a.k.a. Matt Olson, he has moving. He has Bo Bichette. There was a lot of hemming and hawing, moving.
I'd be surprised by that. But
So those are third base upgrades, which I honestly feel less strongly about now that Durbin has started hitting in the last month.
yeah, has Durbin had a better season than Bichette? Like, Bichette's been bad. Bichette's turning it on too, I
They
think.
both gotten hot, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I would answer probably Durbin has had a better season if you factor in the
I
defense.
was gonna say he's way better than Bichette if you factor in actual defense.
And then
Zach Neto's having a pretty good year.
do you remember him? I didn't really even know much about him until he came in last year against the Red Sox and was
I
like,
remember it blew your mind when you found out he was like the first overall.
yeah,
pick.
I didn't know it. He's like dominant in that series. So I did not expect Bradfo to say he expected him to move. I'd be totally in on acquiring a player like that.
For
and
sure.
then Luis Ariz, who all he does is hit like 330 every year. Bradfield like scoffed at that. He's like, I guess.
He hits like 330 on like a different team every year.
Yeah.
Though. Like nobody really values him.
Any other names I'm missing? I meant to ask him about James Wood, which was a rumor from
You didn't say Lindor, did you?
I did say Lindor.
Oh, you did say Lindor.
He said no. So the names he said no on. He said no on Lindor. You were a yes, I believe.
I was.
He said no on Seager. He said no on Buxton. He said no on
and Goodman.
Hunter Goodman, who is great away from Coors, man, as we learned yesterday.
Yeah, Hunter, great man. Get him out of that altitude.
Yeah.
I mean, the wish list, dream list would be probably Goodman and Buxton.
Okay, and he was a no on.
Maybe Neto, though.
No, Neto should be on that list.
Neto maybe is higher up on that list if he's available. Lindor's interesting because you're going to really get in the weeds on that, on like how much money you're going to take back, what prospects you'd have to give up, and all that other crap. But I'd be in on that, even though you're buying low on him. He's having a really bad year compared to some of these other guys.
He's the MVP runner-up a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I would not to play the Keefe rules over there.
I mean, he was amazing. Keefe rules. Guy's one of the best players.
MVP runner-up. I would be in on acquiring.
But
him.
I at least think that there's enough out there which can make you really frustrated if Breslow doesn't do anything.
100%.
He doesn't have the excuse of quiet
no.
deadline or not a lot of names. It feels like there will be a lot of names.
Look, if none of those names move.
Yeah, no, we can readdress it then.
Because I get crushing Breslow for the trade deadline. The one thing I would give him is everybody's like, well, he didn't get Joe Ryan. Well, no one got Joe Ryan. He didn't move.
Still didn't.
So,
pitching in the All-Star game for Minnesota.
All the criticism of Breslow at the trade deadline is fair. That's where I draw the line, though. It's like, he didn't get Joe Ryan. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. He didn't get Paul Skeens either.
Just
you're going to crush him for that? Like, the guy didn't move. So, out of names that move, let's evaluate what he does. And if 5 of the names on that list wind up moving, then I agree with your sentiment. It's okay to get mad at Breslow if a bunch of names are flying around and the Red Sox don't get in on it.
Well, was last year or was it 2 years ago with the Mariners got their 2 big bats at the deadline?
That was last year.
That was last year. All right. So, yeah, those were 2 guys that we jumped out.
Yep.
And you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, those are fair. If you got mad about Josh Naylor or Eugenio Suarez, those are fair. Nathan, to me, was in a different boat. I keep saying Nathan. Joe Ryan, rather.
I'd still take Joe Nathan. If you needed to get 1 inning, give me Joe Nathan.
Not over Chapman.
Nathan was kind of nice.
You think so?
Well, no, Chapman right now.
Let Nathan.
Yeah, Joe Nathan now or Aroldis Chapman.
Let Nathan go get the righties. Chapman go get the lefties.
Sure.
You can let him. You can let him platoon it.
Sure,
is what you could do. Meanwhile, John Henry Keefe, has spoken.
Really? What did he say
about not speaking to the media?
Yeah.
He talked to Jason Schwartz of Fangraphs.
Oh, he went on Fangraphs.
And, here's what he had to say about why he does not speak to the media. I think we could infer a lot of this, but here's what he had to say.
Is this irony? Talking to the media about why you don't speak to the media?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, well,
Alanis Morissette once said.
The local
it's like
media.
Devers talking to the media about how he doesn't hate talking to the media.
He doesn't speak to the local media
Right.
anymore, at least not via email or aside from email.
Okay.
He said, I stopped speaking with local media about sports more than a decade ago.
We
with
talked
few
about
exceptions.
the news and the weather, though.
Yeah.
Just no sports talk.
He says more than a decade ago with few exceptions. Is that right?
Well, no.
I don't think that's right.
I mean, maybe like semi-regular. I don't know how regular it ever was, but he talked after bets, right? And that was 2020, 2019, 20.
Yeah.
After the 19 season. So
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. I mean, I guess that's true. Maybe there's been the occasional appearance.
He said with few exceptions, so maybe there's some wiggle room in there.
Not many of us probably have a 17% body fat.
I certainly don't, but I'm also not a pro athlete.
He said, as you put it, I saw it as unproductive. So the author put that word in his mouth, unproductive. Why? Because the Sox have a baseball chief, a CEO, and a manager, along with the chairman all speaking. There are plenty of front office voices every day.
Just basically like Sam Kennedy is paid to do this.
To which I would say they're not talking the manager talks every day, but the manager's not part of the front office. Those guys don't talk. Sam Kennedy talks every day. They blew off the front office report this morning.
Kennedy and Breslow take turns doing the front office report with Tracy, and none of them could do it today.
Right.
So, yeah, they don't talk all the time.
No. So, I mean, he's basically telling you Sam Kennedy speaks for him, which we already knew.
Yeah,
we already inferred.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything groundbreaking there, but it is a touch ironic to talk to the media about how he doesn't talk to the media.
Yeah, and like, of all places to like have that news shared, you go to Fangraphs. He's like, by the way, here's some of my favorite stats.
Well, you know that's why he did the interview.
Yeah,
he loves talking about stats. Do you think he's lording over this trade deadline at all? Like, what do you think he wants?
Well,
just a profitable bottom line, or do you think he actually cares about the team making the postseason?
I think he'd like to make the postseason because that should come hand in hand with some more money. Last year they didn't have the home playoff games. So I think he would obviously like that. But I think there's definitely I know the league doesn't have a salary cap yet, but I'm sure the team does. Like a private salary cap. So I bet he's just sort of clearing things there. I think he wants the team to do well, but that's because he wants the team to make money. And so I'm sure he's going to be taking a look at all the different contracts that might be coming in and trying to figure that out.
I'll believe the reporting from a month or so ago before they really fell off and then bounced back with the 9-game win streak and 14 out of 16. The reporting was Henry's mad and Henry wants to turn this around, and maybe they've turned it around enough to satisfy him. I do think he's kind of looming over this, and I expect him to allow the reins to be backed off a little bit. I'm not telling you he's taking on $300 million in payroll like the Devers deal, but will he add a little to the payroll? I wouldn't rule that out at this deadline.
I think, too, he's probably going to say he did allow for Breslow to fire Cora and half the staff, and so Henry has to pay all those guys to not manage and not coach the team. And there was a ton of backlash from that. And if at the end of the year he's got Breslow and Chad Tracy in the playoffs, I think Henry would feel pretty good about that.
I think so, too. 617-779-7937. You can weigh in there on the phones and on the text line, of course. Text line is asking, who made Jones stop saying quick deuce? Well, here's what we're going to do, Keith.
Yeah, who did say that?
We're going to take a quick deuce.
What does that mean?
2 minutes of commercials.
Oh, okay.
And then we're going to be right back with the Red Sox and our second half predictions when we go on the clock at high noon. Again, 2 minutes, and we're right back, Jones and Keith.
We believe.
High noon, Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We're taking you up until 2 o'clock. We'll get you a Kiefer Madness before the hour is out. We'll get back to the Patriots. A lot of feedback on how we did with our top 10 QB lists earlier today. Everybody's got a list, including Jones and Keefe. How'd we do? We can get back into that in the 1 o'clock hour, rather. Plus, more thoughts on Lionel Messi and Argentina. Again, another come-from-behind victory yesterday. Where does he rank? Not among all-time soccer players, but amongst all-time great athletes. We can get to that before the hour is out. But Keefe, second half starts up tomorrow for the Red Sox. Every Thursday at high noon, we go on the clock. We figured it'd be a good day to give you some second half Red Sox predictions for how they're going to fare for the rest of the season.
Whew.
Let's put Keefe on the clock.
Oh, I'm
Nick,
going first?
if you don't mind. Yeah, are you ready for it? Or you want me to go first?
No, I am ready.
Okay.
I am ready.
Keefe is ready. Let's put him on the clock, Nick.
All right, the Red Sox are going to stay hot, Jones. That's what's going to happen. They have a 4-game series with the Rays to start after the All-Star break. Currently 2 games under 500, as we know, and a half game out of the wild card. They need to be above 500 on this 10-game road trip and above 500, even if it's slightly above 500 before the trade deadline, and then they will still be in a playoff spot, playoff hunt. That's when they need to be aggressive at the deadline and add to this team. It's worth adding to. And Byron Buxton, I'd stick him in left field. I'd make him a priority. And Zach Neto, after talking about that, I think you make him a priority as well. You would add 2 20-plus home run bats to the lineup that you can put in there with Wilson and Contreras, with Wilyer Abreu, Cedon Rafaela. That's some version of your top 5. You still have Scrappy Doo, Caleb Durbin playing third base. And then this way you don't have to rely on all the injured guys to come back. Some of them will, some of them won't, but I don't want to sit here and say, well, as soon as we get X, Y, and Z, we'll be good. Make those trades, and this will be a playoff team.
Okay. Again, we never touched base on these
Are they the
beforehand. Well, they're not the same.
Okay.
There is a target that
There's
we
an
both have,
overlap.
though. There is some, as there typically is.
As a Venn
Well,
diagram.
look, we like to figure this out on the air. We don't talk about it
We don't talk
beforehand.
at all.
It's not all no, it's not all planned out. We find out in real time, just like you. But okay, Nick, if you will.
It's a good plan.
Put me on the clock. All right, some second half Red Sox predictions in just 60 seconds. Craig Breslow, he's going to win the trade deadline. What? Huh? Yes, he's going to win the trade deadline. He actually will act out of urgency. His job wasn't on the line the last 2 years. It is now. He will act accordingly by getting 2 bats to fix the offense. 1, Byron Buxton from the Minnesota Twins, righty bat. He's going to help in the outfield. And Luis Ariz in the infield, who I like. He hits .330 every year. Nobody else likes. I think he lands those 2 bats. Garrett Crochet, Roman Anthony will not return. Not that I think that's shocking to anybody. And he finally trades Jarren Duran, who immediately, after getting to a new destination, yells at those fans. Red Sox are going to beat the Yankees in the wild card round. They're going to beat the overrated Rays to get to an ALCS, where they lose to the Seattle Mariners. That means they make the playoffs in back-to-back years under Craig Breslow. He keeps his job, and the Red Sox remove the interim tag on Chad Tracy.
Ooh, boy.
That's how it goes. In the second
Official
half.
manager. Chad Tracy. The
Well,
Chad Sox rolling into 27.
He got him to the ALCS.
Yeah. At that point, kind of have to bring him
Gotta
back, right?
keep him.
If they're
I
in
mean,
the ALCS, I think you have to bring him back.
Your hands are tied.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you think by making the moves for Buxton and Neto, I went Buxton and Ariz, you shot even higher.
I went even higher.
How far do you think that team can go?
Oh, well, you know me. I think if you make the playoffs, you can win the World Series. And I think at that point, if the pitching staff is even 85% healthy, I don't think you'll ever have every pitcher like ready to go. I just don't think that's going to happen. Hasn't been the case this season, so you can't really predict that going forward. But if it's somewhat close and you have that for your lineup, they could definitely win the American League. Now, a head-to-head series with the Dodgers, and if they're relatively healthy, like, yeah, you'd be the underdog in that series, obviously, but you could shoot for the moon. Now, this is also wishful thinking. Like, if they made one of those moves, it'd be the best deadline move Breslow's made by a long shot.
It'd be the
and
best
now I'm asking him
deadline
to make 2.
It'd be the best deadline since Bloom got Schwarber.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And even Schwarber, you remember at the exact time they acquired him, he wasn't available. We had to wait a couple weeks for him to play.
No, I mean,
and then he was great.
It wasn't viewed as much of a coup because he wasn't healthy. I mean,
Right.
It turned out it was a great move by Bloom. It was one of the few he made.
Yep.
But it was a great move by Bloom.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be the biggest move since then, easily the biggest one Breslow said. And as you said, we both have him dipping in twice to add bats to this team. You'll see why they need to add bats. Maybe you've seen in the first half of the year. But we're going to go back through the ideal Red Sox lineup and what we came up with and where they can upgrade, and I think that is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
People are asking, what do you guys give up in those trades?
Oh, I would keep Tolley and Early because they, to me, are a part of the present team.
For the names we're talking about, yes.
Those guys.
When Bradfo brought up Yordan Alvarez a month or so ago,
I get it.
That, to me, is like really put everything on the table. But for the names we're talking about, I agree. You don't trade your young pitchers. At least not those two.
Probably trade everybody but Franklin Arias, honestly.
I think that's fine.
Because the guys we're talking about aren't under contract. Well, Buxton, I think, has like 2 years left. Neto's a little bit different, but like.
So I guess at the All-Star game, Buxton was asked about moving his no-trade clause, and he said he wouldn't do it.
Okay.
I feel like with those, and maybe he stays by his word.
What's he going to say? Yeah, I want out of Minnesota.
Also,
like
I mean, Wilson Contreras kind of said it, but kind of didn't.
No, exactly. Like I always think that's.
I think it also depends. Like the Twins,
fungible.
The Twins and the Astros are both in a spot where you're like, all right, circle back in 2 weeks. Are you in it, out of it, same spot? So if they're out of it, and the Red Sox have a wild card spot, and the Twins are like 4 games out, and they're like, hey, Buxton, you can go to Boston for like 2 years or whatever.
Exactly.
I bet you could probably get them.
So that's what I think.
But I'm not one of these like, oh, you got the farm system, you don't need any prospects.
Okay,
but
if you're getting Neto,
yeah. Oh, you could trade some good players.
you could trade Arias, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, and you might have to. If we're talking about that caliber of player, I mean, maybe I'm overrating it, but if you're getting a
that's a good point.
Cost-controlled shortstop.
Yes. Neither one of these guys are rentals.
Right. So, like,
that changes the equation.
Would I trade Arias? Not ideally,
Right.
but if I'm getting what I feel like is my shortstop of the future, well, then, yeah, what's the point of Arias?
What about Jake Bennett?
I don't think I would look to trade him.
I wouldn't want to trade him, but I'm saying if you Minnesota and or the Angels would be like, we'll take that guy.
So you turn Perales into one of those guys?
Yeah,
Maybe. I mean, if you look at it that way, like,
True.
we held Jake Bennett, we turned him into something. Now we're going to sell high.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that young cost-controlled pitching, I'm not at the big league level, unless we're really talking about the elite of the elite. Jordan,
yeah.
I'm not trying to move those guys, I don't think.
Do you
I'd be more likely to move Arias.
Do you think they'd have a 5-man all lefty rotation next year?
Maybe.
Okay, they might.
They might.
They might. If Sonny Gray's gone and you have Crochet, Suarez, Tolley, Early, and Bennett, just all lefties.
Text line says 5-game losing streak out of the break for the Red Sox, and they're sellers once again.
How dare you?
I mean, if they lose 5 in a row, they probably will be sellers.
That would sting.
So we'll see. Texter, we'll circle back to that middle of next week, end of next week.
Well, next Thursday, we'll go on the clock again, and we'll tell you who they can trade away.
We'll tell you what they're selling. Yeah, we can do that. That's a good call. Yeah,
Here are all the guys they should dump.
Pencil that in for on the clock next week. That's a good call. We also got a text earlier in the show that if Breslow makes moves at the deadline and actually adds, so you have him adding Buxton and Neto in your plan.
Yeah.
I add Buxton and Arise.
Yep.
Who, again, I'd like call me crazy. I'd like a guy who comes in and hits 300 in this offense. You can just plug in at second base that no one likes.
Mm-hmm.
But if he makes big moves, the texter said earlier, Breslow has to at least win a round to keep his job.
I think it depends on how it looks. I wouldn't go that far. I think, though, if you put yourself out there, then it's clear you have to make the playoffs.
See, that's what I think.
Because I think
you can't buy in and then collapse and miss the playoffs.
Because if they keep all their prospects and maybe they make a couple moves, they trade guys lower on the list, and then they are playing competitive games where up at the very end of the season, we're into September and we're still looking at the standings and they just miss, I think that might be enough to keep his job. Because they could make the case like, hey, had we gotten rid of Cora sooner, maybe we would have been in the playoffs. Plus, Henry wouldn't have to go hire a new chief baseball officer.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. We just went through our second half predictions. You'll seek those out shortly at Jones and Keefe. You can find those there. Meanwhile, Keefe, we went through this earlier. I don't think we actually made out a batting order. We just kind of went around the diamond.
I'll do 2. I'll do the order with guys they have here, and then I'll do with the order if they get the guys I want at the deadline. I like that.
Even better.
Yeah, I'm upping the stakes.
Okay, let's rework these things a little bit.
Okay.
But I do think trying to make a lineup out of what they currently have does underscore what they need at the trade deadline coming up in just a couple of weeks. So let's get to that in 2 minutes. Some call it a quick deuce.
No.
2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Men, when addressing the problem of
Jones and Keefe, WEEI. We got a Kiefer Madness on the way 1/2 hour from now, so stay tuned for that. We'll circle back to our top 10 QBs list and whether or not the Patriots have enough high-end talent to get back to a Super Bowl after kind of combining all the Jeremy Fowler lists. Bill Barnwell came out with one today. How are we feeling about the Patriots' overall roster talent as we're, a little more than a week away from training camp in Foxborough? Jones and Keefe will be there, Binocs in tow.
Can't wait.
So stay tuned for that coming up in future weeks here on Jones and Keefe. We went through this earlier today, Keefe. We went around the diamond.
Yeah, we did.
Trying to figure out what the best Red Sox lineup would look like, and it really does underscore where they need help. It's left field, it's shortstop. I think to a lesser degree, it's catcher. I think most teams look at catcher as a position they could upgrade,
right?
But I don't know how many good ones there actually are, so I'm willing to look the other way on that. Left field and short, though, are significant shortcomings for this team.
I would say so. I would say glaring needs there because I think right now, and even Bradford actually said this too, but like Anthony Siegler, I think, is your second baseman and probably your leadoff hitter. Like based on what you currently have on your roster.
On today's team, I have him playing second and leading off. Correct.
I think you have to. Rafaela, center field, batting second. Wilyer Abreu, right field, batting third. Wilson Contreras, clean up at first base. I think that's kind of what you got.
I think we're leaving those four where they are. If Siegler falls off, and he might, well, then come talk to me. But right now, making out the lineup, that's your lineup.
This is where you and I might differ a little bit. I think Romy Gonzalez is clearly your DH against lefties. Based on what you have, he may have to DH against some righties as well.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I would have him hitting fifth and DHing, certainly against lefties. If you want him in there against some righties, go for it.
I got Durbin batting sixth, which, again, is a little high for him. Is even though he's on like a bit of a heater overall, like I'd rather him hitting seventh, eighth, or ninth on a good team. But for this one, I have him at third batting sixth. Then I'm going to have Masataka Yoshida in left field until you address it permanently. He is giving you a much better at bat than Jarren Duran. Well, you want Jarren Duran in there every day hitting a $190?
Out of those,
better than Yoshida.
Is he?
Those gives you a little bit of defense.
Oh yeah, advanced metrics.
I don't think he's great at
Nick
defense
back
though.
there.
And then just have
He's
Rafael.
better than Yoshida though.
D-God Nick knows all the defensive stats.
All right, settle down. Has to thump it.
Jarren Duran, even with 13 home runs, has a 609 OPS.
Yeah, it's not
Yoshida's
good.
is 725.
Yeah, okay.
More worthwhile.
Yeah, I know, but Yoshida's is all like at least Duran will pop one over the fence
Also
every once in a
way
while.
smaller sample size.
Yeah,
You put
I mean,
Yoshida
look,
out there every day.
Look,
Yoshida's had 178 at bats. Duran's had like twice as many at bats.
I have Yoshida and Romy in a platoon right now with what they have right now, and you have to play Duran every day. I'm sorry, I would have Duran hitting fifth against righties, which is crazy. That tells you how lousy the team is, or at least the roster has been, and how much they need upgrades. But
I should have mentioned this in my 60-second plan. Maybe we can edit this part in, but just move on from Duran. Get whatever you can, because in my equation, you're getting Buxton.
I had that in my plan with him yelling at new fans.
Yeah. I guess I'm up. Time's up. Can you take what Jones said and then snip it, put it into mine? But yeah, get rid of him. Maybe it's implied because I'm bringing in Buxton and I'm going to have him in the outfield. But anyway, then, Connor Wong, I think, has been your better catcher, but they're both going to play. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I would lean the Narvaez side of that platoon. You would lean Wong, but whatever. They're both going to play.
And they can bat eighth, and then I would have the shortstop, and I would probably platoon this for right now between Monasterio and Chang.
Yeah, I like what Cheng's given you when he's in there, but I feel similar to Siegler, I guess, Tony Siegel's.
Yeah.
The bottom could drop out at any point in time with that. Like, I don't think that's super sustainable.
Tony Flock of Seagulls.
But who am I playing first game of the second half?
Yeah.
I want Cheng at short. I want Siegler leading off.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I would do in the immediate future. But those are spots, I mean, even second base could be upgraded. I think that's something you can do. This is Tire Shop Dave?
Oh, yeah. Go to Tire Shop Dave.
What's up, Tire Shop Dave?
Yeah, I called that day. We were talking about caffeine that day. But I just wanted to.
Oh, wait. No, I thought
he had drank the liquid cocaines.
Oh, that's
Yes,
you. You're not the guy who was going to teach me how to change a tire. That was a different guy.
Oh,
Okay,
different guy.
right. Liquid cocaine guy.
Yeah,
Right.
liquid cocaine
right.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, guys, it's been a minute since I could listen. I put you on today, and you guys. I got to agree with really quick. You on Yoshi, I would put him in over Duran right now. I think he is giving you a better at bat.
Tire Shop Dave sides with Keith. Okay.
I put him at the top of the lineup, maybe try to maybe even lead off. Like you said, he gives you the good at bat, and then he's gonna like set us up for the whole game.
Sure.
But what I want to see them trade for, I want Alvarez. I wouldn't give up my untouchables, Sedane Rafaela, Peyton Tolley. Obviously, they're not going to want – and, you don't go with Crochet. They're not going to even want him. He's hurt. But, whatever. What do you want?
Okay, well, as a
whatever
thought,
it takes for Jordan Alvarez.
So as a
All
thought exercise, you would trade Roman Anthony for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
They're done in the tire shop with Roman Anthony.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
Makes sense. I mean, for Jordan Alvarez, I wouldn't trade Roman Anthony yet.
Neither.
I'm not giving up on Anthony. I'm not even giving up on Meyer yet, but I get the frustration.
Meyer, in a Jordan deal, Meyer, you're gone.
Yeah.
Take one of Tolley or early. I would prefer it's early, but take
right.
one of them.
Would you trade Meyer in a Buxton deal?
Maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe.
Wow. And he'd only be here for a couple of years, but yeah, you have to consider it.
Yeah, I think I probably would. I would hope to give up less. Like
I
would try to negotiate him out of the deal, but if they were gung ho about Marcelo Meyer, yeah, you can get lost, and I'll bring in Byron Buxton. Yeah,
you probably have to, because I think if you're taking put the old established guys and even like Rafaela out of it, if you're looking at Anthony Meyer, Tolley early, I don't know if you want to throw anybody else in there. I guess Arias. How would you rank them as far as like don't want to trade all the way down to like the last guy would be the guy
you don't put Bennett in that group?
Probably not.
Okay. Tolley, I wouldn't. Tolley would be the one I would want to trade the least.
Wow.
Maybe Arias. Early, I think, is movable. I'm not itching to move him, but like out of those, I think I would trade early first.
I'd probably go Anthony still first.
Oh, is Anthony on that list?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Anthony's at the bottom of the list. I'm sorry. I missed that name. Anthony's at the bottom of the list, then Tolley, then Arias, then Early would be at the top of it.
Wow. Okay.
I think.
And then Meyer would be the one you trade the most of
Meyer,
all those guys.
Meyer, I'm ready to move on.
Okay. What about Christian Campbell?
In
What
the
if
right deal.
What if they want Christian Campbell or Tristan Casas?
Christian Campbell they can have.
All right.
Meyer, I say I'm itching to move Meyer. I'm actually not. But for a significant piece, Lindor, Seager, Neto, Buxton. I mean, a lot of those names we went through. Yeah, Meyer can move in that kind of deal. I'm not just moving him to move him.
You ready for this lineup that you could have with just two moves?
Sure.
2 strokes of the pen. You could have this. You could have this lineup. Zach Neto leading off.
Love it.
Cedon Raphael in center.
Same.
Byron Buxton in left.
Okay.
Wilson Contreras at first. Willie Abreu in right. Scrappy Doo at third. A Masataka Yoshida, Romy Gonzalez DH platoon. A Anthony Siegler, Trevor Story, if you want. Second base.
Oh, second. You move
Story
over there.
Neto.
Oh, right, because
they're
Neto.
both playing second.
Yep.
And then your catcher, 9.
Okay.
Duck boats.
Pretty good.
Pretty great. Pretty great. And all you got to do is get rid of Duran and bring in Neto and Buxton.
Okay. Feel like we're on to something.
I think we got it. We fixed it for you, Craig.
617-779-7937. Greg was talking about this a lot today, the blowback on Roman Anthony. How concerned are you with the off-field stuff with Roman Anthony? He's in Fort Myers, banished in the view of some. He's out too much, out too often. Is he focused on the right things? Is Meyer a bad influence on him? Like, how concerned are you specifically with Anthony with all the off-field stuff, even beyond that it's taken forever for him to come back?
Honestly, like, those guys chasing tail is so far low on my list. It's more production on the field and health / are they injury prone? Are they soft? Like, I'm not ready to say they're soft, but they're obviously hurt a lot, and they're hurt with a lot of different things. So I would factor that in way more. Just like, how many games are they going to be able to play over the course of a regular season? Like, are they just 100 games every year? They're going to bag out of like 60 for these different ailments. Like, the two of them together have had way more injuries than they've had home runs in the majors. Like, it's like that I'm way more concerned about, because I think some of this other stuff is like, players go out all the time. Players used to go out all the time. Now it's just easier to like film them and stuff.
I agree with all that. The one thing at some point, when you know it's a thing and you know you're getting blowback on it and you're nowhere near getting back on the field and you did have a setback, you tried to hit off a tee, you couldn't do it. At some point, I would say, hey, could you maybe just understand the narrative and maybe take a few nights off? Like, if he's playing and he's out and he's chasing tail, don't care.
Yeah.
Even early on, when he's hurt on the IL, he's out chasing tail, don't really care. It's turned into such a narrative at this point that you're like, hey, could you maybe chill out for a couple of weeks? And maybe that's part of why he's in Fort Myers.
Fort Myers.
So, at a certain point, I do start to go, okay, I get that you're young, and I get that you're going to go out to eat.
Yeah.
And, there's going to be a lot of young women around. I get all that.
The male urges. You talking about that?
I am talking about that. So I get it. I get it.
Hey, I know you.
I didn't always have the options for the male urges.
You had the urges.
Yeah, no, the urges were there. I had
were
those same urges.
Yeah,
I didn't necessarily have the outlet.
Yeah, go to church. Find Jesus. I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
I didn't necessarily have the same outlet that Roman Anthony
You
did.
for sure did not.
No, I had to
No,
find different outlets. But
Sometimes it was an actual outlet.
Had the plug, but not the outlet.
But I get all that. I'm just saying, when it comes to Roman Anthony, at some point you got to be a little aware of the narrative and maybe just chill out. That's what I would say.
All
And
right.
maybe that is why he's in Fort Myers. Twitch chat is saying these guys had Roman Anthony in the Hall of Fame before the year started, and we're small hall guys.
We are notoriously small hall guys.
We
Yeah,
did. We did. That's true. Have him in the Hall of Fame before the year.
It's not too late.
They said now you're trading him. I don't think we were trading him. The caller traded him.
Tire Shop Dave's trading him.
That was the tire shop trading him.
I would trade him last on that list of young prospects and players that they have.
Exactly.
So I'm still keeping him.
617-779-7937. We can get into the World Cup. Lionel Messi and Argentina does it again. Let's get back into that next.
Let me tell you something.
Jones and Keefe, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We'll get to Lionel Messi in Argentina in just a moment. Text line says, Keefe's disrespect for Jake Bennett is mind-boggling. I agree, Keefe. That is disrespectful. Oh, Jay Jones, I'm so sorry. Didn't mean to get everybody so mad. It is disrespectful, Keefe. How dare you with Jake Bennett?
Was that an impression of me?
That was an impression of you. Now, where were you? Were you
I was down
getting some ice in your new Beck's cup?
Yep.
Nice.
You got it.
How about
hung
that?
up on the elevator. So we have a great new studio, and we have a great new floor that we're on, and a really nice refrigerator.
Yep.
A kitchen area. Actually, 2 refrigerators.
Yeah. Neither one has an ice maker? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, there's no ice.
No
to be
trays in
found.
there?
There's no ice to be found. And we have
Why is that? No one filled the trays, or there's no trays?
Trays.
Oh.
Well, I think one is supposed to be.
Keith also uses more ice than anybody, as we learned yesterday.
Oh, my
I
God.
like a cold soda pop. That's what I like.
Oh, my gosh. That dirty Coke was 90%
Cold.
ice.
Yeah. I got it in here, though.
Although you do notice when he comes in here with an iced coffee, he does tend to critique.
Oh, there's so much ice.
He does critique
Too
the
much
amount of
ice.
ice in there. That is true.
I don't think I've ever said there's too much ice. No, I've said there's not enough. What have I said? I've said there's not enough coffee, and I've said there's.
Do we have it backwards? Maybe we do have it backwards.
I think
Well, isn't not enough coffee because there's too much ice?
No. They don't
Or is
fill
it
it
because
to
they
the
took
top.
3 sips out of it?
They don't fill it to because they drank
You
something.
know, Keith, I stand corrected. Oh, well, whoops. I think you've complained about
I'm
too little ice.
consistent on this.
I think you are,
You're
actually.
going to do an impression. Get it right.
They have the cubed. They have the crushed ice
Not
downstairs.
enough ice,
though.
guys.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but it
Good
is.
impression.
You don't like Jake Bennett, though. That is true.
I like Jake Bennett just
It
fine.
doesn't seem like it, though.
He's
You're a
gonna-
little down on him.
He's gonna win his start on Friday.
You're ready
tomorrow.
to deal him. You're just dealing him off.
Yeah, for Byron Buxton or Zach Neto, I would.
He sucks.
You wouldn't? Who is that that's saying that?
That's Shime.
That's
isn't
Shime.
it? Yeah.
Oh, it is Shime. Okay.
Yeah.
Who is he talking about? Do you remember? Could be anybody.
Probably his own
I don't
golf
remember,
game.
but I know it was in when he was filling in for
Oh.
Jones.
How about that?
His own golf game. I
Greg
think,
v. Shime, the match 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Mm.
I'm not sure. You know me. I'm a Shime guy.
You are.
I had stock on Shime before anybody else even knew
Well,
Shime.
That's before we watched. Oh, overall.
No, just in general.
I was going to say, I had stock on him in golf before I saw his golf game.
How did he get a rematch? Was it in his clause? Is it his contract? Was
I
there a
don't know.
rematch clause?
I don't. You don't know.
I don't know if he was deserving of a rematch.
He went out to Michigan and golfed, and then
true.
Then he claimed he shot an 89.
Okay.
Which
I think he's
maybe-
still looking for his ball from last.
I mean,
Maybe he did shoot an 89. Who's
from
to
what-
say?
Well, I'm to say because we watched the match last time, and there's no way that guy's shooting an 89.
I don't think not on that course.
Good point.
Not on that course.
Good point. But maybe his golf game has improved quite a bit in the last year.
Maybe he shoots it better at the Michigan course. Maybe that's like sort of his home
That
away
makes
from
sense.
home. Really,
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
So wait, they're going to Foxwoods in a couple weeks to play.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully.
No, it's not a week from tomorrow. I
Oh, a
believe.
week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh man, Shine better get in the lab. He better have something up his sleeve. I don't know what it's going to take.
Have somebody take Greg out with a lead pipe.
Yeah. Oh, Tanya Harding.
Tanya Harding.
Yeah.
Galooly.
Galooly that
Galooly.
situation. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. Imagine sports talk radio back then. 94. Yeah, this figure skater just got clubbed.
I mean, there's a lot of people remembering sports talk radio back then on the
People like to remember.
in the Twitter sphere.
I remember.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot of that. Remember the 90s?
Yeah.
I do. There's a lot of that going on actually.
Yeah, 90s are back. People love the 90s
Yeah,
again.
that's true.
A lot of good stuff.
617-779-7937. So Messi and Argentina are back in the World Cup final.
Right, where they were last time,
Where they actually won it.
Where they won it.
As
Yeah.
we learned
Yeah.
earlier today. It's unbelievable watching really a lot of these matches in general. You said this earlier. The amount of matches that go down to the wire
Mm-hmm.
or there are these come from behind victories. I feel like, and this is anecdotal, we're not the biggest soccer guys, but I feel like World Cups past, you didn't get as many of these where it's 70th minute, it's 1-0. You're watching it, you're going, there's 20 more minutes of this. Maybe there'll be a couple of threats. The game's not going to flip. And then not only does it flip to the point where you go, we might be getting PKs, the game totally flips to where the team that was down 1-0 actually wins the game. And it's happened a lot with Argentina.
Teams up for 80 minutes, and then they're down before extra time.
Argentina
You're
was
like, wait a
down
minute, what?
2, should have been
Yeah.
3-0
Yeah.
against Egypt. Belgium had a huge comeback.
No, it's been really
down
fun.
2-0 against Senegal, I think it was. So there's been a lot of these in general, and specifically with Argentina. And what's crazy is it really is Messi in the middle of it, whereas as recently as a few World Cups ago, he was viewed as a choker and a guy who couldn't get it done on the big stage. Even though there was an argument, he's the GOAT, he's the greatest of all time. Look at what he does at Barcelona. Look at what he does for club. And it's like, well, if you can't win the big one and you can't win in the World Cup, how am I supposed to view you as the greatest of all time, especially in a nation like Argentina? I would get it if it was Erling Haaland, and you're like, well, he can't get Norway to winning the whole thing. Fine. What's their track record before and after? In a country like Argentina and their track record, you can't get that team over the hump. How can you be considered the GOAT? And then he won the last World Cup, and I think many others would stand down. Now he's on the precipice of doing it again, and all these games yesterday turned on his foot. Where
it was wild.
Both crosses were great. The first one was a pass. The second one was a brilliant cross.
Yeah.
Right on the head of his teammate. And you talk about just turning it single-handedly. And an athlete who can turn these matches single-handedly. He is one of those guys now, and maybe he has been, and we're late to the party. But he is on like the Jordan Brady level of a great athlete coming through in a big spot to the point where you now expect him to come through in a big spot. There's not a lot of those guys who consistently got it done. It's like Jordan, Brady, and this guy.
Well, and then you're comparing them to, it's like other sports. Like it's gotten to that point. But even within soccer, I think everybody would be like, oh, Pele, right? So Pele won 3 World Cups. Now it's a little apples to oranges because you're talking about like really different generations too. But that was on the short list. Even going back to, what would you say, like 8-10 years ago, it was like him and Ronaldo, and it was like the 2 different teams in Spain. Then they would get into the international stuff as well, and you were like, all right, they were kind of going back and forth for like who the best player of the year was when they'd give out that award, and like one guy would finish first, one guy would finish second. But he's kind of really put him, especially with the last time winning the World Cup, kind of put him in the rear view. And then this year you can really see the decline in Ronaldo, whereas Messi at 39 is still like dominant in this tournament. Because there's one thing you're like, well, he's been in the MLS for the last couple of years, kind of like a man amongst boys, kind of just toying with the competition. But what's it going to look like when you get onto this stage? And he still looks like the best player. And that, I think, for like the non-super soccer diehard fan, when like you and I can sit and watch a game and be like, that guy's way better than everybody else, or like that guy, whatever. Like you could see it. It's clear.
It is a win for MLS too.
Huge.
It's a good point by you. And look, if he's the greatest of all time and he can go and coast through MLS and then still take over at the World Cup, then maybe he's in his own special group. But like,
they've had a lot of international players go, but they've usually been like gas.
They were toast.
Like, was it Thierry Henry played? I remember that was supposed to be a big deal. And I mean, even Beckham. Like Beckham was like one of the original like big deal guys to come over.
But toast. As an international high level player, they were done.
Yeah.
He's clearly not.
No.
And so that again, maybe he's the exception to the rule because he is the greatest of all time.
Yeah, that helps.
But I do think that's a win for MLS and maybe a selling point for players in the future if you're hopeful about that league and you're hopeful about legitimizing the MLS and that legitimizes U.S. on the United States rather on the world soccer stage. Well, then that's another piece to hope for.
How much of a boost do you think the MLS gets from this?
Small.
Because the last time,
very small initially and then nothing.
Because the last time it was in America,
are you going to watch more of it?
They created the league. Probably not.
I won't.
No.
I mean, look, if the Revs are ever good, like the last time I watched MLS, the Revs were in a playoff game.
Yeah.
How many years ago was that?
A while ago. Now there are certain.
That was so long ago.
There are like certain hotbeds. So I'm just thinking, like the last time the World Cup was hosted by America, they created the MLS. Like so, 2 years later, you had a league which you never had before. So now, whatever it is, like 30 years later, it's back here again. These stadiums are going crazy. Now, part of it is Scotland's here, Norway's here, England's here, Argentina's here, France. Like the world travels for the World Cup. So like the stadium isn't like all Americans, obviously. But there are like hotbeds. Like they love it in Seattle. They love it in Atlanta. They love it in Kansas City. Like they love it in some of these places. And so you wonder, especially because you have Messi. Team USA, roughly half the team is like MLS guys. Like there's some MLS representation.
Was it that much? I don't know. That's a good question. At one point, I think a lot of them came through MLS. I don't know how many were currently.
Some
in
of them
MLS.
might still be because I was looking up the rosters before the World Cup. Like Canada and US have like a good amount of MLS players. Now some of the bench guys for USA, but whatever, they were on the World Cup team. Like the game against Turkey, like a lot of those guys played. I think they play in the MLS. But I wouldn't be surprised if like the games are on and if people that have like Apple and like they might watch a little bit more. Overall, I agree with you. I don't think this is gonna be like this big boom and suddenly it's gonna be like nonstop talk about it.
I'm not going to fact check this texter, but this sounds right. It
Probably
certainly
right.
feels this way.
Probably right.
Argentina has 12 goals after the 79th minute.
Oh, yeah, actually,
Like
I
that-
think that might be
Like
right.
that, whether the texter's totally right or not, that's definitely how it feels. Where they have just had this pull the rabbit out of their hat, go from losing convincingly to turning it around. That's how it feels.
In the knockout stage, somebody actually texted both of us this.
Oh.
Goals before the 79th minute.
You're saying I'm on this text?
Yeah, you're on there.
Oh.
Goals before the 79th minute, 2.
Yep.
Goals after the 79th minute, 9.
Wow.
And that's just in the knockout stage. So the texter's probably right about the 12 overall.
Okay.
But in the knockout stage.
Well, they had, what, 2 more yesterday?
Yeah. They just wait till the end and then like, oh, let's score now.
And yet,
now let's do it.
Everything we're saying about Messi, I wasn't rooting for him yesterday, and I won't be rooting for him in the final against Spain.
No, but I didn't root for Jordan, but I respected how good he was, and it was like must-see TV. If Brady played for any other team other than the Patriots, I probably wouldn't have rooted for him either, but I would have been like, he's the best. So, yeah, I'd put Messi in that same group.
617-779-7937. All right, Brady, Jordan, Messi. Who else deserves to be in that group? We mentioned maybe Tiger earlier.
Gretzky? Would you go there?
Maybe.
Oh, you're hemming and hawing on Wayne Gretzky, the great one?
It's a different sport then. The goalies were standing up. It was
Yeah,
wide open.
goalies couldn't
Wide,
save a
They're
puck.
all different sports.
Wide
Gretzky
open.
couldn't lift
They
the
all
puck.
play different
Wide
sports.
open, wide open fire wagon hockey. Everybody
They all
scored
play team
in the
sports
80s.
at least.
Nah,
Tiger's not a team sport.
I would-
We all know it's Bobby Orr.
Gretzky's a step down from that.
Oh, yeah, ask Bob Ryan who the big 4 are.
Ooh.
Big 5, if you had to include a soccer player.
Go ahead and ask him. We can wag the bob. Go ahead and ask him that if you want.
Doesn't work that way.
Try to get him to
We can
respond.
ask Grok.
You have to create. Oh, maybe that's what we have to do.
You have to create a sexy, untattooed, non-smoking woman.
tattoos, no smoking.
I don't know. He hates
Not
them
a
both.
fan of Shaq.
And hates Shaq. Shaq hater with a picture of like a
Yeah, that's the handle.
30-year-old
Shaq hater,
blonde lady.
not tattooed.
No tattoos.
Never smoked never even seen a cigarette in her life.
Can't stand the smell.
And then maybe you can get Bob to respond to it. 617
that we could.
779-7937. That comes your way in the grab bag later on today on Jones and Keefe. It's Thursday, 12:45.
If they got tattoos, they get no gift.
Not that year.
No, not that year. No. It's Thursday, 12:45, which means it's time for the madness. Kiefer Madness next.
It's Kiefer Madness.
Where is he?
Where's Keith?
Where is Keith?
Hey, Keith, you're a douche.
I was doing Junko Inoshima from Danganronpa.
I'm a firm believer in UFOs and Sasquatch.
That's funny. Yo, Kiefer Madness is so hit or miss.
Keith is a nice guy.
Keith's a nice guy.
Kiefer Madness?
It's Kiefer Madness on WEEI.
I bring it.
Well, over the past few weeks, we've told you about the bear on the roof. We've told you about the bear with the chainsaw. But tonight, we've got a look at a bear who was just trying to get into the holiday spirit.
We see this dude wearing a red lace bra with prosthetic silicone breastises.
That's 36-year-old Calvin Johnson with the bloody face. And you heard him right. He told the deputy he teleported into a stolen car and crashed it.
And moments later, the goose was found dead on the ground. It was apparently strangled.
All right, here we go. Time for the madness on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. And Jones, we go down to the great state of Florida for this story today. And it's picking up some national attention as well.
Oh.
Top at 5:30, a Pompano Beach woman is trying to unravel the mystery behind a racy license plate.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Now we're talking.
A racy license plate.
Because license plates, similar to fantasy football team names, sometimes get vetoed. Sometimes you got to, slip one past the goalie, for lack of a better term, in order to get something kind of crazy out there.
It's more difficult to come up with a team name, for instance.
Yeah.
In the Dong Pool League than one would expect. Yeah, that's a little tricky.
And so every once in a while, I'll see a vanity plate that'll catch my attention. I saw one the other day. Trying to get the exact.
Oh, well, while you're looking for that one.
I took a photo of it. Yeah, go ahead.
I saw a bumper sticker.
Yeah, well, it's different.
Yeah, not a vanity plate, but it just said biscuits and porn, which I said, hell yeah, brother.
Biscuits and porn? Dave Canal's like, yeah. I'm like, just biscuits for me now, thanks. But
hell yeah, this guy gets it. Biscuits and porn.
No, the guy's license plate said 69 for life.
Nice. Nice.
LYFE or LI?
No. I apologize. It was forever. 69 forever.
Oh, because for life until death do we part. What goes on in the afterlife, who knows? But 69 for my time on this planet.
Yeah.
I can't speak to what goes on in another dimension.
I will never stop, is what he wanted to
No, forever implies the afterlife. Yes. Yeah.
I also saw one. I don't even know if you can say this. Well, I'll just say what the letters are.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It's a license plate. This is a New Hampshire plate. So shout out to this guy. Live
free or die. Yeah.
E.
Yep.
Dash. WRX.
Yep.
Dash. N.
Oh, Eric Shun.
Pretty much. I was like, how'd they let that go?
Nice.
He clearly added
somebody.
That.
Somebody was asleep, or they were just like, "Hey man, live free." It's
he's live free. Dump your water over there? No, you're good.
Got a cover on it, but yikes.
Smart. But anyway, so we're talking about some license plates. So do you have any guesses what it might be?
Ooh,
try to keep it radio.
E-REX-N is taken. So not in Florida.
69 forever.
Can't be that one. 69 forever. I don't even.
Oh, it's a racy license plate.
I should guess. Yeah.
All right, maybe not. Maybe let them just tell us.
Maybe it's as the text line is suggesting, maybe it's Male Urges.
Male Urges.
Male Urges is a good fantasy name.
That is good.
Perhaps band name, as the text line said. Probably not a license plate.
Racehorse.
Yeah. The Male Urges.
Male Urges.
Okay, what was it?
And there you see her holding it up. She was sent this when she renewed her tag.
CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is your reporter in Pompano Beach to break down what happened and what to do if this happens to you. Joan.
Suspense is killing.
Well, we've all been there. Every year when you're renewing your tag, you send away for it sometime.
Hold on a second.
Joan.
Every year, Joan? So you send away for your tag? So does she mean...
Well, this is Florida. I don't know what happens
so
in the
Florida's
state
a little bit
of
different, but are you just talking about re-upping the yearly registration? She's talking about that?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. That's
so
what
you
she's
re-up
talking
your
about.
tag, but then so I guess they're going to tell you that every once in a while they send you a new plate? I feel like I never get new plates.
I haven't gotten a new plate. Yeah, no.
Maybe,
couldn't even tell you last time.
Maybe if you get a new car.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I guess they're trying to chase that down.
Okay.
So she went in, older lady.
Maybe vanity plates are different.
Maybe vanity plates
I never
are
had
different.
a vanity plate.
Update to the story, Jones.
Yep.
We are no longer allowed to play it. It is not working. I don't want to be one to complain about the new place because I'm not a complainer.
Wait, what? We can't play it?
Yeah, it's gone.
It's gone?
Yeah, we're the gift from
just stop working.
We're the gift from South Park. Where it's like, it's gone. That's us now.
So we can't play the rest. So what happened with the license plate? I'm dying to know.
I know. It's sad.
Do you know what it said? Or do you need Joan to say it?
I do know what it says. I would rather Joan say it. It's a lot better when she does.
Well, I'll tell you, if it's anything like what's going on in this segment,
We might have a
it's
workaround.
It's blue something.
Do we have a workaround?
Okay.
Potential workaround.
All right, because I do have what it is. So don't worry. Fear not, listener.
Oh, the old workaround. The old workaround.
Well, we've all been there. Every year when you're renewing your tag, you send away for it. Sometimes every 10 years, the state will send you a brand new plate. Well, that's what happened to this woman here. But when she got it, she was a little bit more than perplexed because it is provocative.
And I didn't know I was getting a plate.
When Nancy Delastrita went to collect her mail, she got quite the surprise, a new license plate with her vehicle registration renewal.
And I looked at it and I said, I don't think so.
The plate reads SQZ-A55, but
SQZ-A55.
SQZ-A55. And the 5s specifically on this license plate look exactly like S's. Like exactly like S's.
Is that for all Florida plates?
I guess. But yes, she's got a nice Sunshine State license plate right on the back of her Honda. SQZ-A55.
What's wrong with that?
Squeeze ass.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, there's a lot right with it. I just don't think that's what she was hoping for. I don't think she was ready for that to be the case.
She's not broadcasting it to the car behind her.
No.
She may feel that way.
It's not a request.
But she doesn't necessarily want that out there on Broad Street.
Not against it necessarily.
Okay.
And I said, I don't think so.
the plate reads.
Up.
We out?
Up. We're out again.
We're out again.
Our workaround works for about a minute.
Well, at least we got the punchline.
Thank God we got the license plate there.
Trust me, it was a good one. Yeah. They also at some point, so she's at like a retirement home. She's 77 years old, and then they go.
Well, those are hotbeds for
the clap.
All kinds of STDs.
Yeah, no, it's Don't be a fool. Wrap up your tool, especially when you're in these communities. So, at one point, they go and show the license plate to a guy who's 89 years old, and he just goes.
Wait, does he really? We don't have that audio?
No, we don't.
Oh, we need that guy. Come on,
I just want to pull the plug.
All right, no, let's hear it. I got to hear the guy.
You get the picture. Squeeze blank.
Yeah. I don't think a woman that lives in a senior community that's going to be 77 years old next month
Happy birthday.
will be driving around with what this plate has to say.
The plates become the talk around her retirement community, especially the men. We were with her when she showed it to one of her 89-year-old neighbors.
And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years. Good? I'm kind of resigning to it.
Talking it down.
Buster.
All the guys perked up.
Because he probably ordered it.
You think so?
He ordered it.
You think,
Mailing address got screwed up. Delivered to the same place, but it was supposed to go to room,
It's like the Seinfeld episode. Ass Man. Hey, Ass Man. Hey, how are you?
Sometimes you just can't help but grunt a little bit.
No, he's like,
It's male urge.
He's like, can you wheel me over to the table? I gotta sit under there for now.
Got out here in the open.
Yeah, boy.
Gonna need some coverage.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is a bit rocky.
Yeah.
But that is the madness.
We got through it.
Kiefer madness.
Yeah, but she did overall have a sense of humor about it. And she's like, and I expect people to maybe like honk their horn a little bit at me, but and she's like, maybe it's really not that of a bad thing. Because then ultimately they're like, are you going to get a new one? You're allowed to get a new one. She's like, I think I'm going to keep it. So like, okay. She's got the right idea.
I do appreciate maintenance being scheduled during our show.
I can handle it if I get a few honks here and there. Actually, being over 70, I might like a few honks.
Nice.
Honk, honk.
Go on.
All right, Nancy.
Good for her. Oh, I thought you said hunks. Honk.
No, honk. Well,
honk.
one and the same, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Honking and squeezing? All right.
Okay.
Honking.
That's the madness. Kiefer madness. Every Tuesday, most Thursdays here on Jones and Keith. Yep. Let's get back to our top 10 list, Keith.
Mm-hmm.
We counted down the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. Some blowback on those lists. So we'll circle back to it in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keith. Jones and Keith here on WEEI. Got your phone calls, 617-779-7937. We'll get you the grab bag. We'll get you the clip du jour. We'll get you some more thoughts on the Patriots here coming up as well. We gave you our top 10 QB lists earlier today since everybody's made out a list. Ours were very similar, actually, at the top, Keith.
Yeah, a little too similar.
1 through 7, we had the same 7 names. I had Mahomes 1. You had Allen 1.
I did, yes.
We each flipped them on our list. So I went Allen 2. You went Mahomes 2. We both had Lamar 3. We also flipped 4 and 5. You had May 4. I had Stafford 4. You had Stafford 5. I had May 5. We both had Burrow 6. we both had Baker Mayfield 7.
That's the most controversial one, I would say. People are anti-Baker Mayfield. They may never even have been on board with Baker Mayfield, and then last year at the end of the year wasn't his strongest, so I think people are holding that against him. But, yeah, we both like him.
Okay, so our top 7, very similar, couple of flip spots, not many, and we're both quite high on Baker Mayfield, higher than most. Refresh my memory, your 8, 9, 10 were?
Caleb Williams, 8. Jalen Hurts, 9. Dak Prescott, 10.
Okay. Toughest omission? Knicks? You were trying to squeeze Knicks in there?
No, but honestly, Herbert. Like, I don't want to. I think Herbert is overrated by the general NFL public, but I don't want to he's not on the bottom half, and so I was close between Herbert and Prescott for the 10th spot. Ultimately, went with Prescott, but yeah, Herbert. I like Knicks a lot. I've talked myself into Brock Purdy too. I think Brock Purdy is pretty effective. Besides my fantasy football title from last year, even in addition to that, he's good, wins a lot of games, and is better than I think I gave him credit for, say, a year ago. But, no, that's the top 10. I think the top 6 should be everybody's top 6. Then after that, I really do think there is plenty of room for argument, negotiation, and stuff like that.
So my 8, 9, 10 was Jaden Daniels, who I loved as a rookie.
Yeah.
I might have had 5th or 6th as a rookie. I'd have to double-check my list, or after his rookie year. I still have him securely in the top 10. I'm not giving him a free pass for last year. He's dropped down my list, but I still think he's a top 10 quarterback, assuming health. Maybe dangerous to assume with him. I had him 8. 9, you just said it with Herbert. I didn't really want Herbert in my top 10, but I really couldn't justify
don't want to go overboard
putting Herbert behind some of these other names we're considering. And then I gave Sam Darnold the benefit of the doubt at 10. He won 14 games 2 years ago with the Vikings.
Right.
He fell apart in the postseason, but then the Vikings fell apart without him. He improved the Seahawks. He improved JSN this past year. They were a 10-win team. Smith and Jigba was fine, but nothing special. Now he's an elite receiver. He didn't turn it over in the postseason, or at least didn't throw a pick in the postseason. He outdueled Drake May in the Super Bowl. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at 10. Maybe that is prisoner of the moment, and I'll look back and regret that. But I'm giving him his due for a guy that I doubted.
Yeah. Everybody did.
Well, and it's similar to how you doubted the Knicks forever.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I guess I got to start giving the Knicks their respect. I doubted Sam Darnold right up until the Super Bowl, and now I'm like, maybe some would still think I'm too low putting him at 10. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at 10. You had Hurts in your top 10. I like Jalen Hurts a lot. I did knock him down after last year. He was maybe,
who was 11 for you?
Maybe my toughest omission. Okay. I didn't actually rank it, but he'd be there.
Right.
Dak would be under consideration. I'm not high on Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams would be under consideration
in that mix
for some of those honorable mentions. Who's a name that you could see moving up the list like Drake May? Who's a name that isn't in your top 10 that next year or middle of this season you might be like, ooh, that guy's making a run at the top 5?
It would probably be
Dart.
No, I just don't think he's
Shuck.
Sustainable enough. You're gonna Bo Nix, because if it's a third straight year where he's just winning a ton of games, he has another receiver with him this year that's pretty good. And if they're winning, I know they're going to give him credit to the defense. They're going to give credit, people like Sean Payton, but be like, all right, if this guy just shows up and makes the playoffs and is winning double-digit games every year, and how much of a fluke is it, right? So I think he has a lot. I think that draft class is pretty interesting, right? Because Caleb Williams, who's already on my list, he could certainly jump onto your list, or he could go higher on mine. Jaden Daniels is one that I don't have on my list, but I get why he's on yours. That's another guy. So everybody that is entering their third year in the league, I could see them really sort of. It's just more experience, and we're going to see for sure what they are.
Here's one. I didn't think of this one. Good call, depressed Sox fan. I could see Cam Ward moving up.
I mean, you can't really move down.
No, it's true. But my answer to that would be Dart. In fairness to Caleb Williams, who I'm no fan of, but I'll give Brian running Twitch back there, big Bears fan, some material on this. I mean, in the middle of the season, if Caleb improves on what he was last year, where he was still wildly inaccurate, I think for as mobile as he is, he never really uses it the right way. He's constantly running around behind the line of scrimmage and running out of bounds and losing yards and running around forever and missing open receivers down the field. But if Caleb Williams cleans some of that up, I could see myself in the middle of this year, or certainly in the offseason next year, saying, well, that's a guy who's really elevated his level of play. He certainly did from a rookie to last year. I'm still skeptical.
Right.
But that's another name I could see shooting way up the list. But I think my actual answer would be Dart. I like Dart quite a bit.
Dart. All right. I'll go with Knicks. I think the two that maybe the three that we're the lowest on, and so we agree, but there are probably people screaming about at least one of these guys would be Jared Goff, Jordan Love, and C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
We're not super high on those guys at all.
Goff, Love. I used to be high on Stroud.
Yeah.
I don't know how you possibly could be after his playoff run last year. And really his last couple of regular seasons have been very underwhelming.
And then the other guys like Tyler Shuck, like we'll see what he looks like a full season as a starter with New Orleans. Tyler Shuck is interesting. Malik Willis, is it just a guy that is good for like a game or two, or what is he going to look like for a full season playing?
I by the way, I like him, but let's see what happens. Like I've been burned by that style of quarterback before.
I never really liked Fernando Mendoza, but he's the number one pick in the draft. So like, let's see what happens with him. I mean, he's obviously like the other couple of rookies is like a complete unknown, but that's one that I'm interested in.
I think most people would probably think we're too low on Burrow. We both have Burrow 6.
Definitely. I think he's still getting by. Now, he's made the playoffs twice, and he's won games in the playoffs both of those years. But he's also missed a lot of time due to injury. Last year, he just sounded miserable. And on the one hand, you're like, well, he plays for Cincinnati. On the other hand, he plays with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Like, how many quarterbacks on this list would love to play with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
Yeah.
So I think he is very good. I mean, I have him 6th. But I think the days, like last year at this time, if we were doing it, we would have been like, all right, there's 4 clear-cut guys that are off on an island compared to everybody else. And he would have been one of those guys with Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes. I don't think you can put him in that same group anymore.
Another injured year, another year where he missed the playoffs. Now he's moping around on top of it and questioning how much longer he wants to do it for. Like, yeah, I mean, I would have had Burrow in that group before a year ago. I don't anymore. And I don't get, because Lamar is really dropping on a lot of these lists. Fowler's composite list, he wasn't in some of those top 10s. I believe he was 5th on that list off the top of my head. Cowherd had him outside the top 10. The NFL Players Top 100 had Lamar dropping like a stone, where he was 2nd or 3rd a year ago. I believe he was 69th. Nice. On this year's list. So I don't get how the injury last season got held against, and a down season got held against Lamar.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stick to Burrow at all on any of these lists. Burrow's just like elite, no questions asked, and Lamar's dropping on some of these lists. That feels wildly inconsistent to me.
Yeah, well, I don't think it is. It is consistent. Now, some of them are like the list like Fowler, you're talking to a ton of different people.
Yep.
And then there's a list like Colin Cowherd's. It's just one guy.
Subjective in one. And yeah, no, that's true. That's fair. But okay, those are our QB lists. You can go check them out at Jones and Keefe. Never any blowback on that. There is some minor criticism about how high we have Mahomes. People feel like we're giving him too much benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's where some of the pushback is.
I just think Patriots fans of anyone should understand giving Patrick Mahomes some grace and leaving him at the top of the list.
I do. Yeah, no, right, because he did it for years.
Ironically, the reason they want us to knock him down is because they feel threatened that he's making a run at Brady, which is why they actually want him knocked down, if I were to read the psychology there. But you would think Patriots fans would understand giving Mahomes the benefit of the doubt. He was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
You would think.
He had a bad year last year, and he was hurt, although he got hurt later than I remember. Didn't he only miss like the last 2 or 3 games? He got hurt later than I remembered, but did get hurt. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. He's in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. He won it the year before that. Like, people act like it's been like 3 years since he was elite. He was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago and won it 3 years ago. Yeah. It hasn't been that long. 617.
Are we trying to talk him up for MVP? Like, oh, he's having a real Mahomes
middle of last season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing everything for that.
Hurt.
He was doing everything for that offense.
Yeah,
he was running and passing. He was doing everything for that offense last year.
Yeah.
Now, you can say that offense wasn't very good, but he was doing everything for that offense. 617-779-7937. You can jump in there on our QB list. Keith with Drake May 4. I have him 5, so we're higher than most of the consensus out there. What do you guys think? Plus, in just 2 minutes, let's get into the Patriots and their high-end talent. They have enough of it to get back to a Super Bowl. We'll do that next.
Men, if you're...
Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. We're taking you up until 2 o'clock. We'll get you the grab bag and clip du jour on the way momentarily. If you're looking for our top 10 quarterback list, and I know you are, they're up now.
Bet you are.
At Jones and Keefe on Twitter and Instagram. Neither of us really mentioned Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence is under consideration for moving into the top 10 for me, but he was behind some other names. That's one that's on there. You brought up Mendoza. That's one we're getting as well.
Mm-hmm.
So keep sending those in. We can react to those. And I think today's a good day now that Jeremy Fowler has concluded all of his different positional groups. He had safeties today. Kevin Byard, who he noted, it's not a career accomplishments list. Kevin Byard, is up there in age, and he was probably knocked down on these lists because of it. Did get some votes for safety, but he was not an honorable mention. He wasn't in the top 10. He wasn't also receiving votes, similar to Hunter Henry and Travion Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
So the Pats had 3 guys, I believe, unless I'm missing someone, in the also receiving votes.
Mm-hmm.
In the Fowler series, they had 4 players in the top 10. Drake May was 8. Gonzo was 3. Milt Williams and A.J. Brown were both 9. And it makes me wonder if the Patriots have enough high-end talent to get back to a Super Bowl. It's way better than it was a year ago. They have way more names on these lists than they did a year ago. It's pretty much Gonzalez and no one else last year. So I guess it's an improvement, and there's way more building blocks. And I know you're going to highlight sort of the position scarcity, or at least the impact of the positions where they are, Keith. But with all the names they've added over the last 2 years, I thought they would do better in this exercise.
Yeah, I think especially, and we're also higher on them, though, than others are. And maybe some of the others are sort of looking at this, and they're saying this is one of the reasons why they don't expect them to win the division, and they feel like it's going to be a coin flip as to whether or not they even make the playoffs. That's sort of how it's viewed right now. But I would just say the importance of the positions that they ranked highly in kind of offsets just maybe only having 4 guys in the top 10. Because if I was like, you have 2 guards, a safety, a middle linebacker, and a tight end, or you have a quarterback,
right?
I'll take the quarterback.
Well, that used to be like some of those Belichick lists. Like Belichick would do very well. Guards.
Oh, yeah.
Tight ends.
Tooney, Mason,
safeties.
Gerard Mayo. Like you had plenty of guys that were good, and they ranked high, and you want those guys on your team.
Good point.
But now you have, according to this list, a top 3 corner, and then a top 8 quarterback, and a top 9 wide receiver, and then also throw in Milton Williams. So it's like 2 offensive players and 2 defensive players that you could look at as like probably knocking on the door of being all pro. Yeah, that probably is enough. And then you throw in like some of the other guys that I feel like just missed, or at least have the opportunity at the end of the year for us to be talking about him as like, oh yeah, like he is a top 10 player. So I think Onwenu has a chance to be a top 10 guard. I think Travion Henderson has a chance to be a top 10 back. I think both safeties.
Henderson's definitely one of the names. Yeah, Woodson is one that could rise on this list. Byard,
I mean, there are some really good high-end safeties, but I could see those guys creeping up there. Now, they just did corners. They didn't break it up, but if you did like slot corners, I feel like Marcus Jones would be in that. So if you want to like get into the weeds on it, I feel like, Christian Barmore was in the also receiving votes. So now you're like, all right, you could have 2 D tackles, you could have 2 safeties, you could have 2 corners, you could have a running back. Hunter Henry, I actually thought should have been in the top 10, wasn't. And
I don't. Tight end's a deeper position than I thought, but Henry's a good player. I don't mean to quibble with that.
No, I know, but Henry also had more production than I bet most people even just think of a year ago, right? Like he was one of the guys I think Drake May could rely on, and it was never like a big, flashy, crazy game. You're not going to confuse him with Brock Bowers, but I thought you knew what you're getting out of him. And, like, this was obviously a player list, but then also throw in pretty much across the board a unanimous top 10 coach. So now you have a top 10 coach, top 10 quarterback, and then wide out corner. Like, you boil it all down, I do think it's enough.
Here's a take in the Twitch chat.
Take of the day?
This is from Energizing Sloth.
Oh, I like that.
The roster is much worse.
Than what?
Vrabel replaced elite talent with quote-unquote his guys, who are past their peak/middling players.
Okay.
Our guy, Monty Mack, then asked elite talent, who?
Yeah, great question by our guy.
Good job, Monty.
Yeah.
Energizing Sloth responded.
Oh, he did. That was a good back and forth there in the Twitch chat.
Tonga is one of the best run-defending nose tackles.
Tonga?
Hawkins was a top 5 safety last year.
He was not.
And Chasen finally looked like a former first-round pick. Well, that one's fair. I wouldn't call him elite, but he did finally look like a former first-round
pick. Yeah, but no, Chasen was better than I thought he was going to be, but it was still the weakest position on the team with him. So moving on from Chasen, I don't think is the end of the world. Hawkins, I would say, was closer to a bad safety than a good safety.
Top 5 safety?
On the team. I mean, on the Patriots, I think he was. And Tonga. So I would disagree. I would say bringing in A.J. Brown and Byard would be better than anything.
Yeah.
The better players they brought in than before.
The criticism, and I don't think it's a big deal, but the criticism for Vrabel would be, was just bringing in his guys.
Yeah, but if his guys are good, I don't care.
Right, me too. And or me neither, I guess. But that, I guess, would be the critique. Like, is he really looking at the rest of the league, and is he really evaluating the league, or is he just bringing in guys he knows? I mean, that would be the criticism, but I would rather have those guys than the names he's mentioning. Bill Barnwell also had an interesting list today, sort of a trade value type of list. And he wrote, this isn't the price to pry anyone away at any cost. You can stack up all the draft picks in the world, for instance, and the Bills aren't going to trade Josh Allen.
Yeah.
He said, but consider what it would cost if a team decided that it was willing to trade a player at a given position. He says it's an attempt to reflect how the league views players, not his own personal opinion, okay? So, for instance, 6 first-round picks for Drake May. He says we can make a case May is more valuable than Josh Allen and should command more first-rounders given his age.
Wow.
He says, I do think there might be some hesitation about what May did in the postseason when he wasn't the same caliber of QB against much stiffer competition. Even with that in mind, we're talking about one of the most valuable players in all of football. And he's not talking about an MVP award. He's talking about via trade who could command the most. So that's one way of talking about a player's value.
All right.
He then gets to Christian Gonzalez. He says Gonzo will be worth 2 first-rounders. He says the Sauce Gardner trade pegged the going rate for elite young corners as 2 first-rounders. Then earmuffs Bedard. He says Gonzalez is an even better player than Sauce, combining outstanding man coverage ability with excellent tackling.
Excellent tackling.
And better work against the run.
He can work against the run?
The only weakness you could point to from Bill Belichick's final first-round pick, he does give Bill some credit. I don't know why he wrote that in there, but he does give Bill some credit.
Yeah, well, he did draft him.
Is health. Gonzo has missed 17 games over his first 3 years with various injuries.
Yeah.
2 first-rounders.
It was mostly one injury his first year, but whatever. I throw it on there.
2 first-rounders for Gonzalez. That interest you?
It does not interest me. It makes me a little scared, though, only because depending on how this contract negotiation goes, maybe the Patriots look at that as not such a bad thing. And that's pretty much what happens with these top corners. They sign big extensions with their team, or they end up going somewhere else. Some team in the league will pay Christian Gonzalez well over $100 million guaranteed dollars. Is that team the Patriots?
Hopefully.
I hope it is too.
I wouldn't take 2 first-rounders.
So I don't want 2 first-rounders, but I'm not surprised that that's what the going rate would be.
Last offseason?
His game is a bit finesse at times.
Not much of a tackler.
No. 3rd best corner in the league and would get you 2 first-round picks, though.
Doesn't take hard coaching.
No.
By the way, the Patriots love Isaiah Ponder.
No, that's not even a player.
Elijah Ponder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hope it doesn't get to that. I hope we don't ever learn what you could get for Gonzalez.
If the Patriots were bad like the Jets, I get 2 first-rounders for him. We're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. I don't want 2 first-rounders, 2 first-rounder plus for Christian Gonzalez, but that is the going rate, he says. He says they could get a first-round pick and more for Will Campbell. Fat chance with that. He writes, Campbell was playing solid football before the injury. There are enough teams that see him as a left tackle and would need help at the position to justify something more than a first-rounder for a player who is still only 22. So he has Will Campbell for a first-rounder plus. He has a first-rounder for each A.J. Brown and Milton Williams. He says Brown was just dealt for a first-rounder, and Williams became one of the highest-paid defenders when the Patriots outbid the Panthers for him in free agency. So that's a way of justifying what the Patriots paid for A.J. Brown, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, I would say so.
I don't feel bad about the first-rounder they gave up. Some do. Barnwell
that would have been tough if they were like, oh, A.J. Brown worth a 3rd. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
he just got him for a 1.
And then he says missing out is Christian Barmore. While Barmore appeared on a track to stardom after a breakout 2023 campaign, a scary case of blood clots limited the former second-round pick to 4 games in 2024. He thankfully returned and played well last season, but there would be hesitation about his future on the trade market.
Okay.
So that speaks to their high-end talent. I guess they actually fared a little better on Barnwell's list than they did on the Jeremy Fowler league reflection. So your thoughts on that? 617-779-7937. That's how you jump in line for Rich and Ken. With Ted Johnson, they come your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
Grab Bag on Jones and Keith. 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 Do, 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 do. Grab bag on Jones and Keith.
On the biggest stage.
Oh, it certainly is. Time for Grab Bag here on Jones and Keefe. And Grab Bag is brought to you by Awaken, 180 weight loss. And Jones, the Red Sox, we are just one sleep away from the return of the red-hot Red Sox. A doubleheader tomorrow with the Tampa Bay Rays. Your guy, Jake Bennett, going to be on the hump for the first one. That means tomorrow, 12:35 pregame. You and I, if we can stand it, are going to stick around with the Wow thing. leading up to game 1.
He's
the
gonna
big
be
4-game set.
Extra hungry. They haven't fed him anything over this
yeah,
break.
He's going to be all fired up. But excited for some Red Sox baseball. We got one more snooze.
Okay.
Grab bag on Jones and Keith. Grab bag on Jones and Keith. Grab bag on Jones and Keith. Grab bags rule. Grab bag on Jones and Keith. Grab bags are on Jones and Keith. Grab bags on Jones and Keith. Grab bag on Jones and Keith.
All right, we got some updated wide receiver stat odds, courtesy of betonline.ag.
Oh, I like that. What do you got?
Guess, do you want to go over or under? What are the target numbers, or receptions, I should say, for A.J. Brown, receiving yards, and receiving tight ends?
Okay,
you want to play guess them?
Receiving tight ends.
Guess them. Touchdowns.
Okay, you want to play guess them odds?
Guess them odds.
Oh,
Quick game of guess them odds.
Guess them stats.
Guess them stats. Receptions. What's the over-under set at for A.J. Brown?
They are going to set it. I bet this is low, but they're going to set it at 79.5.
Higher.
What is it?
82.5.
I take the over.
Okay, me too. What have they set the receiving yards number for A.J. Brown?
Yards is going to be 1050.
Higher.
What is it?
1,101.5 yard.
I think I take the over on that.
Over on 1,100
that's
yards.
Close, but
That's
I'll
a
take
big
the over
number.
on that. Yep.
Touchdowns.
Okay, that's going to be
Touchdowns.
8.5.
The number is 6.5.
Ooh, definite over.
Taking the over on
That's
that.
an easy over.
Okay. all right.
Okay.
Very good.
That's how you play guess them stats.
That's a quick game of guess them stats. Anybody else? Oh, real quick. Romeo Dobbs. They don't have receptions. It's not available.
Okay. Well, some in the Twitch chat think he's going to lead the team in receptions.
Well,
so it's going to be higher than 82.5.
You have to wait for that number to show up. They do have a yards and a touchdowns number for Romeo Dobbs. For Dobbs.
700.
650 and a half.
Under. And
touchdowns?
6?
4.5.
I'd probably take the under on both of my ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Every day a new surprise. In the bag like starry skies. Baseball randos here to play. Bringing mediocrity for the day. A man feels good to be a grab bag. Mystery bags in a sports tray. Keith and Jones, they lead the way. In a world where bags are grabbed. Who's the next? Let's take a peek. Could be anyone this week. Rob Deere, Rob Betty, Rob Deere, Rob Deere. All football, baseball, hockey news. A fun-filled cornucopia.
All right, the NHL has released their schedule for the 2026-2027 season.
Already?
Yeah. They do a lot of fanfare for it.
I mean, look, at least there's no sports going on. I'll give them that. That's the one intelligent thing they did. But Thursday at 1 o'clock, they released the NHL schedule.
Yep. Just put it out there.
Okay.
Well, maybe, they're at 1 o'clock.
Who we got?
The New York Rangers in the home and season opener, September 29th. New York
29th.
Rangers.
Feels soon.
That does feel soon.
Okay.
October 2nd, they're at Winnipeg, and then on down the line they go. They do play.
When they get the Habs?
Habs?
Yeah.
Scroll.
That's
November
a big rival.
12th.
Oh, okay. November 12th.
November 12th.
Great.
They play on Halloween.
Right after Veterans Day. Who do they got on Halloween?
Blackhawks.
The Blackhawks on
They
Halloween.
play on New Year's Day.
Who they got there?
Blackhawks again.
Is that a Winter Classic? Got to be.
I guess.
New Year's Day?
I guess it could be.
They're in another one of those?
Maybe the most exciting announcement, of course, is it is going to be an 84-game regular season.
Oh, right.
So move over 82 games. We had 84 to play.
That's probably why the Classic this year's on New Year's Eve. It is the Avalanche and Mammoth.
All right.
The Winter Classic is on New Year's Eve now?
Yeah, they've been around for some reason.
God, I hate this sport. Well, so it's September 29th. So that's probably why they're earlier. I forgot it's 84 games.
It's that Bruins Rangers game, by the way, is going to be part of an ESPN triple header to get the season going. They're going to be the middle game.
Okay.
Let's see.
The meat in that sandwich.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, what's the bread?
The bread is going to be Hurricanes Panthers. Good one.
Okay. Yep.
And Golden Knights Blackhawks. Definitely a Blackhawks heavy feel.
Okay.
Revamped NHL All-Star Weekend will be held on Long Island February 5th.
Oh, hell
Skills competition, 10 players who are 25 and younger. The All-Star Game will be February 6th. It'll feature 5 teams of 11 players.
That's no good. That's the perfect number.
Canada,
5 all-star teams with 11 players
That's
each.
right.
Good. No,
They're going to play 3-on-3.
No, they cracked the code for sure.
They're
Good.
playing threes.
All right. Canada.
Finland.
Yeah.
Sweden. The United States.
Yep.
And world. They can't say Russia. They won't say it. No, but Pasternak's going to play somewhere. So 3 outdoor games.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Winnipeg, Montreal at the Princess Auto Stadium. Utah Mammoth and the Colorado Avalanche in the Winter Classic.
Where's that?
Utah's Rice Eccles Stadium.
Oh, they should play it on Salt Lake. Well, it doesn't freeze, I guess.
And the Dallas Stars take on the Golden Knights at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
Oh, good stuff. Good plan, NHL.
The Global Series will hit Helsinki for games between the Hurricanes and Kraken.
Oh, they love the Hurricanes in
And
Helsinki.
Dieseldorf,
Yeah.
Germany, for games between Ottawa and the Blackhawks. And the Hurricanes and Golden Knights will have their Stanley Cup rematch in Vegas on December 21st.
All right.
So if you're looking for
No,
something like that,
NHL gets it. That's a lot of good stuff there,
if
NHL.
you're
Good
looking
job.
for that, yeah, okay.
EA Grab Bag. It's in the game.
All right, what else do we got here in the grab bag, Jones?
No more NHL stuff?
I think that's all the NHL stuff I have.
Right.
Unless you want any more.
No.
I mentioned it's 84 games.
That's plenty.
Do you want?
I would say it was more than
All
that.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. All right, what about the British Open?
Yeah. Oh.
British Open's going on right now
Where's
on
Fleet-
NBC,
Where's-
USA Network, and Peacock.
Where's Fleetwood at?
I'll tell you where
Give
Fleetwood's
me
at.
Tommy Fleetwood. Is
Let
he at
me
the top of the
see.
leaderboard? Is he leading the thing?
Not on the top of my leaderboard.
If we had TV in here, I would know. We don't.
We don't. We have 3 screens.
Yeah.
No, you're watching Gremlins.
Gremlins is on some
Oh, that's
app.
Gremlins 2 new batch.
Oh,
I don't know if
Gremlins
we
2,
ever
sorry.
downloaded that app over here.
Oh, Black Nut?
Yeah, I
No,
don't know if we
didn't.
ever downloaded that. And then the clock.
Tommy
is missing it.
Fleetwood
There
is
was-
currently
Tommy.
in a tie for 24th.
Oh, I don't hate it. Okay.
1 under
Eeks.
par.
1 under.
He shot a 1 under 69.
It's in the mix. Perfect.
Nice.
Great start there. Tommy.
Jackson Suber is 5 under par. He is your lone leader.
Oh.
Trio of golfers at 4 under, a bunch more at 3 under, including Bryson DeChambeau.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
All right.
Day 1
The,
from
the Open Championship.
Royal Birkdale,
Royal
Southport,
Birkdale.
England.
All right. Good.
Is where they're laying their heads down at.
Nice.
Where do you turn at 1:30 p.m.? Jones and Keefe grab back. Do 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 do. Where do you turn at 1:30 p.m.? Jones and Keefe grab back. Do 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 do. Blah blah. 93.7. Jones and Keefe grab bag. Jones and Keefe grab bag.
The Cincinnati Reds and All-Star Chase Burns have agreed on a new 7-year extension worth $105 million.
Okay.
23-year-old right-hander is 11-1 with a 2.54 ERA.
So,
and he's got one of the best sliders in the game.
Chase Burns.
Yeah.
High selection, I believe, a couple of years ago, right?
Probably.
I
would assume that
he
checks
was
out.
Pitched against the Red Sox last year, and they destroyed him in the first inning.
Yeah, that sounds right. He's second overall
Oh!
pick out of Wake.
Yeah. I remember
Okay,
that.
so he is in year 2. Like, I guess where I go with this, next year.
Totally early.
Right. I mean, are you going to have to, and are the Red Sox going to want to, after Campbell and Roman Anthony, that experience, are they going to want to run out there and give them, if not quite this deal, I think this is a record-setting deal for a player with less than 4 years of experience or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get that. I mean, if Peyton Tolley's in the All-Star game and he's got a 2.5 ERA, then maybe it's a little bit different. But,
Right. He's got a 3.11 ERA right now as a rookie. Burns last year was at 4.57. So, I mean, I'm wondering if that's kind of going to be the going rate for those guys and if the Red Sox have the appetite for it. But good for Chase Burns.
Where do you turn at 1?
Jeez. Where do you turn?
I heard that.
Jones, I haven't seen it myself, but the new Netflix golf series, Hawk, starring Will Ferrell,
the
Luke
Will
Wilson,
Ferrell vehicle, yeah.
and Jimmy Tatro, is getting smoked by critics. People do not like the show.
They don't like it?
They do not like the show. Now, I haven't seen it with my own eyes and ears,
I
but
thought they had a great showing before the Home Run Derby. People love that.
they seem to be into it. The mics weren't really working, but yeah, they were there, but people seem to not like it. The ESPYs were last night. Did you catch any of that?
I forgot to check those out. You see any of Marcelo Hernandez?
Nope.
I didn't either, which makes me think it wasn't very good.
He made a joke about WNBA players.
Oh, did he do the same thing that Shane Gillis did last year?
No. It was different. Yeah, he had a different joke. But I think Jalen Brunson won something or a bunch of things. I don't know.
Sounds right.
I don't know.
Okay. No, I missed it. I actually
get the idea
I meant to go
behind it,
check
but I
out
really
Marcelo
I
Hernandez.
have no interest overall.
Nothing else going on.
Nothing you can do. I did watch actually last year because of Shane Gillis.
Right.
So Marcelo Hernandez, who I don't mind, but didn't really
Didn't draw you in.
No.
Okay.
And it goes on and on. Whatever.
Yeah. I was on TV myself, Jones. So
That's true. You had a busy night going on.
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Didn't really have time for
Giles
that.
and Holly.
Yeah, that's right.
And I would just like to start a cheer. Let's go.
Grab bag.
Let's go.
Grab bag.
Let's go.
Grab bag.
All right, a question a lot of people are asking right now is does
Nope.
Tracy Bingham, friend of the show.
No, I said no, is what I said.
Follow me on Instagram at RichKeith WEEI. She does not.
No.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
All right, better question for you. Has the great Bob Ryan tweeted?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I would imagine. He's not only sports takes. He's got other stuff going on.
He's
so
a
even though
lot
there's
more
no
than
sports, I'm sure he's tweeting, yeah.
South Slides tweeted out Derek Jeter, Cal Ripken Jr., or Ozzie Smith.
Oh.
Isn't available.
Oh. Oh. I was about to say Jeter, but okay.
Jeter, Ripken, Smith
out.
Isn't available.
Okay.
Name an MLB shortstop known for defense first.
Oh.
Which I would pause and say, there's no way Jeter's known for defense first.
Call that rage bait.
But
Vizquel?
That's what Bob Ryan said.
Oh,
Omar
wow.
Vizquel.
Air 5, Bob.
Yep.
Yeah, nice.
Omar Vizquel. Good one.
Good one. Thank you.
He also responded, the Boston Globe tweeted out an article, and so there's a link to the article, and it also has like a description, and it says, a Canadian sports betting website has put together a list of some of the most overrun tourist destinations in the United States and Canada.
Oh.
Sad news, friends, some popular New England spots placed prominently on the list.
Okay.
Bob responded to that. He wrote, he.
What?
He wrote he. Capital H, lowercase e. He was his response.
Okay.
That's pretty much what Bob
I
had.
feel like a misfire. Yeah, it was a Gammo tweet is what that was.
Might have been. It was the start of something.
Yeah, it was a pocket dial.
I think people are waiting for what that could have been. But yeah, you started with he, and then people responded to that saying, did you see the new He-Man, Bob? And then somebody wrote she, somebody wrote /him.
Yeah,
So it
I
ended up
mean,
being a whole
yeah,
thing.
we need all the
Yeah.
pronouns is what we need, Bob.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, this is a man whose agent was Rex Gary. He was a first baseman, left-handed stick, left-handed arm, meaning he wore the glove on the right hand.
First baseman, lefty,
Yes.
lefty. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Played for 4 teams in a 10-year major league career.
That's a hint.
They're all hints. They played for the Nationals, Yankees, Orioles, Marlins. Made his debut in 2001.
Nationals, not the Expos. Nationals.
Well, 2001.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Expos.
both. That's weird. Both. It says on the underneath. It just says.
Who did we
Washington.
just have? We just had Josh Willingham. Josh Willingham.
It's not Josh Willingham. Hung up the spikes after
Nick Johnson.
Oh, he got it! He got him!
What a week for
Wow.
Billy.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, we've kind of been smoking Keefe this week. Billy leading the charge.
Nick Johnson.
Nick Johnson.
Yeah.
Big OBP guy, right?
Yeah. Nick Big Johnson is what they called him.
Nick. Gun to his head, gun to his Johnson is what they referred to him as.
Yeah, OVP machine.
Yeah, he was. No,
About
I remember.
400 for his career.
He was like a real analytics darling
Yeah.
where he was back in the day. You'd be like, why do they hit this guy so high in the order? But it's the OBP.
Made
Is
$29
why
million.
Oh,
thanks to Rex
nothing to
Gary.
sneak- Rex. Good chunk of that is Rex Gary.
He was
He's
traded.
living off that.
This is a big one. He was traded with with Randy Choate and Juan Rivera.
Oh, for Vasquez?
Javier Vasquez
yeah.
trade.
Yeah.
It was that one.
I remember being very jealous when the Yankees got him. Turned out wasn't really much of a move. But I remember thinking that was a good move for the Yankees when they did it.
Seemed
So
like a coup at the time.
Nick Johnson was in that one. Well, you said, here we go.
Nick Johnson.
The Expos doing it again. They trade Pedro to the Red Sox. This is another one of those deals. Turned out, Nick Johnson, nice player.
Nice player and kind of a hoss.
Kind of a hoss.
Bit of a had a hoss
Yeah, he
way
was.
about him.
All right, well, big week for us here in the
Nice
Random Ball
job,
Player.
guys.
Oh, big week for Billy.
Each and every day.
Mostly
in the
Billy, though.
Oh, you
Jeff
got
Conan
Conan
yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah.
Really big week for everybody but Nick.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
Keith.
bad week for
Well,
him.
and
Tough.
Keith. It wasn't a
Tough.
good week for Keith, I guess.
No.
Although don't tell him that because he'll try
Wait
to
till you
catch-
hear tomorrow's. Wait till you hear tomorrow's.
Well, do we have one tomorrow?
No, we don't. You're right.
By the way,
I can try something wild thing.
I guess Josh Willingham. I think what I meant to guess text line is right. Brad Wilkerson. I think I meant to guess Brad
Oh,
Wilkerson.
we have had
who
Brad
who we've
Wilkerson.
had.
Well, we had
Yes,
Josh
yes.
Willingham last week.
That is what it was.
And Josh Willingham.
They're all
See, there's not that many players.
they're all crossing the street.
Turns out, not that many players.
Okay, that's your random ball player
Well,
each and every
500 of them.
day in
Well,
the grab
actually,
bag.
probably like 300 with all repeats, but
Good
We've
point.
had a few overlaps. That's true.
Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way at 2 o'clock. We'll get you the clip du jour next.
Boston knows a good.
right, back here on Jones and Keefe, WEEI. It's time now for our clip du jour. Jones, are you ready for that?
Sounds fantastic. What's the clip du jour?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. It is the clip of the day. And every Thursday at 11:30, we have Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring on the show. And today, Jones debuted a brand new game for Bradfo to play.
How about that? Yes or no? I want short answers on this. Yes or no, you expect these players to be moved at the trade deadline, Bradfo? You understand the parameters?
Yeah, you say yes or no.
Okay, let's go.
Can I play?
Yeah. Jeremy Pena.
Yes.
Yes.
Zach Neto.
Yes.
Yes.
Francisco Lindor.
No.
Yes.
Corey Seager.
No.
No.
Byron Buxton.
No.
Yes.
Damn it. Matt Olson.
No.
No. Matt Olson?
Matt Olson? Why would they trade Matt Olson?
You mean Matt Chapman?
That is what I meant. I'm sorry. Matt Chapman is what I
I
meant.
don't
Sorry.
think Olson's going anywhere.
Matt Chapman is what I meant. Sorry. Get my Matt Chapman.
He's trying to stump us, Bradford.
Yeah,
Good job
yeah.
not going for it.
Nice job. Matt Stairs.
Oh, that's Billy's guy.
All right.
Good game.
Matt Chapman.
Yes.
Yes.
Bo Bichette.
Yes.
No.
Hunter Goodman.
Oh, I like how you emphasize the accent and goo on good man. No.
Okay.
Yes.
Luis Ariz.
Probably.
Yes.
I don't like how everyone scoffs at Ariz.
Good
I don't
game.
like that. The guy is
Nobody wants
he's
him.
330 everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't
He's
appreciate it,
not-
quite frankly.
I don't think stat people like him. Red Sox have some stat people there.
They do.
You think he'd still hit 330 with Driveline? You think that would still be something that Arise could do?
310.
He might be Driveline proof.
Yeah, he might be.
He might show up and hit 300.
He might be.
But I think the idea of the exercise there was to point out there could very well be a lot of impactful players moving at the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And the Red Sox could acquire a shortstop that could help, a left fielder that could help, a second baseman that could help, a DH that could help, a catcher that could help. Like all those I feel like should be on the table. Now, I also added to your game. I didn't want to like overshadow you in any way.
No, you don't want to one-up it.
But then I threw some of the names, some of the Red Sox players' names that were all on high on these lists for
Passing.
what other teams would
Yeah.
want. And it was like Sonny Gray, Aroldis Chapman, Wilson Contreras. And he's like, no. He doesn't think any of those guys, even Gray and Chapman.
We didn't ask him Durant.
No, we didn't.
In retrospect, we should have asked about Durant.
Get him back.
Yeah.
Call him back.
Get Bradford on the line real quick. But no,
I don't think you're going to get much for him, though.
I think your point, it does underscore there's a lot of
Yes.
options out
Yeah.
there. And the Red Sox have needs everywhere. So I felt this way a long time ago. I kind of came off it because they were so bad and so lousy for so long. But I do think this is an easy team to fix. It doesn't mean Breslow will actually fix it. It doesn't mean he'll go get it done. But they have pitching. They have defense. They have needs everywhere on offense, whether it's a DH, an outfielder, an infielder, a catcher, needs everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I actually think they're pretty easy to fix, especially when you look at some of the demand out there, or the supply, rather, for the Red Sox demand. So, yeah, it's on Breslow to actually get it done, but I think there's a lot of opportunity out there, and there hopefully is some ability to actually close on that.
So I really hope they get Buxton, and so you really need to root against the Twins for two reasons. One, they currently have one of the playoff spots, right? They're a half game above the Red Sox.
And they score. The Twins score, I think, the most runs in the American League.
But if they get off to a really bad second half here, do they become sellers? And then maybe at that point they would part with Buxton. We'll see.
Okay. More on that tomorrow, where we have the Friday 4-pack.
Mm-hmm.
We have a Top 5 Friday. We got the Week in Review, all in a short program, leading you up to the Red Sox second half, first game of a doubleheader against the Rays. You can catch both tomorrow on WEEI. We are brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. Do not miss out on Lobster Lovers Weekend at the Nines. Order a colossal or hot buttered lobster roll, and you get a free 3-course meal upgrade. You gotta love the Nines. Stay tuned. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson come your way in just 2 minutes right here on WEEI.
What's in our feed?
Well, the feed today, Jason Tatum speaking about his former teammate Jaylen Brown last night on the ESPY's red carpet. You can feel the love, sort of.
If I'm being transparent, it's weird.
Yeah.
Right? I've been on the Celtics for 9 years, and he was my teammate every single one of those. You understand throughout, the course of a career that the NBA is a business, and people change teams and change coaches and front office, but it doesn't make it any easier. There's still a human element of it that you feel those emotions. The city feels those emotions. But there's also a side of, we have to welcome our new teammates in with open arms, and we still have to attack the new season.
Yeah.
So there's a balance, but it's weird.
Celtics' final consolation game out in the Summer League on Sunday. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Do you think Messi's literally going to beat
might.
Jalen effing Brunson?
Absolutely.
The FIFA fix is in.
Leading
He's going to win
scorer in the
everything.
World Cup, soccer. I mean,
we should put a gentleman's bet on it.
I
Me
got
and
Messi.
Rich versus Ken and Ted.
Yep. Messi's going to win.
Matt Damon said he was like the 12th or 13th pick.
I'm just happy I got the role and not the usuals like the Leonardo da Vinci's, the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
And then Nolan just goes, bank a test on it.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And good afternoon, Leonardo da Vinci.
It's the best.
Oscar award-winning actor.
Best.
I will give credit to was it Eustace or was it you, Jackson, who just isolated that line and texted it to all of us last night? It made me laugh.
I thought that's what Matt Damon said, actually. But you're saying that was just a Stiz F-up?
Well, I'm feeling he didn't say that I lose out these roles to Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, that was a Stiz F-up.
Oh, I thought it was like a dig at DiCaprio.
No, it was an inadvertent slip there.
It's the hardest I've laughed since we've been over here.
Sure. I mean, but Da Vinci, DiCaprio, you can see that how you can maybe mix that up.
Yeah, two of the
Sure.
greats.
You know, the star of the 1980s Batman, Michelangelo Keaton.
Right.
There's been so many different actors that are here that took those roles. But no, and the first part of that we'll get to in a minute. I'm not gonna peacock. I'm not gonna get too cocky about being right
sure
once
about that?
again.
You already did on the text chain.
They're blowing up the text line with peacocking.
You earned it. That's fine. Good job.
I will be subdued today. I will be subdued. I will not rub it in your face as much. But it is Rich, Ken, and Ted Johnson here on 93.7 WEEI. You can give us a call. We love talking to you. 617-779-7937. Also, the Odyssey app is a great way to not only listen to the show, you can press the follow button, but you can also launch us a take grenade. You press that microphone button, record your message, and we play it later on in the 5 o'clock hour. But you know what? Let's go ahead and get to it. Not really sports happening, but kind of things around sports happening.
Sports happened.
And Sports Happened is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all sevens at 617-777-7777. On the years where there is no World Cup, yesterday is traditionally the worst sports day of the year. Day after the All-Star game, nothing going on, so ESPN said, let's do the ESPYs. And because it's ESPN and because we only remember things that just happened, I said I would lop off my left testicle if the New York Knicks didn't win every single category they were nominated for. Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess who won't be shooting blanks, baby?
The ESPY for best play. I think everyone knew who was going to win. OG!
And the ESPY goes to Jalen Brunson.
And the ESPY goes to Jalen Brunson!
And the ESPY goes to the New York Knicks.
Yep, best male athlete, Jalen Brunson. Best championship performance, Jalen Brunson. Best NBA player, Jalen Brunson. Best play, OG Anunoby. Best team, New York Knicks. And best performance by a fan twerking on a traffic pole moments before getting pants to continuing to twerk once again, the New York Knicks. It was a clean sweep because, of course, that's what ESPN does.
Just embarrassing. Now, if nobody watched it, does it actually count that you won the bet? I mean,
I guess. Well, listen, take that, all-time great Lionel Messi and your joke of a career.
Unbelievable. Just the guy that's got the most goals in World Cup, tournament doesn't win that one. So.
No, but we could all see that coming. At least some of us could. But as far as the two categories that Drake May was nominated for, Well, of course he didn't win because Drake is right now the most disrespected player in the NFL. In the category of best NFL player with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Matthew Stafford, they gave it to Myles Garrett, a guy who didn't make the NFL playoffs. In the category of best breakthrough athlete with Macklin Celebrini and Fernando Mendoza, they gave it to figure skater Alyssa Liu, who also did not make the NFL playoffs. But my favorite moment of the entire evening was when, I don't know if you guys saw this. I didn't watch it when it was on, but I watched, I went back in this morning. I kind of fast forward through stuff.
You and Stiz read about ballet last night, right? What were you at?
Oh, dude, what we were at last night was awesome. Like shockingly good, and I had no idea it was going to be as good as it was.
Don't get sidetracked.
I won't get sidetracked. We'll come back to that. But my favorite moment of the entire evening was Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and DJ Khaled. They were on stage giving an award to Shohei Ohtani. And after they announced the award and that Shohei won't be there, I want you to listen closely to Iron Mike Tyson and what he says after they say Shohei Ohtani is not here. Let's take a listen.
And the SB award goes to, check this out, Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's a guy.
And that was Mike Tyson saying, Shohei's a guy?
Wow. Punch drunk. Boxers, a lot of hits to the head. That's amazing.
He just didn't even know he was a guy.
That's incredible.
This is the guy who admitted doing the hangover to feed his drug supply.
Oh,
so,
sure.
I mean, it's not that surprising.
Tyson is such a fascinating human being for a million different reasons. But one thing that I just think is the craziest out of all of it is that when I was a kid, there was no video game.
New York Knicks in the house.
Yeah, that everybody outside of maybe like Tecmo Bowl, everybody had Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. It was like one video game that everybody in the neighborhood had. It's basically the modern-day Madden. For what it was like everybody had it. Apparently, Don King was given a contract to give to Mike Tyson, and it was essentially, we can give you a share of the sales of this or $50,000. And he said $50,000. And somebody calculated how much money he would have made. It was something insane, like $45 million. But he took the $50,000.
He filed bankruptcy, didn't he? A couple times.
He did. And matter of fact, I got. It's kind of sad, but at the same time, it was amazing for me because I was at Vegas one weekend. You know that there's that place in Caesar's Palace that you've heard about, Pete Rose always signing autographs and doing all that.
Oh yeah.
He essentially lives in Las Vegas and just signs autographs every weekend. Well, it was a weekend where Tyson was going to be there because I believe he lives in Vegas now too. And he had a long-ass line to get in there. And I remember, so I got up, and you had to buy something. So I think I had to buy like a $75 picture of him hitting Holyfield in the face. And I was getting it signed for my son, Max. And I said, hey, Mike, could you sign to Max? And he goes, Mac? And I said, no, to Max. And he goes, Max. I said, yes, Max. And I take it away, and it says, to Mark.
Nice. Good enough. Close enough.
I was there one time where Pete Rose was there. I could easily get in and out. The next time I was in Vegas, Tyson was there. I could not even get close. I couldn't even get a glimpse of Mike.
And by the way, I mean, this was, I think he's kind of bulked up a little bit more, but this was maybe 10 years ago when he had gotten really thin, and you couldn't even really recognize him. But no, I've been out there when Pete Rose was there, and he'll just sit at the table, and no one will be there.
His main source of income was just doing that.
It's got to be, and it was really depressing because his signatures were, when he would sign, he would put "Sorry, I bet on baseball" and put Pete Rose.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
But Tyson should be. I mean, we were talking yesterday about like Mike Vick and the once in a generation athletes, and Jones and Keefe were doing their, I think, kind of the Mount Rushmore with Jordan, Messi, and Brady, and who would be the fourth guy? Probably would be Tiger, but Tyson would be in the conversation. Well, I mean, at his prime, it was just must watch.
It was, I mean,
pay-per-view, whatever he could do.
He was at his kind of supernova when he was Spinks, the 92nd fight where he
all the way up to Buster Douglas,
and then it just went right after that.
Yeah.
It was over.
It's weird because I told my son, because he's kind of into like the MMA stuff now, like he's starting to watch like a little bit of the UFC, and I was telling him the other day, I was like, I don't think you understand. There was a period of time where literally everybody knew who the heavyweight champion of the world was.
Yep.
Like it would be my mom, it would be all of the kids in the neighborhood. You knew who the heavyweight champion of the world was, and it might have been what, about 6 or 7 years after Tyson was done that went away. That it's like
and it split, and there were like 3 different champs, and it just you totally lost sense of who was who.
Yeah, no question. And the thing is too that's kind of wild about it all is that he is he was one of those guys that the story's pretty scary and what he got into and obviously him going to prison and everything like that. But ever since he's come back, he is just a fascinating dude. There's a documentary made about him called Tyson. And somebody did the smartest thing ever. They didn't try to overproduce it or do that. They literally sat and they put a camera in front of him and they talked to him. And there's these moments where he's talking about Cuz D'Amato. He's the older guy who brought him up and basically when he was homeless, raised him and turned him into a fighter. And he's talking about Cuz D'Amato dying. And he goes, I love Cuz so much. Cuz was just the greatest guy in my life. And, man, I'd just do anything for him. And if anyone ever heard him, I'd kill the mother effer. And his voice changes like that. And you just saw Tyson in one 30-second clip, his entire personality. And it can be super nice, I love pigeons, or it could be I am going to, the stuff he said after he got out of prison about some of the people.
Dude, he was terrifying. Terrifying. And any opponent that went into the ring, you had to feel that. You had to feel the same thing everyone else was feeling when you watched Tyson fight.
Yeah. I remember watching the McNeely fight. Remember that? And he was a local guy.
Yeah.
He was a mass guy.
Well, I mean, Tyson fought in the Golden Gloves here. So, I mean, when he was a kid, he fought in the Golden Gloves. I think there's video of it somewhere, and that was maybe when he was, 17? He was but even at that time, I've spoken to some of the people who fought, who were old boxers from back in the day, and they were like, even then, everyone knew that this kid was special.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was shocking to me to watch the I don't know if it was how many times did he fight Evander, but he fought a couple times. But when he started going for the ear, you were like,
he lost it.
You couldn't believe it. He was like, I mean, he's basically, you could tell he was defeated, and that was his only way to get try and gain leverage was to start taking chunks of Evander Holyfield's ear.
Yeah, it was somewhat terrifying. Do you read anything into? I mean, listen, the fact that Drake May, I guess, was nominated is kind of nice. But he got beat by Myles Garrett for best NFL player. Anybody got a problem with Myles Garrett winning over Jackson Smith and Jigba?
No, not at all.
Even over Jackson Smith and Jigba, who won a Super Bowl.
I don't because I just think Myles Garrett is like Reggie White.
Yeah.
In that class, I think he's potentially going to be one of the absolute best of the best at that position.
Yeah.
And he had how many sacks? 23 sacks.
23 sacks.
Yeah.
You set that record, which is a prestigious record. No surprise he would get it.
He's had 5 straight years of at least 14 sacks. I mean, it's been a 5-year dominance. And you're right, though. He didn't make the playoffs. We have knocked other people for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like even Joe Thomas there was like the best lineman forever in Cleveland, never made a playoff appearance.
Yeah,
dude.
Bruce Smith. I mean, he was a great defensive. I mean, just a defensive end isn't going to impact the wins and losses, obviously, because of the position he plays.
Yeah. Well, it was
much as a quarterback would, so the quarterback obviously has a much more impactful,
but that's kind of interesting that you say that, though, because most people say edge rusher is like the second most important position. But look at the top edge rushers right now. Myles Garrett, not a playoff guy lately. Micah Parsons has not made an impact. Will Anderson, Houston. Yeah. Houston had those 2 great pass rushers with Danielle Hunter. Didn't make it past the Patriots. Max Crosby, Aiden Hutchinson, okay.
I think quarterbacks is the one position that I think you can look at. If they don't win the games, it's the most of the blame would go on the quarterback, not a defensive end, or cornerback,
sure,
or even a wide receiver. It's the quarterback.
By the way, I was going to play some of the monologue, and I think Marcelo Hernandez is talented. He's pretty good on SNL. It was just kind of okay. Matter of fact, we'll play one joke because it was the one joke that was about somebody that obviously around here everybody knows. Let's take a listen. Oh, you have it, Stiz? Okay, yeah. This is like from his
New York Knicks in the house. Congratulations, Pat, Jalen McCall. They didn't think you were going to do it, and you did it, Bobby. That's fine. The Knicks won their first championship since 1973, and to put into perspective how long ago that was, in 1973, hockey players didn't wear helmets. Basketball had no three-point line, and in 1973, Bill Belichick was the age his girlfriend is now.
So that was,
Is that the line? Is that where you're drawing the line?
Yeah. So, I mean, it was a Bill Belichick.
Did BB make an appearance? Did him and Jordan make an appearance last night?
I have not seen them, but I do know that Jason Tatum made an appearance.
Yeah.
He was on the red carpet, and he spoke of his relationship with Jaylen Brown. We will get to that. We're not going anywhere. 2 minutes, we'll be back, and we'll hear what Jason Tatum seems awfully just crushed that Jaylen Brown no longer a teammate. What is this?
This is your boy Posty.
Oh, it's just Post. Okay, he will be doing the pregame of the World Cup final, I believe.
Is it?
On Sunday?
Well, Wiggy declared he's the halftime show for the Super Bowl this morning. Our man Wiggy, Jermaine and Easty, who called yesterday.
Of course, in defense of Patty LaBelle's sweet potato pies.
Yes, he said he's got a premonition it's going to be Post Malone.
I can see that.
Ah, man, not big enough.
Really? Oh, that's a shot at Stiz.
Post is pretty big.
No, he's big, but I don't know. I don't see him being big enough for the Super Bowl. I just see there being about 5 or 6 other artists that you can immediately just go, yeah.
You don't think he's bigger than Maroon 5?
Well, I mean, that may be a good point. But Maroon 5, I would argue, probably had been around longer. Like, they had bigger longevity. So, I mean, you could say that people who are 20 years older than the average, Post Malone fan knew who Maroon 5 was.
Yeah, but The Weeknd's probably even younger than Post Malone.
But The Weeknd is enormous. Like, The Weeknd, like, if you look at, like, the streaming numbers on Spotify.
I think Post might have them. Let's look into
The Weeknd?
this.
Okay, well, that's actually a good thing to look up because I know that The Weeknd has like a handful of songs that are in the 9 digits. They're like over like 100 million streams, I believe. So
I say Metallica.
Well, yeah, Metallica should definitely do the
There was
halftime
such
show.
speculation about it last year, maybe to give him an idea.
But the thing is the NFL doesn't need Metallica's audience. Like they do a halftime show to get people who don't normally watch football to watch the game. They want to get the biggest audience ever, so they get people that get, they appeal to women, they appeal to, like a dance crowd. They don't appeal to a rock crowd. A rock crowd, they don't need that. They're already watching the game. Yes, Diz.
I can admit when I'm wrong. So quick Spotify search, Post Malone, 61.4 million monthly listeners. The Weeknd, 113.7 million monthly listeners.
The Weeknd, it's really understated how massive that guy is. It's pretty wild. So when he did the Super Bowl, you're like, all right, it's because he's literally one of the most listened to artists in the entire world, I guess, or at least I don't know, Spotify International, or is it just America? I don't know. All right. So Jason Tatum was on the red carpet yesterday, and Ted made a great comment. He's like, "You wearing a tank top?"
Oh, bro, what's up with that, man?
Why don't you wear more tank tops, Ted? I mean, you got to let those guns fly, man.
I don't know, dude. It's a little.
It's too showy?
Yeah, a little bit. A little.
Ted thinks you should get dressed up to take a plane, though.
You're very classy, I guess.
You're like my dad. My dad always, wherever he was going, he had to make sure he was dressed up for his
I have a philosophy on that, so I try and look as good as I can when I can. But I don't know. Come on, tank top.
Right.
A tank top.
It's probably like an $8,000 tank top.
I know it is, but
Jaylen Brown wouldn't have done this. He wouldn't have been this disrespectful.
He would.
But you ran him out of town based on a stats article. Oh man, it just like turned you against him.
I find these comments from Jason Tatum though to be, I don't know, I think interesting. I'll be curious to get your thoughts on it.
Sure. Let's take a listen. This is last night on the red carpet. Jason Tatum in a tank top talking to ESPN.
If I'm being transparent, it's weird.
Yeah.
Right? I've been on the Celtics for 9 years, and he was my teammate every single one of those. You understand throughout, the course of a career that the NBA is a business, and people change teams and change coaches and front office, but it doesn't make it any easier. There's still a human element of it that you feel those emotions. The city feels those emotions. But there's also a side of, we have to welcome our new teammates in with open arms, and we still have to attack the new season.
Yeah.
So there's a balance, but it's weird.
Okay, if you would have typed into ChatGPT, what is the exact perfect thing to say if a reporter asks you what you think of Jaylen Brown no longer being on the Celtics? That would word for word be what it was.
I agree with you 100%. I was wondering if you guys thought that, and you do, Rich. I'd be curious what you thought, but that was the most perfect kind of, I don't know. He was respectful, but to his former teammate, but also respectful to his incoming. I just thought that was, maybe a corporate answer, but it was, to me, the perfect answer considering all the hype that's been going on with these two.
It was not the perfect answer to quell any rumors that he wanted him out, that Tatum ordered the code red, and that's the reason Jaylen Brown got traded for schlock. Don't you listen to that and think, again, like the Times New Roman Instagram post, these guys didn't have a relationship. In fact, it probably bordered on Tatum asked to get rid of him.
I'm not sure I would surmise that just by listening to that comment.
He pivoted to the new team in 19 seconds. He said nothing. He said it's weird. There was no love language at all there. You're a romance novel guy. Don't you?
Big love language guy.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe he could have gone a little bit more into JB, but
it was again yes, we played together for 9 years. Boy, it's weird.
I thought it was better than that.
A little bit better than that. Yeah.
Listen, I believe I'm with you, Ken, on one thing. His goodbye Instagram post was half-assed. Especially when you compare it to the old one. Stiz did an amazing job.
Yes, he did.
Digging up, his Tatum's goodbye letters and posts to Mark Smart, Robert Williams. It was truly, really funny, the stark contrast between that and Jaylen Brown's. But I think now he's saying everything exactly the way that he needs to. And I do like the fact that he goes, and along with that, I am also excited for the new chapter with the new guys here. You know what he's doing? He's acting like a leader. He's acting like a team leader. He's trying to unify the team that he's got, and he's also trying to cause as little drama as possible.
Well, he caused drama. First Take did a segment on it today. They had Perk and Windy up there, your guy Windhorst, talking about these lame comments and, again, the lack of relationship.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Wow.
And Perk was like, here's more proof that they hated each other, basically, to paraphrase.
That's a little, to me, that's a reach. Yeah. I think those comments were perfectly. I just thought they were diplomatic.
You're
I thought they were right down the middle.
We've seen that. You hate Jaylen.
Okay, what was he supposed to say? Honestly, what did you want him to say?
Anything beyond it was weird. Give me some adjective that it capsulizes 9 years and a championship.
Dude, that is weird. It's really weird. This is the first time in my professional career he's not on my team. That's weird.
Yeah. And I think in the context too, Ken, of what Jaylen said about this being his favorite season after the season is, what do you expect JT to do when JB's saying that about the season that you didn't even play in?
Well, okay, but then that's just admitting they had a problem, and that's admitting there was something more to the story. Because again, we keep going back to there has to be more we don't know. You don't trade a guy for Paul George, broken down Paul George in his prime, unless there's something going on. It's either economics or Ted's right and it's stats and he actually stinks and we can't believe our own eyes.
For the record, I think there was something going on. I'm just like if you were to say what is a good response for Jason Tatum in his first comments since the trade, what would you want it to be? That is what I would want it to be.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean there wasn't issues behind the scenes. We know there were.
We also don't mean, I think Ted and I are on the same page here. It also doesn't mean that 14 people didn't write that. And 14 people didn't sit down and go, hey, man, you're going to be asked this. Let's memorize this and have it ready to go. And he did it. He just said exactly, if you want to make sure you squash any kind of drama and that, the minimum amount that can be read into your comments as being negative or one thing or the other, that was perfectly scripted. Now, of course, you're going to have Kendrick Perkins, who speaks in absolutes. Everything's an absolute with him. And Windhorst, who's always all about the drums. So they obviously are like two guys that are just, they know they're trying to get clicks. They're trying to get ratings. It's with Tatum, it's dead. Jalen might keep talking, but Tatum is doing this right. If he wants people to stop talking about it, stop asking about it, stop trying to draw things of it,
dead.
he's doing the best he can on his end to kill the talk.
This will continue all season through the playoffs, and up until if they meet in the playoffs or if Tatum's eliminated sooner than Jalen did or after, we are still going to be asking why Jaylen Brown is not on the team. This is going to be a year-long thing. This did nothing to quell rumors that Tatum was involved. Let me ask you this first. Do you think Tatum could have stopped the Jaylen Brown trade if he wanted to? True or false?
Man, I don't know. Now I'm starting to think that no.
Oh, my God.
I think he could have, yes.
The green teamers are
really,
working on you.
If he really felt in his heart of hearts that, I think he could have.
Maybe
Of course.
maybe he could
Now,
have.
part two for you.
Yeah.
Do you think he forced the trade?
No.
I do not.
Okay, Stiz, you're an expert in the body language department here in the what do we call the Instagram evaluations? It's more the social media.
Sure.
I don't think he forced the trade. I do not think he went to Brad and said, "Look, I'm done playing with this guy." But I do think there was no love lost, and I do think if he really wanted him on that team, he would have went to Brad and said something because you don't want your star player disgruntled.
Let's go to Ryan on line one. Ryan, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Ken, I love you, man. I really do.
There's a butt here.
Do you want it to be like a Britney Spears thing? Leave Jalen alone. Oh my God, please stop. Oh my God, I can't believe that he got traded. He was my best friend. What do you want him to say?
If you win a world championship with somebody, and on a team, by the way, that we talked about as the most impressive team of the last 8 or 9 years in the NBA, right? We did our rankings, so we said that Celtics team, their run bests anybody, better than even the Knicks this year. I think we had them second or third. I would expect that the players that were there have a bond forever that is unified. Ted, you still get together with guys you want a title with.
Yeah.
And now we have
But
Tatum
that could be
weeks
done
after.
later on, not on a red carpet.
Oh, my God. These two are never getting together. He wouldn't go on his Twitch stream.
All right. So there are some people who agree with you. There are. And they are. They work. They're talking heads and they're
majority.
professionals. The majority, yes. But you're getting a lot of hate on the old text machine. But you know what? Let's get some people who actually agree with you. People who are paid to give their opinions. We will get to that right after this.
WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and you can call us at 617-779-7937. We just played that comment. That's the first time Tatum has spoken, right, about Jaylen Brown no longer being with the team?
Yep.
Nah, he said something else briefly, did he not?
Yeah, he went on like that View talk show.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what that was.
That's right, when he
Good
was
Morning America
promoting
or
his book like Baby McDunks a lot or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
So but it was a good moment, and Ted and I seem to agree that he said pretty much if you were to try to like have Aaron Sorkin, some of the best writers in Hollywood, write what is the perfect thing for a guy to say in this situation, he said it. He said it's very weird. We played together for so long, and obviously we've shared a bunch of great stuff together, and but I'm also excited about this whole new chapter. It seemed very polite, very cordial, very well thought out, and very diplomatic. So I don't know. Basically, it was written to cause as little drama as possible. You did not like it, Ken.
Well, it's just the same as his Instagram post to me. I think you guys are like distracted by his guns and his tank top or something like that.
I did spend 2 minutes trying to find out how much his tank top was worth, because I guarantee you that's like a $5,000 tank top he was wearing.
So I'll tell you who agrees with me is Perk, the great Kendrick Perkins, and Wendy, who you respect at the utmost level. I think you said he's your favorite journalist.
Everyone
you
knows
have Windhorst, Juan, and Hurley, too.
His voice tickles my ears when I hear it.
So here's their reaction. They played the same clip that we heard, and here's Perk starting it off.
Feels weird for Jason Tatum. Fair enough. Perk, what's your reaction to Tatum's thoughts?
Well, I'm going to say this. When I was traded from the Celtics in 2010, I believe it was, 2010, 2011, we shedded tears. You know what I'm saying? Like we had real tears, KG, Paul, Rondo, Doc, when we had to have that hard conversation that I was actually traded and moving on, right there, it was key things that you look at. Jason Tatum said, yeah, it's hard when you've been teammates with a guy. He didn't call him his brother. So, again, I'm not sitting up here saying that they had the best relationship or that they had to have the best relationship, because they didn't. At the end of the day, it answers a lot of questions that was out there about the relationship between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. It wasn't a heartfelt message that went out from Jason Tatum on IG. He thanked Jaylen Brown for the years. He thanked him, for the run that they had winning the NBA championship. And then he went back to reverting and saying that, hey, just now in that interview, that it's business, and that now they have to move on, and he got to accept and deal with the new teammates that he do have. So
why do we? This is so frustrating to me, because
answers a lot of questions, but not heartfelt.
It
Thank you,
seems
Perk.
to me as if there is an expectation that if they weren't as close as the couple from Heated Rivalry, then they couldn't actually function together and be good teammates and respect each other.
You would know about that better than anyone, Rich.
You bet I would.
Oh.
But that's the one thing, is that you can be friends. You can be literal friends, but not your brother, not someone you would cry next to if you didn't get to see him again. You can respect somebody, you can work with them, and you could, even share a laugh together and work together perfectly fine. You don't have to be
best friends
vacationing together.
That's fine, but we're trying to answer the question, why was he traded for the worst schlock return? And you think this was an awful trade, yes? One of the worst you've ever seen.
It's awful. What they got
Why
for
did they do it?
I think there's a couple different reasons.
This is Exhibit A right here. We're seeing it. You're saying there's no drama. Perk's telling you. You're not hearing what Perk is saying.
No. The drama's on the other end. It's not from JT. It's from JB's side.
Well, it's both sides, but this is why he's not here anymore.
I still think it's the money. The money.
Yes.
Jaylen knew that he was not getting the extension. He knew it. They probably told him that.
Private equity is duping Stiz.
Well, no. He's right, because here's what happened is that they took a look at those two together, and somebody made a pretty good decision that these two, if they're going to be our two guys, because right now in this league, the way that everything's set up with the cap, you can have two guys making a lot of money. These two cannot beat what we just saw in the NBA playoffs. So we're going to have to make some sort of change. Now, maybe we would be able to keep him if he didn't have the world's largest extension looming right down the road, where he'd be getting paid $70 million a year.
But you could have kept him this year.
You could have. Now, this year you could have. Now, that is absolutely true. Once they found out they were getting garbage back, you could have kept him another year.
Is this Jason Tatum's prime?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you're ruining this for why?
You're
Why?
speaking my language.
I know, but I'm telling you, we have our answers as to what happened. Tatum didn't like the guy and wanted to get him out of town. That's why he's saying all these bland things.
Well, what about the fact what you keep missing that maybe they're going to be a better basketball team without Jaylen Brown? Like you keep forgetting
there are
that.
some stats coming.
You
down.
forget
Look at
that
this.
Jaylen Brown when he wasn't playing that the Celtics this year were 9-2. How about Game 7 versus the Sixers? Jaylen Brown scores 33 points.
What was the record?
But the
without Tatum?
the team was a minus 16 in the 40 minutes that he played. The Seas also went on a 21-14 run when he was on the bench. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. When Jaylen Brown would enter the game with Derek White and Peyton Pritchard on the floor, those teams' scoring rate dropped when he would get on the court. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that would show you this team is going to be better without Jaylen Brown on it than if he was.
So that's the next step. I mean, pressure's on Tatum now. If you think they're better, let's see. We're going to find out.
Kelvin on line 3, speak some sense into Ken because this is a great point. What's up, Kelvin?
Guys, the best duo in NBA history was Shaq and Kobe, and they separate.
Yeah.
Why not? Let's focus on Jaylen Brown when he come back, drop 50. I already make a bet with a friend of mine. 100 to 1,000.
You already made a bet with a friend of yours. All right, Kelvin.
Yeah. That'll be great.
Let's go to
even in the preseason, they're going to play and be like trying to put up 80 on each other.
That's going to be pretty funny, actually. Let's go to Avery on line 1. Avery, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, obviously I don't think this is a good trade, but I don't think it's as bad as some of you guys are saying they are, because the reason is, watch what happened when Tatum came back at the end of this year and in the playoffs. When they were on the court together, it was Brown's turn in the pick and roll, and then it was Tatum's turn in the pick and roll. They were taking turns. They weren't playing like a team together, and it was kind of like that in the prior years too, except the advantage of having both of them is when one is on the bench or one is injured, you have the other one. But I think if Pritchard and or White can step up when Tatum's on the bench like they did last year when Brown was on the bench, I still think we can be a top 3 seed. I don't think they played like amazingly well together. I know they won the chip, but it was one guy's turn then the other guy's turn.
Thanks, Avery.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think Pritchard is the next Jalen Brunson?
Of course. He's Jalen Brunson. He's the next Matt. Yeah.
That is, you know what?
Magic
I wish
Johnson.
they didn't compare him to Jalen Brunson, but I think you could make an argument that Peyton Pritchard is going to make up for a lot of what Jaylen Brown used to offer. I think he can be just as good defensively. Yep, you heard me say it. And I think his handles are better. I don't think he'll have as many turnovers as JB had. And I think the offense, I think he can run better, more smoothly with Peyton Pritchard at the helm than JB.
You know what I forgot? Ted knows Missoula personally. They work out at the same gym. I wondered where he was getting briefed, and now it's all coming together. You talked to Joe.
And Joe told me, I also know that in the last 4 years, they are combined 47-10 when Jaylen Brown didn't play. I mean, it's
what was the record without Tatum this year when JB was on the floor?
Against
Did they
teams
win
that were
56 games without him?
tanking a lot. It was pretty good. Against teams that were tanking, they were pretty good.
All I know is that whatever gym you guys are going to, they're doing it right.
Yeah. Rich and I are going to the wrong gym.
Apparently, you step in there and immediately you just, it's like that movie Hunk from the 80s where the guy just the nerd.
You guys are welcome anytime.
Listen, I might have to do that. All right, let's just finally go to Eddie. Eddie on line 2. What's up, Eddie? How's it going?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey.
We are going to be talking about this all year, and it's because they're going to keep measuring themselves against Brown. But here's what I think. I think this goes all the way back to the year the Celtics won it all. Brown becomes the MVP. Tatum goes to the Olympics, and he sits back and says nothing when they take Derek White. And what they did is they snubbed Brown. He didn't do anything about it, let it go, and then he sits quiet through this whole process. And only after Brown's been running his mouth for 2 months and he's out of town, all of a sudden now, it's like your ex-wife after you guys get divorced, she's going to start saying wonderful things about you. It's kind of like too much, too little, too late. He could have done something if he wanted here. Now, listen, maybe the Celtics will be better without Brown. I doubt it. This guy here, they turned me into a Phillies fan because I think what they did to Brown was just disrespectful. And I know they go, oh, well, they paid him and everything. But you know what? The guy carried the team last year. You guys say some people think he stinks, and the numbers don't say that. But you know what? He carried the team. And then he finds out, 30 minutes before the game or 40 minutes before Game 7 that Tatum's not going to show up and play? They better hope they got a healthy Tatum this year, because even with a healthy Tatum, they're going to have a tough way to go this year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch how these two work out.
Boston, and they packed me up.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
Great call, Eddie. That is, boy,
They
put
packed
that in
me
the
up.
Louvre. Put that call in the Louvre.
Dude, JB got the exact lineup he wanted in that game. That was all his guys out there, all his young running mates.
Do you think it was kind of a dirty move to just tell him that Tatum wasn't playing 30 minutes before the game?
If that's true, that is a little bit dirty, but he also got to play with the guys I think he wanted to play with, too. So, so I don't know.
Nice to plan for that.
Didn't Tatum's trainers come out though and like subliminally say that 30-minute story was BS?
But I think the Olympics is part of it. I think Eddie's onto something. Don't you think that started some of the bad feelings? Because that was political and something was going on there, and Tatum did not have his back.
Well, the thing is that it's because Jaylen Brown was talking trash on the biggest sponsor of the Olympics. He was talking trash on Nike. Okay, and whether you agree with what he said or not, Tatum is a guy that has a deal with Nike, so he's making millions upon millions of dollars, and he's like, why should I jeopardize millions of dollars because my teammate is over here making an enemy out of somebody who's paying me a lot of money? That's not on me. Why is it my responsibility to speak up for this guy? I don't agree with him.
JB also sided with Kyrie Irving on some very obviously remarks that were questionable.
Yo,
right?
sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I can see why Jason Tatum would separate himself from JB. I do.
Well, it's not only Tatum. In defense of Tatum, it's the whole team. I mean, have you heard any teammate step up and say in a dramatic fashion? Missoula actually was the only one who said anything close to emotional. He said it's a grieving
said
process.
Something that kind of nice about him.
He said JB's comments after the season, not to read into him, like it was his favorite season ever. He kind of had his back on those comments.
Yeah.
But please. But where's JB? JB can be saying he goes on to a new team. Why isn't he saying nice things about JT on his way out? You haven't heard him say anything about JT.
Great point.
God, he was the one that was shipped out, packed up by Tatum. So why should he be the one to say nice things?
It was not Tatum.
And they packed me up, my boy.
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah, you know who did it? It was not. It wasn't Jason Tatum's decision. It was Bill Chisholm, and it was Brad Stevens. I don't know why I had a brain fart. I did too much out too late last night. But honestly, it's like that's not.
So Brad was jilted for some reason. Why is Brad upset?
No, I'm saying Jaylen Brown should be mad at those two. You're right, Ted, and that's something I can't believe I haven't even thought of. Why are we going so hard on Jason Tatum when Jaylen Brown hasn't said anything nice about Tatum? Jaylen Brown's it's a two-way street. Matter of fact, Jason Tatum said a hell of a lot more nice stuff about Jaylen Brown than Jaylen Brown has said about Tatum.
Remember, I texted you guys that the last time he did a Twitch, and I said, wow, he just went for 40 minutes thanking this guy.
Yep.
Jason Tatum's name never mentioned once.
Okay,
good point.
Well, fine. On either side, the relationship's not good. Neither of them are saying anything nice.
Yep.
So you just have to realize this is why they're not together anymore.
No question.
Okay.
No,
so,
and money. And money.
Money's a big part, man.
It's partly money, and it's partly what you're talking about.
No question. All right, 617-779-7937.
I don't think that's debatable. I don't even think it's debatable now.
Yeah, I mean, just the way things are set up. You want to pay that guy $70 million? $70 million, you don't lock yourself into Jaylen Brown, a formula that looks like a losing formula.
But they would have done it for Giannis.
Yeah, because that's not a losing formula. They needed a big. They needed a big. They said that was the whole thing at the end of the press conference at the end of the year.
But they won a
bigs.
title with this formula.
But it's different.
Different NBA.
Teams are getting better, and
they've outgrown each other.
Yep, I agree.
But you got Mitchell Robinson, who's supposed to be the difference.
Yes, they did exactly what they said they were going to do. They were going to get a big, and they wanted to get a veteran, and they did it. They got it.
Would they be a better team with Paul George or Jaylen Brown on this roster?
Jaylen Brown.
I think Paul George.
So something happened. Something screwy going on.
I do. I love how Ted's all in. I love how he's all in. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. And you can give us a call at 617-779-7937. And you just told me, Ken, during the commercial break, that the Bruins schedule has been released. And the most interesting of all the things on there is you said that December 1st.
December 1st, my birthday, will be retirement night for Patrice Bergeron. Number 37 will be heading to the rafters against Colorado that evening. And the full schedule's out there. Obviously, there's some intrigue there. Red Sox schedule for next year is coming out soon, I'm told.
That's like so ridiculous that they release it this early. Like
so random.
It's very strange. But I want to quickly. You were talking about how Patrice Bergeron's number is going to be retired, and that'll be a great night. They really do a really good job with those evenings. But I was thinking, well, obviously Brad Marchand is the next up, right? Like he's going to end up getting his number retired when it's all said and done. And I said, is there anybody else that's on the horizon as well? And you mentioned David Krejci.
Yeah, Krejci should be.
See, I don't know if David Krejci, it's a strange one because you're right. Like his numbers are absolutely insane. I mean, he's
especially his playoff numbers.
His playoffs, yeah, I mean, elite in the playoffs.
Fourth highest all-time Bruins history playoff numbers.
But I'm going to say that there's a better chance of David Pastrnak having his number retired than David Krejci.
I mean, Pasta too, but Krejci won a title, and in the year they won the Cup, he led the team in points. 23 points that year. Bergeron had 20, 12 goals to 6. I mean, you can't tell the story of the 2011 Bruins without David Krejci.
Well, are you going to retire Tim Thomas's number?
Yeah, I mean that's not out of the question. Is it already retired? Maybe not.
Did they already retire Tim? I don't think they did. I don't know. But I mean, Tim Thomas, it's the best playoff performance I've ever seen. Yeah, I guess they have not. I know they brought him back a few times.
I'd consider that.
Man, retiring a number is a huge deal. Ted, you know that. I mean, it is
should be.
They shouldn't have let Ray Lewis wear 52, to be honest.
You damn right. Oh no, that right. Celtics, they're more liberal with their retirement of their jersey.
Even Cedric Maxwell sometimes says, "I can't believe they retired my number."
Yeah.
But Krejci's a weird one because I mean, obviously, I would lean towards doing it, but I think he's more of a long shot than you think. Matter of fact, you could even take a look at Tuukka Rask's numbers and say that Tuukka Rask has a better case of having his number retired.
You're not going to win the support on that. I love Tuukka personally, but the region is down on him for collapses.
Franchise leader in wins, franchise leader in playoff wins, franchise leader in save percentage. He's won a Vezina. He's been in the Stanley Cup twice, obviously. Well, actually, his name is on the cup, technically, the year that they won. But, I mean, his numbers, if you're just going to go by pure numbers, it's insane. Now, Krejci's won a cup, so that does make a little bit of a difference, but I honestly think that both of them are those you got to say are 50-50. I don't know if it's either one's a guarantee, but Marchand's a shoo-in, right?
Cam Neely was asked about Tim Thomas at one point here, looking at this article, and he said, I don't want to rule anything out, but you look at some of the guys up there, they have a bigger sample size of what they did throughout their career in Boston. So, talking about a longer shelf life than Tim Thomas had. But, God, he was so good. You're right. I mean, they should retire. I would put Thomas and Krejci up.
I feel like Krejci will go on. I think most Bruins fans would say that he deserves to go win.
I would think so. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I'm not thinking of. I mean, Pasta, if he continues to play here, like if he signs another extension and he doesn't have to be a Bruin for life, but maybe even like a Marchand type of career, where near the end there's some team that ends up needing him when the Bruins are awful and he goes and wins a championship somewhere else. Who knows? But I mean, right now, he's already one of the greatest goal scorers in Bruins history. Multiple 40, 50 goal seasons. And right now he's your cornerstone. So I got to think.
Doesn't wear the C though. Doesn't wear the C, man.
Krejci and Jaylen Brown actually very similar in terms of like borderline retired jersey status because they're going to be seen as the 2 to the 1 star. With Bergeron had Krejci and Tatum had.
But Jaylen won MVP. He won Finals MVP.
So you think they will retire his jersey?
Yeah, yeah, they are. They're going to have to
after the smear campaign that's going on. I don't know. The region is turning on the guy.
Rich said it. I mean, if Max gets in,
right? Of all of them, they're basically just throwing out number. Now I'll tell you who there's a good discussion about. And that's Ray Allen. Ray Allen, I think, is somebody you got to consider retiring his number. If you're going willy-nilly and just throwing them all up there, you got to put Ray Allen's up there.
But when you choose to leave and go to the
he didn't choose. Well, okay, he did.
He did.
But he was.
But he got effed. But you're right. Before he did it, he got massively effed.
He did choose, but thank you. But they wanted to trade him the year before.
Yeah, they traded him. They literally went to him and told him he had been traded, And remember, there was something that happened, like a snag. Was it Rudy Gay? I forget which player it was.
Or the physical?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, there was something wrong with the physical. And Danny Ainge told us the story.
Yep.
Danny Ainge said, I actually went and we told him that he had been traded. And then hours later, they had to call him back and go, hey, about that trade? So if you're him, you're pretty BS anyway. Now, I hated him for a while, and I used to love him. He used to be one of my favorite players. But I hated him when he left because he left for a rivals team. He went to the Heat for less money than the Celtics are willing to offer him. But then we learned all the details later on.
I
And
don't
you know
blame
what?
him. I don't blame him one bit.
I don't either. I'd be like, F you guys.
Yep.
F you. You're going to do that to me? I'm gone. And LeBron has another ring because of Ray Allen, which really kills even more. That series, do you remember that shot he made against the Spurs for them to, I think it was game 6 to move it to a game 7. The Heat end up winning it in the finals. Oh, Ray Allen was the man.
But do you think they will retire his Celtics jersey?
If they haven't done it by now, they're not
I
going
don't
to.
think.
No. If they haven't done it by now, they're not going to. I mean, they already had the moments with Pierce and Garnett. If that was the time to do it, they're not going to do it now. At least they're talking now. For a while, I mean, they hated each other.
By the way, your guy Doc's going into the Basketball Hall of Fame and being inducted by KG and Pierce. I mean, they're out there to support him.
He blew the most enormous leads in the playoffs.
That's kind of cool, though, that Pierce and Garnett would show up in Springfield for that.
That is cool. I listen, as a person, I think Doc Rivers is the best. As a coach, looking back on it, we now know that he was not the leader we all thought he was.
He's a Hall of Famer.
It was Kevin Garnett. Kevin Garnett was the leader. He was Mbutu. He was the guy who made that all work. All right, 617-779-7937. The Red Sox, they're in a spot right now that they never thought they'd be in 3 weeks ago. And they got to buy. And they got to find somebody. And right now we got Bob Nightingale on from USA Today, who is one of the best insiders in baseball. Let's find out what he thinks the Red Sox are going to do and who is out there. Will Craig Breslow chicken out or will he go balls out? We will talk to Nightingale right after this 2 minutes.
All right, time for the feed brought to you by Cape Cod Lumber. And right now on the feed, Celtics, or rather the Bruins schedule is out, and Patrice Bergeron's number 37 will be heading to the rafters before facing the Colorado Avalanche on December 1st. You can check out the full schedule on the Bruins website. Also, the Red Sox schedule for next year is coming in out imminently. And the feed brought to you by Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets, manufactured, designed, and installed. Get inspired in their fresh showroom or start your project online, cclco.com. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Tell them, said, don't bother talking about a trade involving me because my plan is to stay here. That would be accurate?
Kind of, if you ask me, but
okay.
I mean, I didn't say don't ask for trade. I was like, I told him like I would trade something to stay here. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like it here. Like I said, I like it here. I like Boston. I think a great place to play, and it's not easy to get trade again. So I think I found my family here.
That is Wilson Contreras, right here on 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and you can give us a call at 617-779-7937 or on the Odyssey app. You can press that microphone button, leave us a message, launch us a take grenade. We played around 5 o'clock, but we are in a strange spot with these Boston Red Sox. And I'll tell you what, it's a great spot to be in if you consider where this team was 3 weeks ago.
They lowered expectations so far. We'll take 2 games under, baby.
Real quick, before we get to our guests, you had an amazing stat, and that was that, what was it, June 14th, this team was 14...
June 24th.
June 24th, okay. And what was your stat? Was that...
Well, they were 14 games under. No team in baseball history has come back to make the playoffs that bad, that late in the year since the 1914 Boston Braves.
Mm-hmm.
So... Now, Ted pointed out very astutely, they have 3 wildcard teams now. Things are a little different. So in the modern era, maybe that's not as impressive. But still, factually, it would be historic.
Absolutely. And by the way, we were in the Catch-a-Saw Injury Attorney studio. No fee unless you win. And a gentleman who is about as inside as it gets. One of our favorite insiders that we have here on the show. Bob Nightingale from USA Today joins us. And Bob, first of all, thanks for coming out with us. We really appreciate it.
Sure, my pleasure.
So, Bob, as we were just saying, no one would have ever expected that this Red Sox team would be in this position right now where, God forbid, they're going to be buyers potentially. What are you hearing, and what do you think this Red Sox team will do as the trade deadline approaches?
I think they will be buyers. The way they're playing, down the stretch, just that 16-game stretch, went nuts. Whether it went 14-2, that 9-0 road trip. It'd be crazy to sell. I mean, you're right there, and it's not like they're in the National League. They don't have to beat out the Dodgers or the Phillies or Atlanta. The American League's wide open. There's no super team out there, so all you gotta do is just get into the dance, and they could be playing the World Series.
Knowing Craig Breslow and the way that he operates, and really the position he's in right now, where a couple of weeks ago, his job was in jeopardy and may still be. How do you think he is going to act coming up this trade deadline? And do you think they will be aggressive, or is it going to kind of be some half measures as we've seen this team make in the past?
Probably more a half measure, but you can say that about a lot of teams. It's not like they're going in after Turks Kubel and, they don't need Robbie Ray or things like that. There's just not a whole lot out there. So that's why I say, there's no reason to be, real aggressive. All they can do is, stay healthy and stay the course, perhaps get, Crochet back, get Story playing better, that sort of thing. And you never know. But I mean, that thing's so wide open. I mean, there's 23 teams within a playoff spot right now.
Who of the sellers, who's an obvious seller, Bob, and that would be, obviously they need a bat and probably a right-handed bat. What are the candidates out there what teams should they even be thinking about? If you're a Sox fan, this is an obvious team, we should check out their roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 2 big ones, of course, are San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets. Could they go after a Luis Ariz there? Could Jung-Hoo Lee, the outfielder, do they want to spend that kind of money? Matt Chapman, do they really want to spend over $100 million to get him? And he does have a no trade clause. That sort of thing. I think Lindor could be available at some point. I just don't see them trading him now. Maybe the Mets trade him in the off season. Otherwise, there's smaller candidates too, whether it's a Mickey Moniak, those type of guys, out of Chicago. I mean, I'm sorry, out of Colorado or a Jake McCarthy.
Hey, Bob, since the 3 wild card team's been implemented since in 2022, is it just much harder to make a trade of any real significance at this time of year because it feels like everyone's in it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 60 transactions last year at the deadline, but it's it's a seller's market. I mean, people say who's going to be the winner? Winner lose at the trade deadline. Well, the winner is going to be whoever sells because you're going to get a lot more for your players than you normally would. But yeah, I mean, look at just a couple of years ago when Arizona Diamondbacks barely got in, Texas Rangers blew the division lead the last weekend, and those are the two teams in the World Series. Cleveland was dead and buried last year, in August, even sold, then they're in the playoffs. So it's wide open.
Chad Tracy, we've had a lot of discussions about the job that he's done so far, and I personally think that, if you take a look at how this team did not fold and the team did not turn on each other and become apathetic, which many teams that are that far out will usually do, I give the manager credit. When you take a look at the job Chad Tracy's done, how would you measure his performance up to this point?
Well, I think he's done a very good job in the sense that, when things were kept going bad, it looked like, like you referenced to June 24th, they could easily quit and say, okay, we're done. Where are we going to be trading next? And for them to just, have the belief that they can come back and do that, that's a testament to Tracy. So I would think if they make the playoffs or certainly come close, I would think you might as well, keep the job. I really would. But took it to make the playoffs, you gotta hang on to them.
So, Bob, we had Buster Olney on a couple of, it was when things were at their worst. It was probably like 6 weeks ago, maybe. And he was saying that even when they were at their worst at that point, that ownership had been making calls trying to find a big bat. Have you heard anything about that? And how, how strange is that ownership would be going over the heads and making those phone calls?
Yeah, you don't hear that. I think when Buster reported that, I haven't talked to Buster about it, but it was right after the owners' meetings. So the owners talk all the time, and they'll say, hey, what about a trade here? Just kind of play an armchair quarterback. At those owners' meetings, as much as there's a big rivalry between the Yankees and Red Sox, those guys hang around the most, talking to each other, having some adult beverages, the Yankees and Red Sox, front office and ownership. So it could have been something like that where, owners are doing that. They'll do that, among themselves. And then, of course, go back to their own GM and say, hey, what do you think? I talked to so-and-so, and he might be intrigued about something.
Bob, do you think it's inevitable that this labor dispute's going to end up in a lockout, and how do you think that impacts the trade deadline here for some teams? Are they more aggressive because of it or less aggressive?
Yeah, what I've heard from talking to GMs is just that they'll be less aggressive trading away young prospects. Say there is a salary cap. Those guys can be more valuable than ever because they're not making money, and you need those guys if you do need to slash payroll, that sort of thing. So just if those guys are more valuable. Otherwise, I don't think it would have much of an impact at all. And I really believe there'll be a season next year. We'll see if it's 162 games, but I do believe there'll still be, at least 140 games played.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. And Bob, are you hearing any details about how the Red Sox just sent Roman Anthony down to Florida away from the team after his hand injury? Do you know any more details about that? And what does that mean to you that after all this time, they've said, you're going down to Florida, come back when you're better? Like, what do you read from all this?
I think just to get away with, getting him away from answering questions all the time, people asking how you're doing, that sort of thing. And maybe just, on his timetable and maybe more of a mental rest than anything else, without being constantly asked about it, whether it's by reporters, coaches, his teammates, that sort of thing. That's all. I mean, I saw a lot of the, WBC, that obviously wasn't an issue at all. So I don't know what happened when he got back from the WC, if his workouts compound the problem, or something else. But yeah, maybe it might be just more of a mental break than anything else.
This is strange. I have to admit, I mean, it's so weird because the injury isn't like anything I've seen before, and it seems like it's a pain tolerance thing. have you heard anything more about like what it is and what they expect as far as when he comes back and what the attitude of management is about all of this happening?
No, I'm sure they got to look and say, okay, what do we do wrong here? Why is this taking so long? Was he swinging too much? What were you guys doing here? So, and you see that. You're seeing that more and more times where, teams are misdiagnosing something or just the wrong, cure, what have you. So I think it's actually smart having him get away to Florida and just, come back at his own timetable, make sure he's 100% without feeling pressure to, hey, I got to come back now to help this team on this volleyball, got the big contract and everything else.
All right. Well, Bob Nightingale from USA Today, awesome having you on, and it's going to be an interesting couple of weeks here. I know that none of us expected to be talking about this team possibly buying at the trade deadline, but nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see what Breslow does.
Yeah, no, it's wide open. Like I said, particularly American League, you get in the dance, you could be playing in late October.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Bob Nightingale. Thanks for coming on with us. We appreciate it.
Take care.
Okay.
Right, thank you guys.
So, Ken, who is Baseball Brett? Because you were texting me about this with Roman Anthony. I have no idea who this Baseball Brett. Do you know anything about this?
No clue.
Okay. Apparently, he was on Greg's show.
He's a friend of Greg's and friend of mine. I mean, we've hung out a few times, so I can say we're friendly. But Baseball Brett, best I can describe it, is he's just in the know. He's around the Red Sox. He is around the team. I don't want to blow his cover. He goes by Baseball Brett when he calls into the morning show, and he's a frequent contributor to Greg's show.
Jason Varitek.
He's not Jason Varitek.
Okay, all right.
He just is. He's around the Red Sox, so he's informed. He's briefed on a lot of things. I trust him. I know that he knows what he's talking about, and he made an appearance today where he said some interesting things about the Roman situation that I believe are a reflection, maybe not directly, but at least sort of directly, about how Roman is feeling about where things stand.
Okay.
So I think it's worth playing a little clip of it back here because I think it says a lot. And
is his name really Brett, or is this someone using a fake name?
No, his name is Brett.
Okay.
He just the last name is not named to protect the innocent, sort of thing.
Okay, but you trust that this person is extremely close to Roman Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, we were down in spring training, and Brett was there. He was at the facility, and he's around
with the team. He was with the team.
I mean, not directly. He doesn't work for the team.
Okay, but he was on the other side of the rope. Like he wasn't like a fan.
Yes.
He was like around the team. All right, well that's interesting. And he called Greg and gave some inside info on Roman Anthony.
I want to hear what he
gotta
says.
this.
Yeah, me too.
All right, well, Stiz, we got that. Can we play that when we get back? All right, 2 minutes. We'll be right back with that audio.
Let's be wicked honest.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson, and you can call us at 617-779-7937. All right, I'm intrigued by this next break because I had not heard anything about this person. I didn't know, and I apologize to Greg Hill that I did not hear that this morning. But apparently, there is a gentleman who is very close to the Red Sox, and even more so, close to Roman Anthony. He calls himself Baseball Brett. He called in this morning to Greg Hill's show, and Ken vouches for his authenticity and his proximity to Roman and the team.
He's not just a local joker who's calling up and like, I think this or I think that. He's got reasons for
There's some weight to his words.
Yes.
Okay. I like when players have somebody like this, whether it be a family member.
They almost all do.
Yeah.
Have somebody like this. Yeah.
They do. It's somebody who will call a radio show to try to get their player's message out there without the player themselves doing it. So I put a lot of stock into stuff like this. So this is Baseball Brett. He had I guess he talked for a while this morning with Greg about the whole Roman Anthony situation, which is very odd. I think we all agree that what's going on with him, being like just not getting better. Like nothing seems to be getting better. And the whole thing where they misdiagnosed him and then, Roman got mad about that and the team had to correct themselves. And then Roman Anthony, his report of when he was going to return or when he was going to move to the next level, that ends up, going back and backsliding. And now he's been sent down to Florida in the middle of July because Breslow said there wasn't enough room in the training table.
And more importantly, I think what is also coming out of this is that there's this narrative, Stiz, right, that Roman Anthony is a partier, that he has to be sent down there because he can't just sit at home and rehab, that he's always out, and it's that is part of the story, is that he's not taking his job serious because he's out all the time, and so you got to sit him down there to get him away from all the distractions up here.
Yeah,
right.
Listen,
right
whatever,
or wrong, that's
whatever you
the
believe,
story.
that's out there. Like
No.
that is a storyline that is going on, and if you're Roman Anthony, and if you don't agree with that, obviously I would want someone to say something. But this is a little bit of Baseball Brett from this morning. I love calling him Baseball Brett. Baseball Brett. Fake name.
He's got the shaded picture on the Twitch.
Disguised his voice so it sounds like this. But this is Baseball Brett calling us. He's got to think of a better nerd name than that. That's really dorky. But he called in, and here's what he had to say about Roman Anthony.
Do you think they did put an extension in the clubhouse so there's room for Roman Anthony?
Yeah, listen, there's so much talk going on right now about Roman Anthony and about the young kids and about the vibes. It's incredible to me, Curtis. It's incredible to me how quickly Boston turns. And there's just listening to other shows and the diatribe going on around the city. It's crazy. And the fact that these people have a voice that are just casting aspersions on young people's character that just isn't true. It's crazy to me. And then, stuff picks up and the scope of what people are saying is just so inaccurate. It's crazy, but we don't have time for that. The fact that they sent Roman down to Fort Myers, they did it last year when he got hurt too at the end of the season, to try to get ready, to try to ramp up for the playoffs. Him and Marcelo both got hurt at the end of the year, and they did the same thing last year. So I'm not quite sure why they did that, but
okay, so he wanted everyone to know that Roman does not like the characterization that he's a partier.
I wouldn't either, man.
Yeah, no, of course not. If I'm him, I would call my own Baseball Brett and say, you call these radio stations.
Is that Jackson?
Jackson, you can be my Baseball Brett. Yes.
Now, he said something later in this interview that makes me think, maybe there was something to it. We'll talk about it when we get to it, but just keep your ears open.
Okay, all right. So that's the first part of it is, hey, there's a lot of trash being talked about a guy I'm very close to, and none of it's right.
Right.
All right. So let's hear that. What does he talk about here? What's the next one?
Narrative-wise, what is incorrect?
When you say that someone goes out all the time and, there's and Marcelo Myers, a bad character influence on Roman, and, they're just only thing they're interested in is going out and partying. It's just not true, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think it's accurate. I think Roman's a 22. When he got hurt, he was 21 years old. He's 22 now. He's a 22-year-old kid with a ton of money, but all he wants to do is play baseball. He grew up playing baseball. That's literally all he's ever done. And then I bet you it's absolutely killing him not to be a part of this run of this season. The kid came in with MVP aspirations, right? He was getting votes for like preseason MVP. To be sitting out and not a part of playing baseball is just wild. No one wants to be sitting in a training room and going through the rehab process every single day and not playing baseball. It's just
okay. So there's two things when I hear that clip that I think of. Is first of all, it's got to be tough to be a young athlete and
make all that money.
And be like single. And like, if you go out to dinner and pick up a drink, someone's going to take a picture of it and say that, look at this guy getting loaded. Let's say, you have a day off and, your friend's having a birthday party at the Grand and you go to the Grand and you're hanging out. All of a sudden, look at how loaded this guy is. This guy's not taking his career he's not a professional. And that I understand. That part's got to be tough. But I also see the other side of it. When you have a situation like allegedly you had with Tyler Sagan, where according to reports, things that I had heard, that things got so bad that when they were on the road, there were people from the organization that had to wait outside his hotel room so that he wouldn't leave because it became it really was a problem.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, Roman's one of the two. Like I don't believe he's as bad as Sagan was. I think we would know about it. But I also think it's wildly unfair that some people are drawing conclusions out of something that we really don't see much evidence of. I mean, the only thing I've heard is that there was a picture of him on Hanover Street. Okay, so maybe he's going out to dinner. Maybe he had a couple of drinks. Maybe it was a day off. We don't know.
That doesn't mean it's every single night he's going to Hanover Street, right?
Exactly. So
it's just walking the Freedom Trail. I mean, come on, like us all.
Not much to do in Fort Myers.
I'm going to say this, though, for the record. The young guys that come in, and this is everyone's watching and looking, and there's camera. You make a lot of money. I'm sorry, don't go out. You can say, you should be able to go out. You know what? You're making a lot of money. You can sacrifice. You can have your fun by not going to the Grand on a night when everyone's going to be there taking your picture. There's a lot of sacrifices you got to make when you're early in your career because of what people will do and say when they see you out. So you got to make sacrifices. You're going to make all that money, and you're going to be a big star. You can compromise going out sometimes because of what the perception would look like if you are going out. So
just get on those apps like Jackson does. You don't need to go out there.
Dude, I don't think it's this big sacrifice to just, to kind of keep a low profile during the season when you're playing. I don't.
Let me ask you this, Ted. When you were young and had money and you were with like a bunch of other guys who are young and had money for the first time, that's got to be an exciting place to be. And you're athletes, so obviously, women would want you guys. Would you opt to having like parties at like your own houses? Is that the way you would get around that?
Absolutely. You go to your house, or you'd go to the same places that you felt had your back, right? I mean,
like bars that would have your back. Daisy Buchanan's.
Daisy Buchanan's. You knew that they weren't going to say anything. They weren't calling the
Did the inside track girls ever
track
get you?
girls. Thank you, Stiz. That they would never put any of that out there, and you just felt like you were always okay to go there.
Yeah.
And those are the places that you frequented. But yeah, a lot of times you would just have your fun inside in private at your own home.
That's one way to get around it, because that would drive me crazy. It would. If you were like young and all of a sudden you had money and you were single and you're like, and knew that you could go to any club and girls would be all over you, and knowing that you can't do that.
Yeah.
And they just bought the new Lambos. He and Meyer had matching Lamborghinis they purchased. So you want to take those out, man.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But you know what? Take them out, in the off season. You can wait. You don't have to be doing it in the regular season.
It's a long season.
It makes sense.
I get it. But you know what? They're making a lot of money, and they're sacrificing. Dude, Carl Lewis had an article. It was a great article. He said he lived his 20s and his 40s because he was so serious about his to get his career going that you sacrifice a lot early in your career, and you have your fun after. I mean, that's what I did. I had all my fun after I retired. and you see where that got me. But
you're working with us now.
I know. There you go. So, but it's to me, it's not that big of a sacrifice asking these guys to kind of be diligent, stay out of the limelight. Be disciplined in what you're doing, and while you're early in your career, because of. You want to avoid all of this kind of stuff coming out. It's just not a good look.
When we come back, apparently, and this baseball Brett guy is pretty interesting.
He's good.
Apparently, and as I said, Ken, you vouch for how close he is to Roman Anthony and the organization. According to Stiz, the next and final question is the one that is the most eyebrow raising,
I think.
Okay, because I want to hear this because I'm a big market tease. This is apparently one where you can draw a lot of conclusions about what's truly going on with Roman Anthony. We'll get to that right after this.
Watch your mouth for a war.
This was such a welcome treat after Metallica's Black Album came out. I was such a huge Metallica fan, and I remember I got the Black Album, and it was like mid-tempo. And I remember a friend of mine listened to it the day we bought it. We bought it the day it came out, and he threw the cassette out of the window.
Oh, come on.
And then all of a sudden, Pantera's Vulgar Display of Power came out. I was like, there we go. That's what we needed. And now I like the Black Album.
Black Album, yeah, it was a banger.
It was just when you came off of Injustice for All and you came off of Master of Puppets, the Black Album was a massive step
Nothing
down.
Else Matters, Unforgiven.
Nothing Else Matters was fine, but it wasn't.
It was an anthem of the time.
No.
Brought us into the 90s.
Now I like it. Now I do. But I remember at the time, too, being very disappointed. It was not near as heavy as it should have been. All right. Is Rich Get It, Ted Johnson?
Not heavy enough.
Here.
That was my wedding song.
93. What? Nothing Else Matters? Your wedding song?
Request that was.
That would have been so great. Unforgiven. That was your walk down the aisle.
My ex-wife, it was. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Seriously, man.
617, I guarantee it was somebody's. 617-779-7937. You can give us a call. This has been so wild. The guy named Baseball Brett, who thought I would be so into somebody who uses a fake name, but is, according to Ken, because he's met this guy.
He's a good dude, cool dude, very good-looking dude. Might just throw that in.
It's weird. I mean, he doesn't want his last name out, but I don't know if his first name being out there is a good thing. I
might be able to deduce.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
But he legitimately is very close to Roman Anthony, close enough to where at spring training he was with the team. He doesn't work for the team, but he was with the team and he was with Roman Anthony and continues to be so. And this morning, just for some reason, he felt the reason.
You think for some reason? Or maybe someone told him to call in.
He's called in a few times before, so he's a regular on Greg's show.
Okay, so he is somebody who felt the need to call in and defend all of the slander on Roman Anthony lately, or maybe explain a few things.
And there's a lot of it going around, man.
It's weird. I'm not going to kill the guy because I don't know what's happening, but I'm also going to call out how strange all of this is. Because I've never seen anything like this where it's the hand thing is strange in the first place, and then how he's there for a while, and then they waited several months to send him down. Like that's very odd. And then the excuse that Breslow used was there wasn't enough room in the training room, so they sent him to Florida. And then the way McAdam talked about it sounded punitive, as if he wasn't doing something right, whether that was going out or and partying, or just he wasn't doing the right rehab. It's all strange. And what we heard last break was Baseball Brett was basically saying he's not out partying or anything like that. This is a ridiculous thing that you're saying, or that is out there, and I'm here to dispel that rumor. But then he starts to talk about what's going on with him being sent down and him not getting back and everything going on with the organization. Stiz, I got to hear this because I have not heard this yet.
Yeah,
so
this is a good question by my man Curtis, followed up. And, basically, I think this is the way Roman must feel about how things could have been different if the organization had done things differently.
Okay.
But isn't your issue, Brett, more with the organization than it is with the media? Like, they did everything they could to throw him under a bus.
1,000%. The problem was after 30 games, Roman got hurt, and the roster construction was so poor going into the season, and they surrounded him with absolutely zero help at that point in the season. That they had to try to rush him back. He's a 21-year-old kid. They're trying to rush him back. Sam wants to sell tickets. Craig wants to save his job because if he doesn't, he's going to get fired. So they're trying to rush the kid back. If they had just said what the Yankees said with Aaron Judge, he's out for 8 weeks. He's done for 8 weeks. When his rib is healed, he'll be back. The Pittsburgh Pirates, and no one cares about the Pittsburgh Pirates, but Connor Griffin, the 21-year-old superstar phenom, who signed a deal just like Roman, hurt his finger, very similar to Roman. They said he's out for 8 to 10 weeks. They didn't say, hey, we're going to put his DL stint back to retroactive to when he got hurt, and we're going to try to, get this thing going here in a few days. They automatically came out, Curtis, and they assessed the situation, and they said he's out for, if they had just said he's out for 6 to 8 weeks, I think this changes the narrative.
Wow, stop it. This is awesome.
This
beautiful. This is awesome because I take and we have talked about this before. When a family member calls in or says something, it's exactly what the player really thinks. And in this case, now that I kind of get a feeling of the relationship this guy has with Roman Anthony, this is damning. And as a matter of fact, I hate to say it because I love it when people talk. I love it when people tell tales out of school. This ain't helping Roman Anthony at all.
I think it does, though. I actually take his side when I hear it that way. It's a fact that, first of all, the roster construction was poor, and they put too much on Roman Anthony's shoulders, right? Offensively,
and they had zero help. He had zero help.
Zero help. And it's a fact they tried to rush him back, right? Or at least they framed it
They put
poorly.
him on the 10-day DL.
And it's a fact that
IL.
Sam Kennedy, who apologized for the way he described the injury, said it wasn't a tear when
That's
it was
right.
a tear.
But he's also
underplayed it big time.
But the thing is, though, is there's shrapnel everywhere, and at one point he's killing the roster, like his teammates. Like they didn't put a good enough roster around him.
Well, this is not Roman saying this. This is baseball Brett.
This, in my opinion, is the voice of Roman Anthony through somebody else. If he's as close as everyone's saying he is, then this is obviously what Roman Anthony thinks,
No,
and
he's
that's
speaking
the
the truth.
one. That's
He's telling it as it is.
No, that is the one part where he's not helping. You can't take. You can kill management. You can kill all those guys. You cannot kill your teammates.
I feel like, though, that is there. Certainly, I hear what you're saying, but it's the other stuff that I think is the more dominant. Like, rushing the kid back, or Sam wants to sell tickets, or using the Connor Griffith example as a kind of a example of why the Red Sox should have maybe came out and just said, hey, he'll be gone for 8 to 10 weeks, blah blah blah. So to me, that's the bigger message. But I hear what you're saying. If I'm a player on this team and I hear he had zero help and it was all him,
But
it's
what
like,
can they say? Look at the numbers. Look at the historical bad nature of the offense. Like everybody knows they sucked.
Yeah,
And
it was
the
rough. Yeah.
offense sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think comments like this might be why Chad Tracy wanted to get him out of there. Maybe the teammates don't like him around. This does not sound like something a good teammate would say.
Well, maybe
Not at
Roman's.
all.
Well, maybe Roman's saying, "Yeah, you've hurt my relationship with my teammates because of the way you handled it, front office. Like this is part of his beef as well.
But
You know?
don't rip on the roster, man. Like that's the one part of that I was like, whoa. There's no coming back.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of woe is me. If we're being honest, it feels as if he's kind of
He's got a beef though. I think he's got a beef.
Yeah, he does. It just, do you want it to come out through this?
I mean,
this avenue here.
but back to Brett's original point, he's getting crushed. The longer he's out, like he's just dangling and just he's like a piñata, right, for the media, and probably the fans are starting to turn on him. So he's like, I got to say something. I mean, you can just say nothing,
maybe
but it's
use
like,
your own words then. Like, don't go through a
well, he
friend.
did sort of with Bradford,
Yeah.
and he sat down with Rob.
Or get better, come back and play well. You just suck it up. Dude, it's going to suck for a while until you're back and you're not down in Fort Myers and you're back in this lineup. It's just going to suck. You know what? Stop reading the comments. Stop listening to what people are saying.
What if you tear a vocal cord and you're like, I don't want to come back till I can sound like Rich Shirtleaf? You know, it's like it's not that easy. Like you want it to heal and come back and be you.
I would know that I can't come back if I can't speak. So I would
Well,
know what
that's
I
what
would
he's
do.
saying.
I would unplug and I'd be like, there's nothing I can do about what people think. I
Would
don't
you
care.
be dry talking, trying to get better?
The dry swings. I'd be doing this.
But here's the thing with Roman, he's already got his money. He's not up for a big contract. Like, what is he right now?
Right, that's part of it.
Coming back now, like, so what if he re-injures it? Well, he's already getting his money. So,
But I think that's what he's saying. Like, this is a long-term thing. Like, you shouldn't rush me back. Why are you rushing me back? Just because your job's on the line, you shouldn't jeopardize my future. You know, we're together for 10 years. Like, I'm not going anywhere. We got a bright future ahead.
Let me hear the rest of this. Okay, I'm sorry I had to stop it there because it was so much. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
That's a crazy comment. Because as I said, I believe this is like from Roman Anthony. This is what he thinks because this is apparently his guy. Let's take a listen. Look for the rest.
I think this changes the narrative. And I think the same thing's going on with Garrett Crochet, where they came in and they said Garrett Crochet is out for however long, right? And no one cares that Garrett Crochet is going out and doing Sam Adams, like he's doing a tour of bars tonight with Sam Adams.
Crapping on Crochet.
No one's saying anything about that.
Yeah,
right?
because he's achieved more in his career than Roman Anthony. He's actually done stuff at the. I mean, I'm sorry, Garrett Crochet is in a different spot than Roman Anthony. And if the organization is willing to say these things, it means there is at least a small amount of credibility to the concerns about what he's doing off the field. Like, you can't tell me that the clubhouse is too small to have Roman Anthony in it, and that's why he's in Fort Myers.
Yeah, no one believes.
That may be true. I'm not. It is what it is, Curtis, on that one. But I think the roster construction was so poor going into the year that they panicked and they tried to rush him back. And I think you saw that. If they had just said from the start, I think it was just a poor handling from the Red Sox organization. Where if they had just said from the start what the injury was or diagnosed it properly, then none of this would be going on.
Baseball, Brett from the top
Oh,
row.
fire. Great job, Brett. Awesome job, Brett.
I mean, he did come down on Garrett Crochet there. I mean, you're going after your biggest star. It's not fair for me to say that that's Roman Anthony's
Correct.
words. But from the way that this relationship is described, it sure as hell sounds like this is most likely how he feels.
Well, you remember
This
how
guy
when
can do bar crawls and I can't?
you remember when Brady Sr. spoke on behalf of Tom?
Damn rights.
Okay,
Damn
people
rights.
said that's not Tom speaking, that's his father. But sometimes the people around you get more hot than you do, you know?
Oh, yeah.
On your behalf, they're trying to protect you.
Yeah. But and Tom said, of course he lied through his teeth when he said, my dad doesn't. Whatever my dad say, that's his own words. That doesn't.
Damn rights.
Sure.
Damn
sure.
rights.
Look, I'm with you. And to me, this is really is a peek into how Roman Anthony thinks, and it's, I think, very revealing because he's basically saying all the stuff that we've been saying. That's what he thinks. We think he's thinking, but never said it. But now he's saying it through his friend, and I understand why he would say it.
Yeah. I think that he is not this. He's not doing himself any favors with this. And you know what sucks? And it's got to be awful to be in a spot that he's in right now, where he probably really wants to play. He probably still has the pain. I just think, and Ted, this is something that you would know more about than anything. Aren't there just times where you just have to turn off the noise, suck it up, get better, and get back in there?
That's it. You do. It's hard to take the high road because so much pressure has been put on him. But I think he'd be better suited just sucking it up, taking his medicine. The truth eventually will come out, and people are gonna, I think, be on your side. If you just take the high road and not say anything, I think that would have been better. He would have been better if that's, and he isn't saying anything. It's his friend saying it. But
Sure. So take that with a grain of salt.
And by the way, Brett just texted me. He said, "This is only my opinion." Capitals.
No doubt.
Oh, that's Baseball Brett. He texted.
Baseball Brett. Just texted.
Yeah.
Baseball Brett, give us a call,
I feel bad.
buddy.
I don't want Baseball
He said
Brett.
his piece.
I feel bad just saying this is what Roman Anthony, but it's a natural link to think that's how Roman thinks.
Well, once like Greg Bedard getting a call from the Patriots allegedly, I will report what Baseball Brett says.
Right. He's got a phone, like the red phone, just the way Bedard does.
No, but I like Baseball Brett. As I said, I'm a big fan of people like that. I like when people talk. That's good stuff. That is great. That is greght. Thank you to Greg for being friends with Baseball Brett, because I thought that was a fantastic call. Good job, Brett. You keep calling. 617-779-7937. We'll be right back. Oh, yeah. Teddy J song here.
Well, this has become Bradford's intro song, so now I feel like Bradford's online.
That's a good one. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, and Ted. Ted and I were just having a funny conversation off the air about how sometimes one comment can just make you do something completely drastic.
Yep.
Especially when it comes to like looks or something like that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, there's been a time where somebody said something about like a pocket that was under my neck, and I went immediately lost like 40 pounds.
Yep.
I'm like, I got
Was it a hot babe who said it or what?
Well, there was one time where I heard somebody make a comment. They made it like a joke about how my legs went straight into the back of my body, and to this day, I do an exercise 3 times a week where I put a weight on my stomach and I thrust my stomach up like this because I want my ass to not look like a stick.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
But
you're a radio host. You realize that.
I know that, but I'm also a human being.
But that comment stung, man.
I've come to accept. I'm just an ugly man, and it's fine.
You
can say what you will.
That day, I Googled butt exercises. I want a
got
nice
some
butt.
really good ones, man.
Oh, do you really?
Oh, I'll help you out. That thing will be like you'll have the you'll have the high ass like sprinters.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What do they call tabletops?
Tabletops. We'll be able to put glasses on that, man. Don't worry about it. We'll take care
Crack
of
some
that.
walnuts.
It's an Instagram series
Yeah.
I guess, but it is wild. Like someone could just say one thing and you'll just go off on just this massive tangent. Or like one picture where you just look, something looks off and awful.
And the person that said that, I mean, it's like, I hope she sees me now. I hope she sees what I got fixed. You know?
Oh, well, there we go. Oh, by the way, I do want to quickly mention something before we get back to sports. And Stiz and I actually went somewhere last night. And I want to, I don't throw these out lightly, but I do want to throw out a recommendation. So I went to something yesterday that I had no idea how this is going to be. But there is right now I think it's at the Emerson Colonial Theater. We got invited to this, and I'm like, sure, this sounds like something to do. But there is that theater right now is doing something called Paranormal Activity. You know that movie, Paranormal Activity?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, pretty scary movie. The first time it came out, the first one was good. I know there's been like 7, and I don't know how the rest of them are, but the first one was good. And that was, the movie where they put the hidden cameras in the house, and you could see ghosts and stuff moving around. Well, apparently they were doing like a live version of Paranormal Activity, so I had no idea what this was. So I went to this thing last night, and Stiz was there too. And, dude, it was awesome. I had no idea what to expect, but this was a show. Like, you go in, you're in the theater, full house last night. And the set is like nothing I've ever seen. The set is it's like a 2-story house, the inside of a 2-story house. Like, upstairs is the bedroom, there's like a nursery, and then there's like a shower, and the downstairs is the living room and everything. And it's an entire show that I think there's like a cast of it's like 4 people total. And it's a couple that moves into this new house. And it is, I think I audibly swore at one point of it. It freaked me out so bad.
I think everyone did.
It is
Were you sitting next to Stiz? I'm having a hard time visualizing you two together.
No. Stiz, I would have, but they put Stiz in a different section, and I was in a different section as well. But I mean, it is a horror movie live on stage mixed with a haunted house. And the sound and stuff like jumps out of nowhere. There are special effects for some of the crazy, and I don't want to spoil anything, but some of the crazy special effects they have in this are so effing great and scary.
Better than Blue Man Group?
I like Blue Man Group. I really do. Awesome. No, this is, as a horror fan, if there are any horror fans out there, and first of all, thank you to the people at the Colonial for inviting us.
Yeah.
Because I had saw this being advertised, and I was like, oh, this would be great, and I kind of forgot. But as a horror fan, you have to check this out because this is an experience unlike any I've ever experienced. It was literally like having a horror movie performed right in front of your face live.
And this is a prelude to maybe going on Broadway?
So it is.
It is.
Matter of fact, they do this a lot in Boston. They'll take something that's about to go on Broadway, and they'll do several weeks here to kind of get all the kinks out and just to see how it does in a smaller house. And yes, it's actually lined up. And I think it started in London. It's been in Chicago, and now it's here. And it's set to go there, but it is awesome because it's like seeing a horror movie, but when it's right in front of you, it's visceral. It's almost like watching a fight on television and then being at a fight and seeing it happening right in front of you.
It's more impressive to see it in that setting because there's no editing. It's all like what you see is like happening at real time.
Oh, and it's like there are jump scares. There's a ton, and it's loud. That's another thing I'll tell you. I mean, it's really loud. And there always one kind of funny thing is when you show up. There's music playing as you sit down, and it's kind of like, this isn't your dad's theater because it's like 9 Inch Nails closer, and like Black Hole Sun. But it's great. And as I said, I would have no idea about this if we wouldn't have gotten offered this. But it's I think here for another 2 weeks. It's down at the Emerson Colonial, and it is like nothing you've ever seen before. It's scary as hell, and it's a great time. It's an awesome date night. Like if you're gonna go on a date, it is a ultimate date night.
Jackson, there you go.
Okay. There you go, Jackson.
Seal the deal, Jackson.
You know, go
KinkyKevin.com.
Yo, that's right. Go to your kink website. The one that you've got there.
I love about Rich.
Yeah,
getting,
I don't know if that would fly there. I don't know if they're right place.
Yeah.
Getting to know Rich, he's like, you wear black every day.
Pretty
you
much.
listen to Gojira, and then you're a theater guy. There's just like odd left turns.
I'm
It's
not
like,
really
well,
a theater guy.
you've gone to Les Mis, and now you've gone to a theater show with Stiz.
Well, the lame is one I legit like, and that's just because I grew up in a house where so we were pretty poor, but I remember like my mom and dad got invited to go see like a classy play one time, and it was Les Miserables when I was a kid, and they loved it so much that I remember they bought like the soundtrack and they would play it like every Saturday and Sunday morning, and it would crank. And I remember actually really liking the music. I'd never heard anything like it before. So all of a sudden I became a big fan of. I'm not a fan of like a ton of plays, but Les Mis is just one of those that
I think all 5 of us have an inner nerd that we embrace.
Okay.
All 5 of us, I think.
Well, most of us admit that. Rich rarely does, but now he does.
No. Good music's good music. Like I don't care. I'll listen to anything as long as I like it. And for some reason, Les Miserables is just like it's amazing. It's fantastic.
Tonight's the big night for Ken, isn't it?
6:15.
Oh, Odyssey.
Yeah.
Please text the group as soon as you get out, please.
No, I don't want to spoil anything.
No,
you guys.
just
I need a
7
review
out
tomorrow.
of 10
Okay,
or
all right,
something.
fine.
Dude, we need a review.
Yeah, I'll
us a
do
little
that.
something.
But it is not IMAX, so I
okay.
did feel better because Christopher Nolan said they painstakingly transferred it from IMAX to the regular screens. But I don't know if that. I imagine if you see it in IMAX, it's got to be a special.
Maybe a little better, but you're
A
still
little
going to
notch
get
up.
your
Sure.
I'm dying to see Leonardo da Vinci's performance.
That's what Stiz called it yesterday.
I don't think I've seen more hype for a movie ever. I've never seen this much hype.
And it seems legit.
It's all legit.
Like now everyone's saying, just how unbelievable it is. It's like 98% positive on Rotten Tomatoes. And by the way, somebody is saying Gojira, you mentioned that, is the best Olympic opening ever. France had the best Olympic opening by far. That was when the woman had the decapitated head and it started singing, and then the flames and stuff came up. Yes, I am a fan of Gojira. All right, well, there you go. There's your sports break. I do want a review of the Odyssey tomorrow, though.
You get that? Yep.
I am seeing it this weekend, but I, too, am not seeing it on a big screen. I have to see
Can
it
I
on
go
a
with
small
Bird? I mean, can I get Bird with me? I mean,
hell yeah! You want to go with? Well, I can't do it now. Probably.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
too late.
I could try. I could see if he'll meet you. I don't know. I don't know what Bird's up to right now, but I'll check. All right, 617-779-7937. We're going to have later on, actually in about 30 minutes, we're going to have Matt Turner from your New England Revolution to kind of preview what's going on here in the final. On top of that, the ratings for yesterday's England-Argentina game worldwide, it will make you. It will make your head spin.
Well, I have a couple questions for Matt. One, did England really blow it? Like, is there some like X's and O's reason that they blew, sat back too much, or what would he have done? Also, he was in the World Cup, so that's awesome. And then you had a question, I think that is a good one that you wanted to ask him. It's like a goalie specific question.
Oh yeah. It's the whole it's the scallenge. It's people who like think that they can be. I've been watching the World Cup. And there's a poll that came out that 28% of the people watching the World Cup think they could score on a World Cup goalie. Because, like, you see these shootouts, and it just seems like it's a 50-50 chance. Like, he's going to jump one way or he's going to jump the other way. We'll have Matt Turner,
set it straight.
A definite answer with that. All right, but when we get back, there is somebody who still hates Drake May. And now it seems there's a lot of people that hate Drake May, but this guy was the loudest at the end of the season. Unfortunately, he was kind of proven right in the playoffs.
Well, Ted went toe-to-toe with this guy on Radio Row as well.
Oh, I want to hear his take on this because it seems like the Drake May preseason smear campaign is in full effect. We're not going anywhere back in 2 minutes.
On the feed today, Jason Tatum speaking about his former teammate Jaylen Brown during a red carpet appearance at the ESPYs. Here's a little bit of what Tatum had to say last night.
If I'm being transparent, it's weird.
Yeah.
Right? I've been on the Celtics for 9 years, and he was my teammate every single one of those. You understand throughout, the course of a career that the NBA is a business, and people change teams and change coaches and front office, but it doesn't make it any easier. There's still a human element of it that you feel those emotions. The city feels those emotions, but there's also a side of we have to welcome our new teammates in with open arms, and we still have to attack the new season.
Yeah.
So there's a balance, but it's weird.
Celtics' last consolation game at the NBA Summer League this Saturday, and then they wrap it up for the Summer League. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Speaking of Gojira, this was the concert that I brought Mike Reese to.
What did Mike think?
Well, Mike had never been to a concert that had a mosh pit before. And he goes to millions of concerts. Yeah. And I was like, dude, I'm going to take you to Gojira and Mastodon. And he goes, that sounds great. Mm-hmm. And I love Mike Reese. I truly love Mike Reese. And we went, and I made a video of it because his face when the pit broke out was like, oh my God!
Dude, aside from his height, he looked like a little kid.
I mean, it was great because it was a good violent pit. It wasn't like when I went to go see Social Distortion, where it was a bunch of old people who were kind of reliving where the pit lasted like 90 seconds, and everyone was like, whoo, whoo, can't do that anymore.
I never got the pit thing.
See, pits,
oh, man.
Pits are therapeutic.
I do not want to get punched in my face.
No, you don't get. You're going to the wrong shows. People don't punch people in the pits.
There's always a guy. There's always one guy in there windmilling.
Well, everyone turns against that guy. Okay, Jackson's a guy who goes to metal shows. If you show up with a mouthpiece, you get turned on. If you show up doing windmills, you get turned on. It's a communal thing. It's therapeutic.
What's a mouthpiece?
Yeah, mouthpiece. Like if you're like a football,
I've never seen that happen.
Oh, I've been to many concerts, and I've seen guys on stage call out the dude with the mouthpiece, and everyone turns on him.
I think it's pretty smart because there are those jerk-offs that do the windmill thing, and you're just gonna stay away from them. But it's everybody dancing alone kind of thing sometimes.
But most of the time, the crowd will shun that, and they will stop because usually it's a big circle. You're pushing the crap out of people. Someone gets on the ground, you immediately pull them up.
It's like a fireman. When somebody falls, it's like firemen, saving people from a fire. People get down right away and get them up.
Save Reese at this place thing, or was he safe?
No, we were right on the edge. So Reese was pushing dudes back in, which was hysterical because he would push and he would go backwards.
Jeez.
I mean, dude, it was nice. But seeing Mike Reese, go to a metal show.
Now, did you lose any respect at all for Reese when he stood up and tried to get the crowd to applaud Vrabel?
Mike Reese to me is like Aerosmith or Metallica. They've done enough great stuff in the past that anything they do to this point, I'm cool with.
All right.
I like Mike Reese. All right. Speaking of Mike Reese and his coverage of his team, the Patriots there has been a decent amount of slander on Drake May. And you asked a really good question, Ken, on our group text that we had today. And I'd love to hear Ted's opinion on this. Drake May, obviously, as we all know, runner-up for MVP this past season. But his postseason performance was awful. I think we can all look at it, and whether he was injured or not.
Well, awful may be a stretch. I think his quarterback rating was in the Super Bowl was 78, something like that. I mean, it was certainly below average.
Awful compared to his regular season.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, not even recognizable.
Correct.
And then we've seen Wembanyama. Wembanyama's a guy that during the regular season and even the beginning of the playoffs, you're like, this is a freak. He's the face of the NBA, much like people are saying that Drake soon will be the face of the NFL if he continues on the run that he's on. And then a bad postseason leaves a bad taste in your mouth. How much do you think, Ted, postseason play can affect somebody's reputation?
I think it's I would say more than anything, it impacts their reputation than what they do in the regular season. Mm-hmm. It's by far weighted more heavily than the regular season performance. So Justin Herbert, he sucks in the playoffs, right?
good point.
And that's
but he's ranked ahead of Drake May,
right?
In a lot of places.
Okay, yeah, so you go figure.
If you have nice hair, it counteracts that.
Maybe so. Yeah, maybe so. Exactly. But it's just, to me, it's all about the playoffs and how they perform in the playoffs, and that's how people are going to judge you because it's nationally televised and everybody doesn't see the regular season. So when they watch you in the playoffs, that is most of their opinions are formed from your performance from those games.
Now, is it wild that sometimes someone who doesn't make the playoffs doesn't take that hit? Like there's right now you look at these rankings, and Drake May is well behind guys who didn't even make the playoffs.
Dak Prescott shows up on every list.
Yes.
What's Dak ever done?
Yeah, it's a great point. He puts up a lot of great regular season stats, and but doesn't make the playoffs. But yet he's looked at differently than the guys that actually make it to the playoffs and don't play as well.
Yep.
Right. So to answer your question, it's weighted much more heavily than it is in the regular season. So how guys play in the playoffs and is basically how I don't know. I think basically opinions are formed on them.
Like, you're a little older than me, Ted. Do you remember when Elway lost all those Super Bowls? Was there a similar after one of those, like, this guy can't win the big game?
Big time.
Probably dropped on lists like this if anybody was doing that at the time.
That was absolutely.
Yeah.
Because his regular season was always, incredible. So when he would lose in the playoffs, it was definitely his narrative.
Yeah.
That he can't win the big one.
I'm sure there are other
Until
guys.
Terrell Davis came. That was that's when everything changed.
Yeah. I'm sure there are other guys that had, like, Craig Morton had a bad Super Bowl, and then we found out he was not one of the all-time great quarterbacks in football. So there are other examples where it does show you the truth about a guy.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of discern what we saw with Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm like sucked up in the local. I just feel like he is a sure thing. Watching him for 1 year, much more than Mac or any of the other guys we've seen have a good year. You just see it. He's going to be an elite quarterback for a long time.
There's certain, I think if you watch the regular season, like for instance, do you remember the Tampa Bay game?
Yeah.
The throw he had to Kyle Williams, the touchdown. There was only one. It was like a 70-yard bomb. He was basically. He rolled out to his right. He was getting pressure from his right, and so he starts kind of falling left. But he throws it across his body to the right and drops it. It was in the air probably 30, 40 yards.
That was pretty.
It was the best pass he's made all season long. If you don't watch that game and see that pass, then you're missing what the brilliance of Drake May.
You know what the wild thing about all this is that you can see in black and white the bias of the last taste in your mouth from him doing awful in the playoffs. And that is, all of these lists seem to have him a lot lower than most of us would expect, especially for a guy who was second for MVP. But the bettors and the numbers, the over-unders for yards he's supposed to get this season, for interceptions, for TD passes.
He's getting a shine there.
He is getting his shine.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is what, when money's on the line, that's the most realistic what people think he's actually going to be.
But why are then so many media people skewing him lower? I don't think he's getting trashed. To be in the top 10 is still pretty impressive, but why do they not match the bettors? Why do these talking heads spin the other way? Is it a Patriot bias? Would you blame it on that?
It has fool's gold written all over it.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it also has to be with it's very tough after what he did after a game that everybody watched to come out here and still say that he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. It's tough to do that. It's just tough to get it out of your mouth. That's the last thing you saw. And like, man, people are going to think I'm an a-hole. He was like horrendous in the Super Bowl. But the other part of it is people love them clicks.
Yeah.
And people love controversy.
Yeah.
And we've seen this all the time.
And he was also the third pick in his draft class. A lot of people, are
they're just married to their first opinion on him. Like, he's not going to be that good.
Yeah. In his rookie year, he played 10 games. He was 1-9. So I think there's a little bit of, okay, what did he do his rookie year? Okay, he was the third guy in that draft class. It was a soft schedule this year, and then he gets to the playoffs and doesn't play as well. So you factor all that in, I think is kind of why he's not rated higher than he is.
I'd actually be more tempted to not put Wemby high on lists because you've seen like a character flaw with him in a way, just like a softness or some of the way he just behaved in the final was eye-opening, alarming. You know what I mean? Like, he definitely just tuckered out. He just had a limit on what he could do.
And I wonder, just not to get sidetracked, but if that'll ever get better.
Right.
Like, do you ever see him getting in the low post and throwing bows and being physical?
Right.
Or do you always see him kind of inching as the game gets on and gets more tired out towards the three-point line where he's not as effective?
Right. Yeah. And he's a big man who could break down easily. We've seen that before. Whereas Drake, there's what part of his game do you look at and you're like, I don't know. I worry about that part of his game. I mean,
I can't see it.
Here's what I would argue.
I don't see it.
Here's the only thing that I would say that you still have not had proven with him, and that is you don't know if he can win with the biggest spotlights on him. Like, you don't know whether he can win a playoff game, and perform at the highest level. He can win, but it's not because of him. I mean, he's got to prove.
Well, there was a lot of regular season games they won because of him.
Yeah, there are, but that wasn't when the biggest lights were on.
And
that's not when the
playoff
pressure
game,
was on.
Where the last play, he runs for the first down.
Yeah, Denver.
And I'll say this, but he made more plays than the quarterbacks he played against in the playoffs. He made more plays than Justin Herbert, but he made more plays than C.J. Stroud. He made more plays than Jarrett Stidham.
But yeah,
take that.
See, you just got to prove my point.
You didn't have to say that, Ted.
By the way, I was trying to send Stiz an article or some music yesterday, and his Jarrett Stidham's
Ted,
name is right
it.
next to Stiz, and he goes, "I don't have it." And I look down, I go, "I sent it to Jarrett Stidham." So Jarrett Stidham got my text to Stiz.
What did he text back to you?
He didn't text me back. I wouldn't expect him to, but yeah.
What's the most random thing we could text to Jarrett Stidham right now?
You want to do that? Yeah, give me something. Give me an idea.
Send a baseball Brett's
How
contact.
about a picture of Jackson with his shirt off?
No.
Just flexing.
Tell him Dale Ordway says hi.
I mean, I don't know if it's the same number. I mean, I got his number like 5 years ago, so it's probably different. But yeah, that was.
Yeah, Stiz and I looked at each other yesterday. I'm like, how many Stizzes does he have in his phone? Why? How can you not have this?
It's under Stiz and it's Stidham, so it's
Stiddy. Everyone loves Stiddy. All right. So there is a Drake May hater that is still hating on Drake May. He is somebody who likes wearing cool hats, but really the disrespect is through the roof now. And I hope that the Patriots are listening to this. I have to think that somebody in that organization is using this for bulletin board material, because there's nothing worse than a team that smells their own farts and buys their own hype. And you know what? You were in the Super Bowl, great, but I don't want you to feel like that's a given. I don't want any team to ever feel like that's something that you can take for granted. So I like the fact that they're getting all this hate. I like the fact that they are now, for a team that was the best in the AFC, that they are the underdog now. Nobody seems to think that they're going to do. People don't think they're going to make the playoffs this year. Good. Listen to it. Use it. Get that bulletin board material up there, baby. Let's get the disrespect going on these guys. I got no problem with it. And Cam Newton gave a lot of it. We'll get to that in 2 minutes.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you.
On WEEI.
Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke.
She doesn't mess with broke. I've always thought that was the worst edit.
That's a weird dub.
She ain't messing with no broke. All right.
I used to love this song, man.
Hey, well, the craziest thing about this is he's not sampling Ray Charles. He's sampling Jamie Foxx doing Ray Charles. Like, that's Jamie Foxx. And that's a Ray Charles song, but he's sampling.
Did he have to get Ray's permission to sample Jamie Foxx?
I don't know is that stuff now, what is that, public domain? Has it been out for long enough where you don't have to? But yeah, that's like featuring Jamie Foxx doing Ray Charles. So there you go. All right. Well, it is Rich, Ken, and Ted, 617-779-7937. And the Drake May hate is out there real quick. Let's go to Paul in Rhode Island. What's up, Paul? How's it going?
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Thanks for taking my call. Hi. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Teddy, you ever hear the expression "the proof is in the pudding"?
Yes, sir. I have. Yep.
I think this is it. I think Drake May is gonna win all 8 games at home, and I think my man Guido DeVito is gonna back him up with no pressure. No pressure. Let me tell you, that was the best thing they could do, is bring him in. I know they wanted the guy Green, 700 yards running and all that, but guess what? This is the best way you can go to bring from 40,000 people to 60,000 people.
All right, Paul.
Just
Thank you for calling.
win at home.
Appreciate it, buddy.
What does Tommy DeVito have to do with it?
I don't know, but he's the secret sauce,
I
baby.
guess so.
You traded Joe Milton.
And it's
Don't worry
going to
about
be
that.
hard to play, better than what Drake May played last year. But I think he will. It might not show in the stats. It might not show maybe even in the wins. I don't anticipate them winning 14 games, but Drake May will be a better quarterback. I mean, hell, it's hard to. They won nine games at home, right?
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
The home schedule's not that tough. The road schedule's the tougher beast of it.
I think this helps put how much harder it is. Look, they play. I would say 9 quarterbacks that I would say are top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL this year. Last year, they probably played 2 in the regular season.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
If they go up in 2 different weight classes this year.
It'll be impressive. All right, so Cam Newton, he has got cool hats. He played for the Patriots for a split second. And weren't you excited when they brought him in, by the way? I was actually,
Yes.
I knew he was kind of broken, but I was still got a little excited. Like, what can Cam Newton do in this offense?
I was.
And then, not a whole hell of a lot.
Great interview, though.
Terrific interview.
Great guy. You've interviewed him before, Ted.
Oh, you
right?
did on Radio Row.
Yep.
Ted went toe-to-toe with Cam.
I don't know about that, but,
you basically called him out for his, cubic zirconia comments.
Yeah, I asked the tough questions. I'm known for that, yeah. Yeah.
And I don't even know what did he say? Because he called Drake May a fool's gold.
Fool's
Yeah,
gold.
middle of the mall. I thought middle of the mall was probably
Because at
my
the
favorite.
time, you guys were like, apologize, basically.
Yeah.
I don't think he apologized.
I don't think he did.
But he hung in there.
Yeah, no, he didn't, and he didn't walk off the set either. So
No.
he answered the tough questions. But yeah, he was definitely a non-believer. But the soft schedule, he just didn't want to give him his flowers, and so I'm surprised. I thought maybe he would when it was all said and done. He got a new start to the season, and he still has him rated lower than I thought he would.
I didn't mean to laugh, but someone on text said, "Someone tell Rich that second broke is censored. The explicit version says something else."
Oh, no, good to know. We didn't know that.
Wow, okay, all right. I thought he actually said, "I'm not messing with no broke." I thought that's exactly how it went. All right, so here's Cam Newton, and he's ranking his top 10 quarterbacks. Let's see where he puts Mr. Drake May.
Overall talent, tenure over time, consistency. Are you clutch? I'm judging this off the 2025 and 2026 season. At number 10, we got Drake May. You're a very skillful young
Okay,
gun
stop.
in this
First of all, what is up with the production?
It's a lot
I like
of production.
That. See, that's what Jaylen Brown needs for his Twitch.
A lot of it.
So this was like a Twitch thing. This wasn't like an interview with him. This is like making like a special video.
I think he does like a YouTube show.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but he has like a production space. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
It's not like Jaylen Brown sitting on his computer twitching.
Yeah,
I do like when Stephen A. Smith rips on him for that. I ain't going to your place in your stupid basement. You got to come to my. You got to get a new set. You want
Dungeon.
people to take your dungeon. If you want people to take area. All right. So who does he put ahead of Drake?
At number 10, we got Drake May. You're a very skillful young gun in this league. But brother, what happened in the Super Bowl? That wasn't a good out. At number 9, we got Daquavius Prescott. And the version of Dak that we seen last year, if you give him an adequate defense, maybe we will have another doggone Super Bowl champion. At number 8,
Well, hang on.
7.
What's up with the Chris Tucker voice?
This is his show, though. This is what he does. You got to know Cam Newton speak, man.
That is wow. This rush hour.
It's
I don't
over
know how
for-
much more of this I can take.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
All right. We're gonna this is gonna be like the Gong Show.
Want to just have Stiz read it?
Right,
or-
no.
It might be easier.
You could play it, but maybe when we raise a hand, then maybe we just yank it.
Or we can just go right to number 1. if you
Sure.
want.
Let's do that, please.
You know who number one is? Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is the last of the Mohicans as far as how he plays. He's not the razzle-dazzle footwork type of guy. He is a person who can carve up a defense in the pocket. There's not a lot of guys that are still in this league that is able to throw the football as effectively, as efficiently, and as tactical as Matthew Stafford.
I got to tell you this. Quarterbacks think Matt Stafford is like a god. Talk to Matt Castle about Matthew Stafford, and it is like he almost puts him up there with Brady. I mean, Brady's the all time, but Matthew Stafford is looked at as like right there.
Why do you think so?
I don't know, man. You know, look. It's just there's some about the way he plays the position that the guys that play quarterback they think they're in awe of him. They're in absolute awe of him. So it's not surprising to hear.
He's tough. Like that's the one thing I could say is I've seen him get cracked and get back up. I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks in this league that do that now, but I think we just have more of a sample size with him because he's been playing for so long.
Yeah,
He's only always 3 Pro Bowls. That's kind of surprising.
That is surprising. Has he ever been an MVP? Has he ever been an MVP?
Well, last year he was MVP, right?
I mean, other than last year, right?
Yeah. One-time All-Pro, 1 Super Bowl.
That is surprising.
Yeah.
One-time All-Pro.
He had all those years in Detroit, so it was like, all right, he didn't really blossom.
One-time All-Pro.
But those numbers he put up in Detroit were crazy.
Like, is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Dude.
Look at his numbers.
I get it.
Yeah.
But only one time you were an All-Pro? Like, that is – the Hall of Famers usually like at least 4 or more.
Like last year was by far – he threw 46 touchdowns last year at age 37.
And how many of them were from the 3-yard line in? I mean, I'm not kidding.
No, that was the knock on it. Yeah. Well, I mean, those Megatron years, too. I mean, when he was in Detroit, the team wasn't winning, but I think I remember playing fantasy and having him and like winning. He was always a great fantasy quarterback to have. So I don't know. That's a good question. Is he a Hall of Famer with 1 Super Bowl? And that's a shockingly low amount of All-Pros. I had no idea. Wow. Yeah, I mean, put it this way.
Probably.
He's going in. Trust me. Dude, if Eli Manning's going in, please, Matt Stafford's going in.
Yeah, Eli Manning's going in. Eli Manning's, and I think he deserves it. I know it's a totally weird one because the numbers don't really stack up. But if you are the MVP in 2 Super Bowls, 2 improbable wins, especially one, the most improbable win, you got to put him in.
Got to put him in.
Yep.
I don't know. I disagree. Okay. Here's the thing about Drake May. Everything's going to change after this year. They have 6 nationally televised games this year against much better competition. Drake May will be highlighted. He will get the respect that I think he deserves after this season because people are going to see a lot more of him in the regular season than they did last year.
Except for the Packers game because Brady's calling it, so he'll be trashing him all game.
So, yeah.
Be like, this guy's overrated.
Can I ask you a quick question? And you know what? This isn't a good time because it's about to break. But is Brady still, after all the stuff over the past couple of years, is he still the most beloved New England athlete?
Oh, the tide has certainly turned over the past 2 years.
Or is it like Ortiz now?
Yeah, well, you've turned on Ortiz because you think he's a mouthpiece for the franchise.
No, I'm not turned on him. I just know what he is. And I love Ortiz.
But as far as someone who has never talked crap about the city or the
Put it this way, if it was like in a big hall and you could go get one guy's autograph, he'd have the biggest crowd.
Well, and also, Ortiz couldn't do that. He couldn't fill Gillette Stadium with people having a day for him. Like the minute I start to think that people have turned on Brady and the phone calls we get of people are angry at Brady, he's dead to me, I still think he's still probably the most beloved New England athlete.
Especially if he just shows the region a little affection. All he has to do is like look at us and we'll be like, oh yeah, I love you, Brady, you know.
But he doesn't have to do much. Right.
No.
What's that?
He's kind of so right.
Yeah, it's true.
Just a little would go such a long way, but it's like he goes out of his way.
Yeah. All right. Matt Turner, he is your New England Revolution goalie, and he played in the World Cup.
Yeah.
He's going to give us a preview of this Sunday's game, Sunday's match, rather. I forgot to use the proper terms now that soccer's around. And we will talk to him right after this.
primeros pens. Maca. Messi engancha y va, tiró con la derecha.
The World Cup has been fantastic. Honestly, like each match, like yesterday's, it was the curse of Rich. I said that Argentina was not going to score, and I'd heard that Argentina from one of these betting guys said there's no way they're going to score in regulation, and sure enough, at the 85th minute, bang, bang.
By the way, the ratings, you were going to mention the ratings of that.
Oh yeah, it's what I saw it and like they're still compiling some of them, but apparently it's going to be like so. The Argentina versus Cape Verde game was 2.6 billion worldwide, 2.6 billion with the B. The Super Bowl had 125 million. Just to put things in perspective,
the USA round of 16 match, 50 million viewers. Ooh. More than the NBA Finals, and Boston in America, and Boston was number 2 nationally in terms of local ratings as far as cities go. It's pretty impressive.
So that means our following guest was seen by a lot of people over the last several weeks. Mr. Matt Turner, who plays, of course, for the New England Revolution. He is their goalie, and a big congrats to him. Just got a big extension. It was announced on Monday. It looks like he's going to be in New England long term. Hey, Matt, thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Yeah, quite the intro there. But yeah, happy to be here long term and settle down and then ultimately compete for what the people of New England expect, which is trophies.
So Matt, first of all, you being on the U.S. men's national team, I mean, it was a great ride. Despite the way that it ended, it was obvious. You can tell by the ratings. Everyone in America. It was a huge story. How does it feel to like every 4 years to be on a stage where over 1 billion people are watching each one of your games? We talked about that Argentina game. 2.6 billion people, like worldwide, watched it. How does it feel to be part of something that huge?
Yeah, you feel it. You feel it. It's soccer's the most global sport. It really is, and. When the World Cup's going on, the whole world stops to watch your game. There's no overlap. There's just one game on TV to watch, and everyone's tuned in, and the stakes are never higher than they are, at the World Cup. And this one has been so spectacular. The venues have been great. The play has been fantastic. It's been competitive. There's been upsets. And most importantly, there's been the superstars being, the superstars, and I think that's what a lot of people want to see when the tournaments are happening.
Matt, I was wondering if you could take us kind of, into the locker room, behind the scenes, if you will, when Balogun's red card was reversed, right, and it was determined that he could play in your match against Belgium. I'm just curious, that news that he was going to be able to play, how was that received in the locker room? What were guys thinking about that fortune that went your way? How was that kind of processed in the locker room when it was determined he could play against Belgium?
Yeah, from the outside, I think there was a lot more noise than from the inside. I think for us, we did a great job of just, adapting to whatever was thrown our way, whether it was in the Bosnia game, defending with 10 men or just anything in the past. I think for us, it was just another decision that was outside of our control. And then from there, it's like, the guy that's scoring some goals is available to play. So I think, we were happy for him because obviously the red card was a bit unjust. But we knew that no matter what the final say was, whoever was going to play, the coach was going to select the play, was going to be ready to compete at the highest level.
How much of a shock was it? Like, were you guys shocked, or did you think that there was indeed a chance that Balogun would be back?
For us, it was obviously an unprecedented decision, so I don't think anybody was expecting. None of us even knew there was a possibility, I think, for that to take place or to happen. So when we got the news, I think we were all pretty shocked, and I think there was, the locker room talk, a little bit of teasing of we didn't know that Balo had the pull like he had.
You mean the presidential poll?
Yeah.
Oh, listen, I don't know who called who, but yeah. I hold my hands up. I don't know who called who, but I do know that whatever happened was unprecedented, and we were able to have an extremely important player on the pitch, and of course, we wanted the best chance to win.
This question's been asked for 20 years, Matt, but now it kind of feels like there actually is an advancement in soccer in America and with the U.S. team. Did you feel that just traveling around from city to city and playing in these matches? Do you feel like it's got to the next level?
Oh, certainly. It's been overwhelming at times. Really, you kind of. I remember when I first saw my games, with the single mat back in the day, and you're going into Boston and you're our game, and you're walking in and you're waiting in line like everybody else. You're paying the cover charge, and people are asking you what you do for a living, and you don't even tell them you play soccer, because sometimes they ask like, "Hey, can you do that full time for a living?" Changed a lot in the last 12 years, But no, just seriously, outside of the jokes, it is insane how much it's changed. I mean, it's been the most popular youth sport in America for years and years and years, and now, for it to be here so tangible for fans to see the players that they love, whether it be the U.S., other countries.
Hey, Matt, we're going to put you on hold for just a second, if you don't mind, and we're going to have you just move to a different spot so you can get the phone worked on.
Yeah, I want to hear his answer.
Yeah, I want to hear his answer. So we're going to put him on hold for just a second. By the way, the Revolution's doing something very smart. Is now that everyone's got soccer fever, even I've been like, maybe I want to go to a match. Have you seen those ads they've had for have a game on us?
No.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. I guess they're doing this thing. It's like next match on us. So they say that basically if you've never been to a Revs match, they're going to give you 2 free tickets to Saturday's match, which is smart, which is good. All right, Matt Turner's back with us. Hey, Matt, sorry about that. Your phone was just going off for a second.
Yeah, that's on me. But yeah, anyways, it has been immense, and you feel it when you go from place to place, and then most importantly, the tangibility of theirs for the kids and the next generation is huge.
So, Matt, okay, let me take you into a conversation that I heard at a bar when we were watching a game the other night, and it's something that I've heard before, and there's even part of me that has thought it. And that is that, when you have these shootouts at the end of games, first of all, there aren't many more exciting things in sports than a World Cup shootout for all the marbles. And it does seem like I heard some people saying, well, man, it's like a 50-50 shot. The goalie's just going to jump one way or he's going to jump the other way. And I could do that. I could score on a World Cup goalie. And as a matter of fact, there was a poll that came out that 28% of all people watching the World Cup think that they could score on a World Cup goalie. Now, I have had something like this happen before with Brian Scalabrine, who played for the Celtics, where people were saying, I could beat that guy. He's the last one on the bench. And Brian Scalabrine schooled those guys. Can you kind of put in perspective and say something to the people that think they could score on a World Cup goalie in one of those shootout situations?
The only thing I'll say, in a World Cup situation, there's just absolutely no chance. But the thing is, in soccer, you can get lucky with like a random toe poke, or you're trying to kick it one way and it somehow comes off your foot the other way. So when people don't know how to kick, it can be random. But no, in general, I back a World Cup level goalkeeper to save it from an average Joe, 9.5 times out of 10.
Have you ever taken on an average Joe before?
I did a TikTok recently with some guy. His name's Frank Michael Smith, and he was supposed to be the average Joe, and he said he practiced for a couple weeks, and then he took a penalty, and I dove and basically caught it.
All right, so if I had 100 kicks on you, how many do you think I would make in? And I never played soccer at any level.
I think 1 or 2, because I think you'll kind of get the hang of it. But I think after about 10, your leg might fall off.
Sure, you might be right. Right, it's like, this is way more physical than I thought it was.
Real quick, Matt, yesterday's match, did you think England screwed up strategy-wise? I can't begin to, X's and O's, know what was going on, but were they not aggressive enough at the end of the match?
It's hard to say. I mean, of course, hindsight, it's easy to say, yeah, of course they weren't aggressive enough, but I think they definitely invited the pressure that presented itself on them. And then after they conceded 1 goal, because of the changes that were made, it was always going to be difficult for them to regroup themselves tactically. I think there was more time for them to really go for the game. But, you know, you look back at their game in Mexico with 10 men, you know, they defended the box brilliantly, and I just think they thought they would be able to do that again. So I see it from both sides, but obviously hindsight, it looked like maybe a tough decision from the manager. But dude, those are the big money calls. You know, that's why we get paid to do what we do, and it didn't pay off this time.
All right, Matt Turner, you are obviously a New England guy, so I have to ask you, whose career is more impressive, Lionel Messi or Tom Brady?
I think if Messi wins this World Cup, I will have to go with Messi.
Wow. Okay. So he is, because when you talk Tom Brady, you think that there's almost no way anyone can reach his level. Like, it would be really almost insane to get even close to that. Is that kind of where Messi is in soccer?
Yeah, I mean, you have to think Messi's won so many different things, you know, 2 Copa Americas, which happens once every 4 years, potentially 2 World Cups, which only happens once every 4 years, so many league titles, so many Champions League trophies. He's been voted the best player however many times. I mean, just doing things unprecedented, you know, in the world of soccer. So I know Tom Brady has done the same. Like you said, I'm a New England guy. I love Tom. I think he is basically synonymous, his face with New England. But I think if Messi wins this World Cup, I'll have to go with him.
All right. So Matt, who's winning tomorrow on Sunday? Who is winning the final?
It's hard to root against Argentina. It really is, because of they've been, you know, knocked down and counted out in many games, and they just fight and claw, and they don't give up, and they really believe in themselves. But the Spanish team has looked like the most complete team this entire tournament. They haven't really no one's really laid a glove on them all tournament. So, you know, if Argentina are able to do that, you're not really sure how they're going to react. But the way they've been playing, I like to say Spain, but so hard to root against the best player in the world.
Well, Matt Turner, it's I bet you're excited to get back to things here at now you can call it Gillette Stadium and not Boston Stadium anymore.
Yeah, it's back.
That's
it's
right.
Back.
You got 2 home
the
games.
Cover's been shaved off.
That's right. Those gigantic. It's funny. I saw somebody took a picture of every seat at Gillette Stadium has a little Gillette logo on it, and somebody had to go with a little blue piece of tape on every seat and put it over that for the World Cup games.
And then go take it off, by the way.
Yes,
take it
that's
off
right.
and then put the artificial turf back in.
Oh, man, I know.
I know, guys. Come on, don't get me started on that. Well, listen, we won 8 out of 9 games at home on the grass. What else can we do?
There you go. There you go. All right, well, Matt Turner, thanks for coming on with us, man. We appreciate it. We got 2 home games, July 22nd and July 25th for New England Revolution. Appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. By the way, this is kind of funny, you know, because that is pretty wild how people think that they could score on a World Cup goalie. But I read this about Paul Skeens, you know, obviously one of the best guys out there, you know, at his gig. There was somebody who broke down the numbers. They said, could you get 1 hit if Paul Skeens threw you 1,000 pitches? And the scientists and the data people said probably not. Major league hitters have managed just 87 hits off of Skeens' 1,732 pitches. Only about 5% of all pitches have turned into hits, and those are the best hitters on the planet. So for the average person, getting even 1 clean hit would be extraordinarily unlikely.
I would take it even further. How many people could just get wood on it? Could
Yeah.
just like foul tip it?
Yep.
I think
I'd
it would
sneak one by.
I tell you, the Scallenge is one of my favorite things I've ever done, ever. Because Scal was just like, bring him on. And he was like, you know what? And don't even get the people who are talking trash. Yeah. I want the best. You take videos. I want the best players you can find. And he murdered them.
I believe it.
Murdered them.
I believe it.
The worst player, if you want to call him the worst player on the on an NBA team is 1,000 times better than the best player in your rec league.
That was a good. They did Pros versus Joes as like a TV series for a while, and that was good. They should bring that back.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably have in various forms.
No question. No question. All right, 617-779-7937. We'll be right back.
Listen, I don't have a dog in the fight in this one. May the best team win. And in terms of the Patriots, this is a new chapter in New England, and I'm glad everyone's embraced the Mike Vrabel regime, all the amazing players that have worked so hard to get their club to this position. We did it for 20 years. There was a little bit of a hiatus in there, but the Patriots are back, and it's a very exciting time for everyone in New England.
Oh, man. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson in the Catch Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win, and unanimously.
Whoa, that Teddy's the guy.
Every expatriate who heard that, everyone, we're talking Will Fork.
Oh,
Brewski.
Dude.
They all
Gronk.
came out. Gronk, they're like, Tom, are you out of your mind? No dog in this
Dude,
fight?
it's great, Rich, because we were at Radio Row, me and the Hillman and Wiggy, and Tom makes that comment, I don't know, like on a Tuesday or Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And we had basically Brewski and Gronk and Vince right after he said that.
Yeah.
And they're all hearing it for the first time on our show.
Yeah.
And they all had strong opinions on it, man.
Yeah.
And they were all the same. Like, really, Tom?
Yeah.
You don't have a dog in the fight?
Yeah.
Man.
Well, that got me thinking, because this is all on the heels, too, of that story that came out where you had the coach of the Seahawks telling Dan Patrick that he got some sort of inside info about the Patriots, and he used it or what would he call it? It was like from the enemy side?
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest, that's
Yeah.
right. And it wasn't Belichick.
And it really helped them. He did say that.
Really helped.
And he said it really helped him in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. I think we all agree that whatever info they got, the Patriots were still losing that game. But still, if somebody was to have done that, that's a pretty crappy thing to do, especially if that person was Tom Brady, which most people started to draw a line and said, well, this makes too much sense that it was Brady that did it. In fairness, there was a report that came out afterwards that I guess the coach ended up contacting Dan Patrick and said, no. After the interview was done, he's like, oh, it wasn't Brady. Yeah. I think we all believe that he got a little call or a
I would
text.
say so, yeah.
But it got me thinking, because we've talked about this ever since that whole thing right there and some of the things that come out afterwards. There's been people who've called the show and been like, Tom Brady's dead to me if he did that. Like, Tom Brady's become a douchebag since he's left, blah, 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 blah. And it got me thinking, is Tom Brady still the most beloved New England athlete, or has the tide changed? Because at first I was thinking maybe it's David Ortiz. Maybe David Ortiz is now the guy that everyone looks at as the most beloved New England athlete. But then I think about Tom Brady and I go, well, they just had a whole stadium full of people who kind of want to come out and see him there. And as much as a dink as he's been, he may still be the most beloved. I don't know. Is he? Is he still the guy?
Oh, absolutely. I don't even think it's close. I really don't.
Well, how do you measure that? What would give me
Just
some examples of just a feel thing, like if you were.
Feel thing.
I would say the player that the majority of New Englanders love and think that he is like the epitome of the New England of the New England athlete. Like, he's the most beloved. The most people would say that he was their favorite athlete in New England.
Boy, see, it depends how you phrase it. Because obviously, if you said like Mount Rushmore of currently alive athletes, it's Brady.
Don't say Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore just means the best who played here. I'm talking most beloved. Because there have been people who, I'll tell you, someone who is one of the best athletes that's ever been here is not the most beloved, and that's Larry Bird. Larry Bird played here, was unbelievable, obviously one of the all-time greats. Larry Bird got the F out of New England. Mm-hmm. And Larry Bird's not a big fan of New England, and I don't think there's a lot of people who like it. Oh, man, he's a beloved player. Yeah. I think more people would point at a guy like Rob Gronkowski and go, Rob Gronkowski is one of the most beloved players around here.
But so what are you saying about Bird? Bird is beloved.
But I think that he is not the level that he could have been. I think that there's more people who would say, who's your most beloved player or athlete? And you would say Gronk.
What do you think a New England fan, what is it about the player that makes them beloved? What are their characteristics?
I would say, first of all, they have to be good. The second, they have to be like a great athlete and done something substantial, which obviously Tom has done. I also think it's somebody who comes back to the region, someone who speaks highly of the region, someone who spends time here.
And I think it's a style of play. I think it's you have a gritty kind of way in which you play. You're
definitely the Pedroia dirt dog sort of mentality.
There you go. So that is it too.
Pedroia is a good one. Like that's one that you could talk about. I mean, Paul Pierce bleeds green. Like he loves the Celtics. I don't know if he's the most beloved.
Oh no, I don't get that sense. No.
Okay, somebody said in my mind it's David Ortiz over Tom Brady. More for what David Ortiz still means to the city and how he's a part of the city versus Tom Brady, who's no longer here and has left us. F that guy. Somebody said, oh, by the way, that's somebody talking about Brady. You were wrong. Me and my friends say F him. No chance it's Brady. I got a Julian Edelman here.
Interesting. Yeah.
Couple Edelmans. I see that.
The best way to be most beloved around here so people remember you is like Poppy. He's always here in Boston doing things, not Tom Brady.
He does come back. Now, Pedro does as well. I guess Ortiz is just a little more popular than Pedro.
More profile, high profile. He's still on TV, you know.
Let me go to Joe in line 2. Joe, what's happening, man? How you doing?
Hey, I don't know if you're doing this for clicks. I go back to Hey Guys Hey and Sock Puppet there.
Hell yeah, buddy.
You're nuts. It's nuts. You're nuts. It's Tom Brady. All those other comments are young guys. You're nuts. It's by a long shot.
I'm
Tom
not
Brady.
saying it's not Tom Brady. I'm saying because I was talking about how I imagine everyone who showed up at that stadium. It's just that people are calling and like I'm reading these texts right here and they're like F Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He's not the guy. And I'm like,
who?
I'm looking at these texts. I don't know if they're kids. Why do I have kids? How old are you, man?
Under 35. Anybody under 35.
I like people under 35. I like people 25 to 54, to be quite honest.
Oh, Joe's in that category, sure.
That would be nice. Someone said Patrice Bergeron. I think Patrice Bergeron is beloved, but I don't think he's a big enough star. Thank you, Joe, for your call.
Joe. Edelman is a good one because he's very. I mean, he's been a Patriot for life. He has said that, So I think that resonates. 508 texter Edelman is turning into the best New England athlete. He is a true Patriot through and through.
Somebody said definitely Big Poppy. It's RF and City.
Yeah, RF and City. That set them apart right there, man.
But then if you include Bobby Orr and Bird, who are still alive, like those are obviously beloved former athletes. Even though you're right, Bird's not back, but something about the mystery of Bird still permeates the region.
But if I was to ask somebody who is the most beloved athlete in Boston, and I told you to give me your top 3, I bet on most people's list Bird isn't on it.
It just depends how old you are.
I'd say
I agree. I agree.
Well, I'm talking about right now.
Out of sight, out of mind. He doesn't come here.
Yeah, right. And people aren't saying Bobby Orr either. What they're saying is they're saying Brady, Ortiz.
Oh, Bobby Orr's around. He plays in the golf tournaments all over the place.
Once again, I'm talking about right now. And it's weird because I there's so many people who are like F Brady. I'm like, I still think he's the guy.
I want to put a poll up, but I don't know how to phrase it.
I agree.
Who is the most beloved former athlete in New England? But then I want to put Gronk and Edelman on there, and Ortiz and Pedro. And now Bird, I can't fit them all.
I'm reading this right here. Like these are different calls. F Brady, season ticket holder with family since '90s. F Brady, but thank you, Benedict Brady.
Well,
Benedict
I told
Brady.
you that about 2 months ago on the show, and you both were like, "You're crazy,
right?
Fake take." And then I was right. We got a flood of calls.
I think people want to not like Brady, but they all love him. They all love him.
See, I think that's kind of. I think people are angry at Brady, but you're right. Brady says something nice, but he doesn't. Though the thing is that he has even said he doesn't ever. I mean, what did he say? He hated living. He never moved back to New England.
Mm-hmm. Won't catch me dead living in New England.
Right, you won't catch him dead living in New England. I don't know. It's weird. Someone said Chara. Listen,
he banged out an entire stadium for one night. Come on, man.
What other player could do that?
Jaylen Brown. Wait till Jaylen gets those new shoes.
Oh yeah, what's going on with his pop-up event?
Yeah, wait till that event hits.
I think he's waiting for something massive to do here, or maybe he's just over. Like maybe he's over that. Maybe he's ready to move on. Maybe he's like he'll come back for his charity stuff, and that is it.
When's he going to hook up with Embiid? Those guys still haven't talked.
I know, isn't that weird?
They need to sit down.
Somebody said beloved and best are different. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
best player does not mean you are beloved.
That's true.
And that's why I was wondering that about Brady. And I'm thinking, I still think it's Brady, but Ortiz.
Yeah,
he's
Ortiz
right
is a strong candidate. I guess if you had to pick, I would go Ortiz. But I think this is one in 10 years. If Brady just goes away for a while, it'll be Brady again.
He's not.
He can't go away.
He's going to be in your face. He can't help himself. No, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's going to be on your TVs for a while. My man's got a contract. By the way, here they said in this order: number 3, Brady; number 2, Poppy; number 1, Ted effing Johnson.
Yeah.
Literally put that right there. Thank you, Mr. 617. All right. If you think that Ken is the most beloved, or you hate him, you can take him down. 617-779-7937. It's Ken versus everybody, head-to-head with Ken Laird. We have no prize. It's for fortune and glory. Just being able
we're going to get a prize at some point if this bit takes off.
I don't know. Listen, I just like seeing, because you know all sorts of weird stuff. Like you know a lot about a lot.
I'm very beatable. But
dude, you killed the guy yesterday.
Yeah, well, the guy yesterday seemed like you got a reject. I mean, get somebody legit to go up against me.
All right. Jackson, screen for the best of the best. Like talk to these people for about 2 minutes.
And what's the category? We don't know.
No, I don't tell you the category. That's the thing. It's a new category.
Do you tell
every day.
the callers? No,
I tell them right before I ask them the questions.
All right.
Just like I do you. All right. It's 5 questions. Whoever gets the most. Can you take down Ken? It's Ken versus everybody. We'll do that next. 617-779-7937.
And the feed brought to you by Mario's Roofing. We won't soak you to keep you warm and dry. Today has become schedule release day. Bruins' full schedule is out. They will retire Bergeron's jersey, send it to the rafters on December the 1st against Colorado. Red Sox 2027 schedule has also dropped. Our man Gordo picking out a couple notes. The opener is in Seattle. This will be the 24th of March. Home opener is April 1st against Cincinnati. Cleveland is in town for your Patriots Day game. Dodgers series will be the 14th to the 16th of May. And then they'll be home for the 4th of July against Baltimore. All this lockout pending. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate, 781-344-2420. I'm Ken Laird. That's what's in the feed at WEEI.
Oh, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Teddy J. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937. Also, leave us a take grenade, a message, and we play it here in probably about like 30 minutes. Over there in the Odyssey app, press a little microphone, leave it for us. We play it. I just want to read this straight so you know that I'm not putting it through any filter and that I am not trying to steer anything in one way or the other. But I was thinking about it, how all these people have been saying F. Brady after, there was a rumor that he helped the Seahawks get inside information to beat the Patriots in the Super Bowl. There was the whole thing, I've got no dog in this fight with the Super Bowl. And then there was, I would never lose to New England. I was thinking, is Tom Brady still the most beloved athlete in New England? Or, from New England. And not the best, the most beloved. And, there's people saying, of course he is. Yeah. But I'm telling you, I'm going to read this straight from what I've got here. It's first one, F. Brady. Second one, it's Bird, Pedro, Poppy, and then Brady. Then someone says, Brady owns a different team, and Bird worked for the Pacers. Then someone said, Jason Varitek, Jules, Edelman, and Gronk, all true Bostonians. Then they say, Teddy J represents F. Brady. I vote Ortiz. Ray Bork is the most beloved. They said, I went to Brady night, too. Since then, he's done more to burn the bridge. He's such a D-bag now. Brady is closer to Schilling than he is to Ortiz.
Oh, man.
That is, come on.
These past 2 years, man, I'm telling you, it's been bad.
Ortiz, 100%. Still ride or die for Boston. Duh, Yankees lose. Big Papi's speech after the marathon bombing cemented him as the most beloved. I mean, I'm telling you, number 3, Brady. Number 2, Papi. And then there was number 1, Ted Effing Johnson. But I'm telling you, this is something that I was just thinking about. Like, has he pissed off enough people around here that he's no longer the most beloved? Who knows? And it's kind of a stupid question, but that's
a great question and perfect for this time of the year in Sports Talk Radio. Now, can I put this poll up? Is Tom Brady still the most beloved former athlete in New England? And the choices will be yes, Tom Brady. Second choice, Ortiz or Pedro. Third choice, Bird. Fourth choice, Gronk or Edelman.
Okay.
Because I want to get those names in.
Those seem to be the biggest ones?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll see how that runs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. It is time to take on a gentleman who I have learned in this period of time that I have spent with him knows a lot about a lot of things. Like, he truly is like a Ken Jennings of Sports Talk Radio. And so let's do Ken versus everybody, shall we? All right, let us go to, who should I go with? Caller 1 or
am I leaving?
No, you stay here for a second.
Staying, all right.
Let's go to Rob on line 2. Rob, what is going on, my man?
How's it going, guys?
Hey, Rob.
Also, 234s in my heart. Paul Pierce, David Ortiz. I can't believe you didn't choose Paul Pierce, but both 34s are in my heart.
There we go. Love it. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you can put Paul Pierce on there as well. No question. I think my choice is Gronk. Gronk's always been my favorite, I think, since he's been here, and I think that Gronk is a dude who has no reason to continue to come back. He doesn't live here, but the guy still, does stuff with his charity. He goes down to the Esplanade. He's built like a playground. He donates weights to high schools and things like that. God bless him. So, yeah, I would pick him over Brady, sure, without a question. All right, so, Rob, first let's get Ken, you out of the room. All right, all right. So, Rob, do you know how this works?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you 5 questions about a random topic, and if you can get more than Mr. Ken Laird correct, then you, sir, win all of the glory. No prize, just bragging rights. So I will give you the category. Ken, is he in a soundproof room? All right.
He is, yep.
Ken is indeed on the other room. Rob, your category is songs about sports.
All right, let's do it.
You have 5 seconds to answer each question, and we will start now. Number 1. What song by John Fogerty has been played at almost every Major League Baseball game for the last 40 years? Rob, I need an answer.
Don't got one.
Okay. Number 2. Which rapper bragged about his basketball skills when he said, "Get me on the court and I'm trouble. Last week effed around and got a triple-double"?
God damn. Drake.
Good guess, but no. Number 3, the Beastie Boys in their song Sure Shot said they've got mad hits like they were which Hall of Fame baseball player?
Can you repeat?
The Beastie Boys in their song Sure Shot say that they've got mad hits like they were which Hall of Fame baseball player?
Pete Rose.
That's a good guess. No. Number 4, in 1986, the Chicago Bears not only kicked the Patriots' ass in the Super Bowl, but they became megastars thanks to MTV and what music video?
God, why didn't you give me the category from yesterday? See, I don't have an answer. Sorry.
Oh, man. All right. Well, then you ain't going to get number 5. What was New England's downright embarrassing musical response to that Chicago Bears rock video?
Tom Brady's still the GOAT.
Unfortunately, no. All right, you went over. You went over. All right, let's bring in Ken. Stiz, how many of those did you get? Oh, Stiz, you bring in Ken. Stiz, how many of those did you know out of the 5?
I think 1.
You knew 1 of those 5?
Yeah, I almost went over 2.
Oh man, Ken, you may not get all of these, but the guy got over.
Oh, 0. What's
he got 0. Your category is, and yesterday you were perfect, right? 5 for 5?
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. Okay.
I missed the Jay Cutler.
Your category is songs about sports.
Songs about sports.
You ready? Number 1, what song by John Fogerty has been played at almost
Center field.
There you go. Number 2, which rapper bragged about his basketball skills when he said, "Get me on the court and I'm trouble. Last week effed around and got
Ice Cube."
Dude, of course. Number 3, in the Beastie Boys in their song Sure Shot, they say that they've got mad hits like they were which Hall of Fame baseball player?
Willie Mays.
It's Rod Carew. Got mad hits like they were Rod Carew. At number 4, in 1986, the Chicago Bears not only kicked the Patriots' ass in the Super Bowl, but they became megastars thanks to MTV and what music video?
Super Bowl Shuffle.
That is correct. And number 5, what was New England's downright embarrassing musical response to that Chicago Bears rock video?
It's New England, we, blah, blah, blah. Don't remember the response. I don't know.
Sis, do we give it to him?
He knows
New
what
England,
it is.
we, us versus, no, what was it?
We're going to say no. It's New England, the Patriots, and we.
Yeah,
but
damn.
nonetheless,
Right.
you, sir, are still undefeated.
Oh, good. Well, that was easy.
Hey, what happened to our caller? I wanted to humiliate him a little bit. I think he's gone.
Was he depressed or was he? what?
No, this is not him. This is not him. All right, so there you go. You're two undefeated right now.
Now, both of those were sports themed, so that's kind of is that unfair or no? I thought maybe you were going to get me with politics or something. Go random.
No, I'm not going to go. I'll take a left turn next time. I will.
Well, you don't have to. I'm just curious. I don't know how this game goes.
I just love how you straight up got Ice Cube without even thinking about it.
Of course, that's one of my songs.
Last week, you moved around and got a triple double.
Do you know all the words of that one?
Well, yeah. I mean, some of them you can't say.
Sure, of course.
Didn't I do? I did some of the lyrics. That was one of the early episodes of the show.
By the way, the New England, the Patriots, and we. Honestly, it's one of the all-time most embarrassing responses.
Get up in the morning, gotta thank God.
Hey, God.
I don't know, but today's that's messed up. Seems kind of odd. No smog. Mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't pig out. I mean, Ice Cube, that's like the anthem of my youth.
Is it really?
Yeah, of course.
He spoke to you.
How did Rob not get that one? And he
Slam.
was so confident coming in. He was like, Ken's going down, 100%. Like, don't even question it. Put your money on me.
Listen, in fairness, the stress of coming on here and, having to go face-to-face with the all-time great. I mean, he is undefeated. Somebody said your listeners are idiots.
Yeah.
No, come on.
Thank God, yeah.
There is pressure. There is. You come on the show, and it is intimidating. It's quick. You got to answer. You're hearing these things over the phone. So it's a good Lord, that person was not very good. Oh, come on, man. You're going to go 0 for every once in a while. I can't believe he missed center field.
No, center field, God.
Like, you knew that, right, Stiz?
I did not.
You didn't know John Fogerty put me in coach, I'm ready to play?
Nope.
It's been at every baseball game.
He's touring. He's coming to Boston with Steve Winwood. I was tempted to buy tickets to that. I mean, it's a geriatric show again, for sure.
Maybe Mike Reese will go with you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jackson. Maybe Jackson and I. Well, you guys went last night, didn't invite us, so maybe Jackson and I will go to a rock show.
I didn't. I got an invite from somebody here to go to the paranormal activity thing. Mm-hmm. The Patriots and
Just wait and see.
okay, it's so bad. I think it was so that the Super Bowl Shuffle was a hit. Like, it was a huge hit on MTV, and I think it was the V66 people. It's like, we're gonna give a response. And it was awful. It was like 9 minutes long, too. They thought that was going to get played. It got played on MTV like once, and they were like, nope, never
Should
again.
I have gotten Sure Shot? I know that song pretty well, but I don't remember that reference.
Because I got mad hits like I was Rod Carew. Yeah, it's a big. Okay. That's a big song of theirs, I guess. Christian Arcand said, went 5 for 5. I was screaming at my radio. I'm telling you, Arcand's would be good at this, too.
Arcand's a good trivia.
Yeah,
he is, without a question. All right, 617-779-7937. We got some interesting inside information about Roman Anthony today. I got to be honest, that was one of the more interesting calls that we've gotten about what might be going on behind the scenes with the whole Roman Anthony situation. We will get to that and so much more in just 2 minutes. Be right back. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, undefeated Ken Laird.
Thank you.
And Ted Johnson. Someone said they should have just awarded the Bears a Super Bowl after that Patriots response. Well, they essentially did. That was a pretty embarrassing night.
I was more interested in that age. The Bud Bowl was hot then. You remember watching Bud Bowl 1 and 2? And
was that
the freezer instead of the fridge?
I remember the Bud Bowl. The Bud Bowl was all right. I remember they were.
The hell was that?
The Bud Bowl
was a great commercial.
Dude, when you think about it, it was the stupidest thing ever. They had their own halftime, and it was Budweiser versus Bud Light, and they battled each other in a football game.
Yeah.
We talk about great advertising. You got us to watch something that stupid and get excited
awesome.
about it.
And the freezer got hit, and he turned around and ran into the wrong end zone, and it won the game for Bud Light or whichever the other beer was. As a kid, I was like, yeah.
There's been a few situations, Stiz, where I don't know, you might not remember any of these, but that people would promote something going on at halftime, so you would turn the station and you'd watch it, or it would be on during it. I remember in Living Color when that was big, when it was the weigh-ins and Jim Carrey, they had a halftime thing. There was the lingerie bowl when they came out, like, hey, turn over during like halftime and watch the lingerie
Well, I
bowl.
Googled this yesterday when we were talking about halftime performances, who was the best, and that's what they said, that there was the In Living Color thing. A lot of people switched over, so they were like, all right, how do we stop that? That's when they brought in Michael Jackson. That's when it becomes like a thing.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so
yeah.
that was one thing led to the next. Yeah. And now, Maroon 5 and the Black Eyed Peas are keeping
Bad
the
Bunny
channels
was good.
Yep.
By the way, early returns on our poll. Is Tom Brady still the most beloved former athlete in New England at the WEEI Twitter account? Ortiz or Pedro is leading the way, 45% of the vote, then Brady second, then Bird. Nothing for Gronk or Edelman yet, but it is early, and some complaints that Bobby Orr should be on the list.
Bobby Orr's a worthy one, but I don't think enough to win that. And we're just judging from the responses that we got before. It's an interesting conversation. All right, so Roman Anthony, we all know what's going on with him right now. He has been sent down to Florida because things just aren't getting better with his hand. I personally think that Chad Tracy may have had something to do with it. It seems like he's doing a pretty good job keeping a positive environment around this team to the point where, as I said, give him a lot of credit because they had every reason to give up, throw in the towel. You see this happen with teams that are so far down in the standings. They just stop trying. They turn on each other sometimes. And that hasn't happened. And I do like, obviously, that they're still playing their ass off. And now they've worked their way up to a point where they are a half game out of a wild card spot. And now it looks like they are probably going to buy at the trade deadline, if you believe the stuff that we've been hearing. We had Bob Nightingale from USA Today on. He thinks it's going to be a half measure, but he doesn't think it's because the Red Sox aren't trying. It's just because there aren't a lot of huge names that are going to be available because there's so many teams that are still in it.
Now, let me ask you this real quick aside. If they get swept by the Rays, 0 for 4, Monday, should they still be buyers? Is this series enough to sway you one way or the other?
It's a great question because, it's so detrimental. It being in your division. If they get swept, you kind of got to step back. But the one thing that is good news is that before the trade deadline, I keep talking about it being like a barbell of teams that you're playing. You've got, the Rays, which are obviously a very, very good team. Mm-hmm. They're at the very beginning of it. And then I believe after that it goes Baltimore, who aren't very good, then 3 against Toronto, not very good. And then you've got 4 against the Athletics, not very good. But then you go Dodgers. And it's Dodgers and White Sox at the end of it. So if you take all of those games together, it's just a little over a 500 record if you compile all of them. So do you give up if you get swept by the Rays? It's not a good look, but I still think you have time to wait and see what this team can do. No, that'll be a moral kick in the nuts if they lose.
A separate quick aside, Bradford was on with Jones O'Keefe today and said he thinks Trevor Story could be back soon. Like he'll be back, and he could be back in this homestand. And that's a big lift, baby, if he's playing well.
Sure, yeah, without a question. He believes out of all the guys that are out, he would be the first one to return, right? It was him before Mayer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I thought. So the one thing that I find very interesting is when you have a relative or a close friend of a player who speaks to the media, because it usually most of the time means that that's truly what the player thinks. And we've heard this with Tom Brady's dad, damn rights, and so many other different people who are close. There is a gentleman who called this morning to the Greg Hill Show, and I guess he's done it before. Mm-hmm. His name is Baseball Brett.
Frequent caller, friend of the show.
Frequent caller, friend of the show, and it's somebody that Ken can vouch for, because when you guys went down to spring training, he was with the team, not like an employee of the team, but was on the other side of the rope. Yeah. He's close to the players. He's close to Roman Anthony. And he called in and wanted to clarify a few things, speaking for himself. He does not go on the record as saying this is what Roman Anthony thinks. He's speaking for himself. However, I do believe that when he says these things, it's most likely because his friend is thinking these things, that being Roman Anthony. That's what I think, that he has not said that. He has not gone on the record. But one of the first things he said is that this impression of Roman Anthony being a party boy and being out and late at night and, getting banged up and stuff like that is not fair. I agree with that because I can't imagine what it's like to be somebody who wherever you go, everyone's taking pictures of you and trying to get clicks and trying to get people to talk bad at you. Let's say you're at a restaurant and you have a drink in your hand. All of a sudden, everybody gets a picture of you and it's like, look at this guy, he's drunk.
And to be fair, we haven't really seen pictures of that, have we? I mean, he's been filmed walking in the seaport, but not pictures of him bombed. Or,
no.
There's been none of that.
No, and even if you saw a picture of him bombed and you didn't know where it was or when it was, that doesn't mean anything. Right. That could be him at a birthday party during the off season. We don't know what's going on. So I do think that is unfair. But there are some things that I think are absolutely on the table, and that is the situation between him and the organization. The way they misclassified his injury, how they've been handling him, the way that it seems, the way that they sent him down to Florida months into his rehab, the way it's being classified as almost punitive by the people who report on the team. It's that part of it's weird. And that was the part that I thought was the most interesting this morning when Greg Hill and Curtis and all the other guys, and Wiggy, they ended up asking Baseball Brett, who is very close. Once again, now that I kind of know who this person is, I don't know exactly who he is, but I know how close he is to the team. I take his word here. So let's take a listen. Here's what he had to say about what's going on with Roman Anthony.
But isn't your issue, Brett, more with the organization than it is with the media? They did everything they could to throw him under a bus.
1,000%. The problem was after 30 games, Roman got hurt, and the roster construction was so poor going into the season, and they surrounded him with absolutely zero help at that point in the season. That they had to try to rush him back. He's a 21-year-old kid. They're trying to rush him back. Sam wants to sell tickets. Craig wants to save his job because if he doesn't, he's going to get fired. So they're trying to rush the kid back. If they had just said what the Yankees said with Aaron Judge, he's out for 8 weeks. He's done for 8 weeks. When his rib is healed, he'll be back. The Pittsburgh Pirates, and no one cares about the Pittsburgh Pirates, but Connor Griffin, the 21-year-old superstar phenom who signed a deal just like Roman, hurt his finger, very similar to Roman. They said he's out for 8 to 10 weeks. They didn't say, hey, we're going to put his DL stint back to retroactive to when he got hurt, and we're going to try to, get this thing going here in a few days. They automatically came out, Curtis, and they assessed the situation, and they said he's out for – if they had just said he's out for 6 to 8 weeks, I think this changes the narrative. And I think the same thing's going on with Garrett Crochet, where they came in and they said Garrett Crochet is out for however long, right? And no one cares that Garrett Crochet is going out and doing Sam Adams, like he's doing a tour of bars tonight with Sam Adams.
Okay, stop for a second. I don't like that. Like, that's the one thing I don't like.
It's just Brett's opinion.
I know it's Brett's opinion, but I also, because it sounds to me as if, like, they're throwing Garrett Crochet under the bus.
That Brett is?
A little bit, yeah. Like, I don't like that because the one thing you can do is if you're a player and you want a message out there, you can absolutely go against management. And and Roman has actually a really good case.
Yes, he does.
And most people would be on Roman's side.
Well, to the point where Sam Kennedy already apologized for his,
exactly
how he described the injury at first.
But you can't go after your teammates, and the way that at the beginning too.
Well, Brett's not his teammate.
I know, but. And Brett seems like a good dude, but I think unfortunately when you gotta represent that you're close to these.
It's just baseball, Brett. It's just a caller.
But what if that really is his boy, and he's sitting back, and he's a fan? He listens to media just like all of us do, and he's hearing this certain narrative get portrayed about his buddy Roman. That's not being portrayed about Garrett Crochet, who's out kind of doing similar things, and you're just sitting back like, what the heck? That's my boy.
But Curtis made a good point. I mean, Crochet has already done some things.
Sure.
The guy was a Cy Young finalist, arguably could have been a winner.
Right. We know that. Right. He's got a track record.
Yeah.
We've seen that. And Roman Anthony, we don't really know who he is yet. We don't have enough of a sample size. I think that he's a dude who just is. He's frustrated that he's not getting better. The team is frustrated that he's not getting better. I think it's depressing when he's around the team, a team that's trying to do everything they can to keep their heads up and stay positive. And I think they're just like, man, you got to just figure it out down there.
It is a very weird situation, too, because he's so close to Meyer, who has struggled this year. So the two of them are often lumped together.
Yeah.
And when both of them come back, they'll be coming up against guys who have come up from AAA and done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
And Anthony Siegler in particular is going to be a hard out. You know, it's hard to rip him out of the lineup right now when he's playing as well as he is. So will Meyer even get his job back when he's healthy?
That's going to be an interesting one. Out of all of them, that's going to be definitely interesting.
Especially if Story's back and playing well. So Story would be at short and playing every day because you're paying him unless you trade him. And then at second, it's Siegler. Meyer could go back there, but if Durbin and Siegler are playing well,
yeah, who knows? Who knows? I like Siegler. I like what I've seen so far.
And you got Wilson talking the new guys up,
which I like. I like that a lot. Matter of fact, I think that he has shown. I mean, I know that some people are going to laugh seeing that he was like texting that he was going to fight people while he was, ejected from the game on Instagram. But I think he's shown a pretty decent amount of leadership.
F around and find out.
That's right. You know what? That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, sure, you could punch me. I'll take all your money. That's what that guy was thinking on the other end. Yeah, Wilson Contreras? Absolutely, I'll take a punch. Give me your cash. All right, 617-779-7937. We are The Drive Home. It's brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody, and we are broadcasting from the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We'll take your calls next. Ken, is this your band?
Well, no, we covered this song, though. The Surf Beat? What is this? Yeah, Surf Beat. We covered all the surf hits. The Surf Agents were out far and wide in the late 90s.
That's cool that you were in a surf rock band.
Oh, it's cool, but it was a money-making band for us. So actually, we got decent money to play car shows and just, like, little graduation parties.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
Teenage kids, like we were making cash.
I will never knock that. Like, that's that. And first of all, that's a cool genre to go into. I actually really like surf rock a lot.
Because at that time, there was still enough counterculture, like, there's still boomers alive now, but people that were like that kind of music in the 60s or whatever it was.
Sure.
So it appealed to a certain genre.
Oh, of course.
Which is fading, unfortunately.
Well, maybe it is. There's actually a really good punk rock band that does like a lot of surf covers called Agent Orange that I think you would really like. They were like back in the day when all those like, Powell Peralta and Vision had all the skate videos, like the Search for Animal Chin and stuff like that. I think they were the official Vision band, but you would like them. They're a good band. All right, it is Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson here at 937 WEEI. You can give us a call at 617-779-7937, or you can go to the Odyssey app, press that little microphone button, and leave us a message, which we call your take grenades, and we are going to launch a few of them sons of bitches right now.
Incoming!
Yes, the take grenades brought to you by Milligan & Higgins, OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. What do you say, Stiz? Let's pull.
Hey, Rich, I was walking behind you at a Ghost concert, and I got to say, that listener wasn't wrong. Looks like you lost your ass in a card game.
Oh, no, just be nice now.
Hey, I will say, I haven't seen Ghost in 2 years. I started working out my butt exercises about a year and a half ago.
Well, you're checking out Rich's ass.
So
Come on.
You have not seen, all it takes is one snide comment, and I'm not kidding you, 3 days a week, I do this exercise specifically because I'm so... It got to be so bad, specifically so I had a nice butt.
And Ted said he can even help that. He's got a specific exercise category for you.
I don't even know if it's working. All I know is that, like, it's apparently the criticism was that my legs go right into my back, and now I just put this weight on my stomach and I just thrust. I go into rooms where no one can see me. It's because it's very sexual. I just, like, get on my back and I just, like, thrust up, and I do it. I have 2 songs that I do it that are each 4.5 minutes long.
What? It's like the same workout tape for the...
Yep. It's been the same song for... I switched it about 6 months ago. For 6 months, it's literally the same 2 songs. Because I know when it's done, I've done 9 minutes of thrust with a weight to make my butt freaking iron.
Like,
turn around. Let's check that thing out.
No, you searched for 2 songs that were 4:30 each?
No, they were songs that I already had. And I just like, oh, wow, this is perfect. Because I knew that, like, 4.5 minutes meant 1,000. So I do, like, 2,000 of those things.
Well, that's interesting. Now, by the way, Stiz lost his car yesterday in the garage because he forgot where he parked.
Yep.
So
Whoa.
you doing the same thing every day makes sense, and Stiz should do this. Park in the same place with your car, Stiz.
I was thinking this. I absolutely was thinking this. That has never happened to me before in my life. That was the first time it's ever happened. I could not find my car in that garage for 30 minutes. Went to the front desk, had to call the tow place. They're like, we don't know what you're talking about.
You just forgot where it was?
Yeah. Because sometimes I park on 2, sometimes I park on 3, sometimes on the far end, sometimes on the back end.
Just go 3, pick a little section, and every day, just park there.
And what had happened was my fob must be dying, so I'm trying to make the alarm go off, and it's just not working.
It's not working.
But here's the question. Why did it take so long? It's not that big of a parking lot.
It's 5 levels.
Yeah, but
5
you can
levels
walk
all
up
the
and
way
down.
around. Yeah, that was rough.
That's pretty big. Like, it's a pretty big parking deck. And that would freak me out, too. That happened to me once, but I realized my car was towed.
And we had to be at the Colonial at 7:30, so I was really freaking out.
That's right. Yeah. By the way, people were asking about that thing we saw. It's called Paranormal Activity Live. It's awesome. It's like going to it's going to a horror movie, but it's live on stage, which makes it 10 times more visceral. Like, when it's right, it's the difference between watching a fight on TV and being at a fight. It just feels so much more real, and it's loud, and it's scary, and I actually swore out loud at one point because it freaked me out. It's like being in a live haunted house almost.
It's better than it's better than any haunted house I've ever been to, and I've been to Halloween Horror Nights many years. It's better.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's called Paranormal Activity Live, and it's at the Emerson Colonial Theater down in Boston. All right, let's go to the next take. Pull.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's nice to have everybody together. I just heard 5 inner nerds. No, there's 4 inner nerds and 1 straight up Stiz nerd. Also, when I called in last week, that water sound that Rich got a giggle out of, that was how hard it was raining. I hope you guys have a great day. And thanks for the updates on the paranormal.
You got it. It sounds like the Watersound is still behind you, my friend.
I don't think of Stiz as a nerd. You think that? I mean,
No,
the guy's
no.
he's a rapper.
No, there's certain things that we can be nerdy about. Like, listen, I'm no anywhere near, I'm not Joe Cool by any stretch of the imagination, but I actually love it when people are completely and totally unashamedly into a certain thing. And you can call it a nerd, you can call it, like, I love the fact that you do score sheets at baseball games.
Well, yeah, that's just part of my job.
No, it's not. You don't have to do that.
I have a whole book of my score sheets.
You have one in front of you.
Yeah. This is my current book.
Why
I
do
do it on one page so I can keep track and flip back to May if I need. If I need to reference something during the show.
And I have a few $1,000 collection of horror Funko Pops. I spent $500 on a Freddy Krueger replica glove. I'm a nerd.
I don't get the Funko Pops. I don't get that.
I'm a horror nerd.
He's definitely a nerd. You should hear the conversations between him and Nick when we do the crossover here. It's unbelievable.
Stiz, best horror movie of all time.
I'm Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm
Okay.
a Fred head.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Now, do you consider Alien a horror movie?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Now,
I
do not consider Aliens. Aliens is an action movie. Alien is a horror movie.
It is so good, and it holds up. I just watched it a couple weeks ago with my wife and daughter, and it's good. It's like it stands the test of time.
Yep.
If that's a horror movie, I like it, and it's number one.
Here's the question: is Seven a horror movie?
It's a thriller.
Thriller?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not a horror movie. It's not gross enough. I mean, there's some
agree.
gross scenes. Along the same lines as Alien, The Thing still holds up. The one with Kurt Russell.
I've never seen that.
Oh,
I know.
Stiz!
I know.
Dude, you're a purist, and you've never seen The Thing?
All right, I'll watch it this week.
Don't read anything about it. Honestly, don't read. Then you'll want to read everything about it. Yeah, you got to see The Thing. Oh yeah, that's a good one. How have you not seen The Thing? You're like horror guy.
I know.
You got a tattoo of Freddy Krueger on your
know.
arm.
I know.
All right, there you go. Well, now you got your assignment. Let's go to the next one.
Ken, give me a break. There's no drama. We're moving on from the nonsense. They're not together anymore. Move on. He's a leader. Talks about the team. Talks about Jalen. Hits all the notes. He leads by example. He doesn't pound his chest and yell like half of Boston wants him to, like Jaylen Brown, because he's an adult. He's the leader of the Celtics, always has been the leader of the Celtics. Enough with the drama.
He was calling you like a drama monger, my friend.
Me or Ted? I thought he said Ted there.
Oh, he said Ted?
Maybe he meant me.
Okay, maybe he meant you. Because you were the one who was like dealing the drama, right?
I think there will be. See, these two are not like open drama. It's behind the scenes drama. So it would be shocking if that came bubbling to the surface, but they do play 6 times.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's going to be an incident during one of these games. Don't you think there's a foot stomp unlucky or there's something going on between these two?
No.
There is drama. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Ted made the best point this morning. Maybe it was you, Stiz, or this afternoon. I'm still spooked out from the Paranormal Activity Live. But he said, all right, everyone is expecting Jason Tatum to say all these nice things about Jaylen Brown. But Jaylen Brown hadn't said one nice word about Jason Tatum since all this has been done. He's been leaving him out of all of the thank yous, all of the hey, the. At least Jason Tatum is mentioning Jaylen by name. At least he went and did a Times New Roman kind of phone it in Instagram post. And at least last night on the red carpet, he talked about him. Jaylen's been all over the place on his Twitch stream, and I don't think he's mentioned Tatum's name once.
He mentioned it on the Twitch stream before he was traded, but it was like 6th in a line of guys that he was happy to have played with that year. So he got it in there, but yeah, it's not much.
All right. Well, there you go. 617-779-7937. The most important thing this show has ever done, and it's something that our own Dale Ordway has been working on for the entire show. I told him I didn't want to listen to it because I wanted to be surprised.
Oh, boy.
Our own Jackson in the other room. It's the most, if you're ready for some like hard news, Marconi winning, groundbreaking radio, it's coming next. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, Teddy J, 617-779-7937. Says you're getting some suggestions on the text for good horror movies. You're the horror guy, but by the way, another one. Have you seen The Descent?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, good. All right.
Now, what about Night of the Living Dead? You consider that horror?
Hell yeah, that's a classic.
That's like OG.
Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, something about those old movies, like ones that are made for no money, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, is terrifying because apparently the actors actually got hurt on the set. Like,
they got messed up.
Yeah, they got pretty messed up. That's one that I don't even watch anymore. I saw that one time and I'm like, that's it. I don't need to see that again. I'm not a big fan of slasher movies. I'm not, but I like scary movies. I do. Like Midsommar. That was another great one. Very good movie. All right. We've been talking a lot about, the sports and the basketballs and the baseballs and the soccer balls. And one thing that I never want to do because I kind of want, you're driving home and you've had a tough day at work. I kind of want this to be a place where you can go and kind of forget about problems and forget about the real world for a while. And I never thought that I would be someone who would really want to talk too much about politics on the show. But unfortunately, there is something that was very important that happened in U.S. politics yesterday, and it needs to be discussed. And that is that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer farted while speaking on the House floor.
Oh, this is terrific.
I think this needs to be investigated. In an old life, I used to have fart court.
Yeah,
where we would judge that. There is no judge needed for this.
Do you have the rights to that?
I maybe I do. I'm not quite sure. But there doesn't need to be any kind of ruling. This is a fart, and it's from old ass Chuck Schumer. And once again, I promise I wouldn't talk politics, but I couldn't. This one is too important to America.
No matter what side of the aisle you're on, this is very, very important.
It is. All right, so let's let her rip.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about his disastrous war with Iran is that Vietnam was worse?
All right, stop. You know what, too? That's like he's so old, that's just like dropping apples on the floor. Like that stuff.
Did he chuckle afterwards?
No,
He did chuckle. Yes, he did.
Does.
Did he chuckle?
You can see it in his face. He chuckled a little tiny bit.
See, I don't know about that, but people were reporting.
Let me hear that again.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about
chuckle.
He definitely
might
chuckled.
be right.
You ever? Did your grandpa ever fart? You ever go around an old person where they just like talk like it has nothing?
Yeah.
Like, it happens so much that it doesn't. It sounds like a zipper unzipping. Let me hear that again.
It's a ripper on ripping.
Right. It's like you're opening up a bag of chips. Do it again. Or you're on like one of those plastic couches and you're moving around. All I know is that Jackson, I've seen him, like the look on his face, and he's been, like the keyboardist of Bon Jovi. You just see like hands all over the place. He's got 14 keyboards. Yeah. I've been watching Jackson, our own Dale Ordway in the other room, and he has been doing something with his fingers. Can I kind of hear what you have been doing, sir? At least a little sample of what you may have been.
I can't tell you how much I love the fact that this is my job.
Jaws performed by Chuck Schumer's fart.
Excellent. That's
sad, but pew.
No sleep till.
Jackson, you're the Rick Rubin of farts.
I have a gift in a wheelhouse, and this just still happens to be it. I never made it in the music industry like Surf Ken over there, but this is my wheelhouse.
We'll need to take a shot. Got a little excessive.
I like how in that one, after the drum, you're just like, I'm just going to throw a fart right on top of him singing. It has nothing to do with the song. It's just going right on top of it. Oh, well, very good, Jackson. I guess. Oh.
No, that's it. That's it.
How many of these did you make?
That was a six-pack.
There were some that didn't make the cut, but then
you don't say.
I did a Rammstein one that didn't quite work out.
Oh, really? All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad that was. I can't believe you made 5 of those.
Brass monkey.
It's ass monkey. Honestly, how many of these did you make? Have you been doing this all show?
I wondered where you went.
I have been doing it all show.
If you're listening and you wonder why there's no podcast yet posted,
Okay, I would say,
listen. You gotta...
Listen, all I know is Stiz.
It's priorities, man.
Stiz, do me a favor. I need you to send this to the Marconis. I need you to take the last 5 minutes and wrap it up. And I think that is honestly the finest moment. All right, so we have. It's Pujols. All right. You got to give credit where credit's due.
It's better than the Nightingale interview, I can tell you that.
Dale Ordway, that was fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I would
job.
even put that on par with your Hey Hooters song, which I don't think survived the move.
Come on.
Hey Hooters is your Hey Jude. Oh, sweet Lord.
It was also lost in the move. We need to find that.
Can I hear Sad But Poo one more time? I think that was my favorite out of all, because I did not expect that at all. I think it was the second one that we did. It was number 2. Okay. All right. I just somehow it just like stops. All right. There we go. Chuck Schumer, fantastic. Thank you for giving us that moment. Christian Arcan, how is it going?
Doing great. Great end there, because I got to tell you, You saying Larry Bird's not beloved in Boston, that was another thing that had me yelling at my radio on the way.
I didn't say
you did say that.
I said that he is not the most beloved.
Not most beloved, but you were like, yeah, people wouldn't even talk about Larry Bird. Larry Bird's still very much beloved.
He would not be top.
And none of you stopped him either, by the way. Come on.
I said that if you asked,
Yes.
if you asked
you
10,
kind of agreed with him.
I put him on my poll.
I said if you asked 10 people on the street, no one would say Larry Bird in their top 3.
I don't know about that. No. What street are we talking here?
I guarantee it would be Brady, it would be Ortiz, and it would be like Gronk.
Gronk over Bird?
Yep.
Bird's getting 19% of the vote. Gronk or Edelman 4%. So to Arcan's point, Bird is right now more beloved.
He
than
has
Gronk
a lot
and
of
Edelman.
staying power, like on TikTok. There's a lot of TikToks about Larry Bird and all these old players talking about, oh, Bird was the best trash talker ever. Those are like big algorithm like hits on TikTok.
I'm telling you,
anyway.
Out of the text, nobody was saying Bird. They were saying,
Really?
Pedro was a big one. Oh,
Pedro's a good one.
Julian Edelman, people are saying. Gronk is all over the place. Bork is another one as well. I just think that Larry Bird, and once again, it's a difference between best player and beloved player.
Right.
And I think to be beloved,
There was a Larry Bird night. There was at the Garden. There was a Larry Bird night, and it was just about him. Magic was there.
Did he
Everybody
show
came
up?
out and spoke. Yes, he did.
It's probably an age thing to it too, right?
Yeah,
Christian?
probably.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. But
without a
also, Bird in the Patino years went and got a job with the Pacers, and they kept him around. They kept him in the front office. Like the Boston didn't have a chance. They went with Patino. That was their choice.
Oh, all right. Well, and also you were screaming at the radio at.
I crushed that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I crushed
Christian,
that. I want to go against. Ben at some
but
point.
see, he's saying this from the.
I am.
Of his
No,
car.
I know,
mean,
but
you,
I was.
You got to get in here under the lights, and we can prove it.
Like Drake May.
I'm ready.
That's right. Prove it under the big lights like Drake May. Make sure you. And the pressure's on. It's tough. It's tough when the pressure is on.
tough.
Well,
And
that guy didn't get any.
Yeah, the last 2 days
it was 0 for 7. It was ridiculous.
He did go over 5. All right. What do you got going on, Christian?
Sean McAdam joining the show at 8:30. Another big Red Sox night. We'll talk a lot of Patriots. John Henry speaking to the media, kind of. So we'll have stuff on that and all the other bells and whistles. We'll do our top 5 trade targets for the deadline and a bunch of other stuff. And a lot of this.
I do like how when you did in the air tonight, you just randomly threw farts over Phil Collins singing. It wasn't even with the music. It was just like, damn it, I know what the people want. Okay. Right there.
Well, I couldn't, he says I can feel it coming, so I had, you can't.
So he's talking about his fart.
Yeah, it's a whole narrative I'm trying to make here.
That's right. It's Phil Collins singing about Chuck Schumer's fart. You can feel it coming the entire time. All right, everybody.
And it was in the air.
Yeah, it was definitely in the air. Never been a prouder moment in my. You know what, though? I will say legitimately, well done, Jackson.
Bravo, Jackson.
Well done.
You're our Weird Al Yankovic.
All right, everybody. Have yourself a fantastic evening. Ken, I am so jealous. You are seeing the Odyssey tonight.
In 15 minutes, I'm seeing it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You got to go. I expect a full review tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Everybody, have yourself a fantastic Thursday night. Tomorrow, the return, doubleheader. Your Boston Red Sox, you can hear it right here on 93.7 WEEI. Man, how exciting is this? You got a team that's actually playing well.
Here we go.
It'll help our time slot, baby. Come on, all you 25-54. Let's go. Everybody, have yourself a fantastic evening. Christian Arcand is next. We love you. Bye.
Men, erectile dysfunction.
is brought to you by Wellesley Mazda. One more off day for the Red Sox, then their second half gets underway. They started off with a day-night doubleheader at Fenway with the Tampa Bay Rays. Cooper Boardman and Lenny DiNardo have the call for you all weekend, which you can hear right here on 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's, proud to be local since 1860. First pitch of that game is at 1:35. Dan Ball's got the Mass Mutual pregame show for you at 12:35. Mass Mutual. The feed once again brought to you by Wellesley Mazda. The More to Move You summer sales event is happening now at Wellesley Mazda. Come by to see the new and improved Mazda CX-5 with available all-wheel drive, premium comfort, and confidence in every season. Find yours today at Wellesley Mazda. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
What are the Red Sox going to do? They finished the first half of the season winning 9 straight games. Are they making moves? What do they do?
Alana, you're putting it to me too directly. I don't know what they're going to do. And what they do, like I just described with other teams, depends a lot on what's going to happen over the next 2-3 weeks. Now comes a different kind of test. A 10-game homestand. And remember, they haven't been as good as at home as they have been on the road. 10-game homestand against AL East opponents. Tampa Bay, 4 games in 3 days. It's Baltimore, a team that's right in the middle of the wild card race as well, and then another team in the middle of the wild card race, Toronto. These 10 games could go a long way toward defining who the Red Sox are and what their direction might be, or maybe not. We'll see.
Time now for the Christian Arcand Show. Yo, it's on WEEI.
Good evening, welcome in. Arcand Show here. Whoa, how about that? It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. We are live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and tonight we are here with you for...
About 45 minutes. Somebody open the window.
Close that window, Mr. Jones. It is a full 4-hour program. Joe Braverman is here. Hello, Joe.
What's going on, Arcand? Can you believe we actually saw blue sky today?
No. Quite a thing. I kind of miss the Homer Simpson sky. You know? Kind of miss walking outside and my eyes immediately itching, which is the last 2 days what it's been like. But yeah, no, we're back to normal. I guess they put out Canada, and we're all just getting along. We got a baseball back tonight. There is one game. I'm debating whether or not to have a single game dong report. If there's no dongs, we got to report that there's no dongs, right? We may not do a full-on report, but we may at least just tell you what's going on.
Not a full report, but we'll obviously throw on the late breakers if it happens.
Of course, yes. We'll do that. We'll do that. Late breakers throughout the show. It's the Phillies and the Mets, I think, tonight. Also, at 8:30 tonight, we will talk with Sean McAdam, Mass Live. We had his colleague, Chris Cotillo, live in studio here. We will have Sean McAdam over the phone tonight as we get ready for the second half to begin here. And to me, I think there's still a lot to dig into when it comes to some of the machinations on this team, like what you look at and what you see that's not necessarily right in front of your face. I'm kind of intrigued by that. I'm intrigued by sort of the palace intrigue that goes on between ownership, between the front office. It's definitely not the way it was with Belichick and Robert Kraft. Nothing's ever going to be like that, I don't think, when it was Brady and Bill and Kraft and that whole messy breakup. But I do think that John Henry, who spoke to the media, kind of, is really, in his silence, becoming more and more of like a folk legend than he is like an actual guy. You see him kind of in his owner's box haunting Fenway Park. You know, like it's just, you don't really think, because he doesn't talk. He doesn't talk to anyone. And we'll dive into what he had to say of why he doesn't do that anymore, doesn't talk sports with the local media anymore, in just a little bit. Also, we will have nightly news early, 7:30. A lot of Boston bar restaurant talk that I want to get to. Some sad news, some good news. And also daylight savings forever, I guess. And I'm very excited to get into this. We'll probably save it for the end of the show. But for all of the people who struggle to find an edge in the gambling world, someone may have cracked the code. I think they're getting busted for it. But if you didn't see this teleprompter guy, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. The guy who runs the teleprompter for Trump's speeches was betting on Trump's speeches, and wouldn't you know it, he kept winning and won hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we'll tell you all about that later on in the show as well. I thought that was quite funny. But what I want to open up with here, and we'll open up the phone lines too. It's really the last day of a break from this Red Sox team. And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you all. I needed a break from this team for months. I couldn't, it was a grind trying to go on after all those games and thinking new ways to say, yeah, it's not going great, but maybe tomorrow will be different, and it just never being any different for 3 months. 3 full months of just ramming your head into the wall. I felt like I needed a break. Now that we finally have one, I don't want it. Now that we finally got the break from this team that I felt like I needed all throughout April, May, and most of June, now they actually get the break, and it's like, no, bad timing. Bad timing for this break.
You just wish it was reversed, where they started hot and then limped into the All-Star break.
Yeah. Not to the point, if they started off hot and then ended up 2 games under 500, then they would have really had to have limped. That's some serious limping right there. But I know what you mean. And I think that there is, to some extent, lots of reasons to be optimistic that this can be a baseball season. Not necessarily that they're going to even make the playoffs, because who knows how this American League is going to wind up. It was only 10 days ago that ESPN put out their trade deadline, trade block, rumored list of, available targets. The Red Sox were all over it, the whole thing. This was 10 days ago. They were 8 games under 500, and the whole thing was framed around the idea that they are going to sell, sell, sell. And that was 10 days ago, okay? Not even 2 weeks. So we'll get to that, revisit some of that. But what I want to talk about right now is something else that ESPN had, and that is second half projections. Second half projections for the Red Sox, for every team. And I'll start off with some of the math that they give you. As we know, Red Sox are 2 games under 500, 46-48, with a projected final record of 82-80. So they're predicting that this team is going to win at a 52% or 520 percentage.
Does that math make math?
I don't think so, Wiggy. That's probably wrong, but it's over 50%, just not much over 50%. 4 games over, and that they would finish 2 games over 500 going into the break, 2 games under. The division title odds, which they are right now, I think, 10 games back of, 10.5, is 1.5%. Their playoff odds, 51%. And their championship odds, 1.9%. They have slightly higher odds to win the American League than they do to win the American League East, which is kind of interesting. And they write, how to get out of the muddled middle. Sounds like a Dr. Seuss title. How to get out of the muddled middle. Get the 2 best players healthy. The roster was built around Roman Anthony, one of the sport's bright young stars, and Garrett Crochet, a certified ace coming off a Cy Young runner-up campaign. So far, the Red Sox have gotten 130 plate appearances from Anthony and 30 innings from Crochet. I'm going to stop this right now and say that I already don't like this. I do not like this. The way to get out of the middle is to get your 2 injured guys back. You know who you sound like? You sound like Sam Kennedy, and you sound like Chaim Bloom and Craig Breslow and everybody else who's tried to float that same line of bullcrap about how, once these injured guys come back, that's like making a trade. No, it isn't. It's not like making a trade. It's not at all. It's having an injured guy come back and have to ease his way back into the lineup. And, oh, by the way, Crochet hasn't even thrown a ball yet, and I don't know what's going on with Roman Anthony. He's in another freaking state.
Well, look, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I'm sorry I feel that way too, Sam. I'm sorry about a lot of things. Okay? I'm not happy about this. I'm not happy about any of this. But I don't like this. You know why? Because Sam Kennedy might read this. John Henry, Tom Werner might read this and say, whoa, hold the phone. Hey, Craig, come in here. Says here, the way to get out of the middle is to get your 2 good players healthy, and it doesn't say anything. Just trade deadline, schmade deadline. It'll be like we're getting players back at the trade deadline if you think about it. Don't like this. I'm getting triggered by it, if you can't tell. they go on in this awful, awful screed. Anthony has a torn ligament in the base of his right finger that has flummoxed the Red Sox. He's been out since early May and was sent back to Florida to continue his rehab. Chief Baseball Officer Breslow said that Anthony is on the right track. Yeah, he said some other things, too. Crochet's outlook less positive. He remains shut down. Red Sox rode a 9-game win streak into the All-Star break to move within a half game, but remaining in contention without their two cornerstones will be difficult. Let's just, first of all, talk about what that sentence implies. Number one, remaining in contention without their two cornerstones will be difficult. Do we agree with that? Not having Roman Anthony is going to make a big difference in them staying in contention?
Well, I'm sure that it will make some kind of difference when he's back, but without him, they've won 9 straight, 11 out of 13. They've been hot without these two guys.
They sucked with him and without him. This year, they were never good with him. This is the difference, I guess. They were bad with him, they were bad without him, and then they suddenly got good without him. But it's also like eventually you just get used to him not being there. Garrett Crochet, I think, is more of a – because you would think that Anthony, if he was playing, would be playing for Duran or Yoshida, right, at DH or left field, and that he could be giving you something more than that. And even though he got off to a bad start this year, and he did, his numbers were pretty unimpressive, and he was throwing the ball all over the place. People forget about that. Roman Anthony trying to throw guys out at like home, and it's just airmailing these throws or throwing them directly into the ground. That was a fun little side plot of this season. But either way, Anthony instead of Duran, instead of Yoshida, I think eventually would have paid off. I think that eventually would have been like a big upgrade once he got comfortable. But he never did because he got the worst sprained finger in the history of modern medicine. Crochet is a different story because the pitching rotation didn't really miss Crochet outside of, as Cotillo pointed out yesterday, Brian Bayo's starts. And not even all of his starts, because in some of his starts, he'd come in and pitch after the opener, and I think they won a couple of those games. They didn't win a lot, but, you know, it was clearly better than when he started the game in the 6-0 hole in the second inning. So we all know that was, and that I wrote down that is the biggest mistake that they made this year, worst move that they made, was forcing Bayo to start those games when he clearly couldn't do it. I still wish that they had done the Weissert-Bayo thing. But I say all that to say this. Outside of, 4 or 5 Bayo starts, because once Bennett came up, he was great. Gray's been great. Suarez has been great. Early had a bit of a setback, and then he got hurt, obviously, but he had been very good. I can't believe I'm saying this, but at the All-Star break, one of the big stories about the Red Sox is that the rotation didn't really miss their ace that much, which is crazy. I mean, that's a crazy thought to have. It's just a crazy thing to even think, but it's true. They really didn't miss him. So, 51% playoff odds. Agree or disagree? 617-779-7937 is the phone number. You can text the show at that number as well. When we come back, I want to talk about the trade deadline and revisit an article from 10 days ago on ESPN that basically framed the Red Sox as sellers. We'll get to that with your phone calls next.
Would life
Red Sox have played great, gritty baseball. Pitching has been better. Things have gotten so much better for them. But it's hard for me, Steve, to really believe that this is the real version of this team, the one that's won the last 9 games in a row. Just because we saw them for much of the season have those ups and down struggles. And it'll be interesting to see how they approach this trade deadline. But I look at them almost as a non-factor, at least for the rest of the division. Like I want to think about the Rays for a second. You asked me, are the Red Sox for real? I don't know if they're for real. I do know that the Rays are for real.
And then I saw her face. I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love.
Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. Quick programming note, Sean McAdam going to join us at 9 o'clock tonight. Late night for Big Mac over there. But that's good. I'm a night person. I like talking to people late into the evening. We're not going to have a traditional Dong Report tonight, so just to let you know about that now. No! Be great to have McAdam in for a Dong Report sometime. Maybe that, I'm doing him a favor now.
Please let there be a late breaker while he's on the phone.
While he's on. That would be pretty funny. By the way, texters in Western Mass, Arcand, they did not, in fact, put out the fires. Sky's back to yellow out here in Western Mass. Oh, okay. Well, around here it looks okay, so sorry. Real quick, just before we move on to the trade deadline preview from a couple weeks ago, just the rest of this thing, the second half preview here for ESPN. They say what to expect from here. The Red Sox should hang around the playoff picture because the roster remains talented even without the 2 stars, and the AL remains pedestrian. It's been a remarkable turnaround. The industry expected Boston to trade off players over the next couple of weeks just a few days ago. It's not a lie. Now Breslow could increase the team's postseason chances by adding a big league talent on the August 3rd deadline. A postseason spot is there for the taking. Boston should do everything possible to try and snatch one. So, that's what they're saying now. When they say just a few days ago, the industry expected Boston to trade off players, this was July 6th, okay? ESPN ranking MLB trade deadline candidates top 100. And the first time the Red Sox get mentioned in this, it's Jeremy Pena, who's the number 3 name. Houston Astro shortstop Jeremy Pena. They talk about him, and then at the bottom it says best fits, and the Red Sox are one of the best fits, along with the Braves, Rays, Yankees, and Blue Jays. The first 3 of those teams are good. The latter 2, not so much. Then you get down to the bottom of the top 10. At number 10 is Aroldis Chapman. Chance of being traded, 90%. Rest of season impact, high. And the buzz. Relief pitchers often are some of the most impactful deadline acquisitions. Aroldis Chapman is as effective as ever. He doesn't throw as hard as he once did, but he has the 4 distinct pitches now, and he's still chucking his fastball in the high 90s. Plenty of velocity. Everyone needs a good reliever. Teams will climb over each other for Chapman. Number 11, Sonny Gray. And they write, chance of being traded, 25%. Rest of season impact, moderate. Why does Sonny Gray does not get any respect? Rodney Dangerfield over here, this guy. It's unbelievable. The buzz. As with Contreras, there are complications. Gray has a no-trade clause. There's the financial matter on top of the $10 million or so he's owed for the final 2 months, around the same as Skubal. Gray's restructured contract after his trade from the Cardinals includes a $10 million buyout and a $30 million mutual option for 2027. Best fits, Braves, Padres, Cubs, Brewers, White Sox. Number 12, Wilson Contreras. So 10, 11, and 12 are all Red Sox. Chance of being traded, 40%. Rest of season impact, high. Contreras has been highly productive in Boston, thriving at Fenway where his OPS is over 1,000. He also mashes on the road. Since he's been so good offensively for a team that has been so bad, trading him when he has 2 reasonable years left on his deal and when the Red Sox intend to compete in the coming years gives them pause. Compound that with his no-trade clause and the feeling of other teams is that anything short of a massive overpay will make Contreras difficult to land. Of course, the market is ever evolving. All it takes is one team willing to buck the trend and give the Red Sox CBO Craig Breslow an offer even he couldn't refuse, provided Contreras doesn't first refuse it himself. So there you go. Whitlock, Jarren Duran. Whitlock's 31, Jarren Duran 42, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is 63. Patrick Sandoval, for some reason, number 83, okay. Danny Coulomb, 95, Masa Yoshida, 98.
Well, you can't really do Coulomb because he was just DFA'd before
Right,
the
so
break.
yeah, it's not even possible to do that. Duran, I see Duran at 42, and I just think, man, what a harsh plummet that was.
That was, I think, during his All-Star year, probably top 10 at the very minimum.
Top 5, maybe. You know? He was his MVP year. They weren't thinking about trading him that year because, it was another August, September fall off, and they didn't do anything at the deadline. But I don't think that there was a lot of real talk about trading him. The next year is when that started, when he wasn't as good. And now this year, he's just, falling off a cliff. And that's a shame. Top players by position. First base, number 1, Wilson Contreras. Starting pitcher, Skubal, Ryan, Detmers, Mize, Sonny Gray, number 5. No love for Sonny Gray, I swear to God. You're telling me Casey Mize is better than Sonny Gray? He's definitely not. Relief pitcher, number 1, Aroldis Chapman. Number 2, Josh Hader. Number 3, Garrett Whitlock. I guess I say all this just to point out that the Red Sox have a lot of very intriguing trade prospects here. And I'm not saying they should blow the team up. I'm not saying that. I don't think they should, and I don't think they should trade Contreras under almost any circumstances. But if you're in the American League, all mashed up together with a bunch of other teams who are hovering around 500 like you are, and you all think you're still in it, but you also all want to get better, that's when baseball trades happen. Not just we're good and you're bad and we're going to get your good players and you're going to get our prospects and that's the way it is. No. You have something we want. We have something you want. Our team's a little unbalanced this way. Yours is unbalanced that way. Or you have a young player in the system that you can slot in for this player that we're getting. Whatever the case may be, and you go from there and you do it like that. And I think that may be not just what the Red Sox do, but what other teams do too. There was a trade made in baseball today. We'll tell you about it in a little bit. It's not something that really, I think, affects the Red Sox all that directly. The Houston Astros were involved in it, but we will tell you about it, and it may have some clues as to what the market's going to look like. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll continue with some trade deadline thoughts, and John Henry has spoken. John Henry spoken, my favorite Pearl Jam song. He spoke to Fangraphs because obviously he spoke to Fangraphs. People request media from him all the time, and he says, no, Fangraphs, yes. You and me, let's do it. Let's talk stats.
I'm feeling something between the two of us.
Yeah. I used to know a guy who wrote for Fangraphs. I used to have him on my show in New Hampshire. Now I forget his name. He was great. He was great. He would explain things in a way I had no idea what he was talking about, but he was passionate about it, and he would give me tips on stuff that ended up being right. So I used to give him props there. I cannot remember his name. Anyway, 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more on this and on John Henry here on the Christian Arcand Show.
Christian Arcan on WEEI.
Now, I think when you look at the Boston Red Sox and how they playing, togetherness, right? And little things like what happened in Chicago, where it might be little to you, those are big for the clubhouse. Guys, pulled together, came together, went out there and won that game that night, went out there and won the next game. So it's like, hey, you know what? We've went through probably the worst stretch you could possibly go through early in the season, losing guys, so on and so forth, but we've actually been able to now come together. Now, let's keep this bond, whatever it is. Right. You hate to go into the break right now because you're playing great baseball, but when you think about it, you still have a nucleus now where everybody is pulling for one another, and I think you have something to look forward to in the second half.
Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. Live in our Brighton studios. That was Harold Reynolds, yes? Cliff Floyd, excuse me. Cliff Floyd on MLB Network. Talking about how the Red Sox are showing togetherness with how they play. Talking about the flight to Chicago, which ended up being a big thing. They made T-shirts about that. What's that T-shirt say?
The Show and Go Sox.
Show and Go Sox. I do love a kitschy T-shirt, as you can see if you're looking right now. Do you know what this is? Do you know what shirt I'm wearing right now? Do you recognize this sign? Buzzy's Fabulous Roast Beef. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, yeah. Up the North Shore.
No. Buzzy's, and I know why you thought that, because North Shore Beefs is what it's all about. But when I was a kid, it's not there anymore. You know the Liberty Hotel in Boston? So that used to be a prison. And right in front of it where you park, or when the valet picks up the car, there used to be this roast beef joint called Buzzy's Roast Beef, and it was great. It was right there. We lived kind of nearby, so I remember going there with my dad. There's a lot of flies. There's always a lot of flies, like in and outside the place. You'd sit down, and there's like flies on the table. And I guess I never saw anyone do this, but I guess at the end of the day, they used to throw the sandwiches up over the wall for the prisoners. And the joke was that the prisoners were like, eh. But I loved Buzzy's. Buzzy's was great. And
Buzzy's is actually up on the North Shore.
Do they have one there now,
yeah.
too?
So the way I travel home is on the Linway Express.
Okay.
And they have a little Buzzy's.
Really?
Yeah, they have a little.
On the Linway?
Yeah.
On the Linway and Lynn?
Yeah.
There's a Buzzy's.
There is.
I had no idea. I didn't realize that. I thought it was just they closed down and that was it. That's awesome. I should go up there and eat it. We used to go to Buzzy's all the time. I loved Buzzy's. And then I was talking about it with somebody, and then the next thing I know, this shirt appears in my Instagram algorithm because they all read your freaking mind. And they just know me. If it's an old Boston place, I'm probably going to buy it. I'm probably going to buy that shirt. Anyway, I do love a kitschy shirt, and that Red Sox one, that is it's like a cartoon plane. Like, it's great. Very, very good.
The team may not have been as good in past years, but they are great at those T-shirts.
They are good with the T-shirts. And I'm starting to come back around on the Wally head, but I was really out on the Wally head. Like, guys, you're having a bad year. Stop with the Wally head. No one's hitting home runs except one guy. All right? It's like embarrassing how little use this thing is getting. But now I'm coming back around. You had a guy in the home run derby, like you keep doing that, I guess. By the way, Cliff Floyd, when they traded for him, and I want to say it was like 2002, or maybe 2000, I forget, but it was a big deal. It was a big deal for them to get him because that was a team that had a pretty loaded lineup. Is that what year it was, 02?
2002.
Yeah, 02.
Montreal Expos traded slugger Cliff Floyd for the Sox in exchange for Sunwoo Kim and Song Sung Jung.
So you had Manny, Carl Everett in 02, Trot Nixon, and Cliff Floyd, and I loved Floyd. I thought he was a great slugger. I think he was on the Marlins too. He was a bopper, and they brought him in. And but I remember that being one of like the big, for the time anyway, trade deadline acquisition. I was like, yes, like this is go get him, and let's beat those freaking Yankees already. And it would take another couple of years, but it was. I remember that being like a big deal at the time. Anyway. I was reading you the July 6th piece there. All of the players that the Red Sox are expected to trade. There's also the little matter of the players that this article said the Red Sox may want to trade for or maybe good fits to trade for. The first one's Jeremy Pena. And let's go down this list because this is going to be something we revisit here throughout the show. Myself, Joe Braverman, and Tristan, who's back there on video tonight, which means clips. We will have clips. And we will also have another graphic. He's got big shoes to fill. Zach's graphic last night was a pretty good graphic. So Tristan's got to really step up to the plate here with the graphics. But we will have our top 5 trade deadline wishes, our wish lists, if you will. So that's coming your way in about an hour, and then we'll revisit it later on in the show. However, let's go with the names on this list, like Jeremy Pena, for example, who was considered number 3 on the list of most coveted trade deadline potential acquisitions. They call his chance of being traded 35%. His rest of season impact, they say, is high. He has 1 more year of control after this, so he's not just a rental. The buzz, after nearly signing a contract extension last year, Pena hired Scott Boras, and they killed the deal. Now Houston finds themselves in a pickle, wanting to contend, lacking the roster to do it. Replenishing a bad farm system with a few players close to the big leagues takes a move like trading Pena, and the only question at this point is whether it will be before August 3rd or before the December 1st lockout. No longer are the Astros in the position they were when they held on to Springer, Correa, Bregman, all the way to free agency. This is more like a Kyle Tucker situation, only now the Astros aren't very good either, which could precipitate moving their shortstop before the deadline. One potential drawback for Houston's perspective, there are not a whole lot of contenders in the market for a shortstop. Now, this was back on July 6th when the Red Sox weren't considered big-time contenders or really contenders at all. They were 8 games under 500 and had just, I think, won the first 2 of their 9-game win streak. So they were still considered crap at the time. Now, they're a team in the market for a power-hitting shortstop. Best fits, Braves, Rays, Yankees, Blue Jays, Red Sox. Yes or no on Jeremy Pena, Joe?
No!
Okay. Not in on Pena. Interesting. All right, well, put a pin in that and move on to the next one, as I don't want to spoil all of our picks for who we do want to trade for. Number 15 on this list is Matt the Bat Chapman, third baseman for the Giants, who really suck. Chances of being traded, they say 25%. Rest of season impact high. Years of control, 4 years after this, but it's at $100 million total, 25 per year. And the buzz is Chapman has been characteristically strong this season, hitting enough and playing well above average third base. If he wasn't owed $100 million, his age is 34 to 37 seasons, along with having a full no trade, he would be much higher on the list. The issue really with all of the Giants' aging players they like to move, the combination of age and money owed leaves the deals underwater. Nobody's taking Rafi Devers unless the Giants pay a significant amount of the $211 million he's owed after this season or takes on bad contracts. The same goes for Adames, whose defense has gone in the wrong direction. Chapman's glove salvages his value and puts him in play. Best fits, Cardinals, A's, Nationals, Brewers, Marlins, Phillies, Mets, Red Sox. Chapman has been an above-average offensive and defensive contributor for a full decade. His bat speed is up a bit, and some of his in-game power metrics are going a little down. Homers are down, isolated power's down. That could address the raw power that is still there if there is a swing tweak during this break, they're implying. Yes or no, Mad Dog, on Matt Chapman?
No!
Okay. Well, that's it. That's it. Those are the only 2. I think those are the only 2 names the Red Sox are mentioned with. And so what we're going to do here is we are going to put a pin in the trade deadline discussion, not the whole thing, because I think we can still talk about it in the abstract about their strategy and what they should be looking to do and why you think this trade deadline may or may not be different from the past 3 or 4 trade deadlines with this team, with both Chaim Bloom and with Craig Breslow, where the team was better than they are right now and they didn't make trades. So I think that's still very much something we can discuss. However, in terms of specific guys that we want, we'll save that for later on in the program.
Yeah, the big thing for me, just because Mad Dog says no to that, is I just don't think this is a team to make that big splash for.
Okay.
I think they're too inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. But they don't do it for the good teams. Like they didn't do it for last year's team. So I guess they're just never going to do it. You know, like if that's sort of how I feel. I'd be happy if they did it, period. Just show me that you can still do it. Show me you still have it in you. Show me that the trade deadline is not this overwhelming thing that you just cannot handle, Craig Breslow. That's what I'd like to see. And there's some options. There's ways you can go. There's distressed assets out there that you could maybe make runs at, like you did with Schwarber in 2021. You know, you should have kept him around, but that's another story. And one that has been told and told. I mean, over and over again. But, yeah, I think that there are options. There are ways to maneuver this. And I just wonder if Breslow's up for it. I wonder if they have the prospect capital that they think they have. I know that they want to make big swings, but I also know that they've wanted to do that in the past. And then what do you know? Here comes Sam Kennedy. Well, the other team's got to like our players, guys. You got to understand. That's not an excuse this year. Other teams like your players. Okay? They might not like Jarren Duran anymore, but they sure like Wilson Contreras. They sure like Sonny Gray. They like Aroldis Chapman. They like Garrett Whitlock. They like a whole bunch of guys on your team. And probably like some of your prospects, too. I don't know how wide regarded the Ariases of the world are. I don't think that, they're thought of as bums or anything, but I'm not really sure. That's not my purview. But I will say that there's plenty of interest in Red Sox players. So if you want to make a trade, there's teams out there that like your players, and you do have, I hate to say it because I don't want them to bust up the rotation, but you do have kind of a glutton of pitching. Even with the injuries, you still have like a lot of pitching, and you don't have a lot of offense. And sometimes, there's two teams out there looking to balance their boats out a little bit, and they make a trade that can help them both instead of just picking at the bones of a dead team that's dead in the water. I don't think the Red Sox are really in that kind of position. So we'll see what happens. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Quick break. When we come back, John Henry spoke. Tell you what he said next.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can...
Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. We're live in our Brighton studios. Nice to have you with us here tonight. Phone number 617-779-7937. You can text the show at that number as well. A lot of people chiming in about the Cliff Floyd trade at the 2002 deadline. Mike Port's greatest move. It was a very good move because he really hit. Floyd really did hit in the second half. And the Red Sox, I just remember them missing the playoffs. And it was back when there was only one wild card team, so that was what would happen. Like, they won 90-something games, but, there was only one wild card team, and they didn't win the division. The Yankees were still going strong back then in the early 2000s before they finally picked them off. All right! Ladies and gentlemen, that is the late-breaking siren, which means we're not doing a regular Dong Report, but there is one baseball game going on right now. It's the Mets, it's the Phillies in Philadelphia. And I'm looking at it right now. I see a 1-0 score.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
That would be one Francisco Alvarez,
All right.
who hits one out for the Mets. 10th of the year, 416 feet. We got 1-0, as you said, 1-0 Mets lead over the Phillies.
Very good. Nola on the ropes. Just gave up another base runner, working on Bo Bichette right now, trying to get out of the inning. Phillies wearing the old Steve Carlton blue and purples. Oh, mwah. Love those. Those are terrific. Cliff Floyd trade was a good trade, but it was harder to make the playoffs back then. And then they finally made it the next year. Grady Little effed it all up, and then the year after that, you may have heard, they broke the curse. Very nice.
Wait, they did?
They did. 2004, just 2 short years after the famous Cliff Floyd trade. Anyway, Fangraphs. Still can't remember that guy's name. It was Dave something. Dave, what was it? It's going to drive me nuts. At any rate, Jason Schwartz, who was not the guy I used to have on my show in New Hampshire, he writes for Fangraphs now, and he has a piece here on why Red Sox owner John Henry, a savior of local journalism, won't talk to the press. And here's the lead. Here are 2 things that are true about Red Sox owner John Henry. Number 1, he owns a newspaper, the Boston Globe. Number 2, he refuses to speak to the press. Both true so far. Henry hasn't taken questions from Red Sox reporters since 2020 amid the nuclear fallout of his club's decision to trade Mookie Betts. Following Boston's excision in April of longtime manager Alex Cora and 5 of his coaches, the Fenway Sports Group boss faced renewed calls to speak publicly. The Athletic's Brittany Garoli wrote, "The owner's silence isn't golden, it's cowardly, and speaks volumes about how one of the sport's most iconic franchises has become rudderless." Strong words. Stephanie Epstein of Sports Illustrated also criticized Henry for his refusal to face the music, declaring that he should sell the team, an opinion shared by the fans who chanted that at Fenway earlier this year. The second half of their season beginning on Friday and the trade deadline fast approaching, the suddenly red-hot but still sub-500 Red Sox face a crucial decision point. Will they be sellers if they scuffle or tread water coming out of the All-Star break, or load up for a run at the wild card? Right now, Boston is only a half game out of the final spot, and throughout it all, Henry hasn't said anything. Back in 2014, after Henry brought the Globe, I wrote a profile of him for Boston Magazine. For the piece, Henry and I engaged in a lengthy email back and forth over the future of journalism. After Cora was fired, I figured I'd try sending him another email, this time asking why he decided to stop talking to reporters. He then goes on to mention that he emailed John Henry, asked him about it. "Why'd you stop talking to the media, John?" John Henry, quote, "I saw it as unproductive." Unproductive. Why? Because the Sox have a baseball chief. He talks about the Sox like it's something that's not his. They have this and this and that. I don't have to talk. They can do that. The Sox have a baseball chief, a CEO, a manager, and a chairman all speaking. There are plenty of front office voices every day. Others have noted today, Jones and Keefe, who I heard mention this, is that I believe the front office report, was that supposed to be today and it got blown off? Is that right? So they got all these people, but none of them could speak today. And I do agree that, Tracy speaks every day. Your manager speaks every day because he has to. He's contractually obligated to speak after every game. Sam Kennedy does not speak every day. Craig Breslow does not speak every day. And that's it, really. Those are the three voices that you hear. Once in a blue moon, you hear Tom Warner say something, but it's not often and it's not, consistent. So, and John Henry never speaks. So he sees it as unproductive. Why is it unproductive? Because I got all these other people and they can speak for me. That doesn't mean it's unproductive. It just means you don't want to do it. That's what it means. It would be very productive for you to speak instead of all those people that you just mentioned, because you're the.
Apologize.
Okay, well, you can if you want, but it'd be much more productive for you to speak once in a while than just farming it out to all your meat shields, which is what all those people are. Big meat shields. No, it's not crazy, John. I'm not saying you got to go to be Sam Kennedy. Obviously not. That's his job, is to put a spin on things and go out and do that. But sometimes your paying customers want a little bit more than the spin. That's all. They want a little bit more than the Sam Kennedy spin, and they want a little bit more than the Craig Breslow robo-talk, and they want to hear what you, the owner, think about all this and why you're doing the things that you're doing. That's a reasonable request from a fan base. I'm sorry, it is.
What's like the lowest bar? Because to me, like, if he speaks in a calendar year, 365 days, if he goes 5 or 6 days where he's speaking, that's like the lowest it could be for me.
I'd take like twice a year. Honestly, I'd take twice a year. Once at the beginning of the year, say something about the team, get everybody excited. And then if there's some big thing that happens, like, I don't know, firing your manager or trading your homegrown superstar from last year or whatever it is that you happen to do in the middle of the year that shocks the world and has everybody pressing you for comment, instead of farming that out to your minions, you could go and just say something about it. That's all. You don't have to give a big speech. You don't have to stand up there and answer a million questions, but you got to say something. It's like you got to say something. Not saying anything is just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing. And now to justify it by it's not productive, no, you just don't want to do it. That's obvious what it is.
It's less productive to not speak than it is to speak.
It's not true. I don't think that's true. You can just say that, it's not gone great for me. I don't like getting booed. I don't like it when people chant stuff at me, like I'm a little sensitive to stuff like that. And I get that. Even if you have a lot of money, I can see you being sensitive to stuff like that. You're a public figure. You got family, you got all these things. It's like a thing that I certainly not to that extent, but I can understand. But yeah, just weird. Henry, I felt it was important to step forward when the Globe was for sale for the reasons that you cited. Local news is key for our community. I believe that more strongly than ever. It was hemorrhaging cash and shrinking and needed a new set of strategies to survive. It took years of work with a great editor and Linda becoming the CEO to turn things around. She's been passionate about the mission of the Globe, about the business, and is a terrific leader. As to why I stopped speaking with local media, it was unproductive. There's plenty of front office voices every day. He goes on to say, I know that local media is frustrated that once again I'm not taking questions from them, but I had a long, close relationship with Alex. I'm not going to discuss why these changes were made. It would be a disservice to Alex and others. This is an emotional time for my family who loves Alex and his family. This is a tough business for families, and the Red Sox are a family. What are you talking about? I made a statement thanking Alex for what he brought to the organization over the years. Okay, you're his boss. You're the owner of a very high-profile baseball team. And you can't take any questions about firing a manager that you claim that you love? Because what? You don't think you can handle it? You think you're going to say something that does a disservice to that? That's crazy. It's crazy. Really crazy. I wish you would just be honest about the reasons. I don't like it. I'm a sensitive guy, and I don't like it when people, get on my case. All right. You're the billionaire, man. Like, it's fine. But don't lie to unproductive. It would be much more productive to hear from you once in a while. It doesn't have to be often. But now that you've made it never, it's hard to get on board with that. I think at this point he's got to understand that. But I don't think he's going to change his behavior. I don't think anything.
Oh, remember the report a couple of months ago where he's like, I thought I could have drinks for free in this city.
Right.
I guess not anymore.
Yeah. Which
I don't think if he doesn't get it at that point, he might not ever get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the way it is. 617-779-7937. There's your phone number. There has been a trade in Major League Baseball today. Doesn't involve the Red Sox, but it could give you some clues about the market. We'll get to that with your phone calls next.
Are you trying to get away this summer but don't want to sit in the hours of traffic to get down the Cape? Hey, it's Chris Scheim. Do what I did and head to Northern Michigan. It's only a 2-hour nonstop flight from Boston to Traverse City, and your adventure can begin. Take it from me. I spent my birthday there playing the premier golf courses, checking out the stunning landscapes at Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore, and having dinner downtown, catching the 10 o'clock sunset along Lake Michigan. I promise you'll love every second of your trip. Start planning your Northern Michigan adventure today at tvcairport.com.
Spring is in the air, and while everything outside is fresh and clean, your building may be still holding on to the mess of winter. Greasy vents, clogged drains, and rebellious laundry stacks are ready to act up. Duggan Mechanical Services tames them before they stage a full-blown uprising. Commercial kitchens, parking garages, rooftops, laundry stacks. Duggan Mechanical handles the mess so you don't have to. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services keeps your business flowing.
Today's match day preview is presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Spain was the pre-tournament favorite at plus 450 and showed why against France with a dominant 2-0 performance. Spain's defense continues to frustrate opponents. They held a France team who scored 16 goals during this tournament to a clean sheet in their semifinal win. Spain has still only conceded 1 goal so far in the World Soccer Championship. Next up, France will play the third-place match in Miami on Saturday, and Spain will play in the final of the World Soccer Championship on Sunday in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Spain is a minus 145 favorite to win it all, and markets are giving them a 58% chance to lift the trophy. This has been your official Odyssey Sports Match Day preview, brought to you by Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Listen in ahead of each match day for the latest betting insights from Fanatics all tournament long.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Only one more day left before the Sox resume their season. It will be a day-night doubleheader at Fenway, beginning tomorrow against the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch is at 1:35. Cooper Boardman and Lane DiNardo have you covered all weekend long here on the Shaw's of Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. It will be Jake Bennett getting the start in Game 1. There is a TBA for Game 2, as reported on last night. Dan Ball's got the Mass Mutual pregame show for you at 12:35. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
You know, we like to stick to our budget because when you start going over the salary cap and start having things where you're paying penalties or losing draft picks and so on and so forth, we try to kind of have that sort of disciplined approach. But with that in mind, if you know you're going to have that disciplined approach, you can start planning for that, a year in advance. This year is particularly interesting to me, though, because I think the trade deadline's not going to be as robust as it normally is, because there's just very few teams you could look at and be like, okay, you have no chance for the playoffs, right? Like there's so many teams that still are just like 3, 4, 5 games back of a wild card berth who I don't think are going to, start moving talent because they're like, no, we actually have a chance.
This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. We're live in our Brighton studios, Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Nice to have you with us here tonight. I'm Christian Arcand, Joe Braverman, back behind the glass. We had Tristan on video tonight as well, which means clips going up. So if you missed any part of the show, you can find them on social media. You should follow the show on social media as well. On Twitter at The Arcand Show. You can find it on Instagram at The Christian Arcand Show on Instagram. And you can follow myself at Christian Arcand on all platforms. That's what it is. And Joe Braverman, PBP, if you want to follow Joe, which you should. That is his Twitter and also his OnlyFans handle. Right? Is that right, or is it different on OnlyFans?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And PBP,
what do you think the PBP stands for?
Stands for something gross, I'll tell you that. I don't know what it means exactly, but it's something pretty gross on that OnlyFans. Yeah. Anyway, good to have you with us here tonight. We will be joined in about 2 hours by Sean McAdam. Looking forward to talking with him. Going to get to some more Red Sox trade deadline stuff. I also wanted to speak on the Patriots as well, as we're getting close to camp here. And the Patriots, a lot is being written about the Patriots. A lot of things, including a big ESPN Bill Barnwell piece about trade tiers, which got me thinking. I also am a little surprised because last night, one of our dear callers, Jay in North Carolina, called me with a request that he's made more than once. And that request was, Arcand, could you please go down the first 6 games of the schedule and tell me who you think's going to win? The Patriots, are they going to win? How many games are they going to win? Oh, and Jay in North Carolina is on the line right now. And I told him, I said, I think they're going to go 5-1. I think they're going to beat Seattle on opening night. I do. I still think that. I'm not wavering from that. I think they will beat Seattle. I think they're going to beat everybody in the first 6 games except for the Bills. I think the Bills will beat them in Buffalo. And that'll be their first loss, and that'll drop them to 5-1. They have games against the Jets, the Raiders, the Steelers, the Jaguars, the Bills, and the Seahawks. That's their first 6 games. And I see them winning 5 of them. I don't believe what these other people are saying. I'm sorry. I think that there was a discussion to be had about Drake May, and is he going to be able to come back and do, but people are acting like the Patriots didn't trade for A.J. Brown. They're acting like they're just bringing back the same roster and that it's going to be Drake May and that's it, and he's going to have to do it all himself, and he doesn't have any help. No, he has help. There's help. Travion Henderson was a 1,000-yard rusher last year, scored 1 million touchdowns. He's a year older and better. You still have Hunter Henry. You still, for now, have Kayshon Boutte. Whatever happened with that? He was Instagram. He had the eyeballs on Instagram. But he didn't.
So apparently he's unfollowed the Patriots on social media, and then there was a report earlier this week from Burt Breer that says the Patriots will do right by Kayshon Boutte. I don't know if that means trading him or contract or whatever. I don't know, but that's just the phrasing that Breer used.
I hope they keep him. I really do. I do hope they keep him. A.J. Brown is better than Steph Diggs, I think. And I think that Romeo Doubs is probably a little bit better than Kayshon Boutte. But Diggs and Boutte were the only 2 guys that May had really great chemistry with last year, all year long. I think that as the year went on, it developed a lot more with, like, Mac Hollins. Mac Hollins became a reliable target. He had a couple of games where he was, like, the primary guy. But I feel uncomfortable with them moving on from Diggs and Boutte like that. It's early enough in his career that it may not matter. But those are 2 guys he clicked with. He really clicked with Boutte, and I think that's risky. That's risky to overhaul everything when it worked so well last year. And I know it didn't work great in the playoffs, but Boutte had that great catch on Stingley in the playoffs, which was one of the best plays of the whole postseason. So, I don't know. I think just moving on from him because you brought in Romeo Doubs is kind of taking what him and Drake May built up there for granted a little bit. That's my take on it. However, the Patriots trade tiers in this Bill Barnwell article are pretty interesting. For example, Drake May, Barnwell says, is worth 6 first-round picks. A 23-year-old quarterback who came within a couple votes of winning the MVP in his second season, going to be worth a lot. We've seen QBs make this sort of early career leap and then stagnate before leaving the organization. Hi, Carson Wentz, after his breakout second year in Philadelphia. But May's 2025 campaign has to inspire confidence that he'll be a high-end QB for the next decade, if not longer. May also offers a significant financial advantage on QBs like Allen, given that he's a year away from being eligible for his big extension. While the Patriots surely will make May the highest-paid QB in the NFL 12 months from now, NFL history, that is, they'll be able to use the 4th year of his rookie deal and 5th-year option as a runway to smooth the cap hits and push and the cash payout of that contract. We could make a case that May is more valuable than Allen and should command more first-rounders given his age, but I do think there may be hesitation about what May did in the postseason when he wasn't the same caliber of quarterback against much better competition. Even with that in mind, we're still talking about one of the most valuable players in all of football. Drake May, 6 first-round picks. I'll tell you what, Tommy Cutlets is going to have one hell of a training camp to ever even consider that. Tommy Macaroni over there. It's gonna have to be a breakout camp for him to even tease the idea of trading Drake May. However, 6 first-round picks. Oof.
You might as well at the bottom of his number 10 just put not for sale.
Is there any amount of first-round picks you would take for Drake May?
At this moment, no.
Not any.
None.
Kind of with you. Like, you got the guy right now that's so hard to do.
You could have a franchise tell me, we will give you all of our first-round picks for the rest of our franchise's life, and I would still say no.
Yeah. For the rest of the franchise's life, huh? that's like a Bobby Bonilla deal.
Maybe I'm overshooting it.
Drake May is pretty good. I don't know if he's like rest of your life good. Like I don't know if I'd even like Tom Brady if it was like the rest of your life, every first-round pick for the rest of the. Yeah, okay, let's do it. You know what? That's an offer I cannot refuse, sir. You got me. That's literally a Bobby Bonilla deal. Just $1 million for the rest of your life is how that works. 6 first-round picks. Oof. It's a lot. It's an awful lot. I don't understand why people are down on the Patriots. And it's not just national names calling out Drake May. When I said I thought they'd go 5-1, the text line blew up. What are you talking about, Arkin? What are you on drugs? They're more likely to go 1-5. 5-1, that's crazy. Like, crazy? It's crazy?
It has fool's gold written all over
Didn't
it.
realize there were so many Cam Newton sympathizers listening to this show. I would have thought otherwise. Cam Newton came out with his list of quarterbacks, by the way. And you're not going to believe this, but Drake May is not number 1. It's shocking, I know. Maybe we'll play that for you a little bit later on as well. The Christian Gonzalez part of this article is interesting. I'll save that for the next segment. But the rest of them are a first-round pick and more for Will Campbell. Campbell, a top 5 pick a year ago in a much better draft. LSU product saw his first season end in brutal fashion. Got crushed in the Super Bowl. Struggles were part of returning from a knee injury as opposed to issue with his levers. Campbell was playing solid football before the injury, and there are enough teams that see him as a left tackle to justify something more than a first-rounder for a player who is still just 22. Interesting. Especially considering they just drafted another tackle in this draft. 1 first-round pick, wide receiver A.J. Brown or defensive tackle Milton Williams. Brown was just dealt for a first-round pick, of course, and Williams became one of the highest-paid defenders when the Patriots outbid Carolina for him in free agency last year. He's never really been a full-time starter up to that point. He excelled with the Patriots. Contract would be onerous, but again, we've seen teams line up to add impact defensive linemen over the last year. Williams is firmly in that category now. Brown you just traded for, so I doubt that's happening. Milton Williams for a first-round pick, I wouldn't do it. Milton Williams was a beast last year, and in the playoffs was awesome. Just awesome. You'll remember, even in the Super Bowl, when they were running, Seattle ran all over him. But it wasn't up the middle. They were bouncing it out to the outside because they couldn't run up the middle. Barmore and Williams had that pretty much locked down. It was the ends that weren't setting the edge there. That's how I remember it anyway. And missing out would be Christian Barmore, who appeared on track to stardom after a breakout 2023 campaign at the blood clots. Thankfully returned and played well last season. There was some hesitation about his future on the trade market. So there you go. The one name I didn't get to there was Christian Gonzalez. The Christian Gonzalez contract tug-of-war that we're going to see here is something that I think could go left. I think that could be a problem. It could be the type of thing that hangs over a team and hangs over a player for longer than it should. And if that's something that happens, then I guarantee you this team is going to explore the possibility of what they can get for Christian Gonzalez if they can't come to an agreement on what to pay him. And this article here gives you an idea of what that might be. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll get to that, and we'll get to your phone calls. 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're right back.
Joint pain is awful, especially when you're the person fighting through it. But I'm betting you're not the only one affected by it. Your loved one's affected by it. Your kids, your grandkids, because you can't move like you used to move. You can't get up, you can't bend down. Every time you move, there's a jolt of pain that goes through your body. Hey, it's Wiggy, and let's talk about how you can get your life back. And that is at QC Kinetics here in the Boston area. People who are dealing with hip pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, these people people are finally getting their life back. And it's all because of the regenerative treatments done right there in the office by Dr. Tupper and the QC Kinetics medical team. No surgery, no long recovery. It's about getting your life back and not having to deal with pain every single day of your life. So do what so many people are doing and go to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a good candidate. Call today, 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
Hey, it's Ken for Kalshi. Only 2 teams left in the FIFA World Cup, Argentina and Spain, coming up on Sunday, 3 p.m. And there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Argentina opened as the underdog, 42%, despite their big comeback win, meaning a $100 trade would pay back $223.80 if Argentina beats Spain. Conversely, at 58% Spain, a $100 trade pays back $166.30. You can also take a look at France and England on Saturday, the top 4 finishers, the Golden Boot. You can trade anything on Kalshi. And as always, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there is no house. As the probabilities shift, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, if you download the Kalshi app, use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10 at Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements do apply. Event contract trading involves risk. It may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets could differ from those that are mentioned. More info, kalshi.com/regulatory.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
If they were to trade him, what do you think the Patriots could demand for a guy as talented as Christian Gonzalez?
That's an interesting conversation at a different layer. I would be absolutely shocked if they entertain that. I just simply don't see that. This is a really good team. They feel like they're ready now. They feel like they're maybe a piece or two away from being right back to where they need, if not with a stronger roster than a year ago. I think they'd like another edge rusher if they can make that happen, but otherwise they feel like they're ready to go. So to trade, pound for pound, maybe your best player, I would say he's their best player.
That was Jeremy Fowler on with Rich, Ken, and Ted last week. Thank you. Said he'd be shocked if the Patriots even entertain the idea of trading Christian Gonzalez. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you. I'd be pretty shocked myself, but I don't think it's a 0% chance. These things get ugly sometimes. Agents overshoot, and they do have some financial decisions they're going to have to make here that are in the big-time numbers, So it's like, I can see this going left. I can see it. This article, they say that Christian Gonzalez is worth 2 first-round picks. The Sauce Gardner trade pegged the going rate for elite young corners as 2 first-rounders. Gonzalez is better than Gardner, combining outstanding man coverage with excellent tackling and better work against the run. The only weakness you could point to from Belichick's final first-round pick is his health. Gonzalez has missed 17 games over his first 3 seasons with various injuries. 2 first-round picks for Christian Gonzalez. And I'm not telling you that I want them to trade him. I definitely don't. But if you can get 2 and, even maybe more than that, assuming there's some kind of bidding war for the guy, and I think there would be, then softens the blow a little bit. I wouldn't be happy. And the defense would definitely take a hit. And I would not like to see them trade an athlete named Christian. I am pro athletes named Christian. All of them. Except for you. Just kidding. And for you. But, that's that's something that I think you're going to have to be ready to hear some more reporting on. Because I don't think that's going away. Not with this team, not with this group, and not with the other decisions that they're going to have to make here, including Drake May, which is going to take up a lot of cap space and be, a lot of dollars coming out of that business account. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. I was just talking about him a minute ago. Jay is in North Carolina. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, Christian.
Hey, pal.
Listen, overlooking Mike Vrabel's troubles, and believe me, I've done a few things that I'm not too happy with in my life.
Okay.
But I think the Patriots are going to have one hell of a season. They'll play their ass off for this coach. He really is the coach of the year. And I continue on by saying I got 6 more sleepers on the list that I've got for you.
Okay.
Chicago, be careful.
Okay, who else?
What'd you say? Yes or no?
Oh, is Chicago, do I think they're a sleeper team? Yeah, I do. I wouldn't even say they're a sleeper team. They were a playoff team last year, I think. I think they're definitely going to
win.
This year. Yeah. Oh, are the Patriots going to beat them? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to do this, Jay. Sorry. I don't want to go down the whole schedule and just give you a win or no. We'll do that when we get closer to the season. I don't feel like doing that right now. I want to see what the team looks like before I start declaring wins and losses. I do, however, though, feel comfortable saying I think they're going to get off to a good start, possibly even like 5-1. But I don't want to go down the list and tell you win, no, win, loss, win, loss. Let's go to Mr. Realistic in Springfield. Hey, Mr. Realistic.
Yes, your show is growing on us,
like a
amongst
rash.
all of us. It's kind of like a fungus growing among us.
Yes.
But we hope that they keep Booty. We all hope to make many great passes to talented Booty. And for your Dong report, I've got a suggestion on slow days when, let's say, you only have home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them about the guy in the Guinness Book of World Records with 5 dongs. Condom fit him like a glove.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. It's pretty good. I've heard worse. I don't think that's a real thing. I don't think there's a real guy like that. But if there is, I don't want to shake his hand, if you know what I mean. Can I get a rim shot for that? Come on. It's pretty good. Nothing? All right, fine, nothing. A couple of texts I want to read right now. People are mad at me that I think John Henry should talk. Texter up in Maine says, yeah, why can't Henry be more like Jerry Jones? Run his mouth in the media all the time, never win a damn thing. Who said anything about being like Jerry Jones? Jerry Jones has a radio show. I don't want him to be like Jerry Jones. I just want him to talk once in a while. I don't want him to be just this silent, mime up in the booth there, trying to get out of the big box.
Who are they to compare Jerry Jones? He's won nothing in 40 years? Henry has 4 in the 21st century.
Right, and Henry used to talk. Back when they won, he used to talk. So, you tell me, is that right? Like, when they were winning, he was talking. Now they're not winning, and he's not talking. So, I don't really get the comparison here. I don't want him running his mouth to the media all day or starting his own media, I don't want him writing op-eds in the paper. I think that'd be weird. But I would like to hear from him when something big happens, like firing your manager or trading Rafael Devers or whatever. 978. Hope this makes it on the air. Arkian, are you for real? No one cares about Henry making comments. Average fans don't care. Maybe you're right. Maybe average fans don't care. I think it's accountability. It's just a matter of accountability. I think there are fans that do care about that. Maybe the average Fenway, they're just there for a day. They want to see the game. They don't care about the team maybe in the same kind of way. I might be right about that. But I do think that there are a large portion of Red Sox fans who feel that this is not okay, that, you're the owner of the team. You and your budget parameters have played a big role in this team and their inability to really make any progress or go in deep playoff runs over the last 5 seasons or so. And why can't you answer any questions about it? Why can't you speak on these big decisions that you make or that you sign off on?
Parameters.
To fire managers and all these hitting coaches and all these other things. Every other owner in the world speaks after something like that. Except John Henry. It's wild. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know about every single other owner in the world. Maybe there's some others that don't. But there's, I would say, probably not as many that get the same kind of media requests in their inbox that John Henry still, to this day, even though he already said he's not talking to anybody, still gets all those requests. I know he does. And just says, nope, sorry, not talking to you, unless you write for Fangraphs. And then let's chop it up right here, you and me. Let's talk.
Or a really high priority business magazine. I think that was the other one.
Right, yeah, it was like some business journal or something like that. Yeah, when he was talking about how he doesn't feel like everyone will pay for his drinks anymore. I know that's not really what he meant. He was mostly talking about why he's not celebrated for breaking the curse and all that other stuff. And I think that I mentioned this at the time, but just to sort of revisit my thoughts on it. I do believe that there are certain points on the ledger, on the timeline, that you can look at directly and say, that was when you started to lose him, John. Right around there. The first one was 2014. I think 2014, when you traded John Lester, I think that was the first one where everybody was like, ooh. Oh, really? Trading John Lester? And it wasn't just Lester. They blew up the whole rotation that year. It was Lester. It was Andrew Miller. It was Jake Peavy. It was all those guys. Just John Lackey, everybody. Goodbye. And, Lester was the one that really hurt, though. That was a homegrown guy. He'd been sick and came back. Like, he was still playing at a high level. Everybody really sort of, felt very protective of him at the time just because he was, was a young kid. He came up and pitched in his early 20s when he was with the Red Sox. Him and Buck Holtz together, they were young guys in that rotation. And then you traded him away. And I think that's when the facade started to crack a little bit. And then you won again in 2018. And then 2 years later, it was up. Here we go again. Yeah, we won. 2013, you win. Then 2014, you blow up the whole thing. 2018, you win. And then 2020, Mookie Betts is gone. And that's when there may have been people who, mentioned it. Oh, yeah, they're so cheap, these guys. But it wasn't until the Mookie trade that I think that really all kind of crumbled. And people started asking, like, what are you doing? Like, what kind of way is this to run a team? And I'll say that even though I hated that move, I hated that move like you wouldn't believe. I ripped it for weeks. And I still think it's one of the worst moves. I consider it even worse than the Jaylen Brown trade. I consider it the second worst trade in Boston sports history, the Mookie Betts trade. But despite that, I still don't think that knocks John Henry and Fenway Sports Group completely out of the conversation of great owners. I don't. 4 championships in their 10, 25 years is pretty good. And they do spend more than a lot of other owners. And I'm not saying this to kiss ass. I'm just trying to show you some perspective. John Henry still, I think, has a lot of goodwill built up. It's not the same as it was. And when you trade beloved players and go on like long droughts like you have and trade away and fire, GMs that were successful and just keep cycling through all these people, then yeah, that's going to be something that hurts your standing, but you're still the owner. You still got to talk. And he just doesn't want to. 617-779-7937. Let's take a break. When we come back, we are going to talk about who we want at the trade deadline. We told you who ESPN thought would be good fits. What we're going to do next is we're going to see Tristan and his graphic skills. Graphic design is his passion. I don't know if you know that. And we are going to tell you who we want at the trade deadline. That's coming up next.
This is Rich Rubino. I spent years separating good advice from a sales pitch. So when my hip pain started getting worse, I wanted answers. I called Boston Prolotherapy and spoke with Dr. Franke. I figured, okay, this is where I get the prolotherapy pitch. But that's not what happened. After going into the office, talking through my pain, reviewing my x-rays, Dr. Franke told me prolotherapy wasn't the right fit for my issue. And he didn't push for surgery either. For my sciatica, he suggested stretching and specific exercises. A couple of weeks later, Dr. Franke called me to check on me. I wasn't even a client, and he still checked in. The pain, gone, from the advice he gave me.
Hey, you guys, it's Teddy J here. Guys, sometimes the answer is prolotherapy, and sometimes it's not. But either way, Dr. Franke will give you an honest opinion and sound advice. Have joint pain? Well, call 833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Hi, Joe Giacalone here, owner of Arch Painting. And after nearly 30 years as one of the most trusted names in painting, we have some exciting news. To better serve our customers, Arch Painting Residential has officially become Paint Zen. Same trusted team, same expert painters. Now, with the power of rapid-fire technology to make it easy to quote and book your home painting job in just minutes. Imagine instant pricing at your fingertips in a crew on site in as soon as 5 days. And now's the perfect time of year to give your home a fresh coat of paint. So hire Paint Zen for all your improvement projects. Get started at paintzen.com. That's paintzen.com. Paint Zen, painting made easy, peace of mind included. And if you're looking for commercial painting, Arch Painting is still here to bring your vision to life. Arch Painting, your project, our passion.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Are you buying the Boston turnaround?
100%. Again, the context is the American League, which is not very good. In their last 22 games, the Red Sox have a 2.51 ERA, which is the best in baseball. They have excellent pitching. The big question about the Red Sox now is, will ownership Craig Breslow, their embattled head of baseball operations, to go out and add bats, which they clearly need? But, boy, if they can go out and get a couple of hitters to go along with that great pitching, they could be dangerous.
Christian Arcand Show, WEEI, a little after 7:30 here on this Thursday night. Tomorrow, Red Sox resume with a doubleheader at Fenway. 2 games against the Tampa Bay Rays, who they have not been good against this year. Rays have beat them 5 out of the 6 times that they've played. Hopefully that changes. We did talk a lot about this upcoming schedule, trying to temper everybody's expectations a little bit because, historically speaking, the Red Sox coming out of the break have not been great. Not going to take much to drop them right back down to, a number that you're not as comfortable with as a half game out of the wild card, I guess is my point. And we'll see. We'll see if the American League continues to be this big cluster F that it is right now. But in the event that doesn't happen, in the event that the Red Sox do manage to tread water, or even better than that, go over 500 and, really gain a foothold there in that wild card, I would like to think, even though there's no real reason to, I would like to think that this team will buy at the deadline and be serious about it this time and not just go with some half measures here to try and shut people like me up and say, hey, we did something, leave me alone. That's what I'm hoping. And with that, I've decided, and we'll revisit this a little bit later on in the show in case we change some of our minds, we got some wish lists right now. A Dear Santa list, if you will, of our top 5 trade targets. I was inspired by NBC Sports Boston. They had their top 5 trade targets, and I tried to make it so there wouldn't be any repeats. Let me see if I can find the this is who they had. Before I get to mine, I will tell you that NBC Sports Boston, it was Justin Ledger. Is that his name? Leger? I don't know if he's like French. Justin Ledger, I think it is. Had his top 5 trade targets. I read a lot of Justin Ledger stuff, and I don't know how to pronounce his name. We should have him on the show sometime. He's been writing for them for a while. Anyway, his top 5 are Zach Neto, Gleyber Torres, Luis Arias, A.J. Minter, and Ryan Jeffers, I barely know her. And I like all of those. I mean, I think that Neto's probably the one at the top of that. But in the interest of not going with repeats, I decided to do a fresh 5. Joe, I don't know if you did a fresh 5 as well. Tristan, I think, did 5. And I'm not sure if we got graphics for all of this or not. I guess we'll find out right now here live on the air. If you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, very exciting for you. Let's hear it, Tristan. Here are my top 5 trade targets. Number 1, and this is, I realize, a pipe dream, but let's start dreaming, huh? Number 1, Bobby Witt Jr. Bobby Witt Jr. has a player option coming up in about 3 years. I can't imagine he's going to want to stay in that hellhole of Kansas City with that crap team that sucks every year and sucks again this year. I don't know that they're going to want to move on from him, so it would have to take a major move. But you want a superstar? You got one right there. And he's not just a name. He is a guy that backs it up and is toiling away on that team, and it's just a matter of time before some good team comes along and snatches him up. So why not you? Why not you, Craig Breslow? Why not you, Sam Kennedy? Why not you, John Henry? I don't think this is going to happen, but we're dreaming big, all right? So that's my pipe dream. My pipe dream is Bobby Witt. Number 2 is Byron. Byron Buxton. Don't forget it. Too late. The moment's passed. Byron Buxton. I would like big Buxton. I cannot lie. I would like Byron Buxton here in Boston. I don't know if the Twins are going to do it. The Twins are competitive. You're ahead of them, but they're not far behind you, and they score a lot of runs, and they probably feel like if we're going to do anything here, we're going to have to continue scoring runs. They could be one of those teams clustered up in the American League right now. Right there with you. You're not far apart. That you could do one of those this for that kind of trades. You have this, you need that, we need this, we have that. Let's get it done here. We're not going to really take advantage of each other. We're not sending prospects over. You have a major leaguer that we want. We have a major leaguer that you want. Let's do it. I don't know what that would mean. Could mean Sonny Gray. Could mean Chapman. Could mean Whitlock. Could mean somebody. And I wouldn't be great letting one of those guys go. But you do have a lot of pitching and you don't have a lot of power. So Buxton is definitely intriguing for me.
Number 3.
Number 3. Cool. Brandon Lowe. Brandon Lau? Lau, sorry. Brandon Lau is Nathaniel Lowe. I always do that. Brandon Lau, who is currently on the Pirates. And I like him because I'm sure you're probably thinking, Arcand, Brandon Lau is lefty. I thought you wanted right-handed power. I do, but I don't also. I mean, it's like you have a little bit of right-handed power right now. Contreras is right-handed power. Rafael, I wouldn't say is like power. He's not hitting a ton of home runs. The Durbinator's been hitting bombs lately. He's a little bit of right-handed power that you got there. You don't really have much lefty power. You have Duran, but he's hitting under 200. You have Abreu, but I don't consider Abreu a power hitter. I just don't. So I like the idea of bringing in a lefty power stick, assuming he can go opposite way. And Lau, I remember having some good games against the Red Sox in his previous. He was with the Rays, right? Yeah, with in the Tampa Bay years, he was good against the Red Sox. So that's number 3. Number 4.
Number 4.
Christian Walker, first baseman of the Astros, athlete named Christian. I know you're probably thinking, Arkin, he's a first baseman. Yeah. But he's hit 20 home runs this year, and he can DH. And if it means he's the DH and not Masataka Yoshida, then I'm fine with that. And also, by the way, he's like a Gold Glove first baseman. He's a better first baseman than Contreras is. So maybe you put him at first and have Contreras DH a little bit. Fine. Unless Contreras is going to go all, Bowser on you and breathe fire down your back, then leave him at first base and let Walker DH. I don't really care. It's just another power bat. It's something that I would like. And my buy low long shot at number 5.
Number 5
is Clay Holmes. Clay Holmes, who took a line drive right off his arm and is expected to be back, I think, sometime next month. It's kind of shades of Kyle Schwarber, right? When they got him, he was on the shelf for like 2 more weeks before he actually got into any games. Clay Holmes, I think they're expecting to be back in August. And if I'm wrong about that, if that's been updated and that's not the case anymore, then I'll retract this number 5. But last I checked, they were expecting that he would be back, and he's been talked about in potential rumored trades that are coming up here. Red Sox, I mean, listen, the back end of their bullpen's not a big problem or anything, but it's definitely something you always want to add to when you're a team trying to contend.
Andy Green did say that he's inching closer towards a rehab assignment.
Okay. Rehab assignment on July 16th could mean he's pitching again in August. Just like Schwarber was not ready to go until like August 10th or whatever it was for him, back when they traded for him. It ended up working out. That's a distressed asset. You can buy low on a guy like that, I would think. There's a lot of bullpen arms out there to be traded for. And a guy who's coming back from it was like a fractured tibia or something, right? Or fibula? What's the one in your arm?
It was a tibia.
Tibia. The tibia and the fibula is in the leg. That's what it is. I get my ibias mixed up. Anyway, those are my 5.
Oh, actually, it was a fibula.
It was a fibula.
Fractured right fibula after being struck in the leg by an 111 mile an hour.
Oh, it was the leg. I already got hit in the leg. Okay, that's what it was. What's the one in the arm then? Is that the tibia, or is the tibia in the leg too?
Tibia is still in the leg.
It's all the ibias are in the legs. Okay. What are your 5, Joe?
Okay, so I kind of went on the same route as you for my number 1.
Number 1.
I think this guy is just too good. James Wood.
You see this graphic? Christian Arcand just crossed off with Joe Braverman up in the corner.
That's some real creativity there, Tristan.
That's
Thank you
pretty
so
good,
much.
Tristan. Hey, it's working on the fly. Is what
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Props to him for that. So James Wood is my number 1.
Who's the guy that reported about him today? Pepin?
Oh, Marino Pepin.
Marino Pepin. Yeah. He said that
Don't believe it. Don't believe it at all.
Okay. It seems like you believe it a little bit. You got him on your
No,
list.
I don't believe it. I still would like him as a target, but the fact that they're talking to him, I don't believe it. This guy just has superstar written all over him. I know that there are some rumors that the Nationals are thinking about what pieces to trade off. I know C.J. Abrams is another name that they've been thinking about, but James Wood to me is like that big golden goose.
Yeah.
That I don't care if you've got an outfield logjam or whatever. If he's available, you try and get him just because he's got future superstar written all over him.
23 years old, and he's a moose. Yeah, I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Totally.
Yeah.
Number 2.
I'm still on my Joe Ryan dream from last year.
Okay.
I still want that to happen. I know the rotation doesn't really need any addressing, but he's just way too good to pass up. And plus, you have the flexibility in the starting rotation. Just my tiny pet peeve is that there are way too many lefties in there. Even with Crochet out, Tolley, Early, Bennett, you have some flexibility there that, you bring in Joe Ryan, you get a righty who is pretty dominant. Like, it makes the rotation that much better. So I think thank you, Jake Bennett, for having the flexibility for being this good, because you can trade him away and get a guy like Joe Ryan in return.
Number 3.
I think for bullpen help, I don't know which way the Padres are going to go, but Adrian Morejon would be awesome.
Morejon would be good, and the Padres are like right at 500, right?
Exactly.
So like they're a team that probably hasn't decided which way they want to go yet.
Yeah, and there's been rumors about Tatis possibly being out there, but if they're really going to blow it up, the bullpen probably outside of the lineup. Like starting rotation, you could leave, but lineup and bullpen, those are the areas to address. And Morejon, you just need more depth. If he's a guy that can come in for the 6th inning, maybe he and Slayton can change from a game. You lead to Whitlock, you lead to Chapman. If they're still in buy mode, he would be awesome for that bullpen.
Okay.
Make it more dominant.
Number 4.
Just recently saw a report that the Mets might be thinking of a full sell, so Francisco Lindor
defensive whiz Francisco Lindor with that great play in the 9th inning the other night.
Well, I don't maybe not as of a defensive wizard, but if you want a guy who can really swing the bat and provide some offense for this lineup.
Change of scenery candidate for
exactly,
sure.
Exactly. This is the guy to do it. Resume speaks for itself for Lindor.
Number 5.
And then this one's kind of, I threw this one out there, but maybe you could improve the catching or at least the DH spot by getting Ryan Jeffers. He's kind of flying under the radar just because he's in Minnesota and there's other guys like Buxton and Royce Lewis now and again. Jeffers is a nice, steady player that I think could serve really well for the Sox if they decide to go and trade for him. So that's my 5 right there.
There you go. That is 5 for Joe Braverman, a good 5. And that is 10 names right there. That would make at least one of us happy if the Red Sox traded for. We'll see what they actually end up doing. I think Tristan has a 5, but he doesn't have a graphic for it. That was the last I heard, so we're just going to go to break. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. When we come back, last night, Shohei Ohtani was honored at the ESPYs. And then he was subsequently dishonored very quickly by Mike Tyson. We'll tell you about it next.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Food truck owners, today business will be booming. People will love your new menu and not make special orders. You will not roll your eyes when someone calls it a quesadilla. You will also switch to Progressive to get 30 customizable coverage options and restore your inner peace. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
When you choose a real estate company to help you buy or sell a home, reach matters. I'm Anthony Lamacchia at Lamacchia Realty. We have offices across New England and South Florida. More agents, more offices, more homes for sale, more opportunities for you. Moving to New Hampshire, we have you covered. What about a second home on Cape Cod, in the Berkshires, or South Florida? We've got you covered. Visit LaMacchiaRealty.com. That's LaMacchiaRealty.com.
We rode into Boston Children's Hospital, and that's where this whole journey began.
She was just fine. How can she have something serious?
She was diagnosed with brain cancer. It was a very difficult journey, but the people made it easier for us to get through some of these tough times.
She's finally off of treatment. We always tell her, you can do anything.
To be able to see her have fun, laugh, it's an amazing feeling.
Give more kids a chance at a healthy life by donating at Shaw's and Star Market.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality, there's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At Northeast Men's Health, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and a T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, Red Sox Nation, what if you could replace your roof once and never think about it again? With Interlock Metal Roofing, you get the last roof you'll ever need. Strong, stylish, and built to handle New England weather. Backed by a lifetime warranty and trusted by homeowners across New England for over 25 years. Don't wait for the next storm to make the call. Make the smart switch today. Visit interlockroofing.com or call 866-733-5811 for a free quote. One roof, one call for life. Interlockroofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder
disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Okay, so what you're hearing right now is the Savannah Bananas, who did a live number at the ESPYs last night. What is this song? Do we know what it is? I don't think it's the Savannah Bananas original. I also didn't know that they sang. I thought they just danced and played baseball, but I guess they also sing. They were like a giant boy band. There was like 40 of them. And they were all out there singing and dancing and singing whatever that song was. Do we know what that is? I don't know.
I'm doing a quick Google search on it.
It sounded like, kind of sounded like an Imagine Dragons, but like a Kids Bop version of an Imagine Dragons song is what it sounded like to me. And I don't know if that's insulting to Imagine Dragons or what, but what's up with them, by the way? Whatever happened to the Dragons? I feel like we haven't heard much from them.
Not that you care. You don't like their music.
I like that one. I liked Radioactive when it came out in like 2012. And after that, yeah, you're right. I couldn't get with the Dragons. I feel like they just made car commercial music, you know? Believer was in all those car commercials. Thunder. Oh, I got so tired of Thunder. I do not like that song. I'm like rich now talking about music, but I just was not. And I don't even know if that was an Imagine Dragons song that the Bananas were doing.
That's actually an original song.
That's an original Savannah Bananas number.
Yeah, apparently it's called The Show Starts Now.
Oh. I did not care for that. I was watching the ESPYs last night.
I know. I've tried to convince you to go watch games, but even this, I was just like, it feels like a little much.
I think I'd like a Bananas game. I think I'd like going to a Bananas game, especially if I brought George and, he was having a good time. I think I could make myself enjoy it. I might get a little sick of it after a while. Might need to pound a few beers to get through it, but whatever. Name me an event that's not true of. It could be anything. I'm going to Weird Al this week, and I'm going to have a few beers at Weird Al for sure. Brag. Anyway, a little bit later, they gave out the award for best male athlete. Is that right, that Ohtani won? Shohei Ohtani takes it, and presenting the award, one of the presenters, was Iron Mike Tyson, who came out in the beginning with Marcelo Hernandez. Hernandez came out in like a boxing robe, and he had like an entourage with him, and in the entourage was Mike Tyson, and who was the other guy in it? You told me
Jeff
last
Ross.
night. And Jeff Ross, right, of course. Jeff Ross, the roast master. And Mike Tyson, the former heavyweight champion of the world.
So Ohtani actually won best single game performance.
Best single game performance when he had the no-hitter and the 3 home runs or whatever it was. Or the shutout. Yeah, he had one ridiculous game. And then he had the ridiculous playoffs.
Yeah,
which game was it for?
Mm-hmm. To set it up, it was Tyson, Jake Paul, and DJ Khaled.
3 of our sharpest minds. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and DJ Khaled. And here's how that went.
And the ESPY award goes to, check this out, Shohei Ohtani.
Bravo, Shohei. Way to go, buddy. Ohtani taking it. But he's not there.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's a guy.
Shohei's a guy? Yes, Mike. Yes, he is. Shohei Ohtani. Indeed. Very much a guy. I understand not being like a big baseball fan. I get that. Mike Tyson, I'm sure, has a lot on his mind. Nothing to do with baseball, but I don't know how you avoid Shohei Ohtani this long. How you avoid the name, hearing about him. That's kind of amazing, really. Because I don't think that, he's been punched in the head. I heard Ted saying, he's been knocked around too much. He has no memory. I don't think it's that. I just don't I think he genuinely didn't know Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei's a guy.
Shohei is indeed a guy, Mike. Yes, he's a guy. It's funny, right? As he wins this award, one of the great boxers ever misgenders him on the way off the podium. Loud enough. He said it loud enough that you could hear it very clearly on the broadcast, as you just heard. Not being aware of Shohei Ohtani, I'm impressed by that. That's an impressive level of ignorance for Mike Tyson.
You know what I mean? I got issues.
Mm-hmm.
I got some issues.
We know, Mike. Mike Tyson, by the way, I think would lose in a boxing match straight up with Joe Mazzulla. Have you seen that video of Joe Mazzulla?
He's a psycho in this MMA training. Not that he was a psycho already, but his MMA training is it's wild.
His body, like you hit me with a preemptive pause here, but his body is unbelievable. He looks, you know what it looks like? He looks like, do you remember Shannon Briggs, Joe? Does that name ring any bells? Shannon Briggs? So when you think about like first round knockouts, heavyweights who were, knockout artists, you think of Mike Tyson. And if I asked you which boxer had the most first round knockouts, you'd probably think Mike Tyson. It's not Mike Tyson. It is Shannon the Cannon Briggs, who was one of my favorite boxers growing up. I love Shannon Briggs. Shannon Briggs had these like big dreads, and he would just rush in and pummel whoever he was fighting. And in his prime, he was just this weapon. Like, he was just an absolute monster. Bulldozed through whoever was in front of him. And then he got a little older, a little slower. He couldn't knock guys out immediately anymore. And he eventually ended up getting smacked around by one of the Klitschkos, and I think that was it for him. But Shannon the Cannon in his prime, he was a badass dude. And Joe Mazzulla, it looks like someone photoshopped his head onto Shannon Briggs' body. Like, he looks like Shannon Briggs. I'm not even kidding. If you gave him dreadlocks, he would look like exactly like Shannon Briggs. And Joe Mazzulla is not a huge guy. He's 6'2". He's the same height as me. And maybe if he starts taking it real serious in the gym, he'll look like this someday. But not yet. And now he just looks like Shannon Briggs. But I saw that video. I said, holy moly. This dude is yoked. Yoked. I knew he was crazy, but I didn't know he was yoked. That video is startling. Like, our coach is really a lunatic. He did not take that loss well. Doesn't seem. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll get to your phone calls here. We got calls on the line about the Red Sox, the trade deadline, targets, all that good stuff. A trade was made in Major League Baseball today. We'll tell you about that, tell you about the market, and more with your phone calls right after this.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out. Crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This year, make your smile count. Now open in Belmont, Dr. Emma Wu Dentistry is welcoming new patients to their brand new state-of-the-art office. From cosmetic dentistry to full mouth restoration and dental implants, every smile is crafted for comfort, confidence, and results that last a lifetime. And to celebrate the grand opening in Belmont, for a limited time, patients receiving implant or full mouth restoration services can receive up to $2,000 off treatment. Call 978-686-2223 or go to dremmawoo.com. That's dremmawoo.com.
Ah, summer, the smell of sunscreen, backyard barbecues, and... Wait a minute. Why does your bathroom smell like that? Summer fun can be tough on your plumbing. Between extra house guests, cookouts, and the kids home from school, your drains are working overtime. That's why you need Drains by James. From expert drain cleaning and pipelining, they'll keep your pipes flowing all summer long. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Don't let a clogged drain ruin your summer vacation. Visit DrainsByJames.com today.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Red Sox All-Star break is over after tonight. They will start the second half of the season tomorrow with a day-night doubleheader at Fenway against the Tampa Bay Rays. Cooper Boardman and Lenny DiNardo have the coverage for you all weekend. First pitch of Game 1 is at 1:35, which you can hear across the Shaw's Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. Jake Bennett will get the start for the Sox in Game 1. Game 2 is currently a TBA as the Sox listed. Dan Ball will have the Mass Mutual pregame show for you here at 12:35. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
Hey, this is a right he has. People forget that. The no-trade clause is negotiated. It wasn't given to him. He earned it through free agency and everything else he's fighting for. But this is his right. So he has the right to say, no, I'm staying here. I'm not leaving. I love it here. This is why I came here in the first place. I got a fit. And so people get upset like, oh, he doesn't want to go anywhere. He has that right. He negotiated that right, and the Red Sox knew what he was getting, and everybody else. When you give a no-trade clause, there's another side to it. So I'm happy for him. He found a home.
You're listening to Arcan, the Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. We're live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and we're about an hour away from welcoming Sean McAdam onto the show. We'll talk with him right at 9. Sean from Mass Live, a nice preview of the second half here. Some insider information on what exactly is going on with some of the players that are not with the team right now, why they're not there, and what they're actually doing, and more. It's coming up in about 60 minutes. In the meantime, we will get to your phone calls in just a minute. However, I have bad news for you Taco Bell enthusiasts out there. California lettuce supplier linked to Taco Bell has been identified as a potential source of contamination in the explosive diarrhea parasitic illness affecting thousands of people across the U.S. Shredded lettuce supplied to the fast food chain by Salinas-based Taylor Farms has been linked to this outbreak of cyclosporiasis. Oh, there's a sporiasis, all right. According to two individuals familiar with the investigation. One of the individuals who spoke to the outlet said, the signal we've gotten is that there is a very high percentage of people who got sick at Taco Bell, and when investigators asked what their menu items were in common, lettuce came up frequently. So, yeah. Just one of those summers where you can't breathe the air and you can't eat the lettuce. Otherwise, you're going to have itchy eyes and explosive diarrhea. Other than that, I'd say the summer of 26 is going okay. I've had a good
hot air coming in and out.
It's true. I've had a pretty good summer so far. Just got to avoid the lettuce and the air. If you can do that, you'll be all right. We'll get to your phones here in just a minute. There was a trade made in baseball today, and I'll tell you about it and what that may mean for the Red Sox. But first, let's go to the phones. Rick is up in New Hampshire with a trade target he wants to float. Go ahead there, Rick.
Hey, thanks for having me.
You got it.
I'm talking about a guy who really needs a change of scenery, and that would be Mike Trout.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to, Duran and Meyer, they can go for Trout, and I understand you're going to take on a lot of money, but a change of scenery might do that man a world of good. He's never seen in the playoffs.
It's true. You're right about that. Ohtani got out of there. Trout stayed. There are rumors about Mike Trout kicking around. I saw one with the Phillies. Let me see if I can find it. He's either from like northern New Jersey or southern Pennsylvania. I forget which one, but he's in like that little corridor there where the people all talk funny. He's from that area. I know that for sure.
He's from Millville, New Jersey.
Okay.
But he's like a lifetime.
But that's like the Philly area, basically. That's a little closer to Philly than it is to, like Newark or one of the other Jersey things there. So Yahoo, Christopher Klein over at Yahoo or Fansided or one of those. Yahoo just repeated it. Talked about potential trade packages that could be put together. For Mike Trout. I haven't heard much about the Red Sox and what they'd be willing to do. I know the Angels don't want to trade him. The front office and their GM or their interim GM, I think, Mozeliak, basically said, no, we're not considering trading Mike Trout. He said he's not requested a trade. He has a full no-trade clause. And, that team is so bad. And they're once again like a bottom feeder in the American League this year. If there was ever a time that Trout would want to get the hell out of there, you think it would be now. Especially watching his guy, his former teammate Ohtani, go just down the road. And suddenly is the biggest superstar in the world. He was a superstar already. Mike Trout in another market. Just the thought of that. Philly, New York, Chicago, Boston, any of those places. You just get him out of Anaheim.
Also, when you're talking about like the part of his career, this is, you could say, arguably his healthiest career in a couple of years.
That's true, yeah.
Like,
right.
yeah, he was on the IL for a bunch of weeks leading into the All-Star game, but he's still been relatively healthy when you compare the past, 3 seasons?
Yeah. He's also signed through 2030. He's still getting paid $38 million a year, something like that, something absurd, which is not really absurd considering he's still productive, but it's a lot of money. Usually you make these trades, you're taking on a lot of water, and I just feel like teams and owners are more averse to that than you might think. The financial risk is big, and the Angels aren't going to pay any of his salary, so I don't think that he moves. I don't think he's going to move. I don't think he's going to go to the Red Sox, the Phillies, any of these teams. I think he's going to stay out there with the Angels because a lot of GMs and owners are just going to be wimps about it. I think it's as simple as that. It'd be a big, splashy, good move. If he stayed healthy, it could be a great move. But I think that you're talking about owners and GMs now who are just too risk-averse for that type of thing. And that's also the small matter of there may not be baseball next year. Red Sox put out their new calendar. I was like, oh, that's cute, guys. For next baseball season. Excellent. Let's go to Johnny in Brooklyn. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, guys, quick aside. Who would have thought Taco Bell would cause explosive diarrhea?
Not this guy.
No. Are they sure it's the lettuce and not just the chalupas? All right. That's all I got on Taco Bell.
Gotcha.
On the Red Sox, thank you. I didn't get a boom, but whatever.
Joe's busy back there right now. Joe, if you could we get a little thank you very much. Okay. All right, go on, Johnny. What do you got?
Thank you. Okay, on the Red Sox. Last year, was it a guy named Brandon Lowe? Am I remembering
Brandon
that
Lau.
right? I just think that was last year. Wow. Okay. I'm just saying.
Nathaniel Lowe was last
are-
year. No, Nathaniel Lowe was last year. Brandon Lau is who I want this year.
Okay, gotcha. I just hate to say it, but I think we're getting another. You want Brandon Lau, you're getting a Nathaniel. It's that kind of team, it's that kind of ownership, and that's what I would bet on. But hopefully we get one of the guys off your list. Really enjoying the show. Have a good night, man.
All right, thanks, Johnny. They didn't get Nathaniel Lowe last year.
Well, they got him because he was designated for assignment. They claimed him off.
That's right. That's what they didn't trade for him. The only guys they got in the trades were May and Matt. And then you're right. They picked up Lowe. Yeah, right. They got him off the scrap heap. I forgot about that.
He was fine. It's not like he totally sucked.
Yeah, that's true. And then what happened? Did he get hurt?
I just think he had like this fairy tale run, and he just didn't play well for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be as simple as that. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Here in the Christian Arcand Show. I'm going to take a look at this trade that was executed in Major League Baseball today. And it's not a zero, like it's a real trade with a real team that is one of the best teams in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, who I believe have the second best record in all of baseball behind the Dodgers, I think. Either that or the Braves. I double-check in the standings there. However, second best in all of baseball, the Brewers. And they are trying to keep it that way, as they have now traded for Lance McCullers and Colton Gordon from Houston. In return, the Astros will get Prince Fielder's kid and Cecil Fielder's grandson, which I needed to take a deep breath after I saw that. You telling me Prince Fielder's kid's playing now? We all remember Prince Fielder as a kid at the home run derby with Cecil, and now Cecil's grandkid is playing. Okay. All grown up now. Cecil Fielder's grandson, Jaden Fielder. Bruins will also pick up $2.5 million of McCullers' remaining $6.7 million in salary this season as the Astros' longest tenured pitcher. He's in the final year of a 5-year, $85 million contract. Now, Lance McCullers is a guy who I would say his best days are well behind him. He's not playing well now, and he's also, I think, on the injured list right now. But I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what he's on there for. But this is a guy who's been in the league a while. This is his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th season. He's no spring chicken. And he's made 8 starts this year. He's 2-3 with a 6.86 ERA. I don't know if Prince Fielder's kid is anything in terms of like a prospect, but this is a major league veteran starting pitcher, back end of the rotation guy, and it only cost them a prospect. You wanted to tell me a little bit about Jaden Fielder, where he was in the system with Milwaukee? Was he even considered like a hot prospect? I don't even know. But I know the Brewers are not afraid to make these deals, just like they weren't afraid to deal with the Red Sox this past offseason. Look at what they're doing. Look at the Brewer. They made some moves with you, and most of them worked out pretty well. Ironically, it's been mostly the guys you got in the Brewers trades that have been playing well for you lately. Durbin, Siegler, Monasterio, those guys all came over in that one move. So it's like, Brewers, magic pixie dust on the Brewers here. But it does seem like, the moves that they're making are working out for them, and the prospects they're letting go are working out for the teams that pick them up, but not like overwhelmingly so, enough to fill in for guys that aren't having good years. What's up with Fielder?
Well, first, just to answer your question about McCullers' injury, he's currently on a minor league rehab stint. He won the IL with rotator cuff impingement.
Oh, that sounds good.
So that's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Gordon, meanwhile, this is what the ESPN article writes. Gordon also offers starting depth for the Brewers. He's under team control until 2028. He's made 4 appearances, including 1 start, has a career 6-4 record, 5.95 ERA over the last 2 seasons, started 14 games for Houston in 2025, 72 strikeouts, and 19 walks.
Okay.
Fielder, 21, is hitting .233 with 3 home runs, 23 RBIs, and 10 stolen bases in 133 at-bats for Class A Carolina.
Is he a big fatso like his dad and his grandpa were?
I don't think so.
Because that's disappointing. Like, imagine like a fielder, but he's like fast and, like not like a big load who can just bomb home runs. That's really kind of, you're not even really a fielder then, are you? Like, he sees him like squaring a bunt. He's like, fielders don't bunt. Come on. Okay. So I don't think that that's the kind of move the Red Sox are going to be making. I certainly hope it's not the kind of move the Red Sox are going to be making. Doesn't sound like Jaden Fielder's some, stud prospect. Where was he on their
Fielder in the Brewers organization peaked as the number 71 prospect
in the organization, or like on the top 100 list? In Milwaukee's organization,
in
he's the 71st?
In the Brewers system.
Okay, so not It's pretty low down there, I would say. And Lance McCullers shouldn't fetch you a whole bunch in terms of prospect capital. But the haves are starting to move. They're starting to mobilize. The Milwaukee Brewers, a have right now. And the Astros, I guess, are a have-not. They're not that far behind you. But they also didn't trade anybody of any real consequence. Lance McCullers, at this point in his career, is banged up. He's old, and he sucks. So, other than that, it was a great trade, I'd say, for Milwaukee. And who knows? You get to Milwaukee, maybe they can fix him. They seem to fix Kyle Harrison. They seem to fix everybody.
And Gordon, by the way, just to follow up on that, he's not considered a prospect anymore, but prior to his graduation, he was ranked in the top 10, top 20 among the Astros system.
Okay. All right. In the Brewers system.
Right.
Yeah.
Brewers.
Okay. So there you go. Just the trade that happened today. I don't think it has a whole lot of teachable stuff here for what the Red Sox may be doing, but who knows? This is a team that doesn't like really going overboard when it comes to stuff like this. So maybe this is the kind of deal we should be expecting. I hope not. We'd all be pretty disappointed, but I'm just trying to be realistic here. This is, after all, Craig Breslow and the Boston Red Sox. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Red Sox-Yankee rivalry has been kind of milquetoast this year, I would say, except for one man. Wait a minute! The late-breaking siren sounded once again. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that we have another dong.
We don't have another dong.
Oh.
We have another dongs.
Multiple
Two
dongs. Oh, it must have been hit by the Mets, right? Because I just saw
it
it's
was
3-0.
by the Mets, yes.
All right, what do we got?
We got Brett Beatty, who hit a solo shot, his 5th of the year. That went, where's the right mouse for this one? 378 feet.
Okay, a little pop fly home run, whatever. No big deal.
And right after him,
a little
Francisco
back-to-back action.
Alvarez.
Double dong night.
A double dong night for Francisco. This one not as far, 363.
Okay.
So he's got 10-11. Mets lead 3-0.
Couple of little pop gun dongs there, but you know what? We don't judge dongs on their length. You know, we definitely don't do that on this show. God, for what kind of hypocrites would we be if we did that? But yeah, there you go. All right, 3 dongs so far. A Pokey Reese 3. Babe Ruth 3.
Cedon
Rafaela 3. Dennis Johnson 3. Might get some more dongs.
Pop Douglas
3, yeah. It's the 7th inning, so maybe not. Anyway, Mets up 3-0 over the Phillies in the baseball's return tonight. The only game on the schedule tonight. Red Sox are back tomorrow with a doubleheader at Fenway. 617-779-7937. As I mentioned, the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry, not really much to write home about this year, except for one guy, Cam Schlittler, who is continuing to talk Schlitt. 2 minutes and we're back.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM is an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Massachusetts only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Play with balance. Play for fun. Play well.
Hey, it's Chris Shyman. This morning, I took the stairs 2 at a time. Didn't even clock it. 3 years ago, I would have felt every single step. That's what losing 45 pounds actually bought me. Not just a number on a scale, a body that stopped arguing with me. Then, Paige at Awaken 180 gave me a pretty huge update. Awaken 180 clients have now crossed the 1 million pounds lost mark. 1 million pounds! And I didn't hear some corporate milestone. I heard my 45 pounds stacked in with everybody else's. Scale after scale, belt notch after belt notch, somebody finishing week 1 thinking, this is a program I can actually do. That's not one success story. That's thousands of people who stopped waiting and started. And the number is still climbing. Every week, more people start, more pounds come off, and more stories get added. So why wait? Do what I did. Make this summer yours. 1 million pounds down and counting. The next story should be yours. Awaken180weightloss.com. That's Awaken180weightloss.com.
You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Favorite Red Sox team? As a kid, now we know you're a Yankee.
No, I'm trying to think. I guess I probably wouldn't know the year, but I was huge on Clay Buchholz,
Yes.
Papelbon. I was
07.
huge on
That was 07.
Buchholz has he's got that demeanor that some people have brought up to me, and I feel like we share that a little bit. But I just love his
that's a great
fiery
comp, though,
competition.
right?
Could make the baseball do different things.
He just as a competitor. Yeah.
Yes. Hey, get out right now. It's the end of you and me. It's too late now. I can't wait.
617-779-7937 is your phone number. I love this song, by the way. Shout out JoJo. Local girl. Banger. Get out right now, Cam Schlittler. Schlittler is single-handedly, well, maybe not single-handedly, because Jazz Chisholm's kind of a D-bag, too.
Jazz is like that to whoever.
To everybody, yeah. It's not specific to the Red Sox. Schlittler is really doing the Lord's work when it comes to holding up the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry. He's holding it up on his shoulders like Atlas right now. Talking about Clay Buchholz, who in 2007, I'll never forget this, he had got called up from AAA because Tim Wakefield was hurt. He comes in and he pitches a no-freaking hitter. And I remember the way that no-hitter ended. It ended with a curveball. Just a perfect curveball. He dropped it right in there as people were counting down the outs. 23 years old, called up from the minor leagues, no-hitter, drops that Uncle Charlie right there, right in the strike zone, untouchable. Oh my God, I thought it was the greatest thing I'd ever seen. And Schlittler, in this long-ranging interview, and it was MLB Network, but he also spoke with The Athletic and Chris Kirshner in The Athletic about ways he likes to motivate himself. And this is from today. Kirshner writes, Cam Schlittler walked around the mound at Tropicana Field last week carrying more than just a scouting report for the Rays lineup. Hours before the pitch, Yankees Director of Organizational Performance, it's a nice title, Chad Bowling, showed Schlittler a clip from Baseball is Dead, a popular podcast co-hosted by Red Sox fan Jared Carrabis. In it, Carrabis declared that the regression is happening right before our eyes after Schlittler had a poor start against the Tigers. Bowling plays these videos for Schlittler before every start, although they don't always contain criticism. Schlittler did not ask to see the Carrabis clip. The Yankees showed it to him because they knew how he'd respond. Quote, "It definitely pissed me off," Schlittler said. "It was pretty easy to go out there and perform just based on the last outing, how we've been playing, and then the cherry on top there." Schlittler allowed just 1 run in 8 innings against Tampa in arguably his most important outing, rebounding from that bad start. And through the first half, Schlittler has established himself as a Cy Young Award contender with a 2.05 ERA leading the American League, but the defining trait has been less measurable. He pitches angry. So, while it may be great content, and trust me, I'm a big fan of Jared Carrabis, you're not helping. Taunting Cam Schlittler. You know who used to pitch angry was Papelbon. I remember reading an article about him and about how after he became a dad, he would picture in his mind that the hitter was trying to, steal his daughter's food or whatever, you just, some crazy thing. And he would just be like, "Oh, I'm going to get you," that's where he'd build the anger from, he'd build the rage from that. And he'd reach down and get it and throw 99 and strike everybody out and become a great closer. And he was a great closer before that even. He was one of those guys that got called up right away and was good right away. And I remember being very hesitant about Papelbon and all of the hype for him because a couple years before him, I think it was a couple years before, you remember Craig Hansen? Remember that guy? St. Joe's or St. John, I forget. But they called him up right out of college. and they put him in right away, and he was not ready. I mean, he just, he didn't have a terrible career. He ended up going, I think, to Pittsburgh, and he bounced around a little bit after that, but he was just so hyped. Everybody wanted to see him. They talked about him like he was going to revolutionize the end of the game, like he was that kind of arm, they're going to be that kind of reliever. And it just never quite clicked. And then when Papelbon came around, you started to hear that same kind of stuff. And he wasn't quite as green as Hansen was, I don't think. But, he was this bumpkin from Louisiana, and you were just like, is this going to happen again? He wanted to start. They made him the closer, and then all of a sudden he was just this unhittable closer and had that tremendous run in the championship in 2007 and all that other stuff. So, much props to Jonathan Papelbon.
I do remember in 2007 there were actual questions about, do they make him the closer or do they make him a starter?
He started in the spring that year. I remember him starting in spring training. I think it was in 2007. Like with Dice K and, Papelbon was, I think, they were trying to stretch him out, put him in the rotation. And I think they were doing it because they had Daniel Bard. Daniel Bard, who could throw 101 miles an hour, but ended up having like a mental breakdown. Like he couldn't throw the ball over the plate. He couldn't do anything for like a couple of years. And I don't know. He made a comeback, and that was great. And I love Daniel Bard. But he was supposed to be the heir apparent. He's supposed to take over as the closer. And he couldn't handle it. And so they made Papelbon, you got to close again. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. I know you want to make that starter money, but we can't afford to leave this kid out there throwing 101 with no idea where it's going anymore. And that's how I remember it happening. But at any rate, Schlittler is using Jared Carabas videos to motivate himself and to go out there and pitch angry. And, pitchers, I've said this before, are often like super neurotic. They have to have their system. It cannot be disturbed. Whenever there's like a rain delay, the starters, you always want to bet against the starter. Once the rain delay hits and they're out of their normal, this is when I'm supposed to be throwing. My body's not comfortable right now. The delicate genius is being disrupted. Like that whole thing is a problem. And in the case of, a guy like Schlittler, part of his routine, part of his process is finding bulletin board material and then using it to pitch angry.
Oh, what a loser!
So I would say, Jared Carabas, I would request that you cease and desist any and all Cam Schlittler, even though I'm sure it generates clicks, because then all of a sudden he's talking about Carabas, and then it's in The Athletic, and it's a great thing for I thought his podcast was called Section 10, by the way. What's the baseball?
Well, he's got two of them.
Oh, he's got two I didn't even know he has two podcasts. I know about Section 10. I did not know about Baseball is Dead. But
he's
my
got
bad
Baseball
there,
is Dead, that one with Dallas Braden.
Oh, I did know that. I did know about that. My bad. I knew all about that. Duh. And he's on Nesson with Papelbon and what's her name?
Alana Rizzo. Unobstructed Views.
Who is a Colorado Buffalo alum, just like me. And just like Ted. And just like Christian Fourier. And just like Abby Chin. We are a strong, proud group of Colorado alumni working in Boston media.
Let's get the other Buffs out there. Derek White, Shannon Sanders. Let's just list them all that went to Colorado.
They're not in media here, Joe. I was very narrowly talking about certain people, not just anyone who ever went to Colorado. But if we're doing that, number one, Jeremy Bloom. That guy was cool. Pro skier and pro football player. And I was in college the same time as he was. He didn't leave any girls left over for the rest of us. It was very, very rude of him to do that. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we got your New England Nightly News.
Hey, it's Ken for Kalshi. Only two teams left in the FIFA World Cup, Argentina and Spain, coming up on Sunday, 3 p.m. And there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Argentina opened as the underdog, 42%, despite their big comeback win, meaning a $100 trade would pay back $223.80 if Argentina beats Spain. Conversely, at 58%, Spain, a $100 trade pays back $166.30. You can also take a look at France and England on Saturday, the top 4 finishers, the Golden Boot. You can trade anything on Kalshi. And as always, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there is no house. As the probabilities shift, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, if you download the Kalshi app, use my code KEN, K-E-N, to get $10 when you trade 10 at Kalshi, K-A-L-S-H-I. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements do apply. Event contract trading involves risk. It may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets could differ from those that are mentioned. More info, kalshi.com/regulatory.
For 35 years, Avellino's has been Medford's kitchen. They're famous for huge portions and massive 14-inch subs, but they're also your event headquarters. Planning a corporate meeting or private party? Book their beautiful, spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Or let their catering team bring the feast to you with packages starting at just $10 a head. From boardroom to dining room, nobody feeds Boston like Avellino's does. When you want the best, you know where to go. Go Avellino.com. That's goavellino.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Boston knows a good decision when it sees one. Like saving an average of $900 by switching to Geico. Or like
asking a local for directions.
All right, go past the coffee place that used to be a bank. If you hit the rotary, you've gone too far, but you're still okay. Cut through the parking lot behind the florist. Might need to hop a fence. Then take the road that looks like a driveway, but it isn't a driveway. But maybe it's a driveway until you get to a church. Hang a right and you're there.
great savings and great service. Switching to Geico sure is smart.
Just saved you a half hour. 20 minutes if there's a game.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
A little after 8:30 here, Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Brighton studios, high above the Mass Turnpike. Our old studio was like under the turnpike, like tucked quaintly underneath it. Now we're way up above it, which is nice. Although I miss the rodents. Don't you miss them a little bit, Joe?
Nah, not really.
I do. I was the rat king of the old studio. It was only at nighttime. That's when all the salespeople left and, nobody was around. It was just me and Joe, the occasional video operator, and the rodents. And I feel like they're probably going to come out of their hole. They're going to see I'm not there, and they're going to wonder where I am. Like no one told the rats that we were leaving. No one told the mice. Ah! Woo, baby! We got dongs flying tonight. Joe Braverman, give me the update.
We got an update. The Phillies are on the board.
All right.
Courtesy of Trey Turner's 11th dong of the year, which went 383 feet. Still 3-1, though. Mets lead it in the bottom of the 8th.
What do you call a man with no arms and no legs with a bunch of dishes on his head?
I don't. What?
Trey. That's what you would call him. He was kind of a tray. All right, with the crickets, how long is that thing? It's just about 8:30, a little after. So let's get to the New England Nightly News, which tonight takes us to our nation's capital, which is something that is not really New England, but it affects all of us, daylight savings.
New England Nightly News.
So the bill is passed and is going to the Senate. For more on that, let's go to ABC News with their coverage of daylight savings.
The days of springing forward and falling back may be numbered. The House has voted to make daylight saving time permanent.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
The bill would end the twice-a-year clock change requirement and give way to the later sunsets we see from March to November.
Let's stop asking Americans to reset their clocks every March and November. Let's provide some certainty and consistency and a little more sunshine at the end of the day.
Okay. So, the age-old question of springing forward and falling back is now headed to the Senate to decide if they're going to abolish it forever. No more daylight savings. Now, when I think of daylight savings, I think of farmers, and that's about it. I don't really think of any other, I don't know what the deal is or why anyone even cares about this. I just think of the farmers and the crops and, all that. And harvest and the yield and whatever. And I feel like the extra hour is something that they did for the farmers. That's how I always thought of it. But I can tell you that there are arguments for and against daylight savings time. The arguments for it is that extra daylight in the summer aligns with modern work schedules, allows people to enjoy more outdoor recreation in those months. Studies show increased evening daylight encourages consumers to shop, eat out, and visit tourist attractions after work, benefiting retail and hospitality sectors. There are historical energy savings, originally implemented to cut down on artificial lighting costs during wartime by extending natural daylight hours. And potential traffic safety. Some research suggests better visibility during peak evening commute hours leads to a reduction in pedestrian and vehicle accidents. So those are the reasons to keep daylight savings. The reasons against it, and I guess I had this backwards, the farmers don't like daylight savings. But the other arguments against it are health disruptions. The abrupt 1 hour shift, especially springing forward, disrupts the human circadian rhythms. It is statistically linked to a temporary spike in heart attacks, strokes, and workplace injuries due to sleep deprivation. Did you know about this, Joe?
I had no idea about all these, what do you call it, exterior effects?
Daylight savings is killing us. I didn't know that. What's the argument for it? Well, it's light a little bit longer, and that's nice. What's the argument against it? It's going to kill you. You're going to die. You're going to have a stroke, and you're going to die. That's why we don't want to have this anymore. Oh, well, okay. Well, in that case, everybody in the Congress and the Senate's dying anyway. They're probably trying to stop that from happening. More arguments against it. Increased energy consumption, which I feel like flies in the face of the energy savings of the artificial lighting. But modern studies indicate that any savings on lighting are now canceled out by the increased use of air conditioning during hot summer evenings. Makes sense. Farmers have historically opposed daylight savings because it desynchronizes agricultural schedules from the natural cycles of livestock, dairy production, and morning dew. So I guess I just was not thinking, I always assumed it was the farmers who wanted daylight saving. They don't like it. Decreased productivity, the collective loss of sleep right after the time change leads to cyber loafing. And it also causes safety risks in the morning, shifting daylight to the evenings. Winter or late autumn mornings will be darker longer, creating hazardous dark commutes for children who are walking to school. What do you think, Joe? Where do you land on this?
Honestly, if you want my honest opinion, I'm kind of indifferent. If it's here, great. If it's not, I don't. But if you're asking me to pick a side, I would enjoy not having it be completely pitch black at 4:30 when it's wintertime.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of get that. That bums me out when it's like that. So what are they going to do? Are they going to keep it how it is, or are they going to keep it an hour ahead? What are they going to... So if there's no daylight savings, which one are they going to get rid of? They're just going to keep it how it is? I don't know where we are right now. We sprung forward, so do we have to wait till we fall back and then we abolish it, or can we abolish it now while we're sprung forward? If people even ask this question. I feel like someone probably has. I'm with you, though, Joe. I don't really care. Daylight savings never really messed up my circadian rhythm all that badly, I don't think. When I was younger, I work a lot of nights. Now that I have a child, I've been waking up a lot earlier the past 4 years. That's for sure. A lot earlier than I wanted to, so I guess that puts me back in, like, the circadian rhythm thing or whatever, but, like, I don't know. My circadian rhythm's all bleeped up anyway. I don't think this is going to do anything about it. But, yeah, the kids in the dark going to school, that's a pretty big detractor right there. That's a pretty big detractor. Are we going to prioritize the old people and the strokes or the young people in the dark? That's really what it all comes down to. I wonder how the Senate's going to vote. Do we know? Do we have, like, an inkling? What's Kalshi saying? Like, are they gonna get in on this? Sure they are. But I would like to know what the odds are, what the prediction markets are saying about this going to the Senate. Do we know?
Kalshi says Kalshi markets give it just a 23% chance of happening this year. Bill still needs to clear the Senate, where it faces significant opposition that could prevent it from becoming law anytime soon.
Oh, yeah, that's big daylight savings right there. Big pharma, big daylight savings. They're going to block this thing with all they got. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. That's the national news. There's some local news that I have here for you, and it's not great. This bummed me out. You ever been to Chickadee down the seaport? It's like way at the end. You go all the way down the end, like past the harbor lights and all that, way down to the end. It used to just be all parking lots down there. But there was this little place called Chickadee, and they're closing. And that sucks because they were James Beard nominated. I don't think they won, but they were nominated. Or maybe they did win. And they had a great brunch. It's a Mediterranean place, did a lot of local sourced ingredients. They were James Beard's semifinalists in 2019 in the Best New Restaurant category. All the way down the end on Dry Dock Avenue. And they're closing, and that's a bummer because, you don't just get nominated for James Beard Awards unless you're doing something right. And I would imagine it was a combination of the fact that they're sort of a smaller place and that the rent down there is just astronomical. And even though they were doing well and probably had pretty steady business coming in, it's just so hard to do that these days. So sad. Sad to see that. I'm sad when any restaurants close down, especially ones that are doing well. That's the thing about the restaurant business, man, is that you can do everything right. You really can. You can do everything right and still have it just, boom, crash right down on top of you. You can have the best chef. You can have the best food. The location of that place was it was kind of off the beaten path of the seaport. I don't know. I mean, I don't live in the seaport, so maybe I'm talking out of my backside here. Maybe more people were walking that way than I'm thinking. But when I think of, like, the main drag of the seaport where Legals is and, all the rest of those things, it's like beyond that. It was past that down the end on Dry Dock. So that's too bad. Too bad to hear about places closing. Another place closed in the North End, Tremont. It's on Salem Street. I've never been there, so it's one of the few places in the North End I've never been to. But they're closing down. That's too bad. I always hate to hear about a place in that area closing. But there is some good news as we continue with our Boston Restaurant Minute, is that a new restaurant is coming into the space that was Clark's over in Faneuil Hall. And I was thinking about Clark's today because Rich said, and he got me very angry when he said this, that Boston does it. Larry Bird's not beloved in Boston the way someone like Rob Gronkowski is. And he talked about how he left and doesn't really come back here and all of that. And I disagreed with him. I mean, I was at Larry Bird night, sick brag. I was there. I went with my dad. It was one of the best nights of my life. And you got like this bag of stuff. We still have one. I don't know what that bag's worth these days, but it had like a box of Larry Bird Wheaties in it and all this, like a towel and all this other crap, T-shirt. It was great. You don't get a night like that unless you're beloved. And even all this time later, I still feel like Larry Bird's still very beloved in Boston. He's not here that much, that's true. But when him and McHale and Parrish came around for that big 3 signing thing that they did, oh, my God, there was mobs of people coming to get that stuff signed. So I think he still has that kind of staying power and that kind of drawing power. But the reason I was thinking of him is because in 1984, I think it was 84, maybe 83, one of those years, Larry Bird got in the bar fight right across the street from Clark's and couldn't play in the playoffs. I'd have to look up what year it was, but it was a bar called what the hell was it called? Chelsea's. And that happens to be my wheelhouse. Bars in the Faneuil Hall area, Quincy Market area in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s is something I just happen to know a good amount about. So, that was right by Clark's. It wasn't in Clark's, but it was right by there.
May of 1985.
85 was when he got in the fight. Yeah, and it was Chelsea's, which is long gone. But
just 2 days after the Celtics took a 2-0 lead over the Sixers.
Yeah. And then they made it to the finals that year and lost to the Lakers, right, in 85? Yeah. They won in 84, lost to the Lakers in 85, beat the Rockets in 86, lost to the Lakers in 87. That was the Bird stole the ball year. And then, the Pistons beat them in 88, I think. That's how that went. At any rate.
It's been 41 years and 2 months to the day.
Wow. 40 years and 2 months today. How about that? The holder of the liquor license for Clark's at Faneuil Hall, this according to Boston Restaurant Talk and NBC, has petitioned to transfer the license to Merch Row LLC. The notice means that the place, which apparently doesn't have a name yet, have 2 rooms and a bar area with a seasonal patio. John Jacob, who owns Napper Tandy's in Norwood, Walpole, and Millis, is the manager listed. So I don't know much about this place or that guy, but glad something's going into Clark's. And, yeah, they got 2 bars that are, like, identical right in rooms right next to each other, which I always thought was funny. If you were just, drunk and stumbling through and you forget which Clark's you were even in. Not saying that happened to me. Not saying it didn't, but there you go. Anyway, there's your news. New England Nightly News. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We never really got to the NBC Sports Boston top 5 trade targets. We gave you ours, and we mentioned who the NBC Sports Boston ones are. But let's go ahead and go down that list, too, and we'll do some yeses and nos with Mad Dog Braverman back there as well. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, 2 fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait. That's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, 2 strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
We believe local businesses are the lifeblood of New England. We believe they provide more than great products and timely services. They also provide jobs, housing, and above all, a true sense of community and culture. My name is Rich Spencer. I'm the CEO of Northeastern Savings Bank. Everything we do is to help New England-based businesses and the families that power them succeed. All deposits at Northeastern Savings Bank are insured in full. I invite you to try something better. I invite you to bank local.
Northeastern Savings Bank, member DIF and FDIC.
Straight from the battlefields of the past and present, real tanks are rolling into Hudson, Mass.
Step into history at the American Heritage Museum, July 25th and 26th, starting at 9 a.m. Experience America's Tank Demonstration Weekend. See historic American tanks from World War II to modern day in action. Explore interactive exhibits, and for the ultimate bucket list experience, enjoy the opportunity to drive a real tank yourself. Purchase tickets now at AmericanHeritageMuseum.org.
Lobster fans, this one's for you. The 99 Restaurant's famous Colossal Lobster Rolls are back for a limited time. Hurry in to try yours hot buttered or chilled with just the right amount of mayo and celery. Whichever way you roll, our 100% North Atlantic lobster is always served on buttery grilled brioche with fries and coleslaw. Get your fill before they're gone. You gotta love the nines.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This summer, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin from Springers.
Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
The Roberto Coin Summer Showcase this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Springers.
Give love and get more.
Much more this summer at Springers.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pregame straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Hope is here. Call 1-800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Massachusetts only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply. In partnership with MGM Springfield. Play with balance. Play for fun. Play well.
I'm the guy that never gives 5 stars because I never believe that anything is perfect. But I would give them 20 stars if I could.
Ernest Stellar Review belongs to QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments. They came through when he badly needed relief for his aching knees, and doctors had told him that surgery was the only option.
What they're doing is cutting edge, and it really helps. And I'm a tough sell.
QC Kinetics is led by National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp, a pioneer in this field. With 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing in non-surgical natural pain treatments. These are the medical pros to trust.
I'm living my life basically pain-free from what I was dealing with. So I'm a happy camper today, no doubt about it.
QC Kinetics. Call today to see if you're a candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
I'm not sure we take the Red Sox seriously as a World Series winning contender, but Joe, if you're in the American League, I automatically take you seriously because the Red Sox did. I'm serious. The Red Sox did precisely what we've been waiting for one of those teams down at the bottom of the standings to do. Make a leap from the bottom to almost a wild card spot, only a half game back right now of Seattle and Minnesota for that final wild card spot in the span of like a little bit more than a week. And that's what happens when you have all these teams clumped together like that. That's what, frankly, the Detroit Tigers have been hoping to do.
Welcome back. Oh, yeah, man, how you doing? You good? I know you like that.
Jeff Passan, ESPN. Not taking the Red Sox seriously as World Series contenders, but taking this seriously, what we're seeing right now. It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. We will get to the NBC Sports Boston and their top 5 trade targets, which if you want to take this team seriously, you got to take the trade deadline seriously. And before any of that can even happen, they have to have a good showing here in these next 17 games, 10 of which are going to be at home, the first 10. And if they play at home the way they have been playing, then this may be a very short conversation. But I choose to believe that this hot streak will continue, that they can beat the Tampa Bay Rays and the Orioles and the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays in particular aren't very good. I know they were in the World Series last year. They're not having a good season, except when they play the Red Sox. They've been kicking the Red Sox ass this year. So we'll see. We'll see how those games go. Before we get to the trade targets of NBC Sports Boston, I want to read some texts. Texter in the 774, Arcand, your list was the worst list I've ever heard. Go on. Clay Holmes has not been a reliever in 2 years. Just terrible, Arcand. Terrible. You're right about Clay Holmes not having been a reliever in a couple of years, but I think that the Mets, if they trade him, he could say, hey, I'm not going to go anywhere. It's going to try and make me a reliever again. But I think he could be a useful arm. I just think a guy coming back from a broken leg may be less likely to want to stretch out into starting again. Maybe starts back in the bullpen, and maybe he stays there. I said it was a long shot. I said it was a buy low opportunity, and maybe you can buy low enough that you can kind of dictate what he ends up doing. We need you in the bullpen. We don't need a starter. So, after this year, we'll put you back out, and you can try it after that. But this is what we need you for, and this is what we're going to go with. That was sort of what I was thinking there. As for the rest of my list, I can't make you like it. I can't make you not like it. I can just give you my list. Let's see, what else? Did Shannon Briggs ever fight Tyrell Biggs? I don't think so, but maybe he did. 3 dongs in this game, which has just gone final. A couple of people texted in a Jeff Fry number 3 and Edgar Renteria number 3.
Sorry to correct, but it's 4.
It's 4 dongs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're up to 4 dongs now, right? Of course.
Beatty and Trey Turner.
So, yeah, that is now up to 4. A Chauncey Billups 4. David Wesley 4.
I'm going to bring up Bobby Orr. How's that?
Bobby Orr 4. I always do that. I always forget Bobby Orr. Last time it was 4. Same thing happened. Yeah, okay. 4 is the number. If you want to text those in, you can. Daylight savings times, if they abolish it, we will fall back to 1 hour earlier forever. Lame. Leave it right now like it is, and I'll consider it. 413, Arcane, you think your rhythm's messed up? Try being a baker for 45 years. Yeah. 774, 1993, Larry Bird night. Got a magnet and a little 33 banner. My father went and didn't take me. I failed all my classes that year, and that was my punishment. Gave my dad an out to go with his friend. That is crushing. My God, what a traumatic story that is. I don't know how old you are, texter in the 774, but if you're my age, that would put you at like 11 or 12. Failing all your classes at 11 or 12, that's tough. Maybe you're a little older. It sounds like maybe in high school, right? Because they don't fail 11-year-olds in like fifth. You can't fail all your classes in 5th grade. Someone's going to step in and do something about it before that happens. It's not till you get to like 8th and high school that you can really start flunking. That's when it really kicks in. At least back in my day. I don't know if it's still like that. Oh, but that's tough. That's tough. And then your dad's there with his friend, and you're sitting at home. And it wasn't televised either, I don't think. Maybe it was. But it was definitely cool being there. I remember being there, and I remember it was, pretty special. That was one of because they closed the Garden pretty soon after that. 94, I want to say. I can tell you what one of the last things they ever did in the old Boston Garden is, and that was shoot the movie Celtic Pride. Have you seen that movie, Joe? Celtic Pride, starring Damon Wayans as a star player for the Utah Jazz. I forget what his name was in the movie. Dan Aykroyd and Chris Elliott, I think, were the other guy. And the two of them are big Celtics fans, and they kidnapped Damon Wayans. Spoiler alert. From this movie that's 33 years old. And shenanigans ensue after that. And they filmed all the basketball scenes in the Garden, and they let people just come in and sit there and be extras in the movie. And I think my brother and I, for like a split second in the last game, you can see us on camera for like a second. And I think that might have been the last thing they did in the Garden before they started tearing it down. A little trip down memory lane. Anyway, NBC Sports Boston, 5 trade targets. And I kind of like all of them for different reasons. The number one guy on the list, and this is Justin Leisure's list, is Zach Neto. And that's a guy that I would like. Shortstop for the Angels, it would be a carcass picker type of move. And I'm not sure that the Red Sox are going to be, at the top of that list. But as Leisure writes, the priciest and least realistic trade target on the list, he would check several boxes for the Red Sox. Right-handed power, middle infield, multiple years of control. Red Sox reportedly took several tries to trade for Neto during the offseason. LA's asking price was understandably high, but there's a chance it has come down with the club owning the worst record in baseball. The shortstop is the Angels' most valuable trade chip, and with the organization still not making any progress toward contending, maybe time to cash in. He's hitting .235 with 19 home runs and 45 batted in 94 games. And he was very good last year and the year before, WARs over 5. What do you think it would take to get a guy like Neto? It wouldn't be a baseball trade, I don't think. I think that would have to be like a massive prospect haul, because what do the Angels want with one of your actual good players?
Exactly. It's going to be heavy on the prospects. Maybe you include like a major leaguer as like a throw-in. Maybe like they'd be convinced.
Roman Anthony? which one are you talking about?
Well,
a young one?
Well, they might be able to like take a Yoshida or a Durant, just someone
What
like.
the hell do they want with Yoshida or
No, but
Durant?
I'm saying if you have enough of a good prospect haul, you might be able to throw in one of those players to be able to dump them in.
Maybe. I think that they're going to get a lot of offers that probably won't have that include. You know what I mean? Just like it's like when you're selling a house. You know, like we'll waive inspection, we'll waive this, we'll waive that. Like, okay, well, we're just going to sell to you then, because these other people want us to take Jarren Duran and to take Masa Yoshida. So we'll just go with the other offer. I feel like there's going to be a robust market for him. They're going to have to play it pretty much exactly how him and his agents want to in order to win that kind of bidding war. Gleyber Torres, also on the list. Hasn't played since June 15th. No! Strained oblique. Mad Dog, not into it. Mad Dog Braverman, not liking that one either. Torres, Leisure writes, could help make a run, help the Red Sox make a run in the second half. He could be a power-hitting middle infielder. He's hit 24 home runs at least in a season 4 times in his 9-year career, at 38 in 2019. His contract expires. He would be affordable as a rental, and you're out on Gleyber Torres.
Yeah, I'm not really buying into him. He's a little too inconsistent for me.
Okay, fair enough. And he is, not what he was. Luis Arias, who we mentioned last night, San Francisco Giants second baseman, been one of the few bright spots on that team, Ledger writes here. 4-time All-Star, 3-time batting champ, considered one of the better contact hitters in baseball, and is getting better defensively, although used to be considered a very bad defender, now considered pretty good. Near the top of the league in outs above average and defensive runs saved. Not going to be a big slugger, but never strikes out. He's on base a lot, hits for average, pretty good with runners in scoring position. Arias, Mad Dog?
Yes!
Okay, that's a first yes for Mad Dog. You're in on that. What would you give up for him?
Well, I think for Arias, it's not going to take as much to get Neto, so it won't be like a heavy prospect haul. But I'm thinking probably Bennett's going to have to be in there. I think all of these trades, Bennett is probably going to have to be the quote-unquote headliner of this.
People are going to want him, yeah.
Yeah, so if you have Bennett as a headliner and then maybe a couple other top 50 guys, I think like a 3 prospect haul for Arias, because he's not lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, no, he's not. All right, we got a couple more to get to here, and we'll get to your phone calls as well. 617-779-7937 is the number. Sean McAdam joins us at 9 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show.
If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. LifeSource, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for LifeSource water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars, because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
It's summertime and our savings are sizzling. That's right.
Kimberly Day from Commonwealth Motors, and our summer celebration is in full swing.
Things are really heating up here with summer savings on every Kia, Honda, Chevy, Volkswagen, Nissan, and plenty of used vehicles.
We have plenty of fuel-efficient vehicles in stock and all on sale. And don't forget, we shop the competition daily to guarantee you our best price possible every day.
Not just gas savings, money savings too. We have 7 different finance plans and payments to fit every budget.
Take advantage of our summer celebration on every Honda, Volkswagen, Chevrolet, Kia, and Nissan, and hundreds of used vehicles. Sizzling savings.
Commonwealth Motors for 35 years, located right off Route 495, exit 103A in Lawrence.
Find us fast at shopuslast.com.
Sizzling savings on every Chevy, Volkswagen, Nissan, Honda, and Kia.
It's the best time of the year, our sizzling summer celebration. Shop us last, you'll love us.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
Red Sox season resumes tomorrow with a day-night doubleheader with the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch of Game 1 is at 1:35. Cooper Borman and Lenny DiNardo have coverage for you all weekend here on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. It'll be Jake Bennett getting the start for Game 1. The Sox have yet to announce a starter for Game 2. Dan Ball's got the Mass Mutual pregame show for you at 12:35. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman, and that's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
You're listening to Christian Arcan on WEEI.
Final hour here. It's your final hour. Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. We're live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and joining us right now on the guest hotline from Mass Live, the great Sean McAdam joins us here on the program. Sean, welcome. How was your time off?
Well, it's not over yet, Christian, but it's going well so far.
Very good. Good way to end.
I don't want to be premature and declare it a success yet, but
sounds good.
We've had a very nice week.
That's nice to hear. Good to get some time off. Good to miss that All-Star game, which was pretty lame. What'd you think of the home run derby without the clock?
I thought it was much better, much better rhythm. It just seemed like the players were hurried the last few years with the clock, and I thought it took away, it's supposed to be you don't want it to drag on forever, but you don't want to feel like you're watching guys go through some fire drill or anything while they're swinging for the fences 20 times. So I thought getting rid of the clock gave it back sort of a more natural rhythm, more enjoyable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that made it much, much better. And I hated the end of those when they were all swinging like they were trying to chop down a tree, and you couldn't even see the ball land before they had to go back and try and swing at the end there. I thought that was great, and then all the goodwill got washed away by that awful All-Star game. But your colleague Chris Cotillo was in here last night, and he said that the talk of All-Star Week was the Boston Red Sox, and that the whole league is buzzing about them right now. Do you believe that buzz is legitimate, Sean? Do you think what we're seeing here is real?
I'm reserving judgment for now.
Okay.
I mean, I think they deserve a ton of credit for going 14-2 in that 16-game stretch. They deserve even more credit for a perfect road record. And I don't want to hear about the Mets aren't very good and the Angels are lousy. Both those things are true, but it is damn hard to go 9-0 on a road trip. I don't care who you're playing. So, that to me was a terrific stretch, but it's also those 16 games represent 1/10 of the season. So they have to do it for a longer period of time to fully convince me. They're going to have, I think, another 16 or 17 games before the trade deadline. And in many ways, those will be more important to what happens to them than the previous 16. It was nice that they went on that run, had some momentum to go into the All-Star break with. But if they turn around and go 7-10 here over the next 2.5 weeks, then they've undone all the goodwill that they put together before the break.
Yeah, no question. And I think that's a reasonable choice to make in terms of not committing one way or another, and I do think that there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, for the most part this year, this team has not looked like how they've looked over the last couple of weeks. They've looked much worse than that, and a 17-game stretch with the first 10 at home against teams that they've struggled against this year and a bunch of injured starting pitching is just, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people coming out and nationally and being like, well, the Red Sox can't possibly sell now, like the trade deadline's tomorrow, and there's a lot of additional time. That being said, what in your mind is the principal difference between the way this team's playing now and the previous 3 months?
Well, it's been good really from the start, but it's been particularly good the last few weeks. I mean, they were getting what seemed like an automatic quality start almost every night on that road trip. But I think the big difference was that they started generating a little offense. I mean, they're not going to, they're not a historic lineup that is going to score 7 or 8 runs a night, but they were scoring early. They were giving their starting pitcher a little bit of a lead and a little bit of a comfort area. And when you climb out to, a 4-0 lead after the third or fourth inning, as they were doing with the Angels and even a couple of games in Chicago, then you're getting into that kind of soft white underbelly of other teams' bullpens, where you're getting their 5th and 6th inning guys who aren't their high leverage guys, aren't their closers, and you can keep building that lead and pull away a little bit, and then you start getting the chance to stay away from your high leverage guys, so you're not running Garrett Whitlock and Tyrone Guerrero and Aroldis Chapman out there 3 times in 4 nights. So, pitching and defense, all good, really, from the beginning, got better. But the big difference was, they've been getting some offensive contributions from guys who, let's face it, a lot of people hadn't heard of 2 short months ago. Anthony Siegler, just people that are stepping up and taking advantage of the opportunity and kind of playing over their heads right now. And it's all, it comes at a time when they're doing everything right, whether it be base running, defense, starting pitching, bullpen, or offense.
Do you believe that Craig Breslow, who I think we all, a couple months ago anyway, were questioning if he would even survive up to this point, do you think that the opinion of Craig Breslow has changed? The opinion of the organization has of Craig Breslow, not so much maybe the fans or you or me. But do you think that that's evolved and changed at all over the course of these last couple weeks?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I wrote a couple of weeks ago, and I think we talked about this when I was on with you last time, Christian. If you look back last winter, they've all pretty much worked out. He traded for Sonny Gray, that deal. He traded for Wilson. He made a trade that he needed to make to be able to get a big bat in the lineup and got Wilson Contreras. Mm-hmm. That's worked out really well. Even the trade that people were giving a hard time about, the Caleb Durbin trade, looks a lot better now than it did a month or 6 weeks ago. Sure. So I would say the arrow is pointing up at when it comes to Craig Breslow. But the thing that, if we're looking for a pattern here with the job he's done now in his 3rd season, is that he's had much better off seasons than he has deadlines. You go back 2 years ago, it was the Crochet trade. It was the Chapman signing. It was the Bregman signing. And then the 2 trades and the agent signing that we had with this year with Suarez and Gray and Contreras, those are all great moves. The problem is he hasn't been able to move the needle at the deadline. So now the question is he's allowed to do that, and can he do it if given the leash to do it?
Are the Red Sox trying to tell you and all the other people on the beat to spread their propaganda about how much they're really trying to make a big swing at this deadline? Has that process already started?
There hasn't been, because I think everybody realizes that this thing is not going to really crystallize until we get into, the next week or so and get within 10 days of the deadline. The draft just took place last weekend. That had everybody focused around the game on trying to get through that. That's been a major change in the baseball calendar the last, half dozen years or so, where it used to be that, the draft would happen in whenever it was, early June. And now that it comes essentially during the All-Star break, just gives them a reason to focus elsewhere, or at least have to address other responsibilities or their job. You're maybe cross-checking guys, particularly if you have a top 10 pick. You're focused on what the organization needs. You're going over scouting reports. It's a little hard to jump ahead and focus on the deadline, but we're there now. And, one game tonight, and everybody else starts playing again tomorrow. I would expect we're going to start hearing more talk about who's being aggressive, who's looking for what, and what a particular team's strategy is. But we haven't had a whole lot of that because they've been preoccupied with other things.
Sure, and we'll certainly have you on closer to the trade deadline, and we'll get more in depth about that. But before we let you go here tonight, Sean, we just had, during the All-Star break, a lot of outlets, and we did it here too, doing superlatives and, taking into account what this first half of the season was like. And when it comes to that, you always get things like biggest disappointment or, least pleasant surprise. And right at the top of a lot of those was Roman Anthony and the season and the injury and just how long it's dragged out, now sort of getting banished down to Florida to work out whatever it is here with his finger. What intel do you have on Roman Anthony? And when I ask that, I mean not just on the injury or what the whole meaning of this was, sending him down to Florida, but intel maybe on the disappointment or the level of disappointment that the team has with him right now.
Well, is we don't really have much in the way of a timetable for his return. Every time we ask, and we do on a daily basis of Chad Tracy, what's new with Anthony? And he'll say status quo, which means he's not yet swinging again. And everyone realizes until he at least gets to that point, it's kind of pointless to talk about when he might be back and what sort of impact he might have when he does return. So that part is moving very slowly. Now, in truth, we haven't been able to get an update for the last 3 or 4 days because everyone's been off or everyone's kind of gone their own way during the break. And we don't have, maybe they'll walk in tomorrow morning and say, yeah, Roman's been hitting for 2 or 3 days now in Fort Myers. He feels great. And he's, hitting off a tee, hitting off live pitching. And everybody's going to start wondering how soon he can get back. But the larger question is, as you were hinting at, why send him to Fort Myers? And I think it came, and I'm not the only person to interpret it this way, I think it came as a bit of a wake-up call because I think there was some concern about some of the distractions up here, the focus, and it's kind of like, okay, you're not really moving forward up here. You're getting to hang out with your teammates. You're here with the best, facilities and trainers and medical staff, and we're not moving much here. So how about you go to Fort Myers where it is 98 degrees every friggin' day, and it's not the most fun place to be in the middle of the summer. And it did seem like we're sending a message with that move.
Yeah, I have it on good authority that Anthony requested to go there to get away from having to see Rob Bradford every day. That was the story I was told.
You can hardly blame him for that, but I don't know if that was the whole equation.
Okay, well, I'm glad to have at least some confirmation there. Sean McAdam, great to talk with you as always. We'll talk again soon here as we get closer to the deadline. Thanks so much.
All right, Christian. Thanks for having me.
All right, that is Sean McAdam, Mass Live, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Great stuff. A little bit later than we usually talk to him, but if he's available, then I'll talk to Sean. And some good intel there at the end about Roman Anthony for sure. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We're going to take a quick break here, 2 minutes, and we'll be back with the Arcand Fire, and we'll get to some phone calls as well.
Ah, summer, the smell of sunscreen, backyard barbecues, and... Wait a minute. Why does your bathroom smell like that? Summer fun can be tough on your plumbing. Between extra house guests, cookouts, and the kids home from school, your drains are working overtime. That's why you need Drains by James. From expert drain cleaning and pipelining, they'll keep your pipes flowing all summer long. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. Don't let a clogged drain ruin your summer vacation. Visit drainsbyjames.com today.
Are you trying to get away this summer but don't want to sit in the hours of traffic to get down the Cape? Hey, it's Chris Scheim. Do what I did and head to Northern Michigan. It's only a 2-hour nonstop flight from Boston to Traverse City, and your adventure can begin. Take it from me. I spent my birthday there playing the premier golf courses, checking out the stunning landscapes at Sleeping Bear Dunes National Lakeshore, and having dinner downtown, catching the 10 o'clock sunset along Lake Michigan. I promise you'll love every second of your trip. Start planning your Northern Michigan adventure today at tvcairport.com. Hey, it's Chris Scheim, and this morning I took the stairs 2 at a time. Didn't even clock it. 3 years ago, I would have felt every single step. That's what losing 45 pounds actually bought me. Not just a number on a scale, a body that stopped arguing with me. Then, Paige at Awaken 180 gave me a pretty huge update. Awaken 180 clients have now crossed the 1 million pounds lost mark. 1 million pounds! And I didn't hear some corporate milestone. I heard my 45 pounds stacked in with everybody else's. Scale after scale, belt notch after belt notch, somebody finishing week 1 thinking, this is a program I can actually do. That's not one success story. That's thousands of people who stopped waiting and started. And the number is still climbing. Every week, more people start, more pounds come off, and more stories get added. So why wait? Do what I did. Make this summer yours. 1 million pounds down and counting. The next story should be yours. Awaken180weightloss.com. That's Awaken180weightloss.com.
If you missed any part of the show,
or to have it delivered to your phone daily,
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app.
or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI. It's time for Arcan Fire on The Christian Arcan Show. This is WEEI.
Well, even though there aren't that many games played in the sports world, there's still lots of news to come out, including the release of the NHL schedule.
The NHL schedule?
Yeah, the hockey apparently is taking a tip from the NFL. They're releasing schedule videos, try and garner those numbers on social media. And what we know about the Bruins is that they are going to be opening the season on September 29th against the New York Rangers at home as part of NHL's usual triple header that they usually have. They also announced the date for Patrice Bergeron's jersey retirement as well. I don't know how much time you've had to look at the Bruins schedule that was released. Are there any games in particular that stand out to you?
I haven't really looked at it. I saw the Bergeron is going to be when they're playing the Avalanche, so whenever that game is, it's going to be a good ticket. That's cool for him. I'm interested in any home games against the Panthers. I still hold a lot of rage in my heart against the Panthers. Well, Arcan, they lost to Buffalo this year. Don't care. I don't have any animosity towards the Buffalo Sabres. Good for them. Good for them for winning a playoff series for the first time in their lives. Since Dominic Hasek was there. Good for them. I know it's not been that long, but I mean, talk about a team in a perpetual rebuild. I'm not for the Bruins this year. I feel like this is going to be the type of season where people are going to give it some time to see how things develop, and they'll get a nice long leash. But if things start to go left early on, I don't think this is going to be the type of team that's going to capture the city's imagination. If they get out, like if Swayman gets off to a bad start and they have to start, thinking about what to do in goal. And believe me, I'm a Jeremy Swayman rump swab. I've been over and over again. I've defended his honor on these airwaves many, many times. But if he comes out and has another lackluster regular season, that's not going to be good. And I'm not saying he had a bad regular season last year. But if he doesn't have, he's performing up to his contract, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, then that's going to be problematic. So, I don't know. I'm not really looking at individual games here. The Bergeron thing's cool, obviously. And whenever they play Florida, I'm going to want to go there and just boo the hell out of Marchand.
Well, the first chance you get,
guys.
Sunday, November 8th, 1 o'clock.
November 8th.
At TD Garden.
Okay, it's a Sunday. I could do that. I'll be around on a Sunday. November 8th. My wife's birthday is the 18th, so, yeah, it could happen. You want to go? You want to go boo Tkachuk with me?
Sure.
Both Tkachuks?
I know. That makes them even more hated.
Got all the
both
Tkachuks.
Tkachuks are there.
Yeah, bleep both of you Tkachuks. All right, yeah. So, no, I'm not. I mean, listen, I'm a Bruins fan. I'm going to be watching them, but It's not like one of those seasons where I got days marked out on the calendar. I don't really care that much.
Well, going from the NHL schedule to the MLB schedule, you ready for that release in 2027?
Oh, yeah. Big time.
We don't know if there's going to be a season, so
yeah.
We'll
it's ambitious to even say 2027 MLB season. Like that's right. Yeah, right. The season that we're going to have. Sure. That's very exciting. Can't wait to see that. I just, there was no way to possibly get excited about that. First of all, because this season has 70 games left in it, and because we all know that they're very far apart in these CBA negotiations, and that there being a next season to be kind of a miracle.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's then get off baseball and let's go to the NBA. We had this in the not the rundown, but we had it ready. Adam Silver speaking earlier in the week.
Oh yeah.
Talking about the second apron. Now, I don't know if you read this. I don't know if it was during your week off or it was earlier this week, but apparently the Players Association in the NBA are starting to push back a little bit on the second apron, really after Victor Wembanyama signed his extension, which wasn't a max extension.
Great, thanks. Wait for the Celtics to blow up their team and then start fighting back their union. Thanks a lot.
And
it's great timing there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the joke right there. But Adam Silver did speak earlier this week talking about this second apron, and here's what he said.
So, Vinny, it's certainly not an unintended consequence. I mean, when you have a salary system in place as we do, every general manager is going to need to make mixed basketball and business decisions. Frankly, they make them regardless of whether you have a cap. You see that in other sports. People manage to budgets, and people recognize that you can't, at some point, you can't have unlimited resources, whether it's for a team or any business. In the case of a league, it's in essence zero sum. So to the extent that one player doesn't re-sign a player or chooses to trade a player, of course that player goes to another team. And so the purpose of the system is ultimately to create competition throughout the league. And from that standpoint, I think the system's working incredibly well. The goal isn't necessarily to have a different champion every year, but we've had 8 different champions over the last 8 years.
That sucks, Adam. That sucks that you've had 8 different champions and no repeats, and hardly any of them even getting back to the finals or even the conference finals for that matter. Other than Oklahoma City this past year, the Celtics a couple times. Like, other than that, like, you really haven't. And the Celtics, since they've won, have not made it back to the conference finals either. The Nuggets haven't. The Bucks haven't. The Raptors haven't. The Warriors haven't. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. Other than the Oklahoma City, and they lost to Wembanyama. I don't like this, man. Like, I don't like that he's talking about it like it's not a bad thing. He didn't necessarily call it a good thing, but I think this is a bad thing. I think this era in the NBA right now is a bad era. You've already set the bar very high for what it takes to make a great team in the NBA. There's great dynasties all throughout. The Celtics in the 60s and all the championships Bill Russell won, and the Bulls in the 90s, and, all these other, the Heat and the Warriors and these Spurs and great dynasties. Shaq and Kobe, like, so many. And they're all in these big markets, and they're all great, and they, like, represent greatness for their teams and their organizations. And now you have almost a decade of no great teams. Not really one single great team. No dynasties anymore. And I hate to put it this way because I know that parity can be a good thing, but, every once in a while a team pops out and wins a championship and then kind of gets, the next dynasty comes in and sort of erases that. That's what happened with the Pistons in 2004. That Ben Wallace team that beat the Lakers, and the Celtics, I hate to say it, in 2007. They were another one and done, but there haven't been that many of them. And now that's all there is. And that just means a bunch of not great teams. And I don't know why he thinks that that's good. I don't know why he's trying to defend this still. You're only a couple years into it, I guess, so you can't pull the ripcord yet. But I don't know how you can look at this and think that it's good for the league. I just don't see how that's possible.
Hadouken! All right, last one here. We'll stick with the NBA. Today, the Miami Heat officially introduced Giannis Antetokounmpo, which, by the way, he's got a new jersey number. He's going with 7.
7.
Yeah, he's switching from 34, and he's going to 7.
What Joe Castiglione? Which number is it? Okay, so he's wearing 7.
7!
Thank you. That's 3 plus 4, I think, is probably why he did that, right?
Yeah, probably. But really what I wanted to share...
D Brown 7.
There you go. There you go. But what I wanted to share with you was Pat Riley. Obviously, Pat Riley was there on the podium with him, and he has some sound bites that's kind of circulating the internet. Here's one about Bam Adebayo that he wanted to get in there.
And I don't want to get knocked out. You know, Bam was one of those guys that came in here, too.
Right, because he punched Tyler Hero. Right?
Yeah. Which, by the way, did you read that no discipline's coming from that? No discipline for Hero, no discipline for Bam.
Well, it wasn't on the court, right?
True.
It was at a summer league thing, but they weren't actually playing. I'm starting to think maybe he didn't hit him all that hard. You know, I'm starting to think he swung. He might have connected, but it wasn't like as big a deal. Like, people made it a big deal because it was, you know, 2 superstars. But I think people trying to make it out like it was Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. Like, I just don't think it was like that. I think Bam, you know, took a swing. And he might have connected, and I don't know if he connected full on. If he did, he probably would have dropped Hero, I would think. But it doesn't sound like he did, so it was probably just, you know, not 100% of his punching power, or maybe he just didn't quite connect. But either way, I think this is, you know, probably the end of that.
Yeah, pretty much. And then one other Pat Riley clip that's coming out, he hinted at his pursuit of LeBron James during this. Let's listen to Pat Riley once again.
Plane. Now there's another one we have to land, but I just want to, we landed the plane. Now there's another one we have to land, but...
Saying he landed the plane with Giannis. And
did you just play that twice, or did you say that twice?
I played it
Oh,
twice.
okay. I was going to say, like, is he...
First part got cut off. So
is he going senile and just repeating himself, or what? Okay. We landed the plane. We have to... What did you say?
We landed the plane. There's another one we have to land.
Okay. So trying to get LeBron back. I don't care who gets LeBron. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't care. All right. There you go. There's the Arcane Fire. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Casper in Worcester's been waiting a very long time, so let's go to him before we take a break here. Hello, Casper.
Hi, Christian. Christian, regarding the Red Sox, I really believe this team was in a state of shock after the Cora purge and all that. They were a young team. It's inconceivable with a low batting average, leaving runners on base, that happened for the whole year at Fenway Park. With marginal increases in hitting earlier in the year, they may have won another 8 to 10 games.
Yeah.
So I just believe that this team has a lot less pressure on them, and they were under an enormous amount. And hitting somewhat better is going to happen. It could never happen the rest of the year. I would bet the ranch on it in MLB, regardless of who these players are, other than Contreras, who's a veteran. The others are all young. So with that said, I really believe the Sox have a chance to make the season very interesting. And if they add a decent batting addition, but I definitely believe these averages will come up at Fenway Park and they'll do well. And I believe this homestand is going to start well. I did predict after the All-Star break, when we lost the first game to the Dodgers, that the Red Sox would win against the Dodgers. That's last year. But this will never last the whole season, that you can't hit at Fenway Park.
Well, let's hope. Oh, sorry, Casper. We're up against the clock. It sounded like you were about to finish up anyway. Thanks for calling in. Call back anytime. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Quick break. When we come back, we will revisit our top 5 trade wishes on our wish list, and we'll hear Tristan's list because I think he finally got a graphic up. So we'll have that next.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Ken for Kalshi. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Picking up after the All-Star break, let's take a look at Boston. Right now, an extreme long shot to win it all, 1%, but a $100 trade would pay back almost $5,000 if they do win. What about just a trade on playoff qualifying? A $100 trade on Boston making the postseason? $263.16 payout if you are correct. You can go individual games. You can go series by series. On Kalshi, you can trade anything. And you're up against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability does shift, you can buy in or out of your position. Download the Kalshi app, K-A-L-S-H-I. Give it a try. And use my code KEN to get 10 when you trade 10. $10 when you trade 10 for a limited time. On Kalshi, trade on anything. Restrictions and eligibility requirements do apply. 18 plus only. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets could differ from those mentioned. More information at kalshi.com/regulatory.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you know that if you miss any part of the show, you can jump back to listen?
Either on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Click on the orange listen button
And rewind to the moments you care about most. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Going to do? They finished the first half of the season winning 9 straight games. Are they making moves? What do they do?
Alana, you're putting it to me too directly. I don't know what they're going to do. And what they do, like I just described with other teams, depends a lot on what's going to happen over the next 2-3 weeks. Now comes a different kind of test, a 10-game homestand. And remember, they haven't been as good as at home as they have been on the road. 10-game homestand against AL East opponents. Tampa Bay, 4 games in 3 days. It's Baltimore, a team that's right in the middle of the wild card race as well, and then another team in the middle of the wild card race, Toronto. These 10 games could go a long way toward defining who the Red Sox are and what their direction might be, or maybe not. We'll see.
Trade deadline's coming up. Going to be a lot of talk about what happens, but probably not a lot of details, at least according to Sean McAdam. Says with the draft and the All-Star break and sort of, getting ready for the next 17 games here, these 17 games leading into the All-Star break for the Red Sox, which are 4 against the Rays, starting with a doubleheader tomorrow, and then 2 more through the weekend. Then you got 3 with the Orioles, 3 with the Blue Jays, 4 with the A's, and 3 with the Dodgers. And then it's the All-Star break. It is, let me just say this. Even if that 17-game stretch ends up sinking them, I didn't think we'd even have a 17-game stretch like this to react to. So, on some level, I'm happy about that. But then, big picture, it's pretty disappointing that they followed up a wild card season with a season like this instead of getting better. And again, there's still 70 games left to play in the whole season, so maybe they will end up being better. It's not out of the question. But so far, the first 3 months have been, save for these last couple of weeks, pretty painful. And with the trade deadline coming up, there's going to be a lot of buzz about not just the Red Sox, but plenty of other teams all trying to get better and improve, especially in the American League where everybody's all bunched up together. I gave my 5 top trade targets, trying to avoid repeats that I've seen around, and some people didn't like them there on the text line. But I'll just give you my 5 again. My number 1 pipe dream, don't expect it to happen, don't think it's realistic, but Bobby Witt Jr. in Kansas City. The Royals are terrible, and he does have a opt-out coming up in a couple of years. Byron, I like Big Buxton. Brandon Lau. And Christian Walker. And Clay Holmes, who I would, as my buy low sort of long shot thing, coming off of a broken leg. Mets may be giving up on him. Maybe you could bring him back and transition him back to the bullpen because he's not been great as a starter. And also he's coming off of an injury, so maybe you just won't want to throw as much. So who knows? But there's my 5. Joe Braverman, you want to remind me what your 5 are?
Absolutely. So my top pick is James Wood, obviously from the Nats. Number 2 for me is Joe Ryan, starter from the Twins. Adrian Morejon is number 3 for me, lefty out of the bullpen for the Padres. Francisco Lindor, shortstop from the Mets, number 4. And Ryan Jeffers, catcher for the Twins, at number 5.
Okay. There you go. I don't know if, yep, there they are up on the screen there. If you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube. Joe Braverman's top 5 Red Sox trade targets. Wood, Ryan, Morejon. Is that right? Morejon.
I think it's Morejon.
Morejon, yeah. Francisco Lindor and Ryan Jeffers. And I'm very proud now, I think, to say that Tristan, our own Tristan Andrew, back there in the video booth, has a graphic for his top 5 players that he wants the Red Sox to trade for. So if we could get that up there, I think we have a bit of a delay here in studio. If we could look at that.
He did send the list to me just in case.
Here it is. I see it.
There we go.
That looks like a picture of Conan O'Brien. Okay.
Which
Tristan,
he did tell me he doesn't use Twitter as much, so his profile pic is Conan O'Brien, which is a great choice, by the way.
Good choice. Big Conan fan. Tristan Andrews, top 5 Red Sox trade targets. Number 1, C.J. Abrams. There, we're talking about the big game hunting right there. Yordan Alvarez. Pretty big game right there. Luis Arias, smaller game, but a guy that I like. Pete Fairbanks, out of the bullpen. Pretty good. Although I don't think he's having a great year, right? Fairbanks, is he having a good year or not? I feel like I had him on my fantasy team and dropped him, but I may be wrong. And number 5, Tarek Skubal. I'd say out of all of us, Tristan's is definitely the most ambitious. Talk about shooting for the stars. And that's the thing about shooting for the stars, is even if you miss, you land it. No, wait, that's not it. You shoot for the moon, because even if you miss, you land in the star. That's what it is. And that's what Tristan's doing. Skubal, Abrams, Alvarez, those 3. What's Fairbanks doing this year? How's he doing? I thought you were looking that up. I guess it doesn't.
Okay, I got it. He's 3-3, 6.83 ERA.
Oh, not good. Yeah, right.
And 13 saves with the Marlins.
Guy who needs a change of scenery, it sounds like.
Needs a change of everything.
Yeah, change of everything. Not someone I'd give up a lot to bring in here for the Red Sox, but, type of guy, a reliever who has a good track record. Fairbanks was very good last year. He's had a good career, so, it's not a guy that has no idea how to do it. He may be washed up. That could be, simple as that, but it could also just be he needs to get out of Florida. Florida in the summer. We just heard it. That's why they sent Roman Anthony down there, because it sucks. He wants to go to Florida in the summer.
Except it's Miami, and they're an indoor stadium. So.
That's true. And they got that nightclub and that big stupid thing. What's that big, waterfall, that fountain they have out there?
What is the name of that? I
don't even know if it's
yeah,
still
I know.
out there.
I'm pretty. It's like it's a big carnival sort of thing with like rotating dolphins or whatever.
It's very.
I don't know. I don't know if
garish,
they.
would
I don't
call
know
it,
if they gave it a name, but I want to say a bunch of years ago they said like, yeah, this is too distracting. We'll take it down.
Yeah. Pitbull plays like a show every single game. Pitbull just comes out and does a couple songs and goes back. He's just in Miami on call. That's actually not true. Pitbull. I have a friend who went to Ireland to see Pitbull perform in Ireland, and they all dressed like Pitbull, including the women.
Sick brag, bro.
I didn't go. I know someone who did. So, but yeah, it was pretty. It looked pretty great. Looked like a pretty good time. I only know like a couple of Pitbull songs like off top, but I know if I heard all his other ones, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've heard that song before. And someone was telling me like, my friend was telling me like, yeah, Pitbull, his first couple albums when he had hair, I was like, Pitbull just has one big album. That's how I think of it. He has one album with all his songs on it and every song he's ever appeared on, and it's all one big album. He doesn't have like a discography. It's just one big Pitbull album. That's how I think of Pitbull. And I don't think he actually performs at Marlins games, but he probably has before. I would imagine he has at some point in his life. Anyway, there you go. Those are our top 5. Those are the players that we want, and we will keep a pin in this. And if any of our guys actually end up getting traded for, we should do something. We should have some kind of reward for that, I think, Joe. And if they trade for the people on Tristan's list, then they're going to the World Series, I'd say. They got Abrams, Alvarez, and Tarek Skubal. Get the duck boats ready, because that's a World Series team right there. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. One thing left to do, and that is clickbait here on the Christian Arcand Show. Don't go anywhere.
This summer, give her the iconic fashion, the wearable Italian artistry of the incomparable Roberto Coin from Springers.
Roberto Coin jewelry starts at under $750.
Handcrafted in Vicenza, Italy, these gorgeous 18-karat earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and rings have made Roberto Coin the #1 Italian jewelry designer in the world.
The Roberto Coin Summer Showcase this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Springers.
Give love and get more.
Much more this summer at Springers.
Joint pain is awful, especially when you're the person fighting through it. But I'm betting you're not the only one affected by it. Your loved one's affected by it. Your kids, your grandkids, because you can't move like you used to move. You can't get up, you can't bend down. Every time you move, there's a jolt of pain that goes through your body. Hey, it's Wiggy, and let's talk about how you can get your life back. And that is at QC Kinetics here in the Boston area. People who are dealing with hip pain, knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, these people are finally getting their life back. And it's all because of the regenerative treatments done right there in the office by Dr. Tupper and the QC Kinetics medical team. No surgery, no long recovery. It's about getting your life back and not having to deal with pain every single day of your life. So do what so many people are doing and go to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a good candidate. Call today, 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
At Milligan and Higgins, they understand sometimes good people find themselves in tough situations. That's why they specialize in OUI and criminal defense. Attorney Jay Milligan is one of 2 board-certified OUI attorneys in the state. If you're pulled over, protect yourself and your future. Don't face it alone. Reputation and experience matter in the legal system. Get Milligan and Higgins on your side to fight for you. OUI specialists when it matters most. Go to milliganhiggins.com for more information.
Never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is Rich Rubino. I spent years separating good advice from a sales pitch. So when my hip pain started getting worse, I wanted answers. I called Boston Pro Therapy and spoke with Dr. Franke. I figured, okay, this is where I get the prolotherapy pitch. But that's not what happened. After going into the office, talking through my pain, reviewing my x-rays, Dr. Franke told me prolotherapy wasn't the right fit for my issue. And he didn't push for surgery either. For my sciatica, he suggested stretching and specific exercises. A couple of weeks later, Dr. Frankie called me to check on me. I wasn't even a client, and he still checked in. The pain, gone from the advice he gave me.
Hey, you guys, it's Teddy J here. Guys, sometimes the answer is prolotherapy, and sometimes it's not. But either way, Dr. Frankie will give you an honest opinion and sound advice. Have joint pain? Well, call 833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer. The feeling is coming on strong. All summer long.
Subaru summer is finally here. Hit the road in the trusted all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. Buy with 0.9% financing for up to 48 months or lease for just $305 per month or 36 months with $4,304 due at signing. The all-new Subaru Outback is built for bold getaways with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, upgraded advanced Subaru safety features, and lasting value for years of reliable adventure. Buy the 2026 Outback with 0.9% financing for up to 48 months or lease for just $305 per month with $4,304 due at signing. Make this summer a Subaru summer in the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback. For complete details, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com.
It's gonna be a Subaru summer.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Clickbait.
It's time for Clickbait. This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
We got about 10 minutes left in the program here. It means it's time for Clickbait. And Clickbait tonight involves gambling. Not really sports gambling. Before we get to Clickbait, there were 4 dongs tonight in the one game that was played. We told you about them as the show went on because I didn't want to do an entire report for one game. But the game's over. You want to give us a quick dong report, Joe? I'll let you handle this one if you want to just remind everybody who hit the dongs tonight.
I would gladly like to. So we have Francisco Alvarez with a double dong night.
Mm-hmm.
We have Brett Beatty for the Mets. For the Phillies, Trey Turner as the Mets beat the Phillies by a final score of 4-1.
Very good. Very good. There's your dong report.
Nice little Isaiah Thomas 4.
Isaiah Thomas 4. Very good. There are 4 seasons. Someone texted in. We'll get to some 4s in just a minute. But before we do that, Clickbait tonight is all about gambling, and not sports gambling, not about these NBA players who keep getting busted for betting on, all the prop bets and all that stuff and trying to rig them or, get rebounds and box out their own teammates and all that other stuff, which, by the way, is hilarious. But it's not about that. No. We're talking about political gambling. We are talking about one of the funnier scandals I've heard involving the Trump administration, a teleprompter operator, and prediction markets. Let's hear about it right now from, I believe this is ABC News.
Well, here's one wager that might not pay off. Federal investigators say that a staffer with one of the best seats in the House for President Trump's speeches may have also had some big bets riding on them. Sources telling us that Trump's longtime teleprompter operator is accused of using inside knowledge to cash in on prediction markets, allegedly making more than $100,000 by betting on what the president would or would not say.
Okay. So, listen, I know we have partners here that are in prediction markets, and I think the prediction markets, if you treat them, with respect, if you just are, trying to make some wagers and not being an insider trading a-hole like this guy, that there's nothing inherently wrong with it. I think it's easy to exploit these things, but it also seems like they're on top of it. It does seem like they nailed this guy. And this guy is the teleprompter operator for the Trump administration and was betting on the words, I guess, that Trump would say in his speeches and how many times he would say them. And he knew what Trump was going to say because he was controlling the teleprompter with all the words right there, which is pretty funny. I'm sorry. That's just, I don't know. I'm not on the poly markets and the Kalshis and stuff. I feel like my, gambling addiction right now is just in sports. I haven't expanded to political speeches or anything like that. You ever do that, Joe?
I'm not really a big gambler in general.
You're not much of a...
No.
Yeah, you're not into that. I know a couple of people that are really into the poly market and the Kalshi and stuff like that, and just, people who like to gamble on everything. And I'm not one of those people. I don't like to gamble on everything. And it's partially because, what if the teleprompter operator's out there, like fixing the odds, making them go back and forth? How am I supposed to win against that guy? That's the thing. It's like you're not betting against the house. You're betting against everybody else. And it's like, well, that guy runs the teleprompter. So I don't want to bet against him. Let's hear about how he did this scheme. Because
now he's negotiating a settlement with federal regulators. Let's bring in our Washington, D.C. Bureau Managing Editor, Catherine Falk. What the heck is going on?
Right. It's a good question. Our reporting is that, according to our sources, one of Trump's teleprompter operators, his main one, if you will, Gabriel Perez, has been found by federal regulators to have been betting on some of Trump's speeches over a 3-month period. We're told by sources that he bet on more than a dozen Trump speeches, including the one you see right there, the State of the Union speech. And while betting on those speeches, he made more than $100,000.
Wow.
Now, Kira, the way that he did this...
Hold on. Stop it right there. The way he did it is he had access to the teleprompter. I think we know the way he did it. But, yeah, I'm not really... I know that you can bet on anything now. You can bet on what he's going to say, what is going to happen with certain politicians. You can bet on all sorts of weird, kind of morbid stuff with this thing. But you can definitely bet on, like, speeches, political speeches. Trump just made a speech tonight about voting or something. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm seeing clips of it on the internet.
How much money do you think the guy made?
I mean, probably a lot. Actually, now probably not. He's under federal investigation, trying to cut a plea deal with the investigators. And he made a classic mistake. Buddy, you have the information. You don't make the bets. You sell the information to other people so they can make the bets, you idiot. What are you doing? That you gotta have some buffers in the family, buddy. Didn't you watch The Godfather? Family's got a lot of buffers. You can't be making the bets yourself. You got to sign in. You have your name. I'm sure someone runs a background check. This guy runs a teleprompter for the White House, and he's betting on the president's speeches. I think we might want to check on this, guys. This may not work. This may not be good publicity for us. Let's nip this one right in the bud. You don't bet yourself, dummy. You have that kind of information. You sell it to the highest bidder like a criminal. That's what you do. You don't do it yourself. You sell, and then you go, I don't know. Hey, what do you want from me? I didn't tell anybody. I don't know anything. Just a teleprompter guy. I didn't make any bets. What do you want from me? And then you take a little piece of all the money that they make.